Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Chen Chuan immediately remembered that someone had asked Fang's Heiming to give him a name card, but he had thrown it aside. He didn't expect them to come looking for him now. Shook hands with the senior. Nice to meet you. Chen classmate, I don't know if you have time. I'd like to talk to you. Min Lan gave a polite smile. If it's not convenient, I won't bother you, and I'll find another time. Chen Chuan pondered for a moment and said, how about this? I'm just going to the cafeteria for dinner. Why don't we talk there? Min Lan smiled slightly and said, then let me treat you. I was the one who disturbed Chen classmate. The two of them came down the stairs of the dormitory building, chatting about school topics along the way, and soon arrived at the cafeteria. After entering the A-grade student area, Min Lan took the menu and ordered. Generally, students can order from the menu without paying extra. She said she would treat, so she also ordered some extra dishes, but they weren't particularly expensive, and she had a good sense of proportion. Since WI Academy doesn't allow drinking, and martial artists rarely touch that kind of thing, she ordered 2 bottles of soda. It's more convenient to talk at the dinner table. After the dishes came, Min Lan said, I'm being a bit presumptuous today. Actually, I wanted to ask Fang classmate and Chen classmate to set a time, but I know that if I'm any later, I might be one step behind, so I had to take the lead. Chen Chuan said, Senior Min is saying that many people will be coming to me soon. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, Chen classmate should have a lot of letters in your mailbox today. Min Lan smiled, sat up a little straighter, and said seriously, Chen classmate, you don't know how famous you are now. Langxiang Cinema is not only the largest cinema in the south of the city, but also one of the main social places for many wealthy people in the south of the city. Whatever happens there will spread quickly. After solving the supernatural entity in the cinema, your name will naturally be known by many people. In fact, it's more than just what she said. When some large commission companies learned that the person who solved this matter was the same person who dealt with Fang Douyi and his gang, then Chen Chuan's value was even more magnified. The key is that Chen Chuan is only a first-year student and has also obtained a weapon permit. Anyone can imagine that he will definitely be even more outstanding in the next 2 or 3 years. How could these sensitive companies not try to recruit him in advance? Chen Chuan didn't feel any repulsion in his heart after knowing this, because it would be much easier to accept commissions after becoming famous. H target is to constantly become stronger. Before having enough strength to break free from constraints, following the rules of the outside world is the most appropriate way to do things at present. However, will not blindly accept everything. Min Lan briefly introduced her company and some interesting things about the company, and then inadvertently brought up the benefits and advantages offered by the company. She didn't try to persuade Chen Chuan to join her company. In the short contact, she saw that Chen Chuan was a very opinionated person. It was difficult for such a person to be swayed by others, whether it was her or anyone else, so she thought that instead of saying a lot, it would be better to leave a good impression on Chen Chuan. She understood very well that if people get along with each other in a harmonious and comfortable way, then even if they suffer some losses in terms of benefits, they won't mind too much sometimes. Chen Chuan basically listened to what she said, but he also gained a lot. The things the senior talked about were obviously carefully selected, and ordinary people couldn't access them, so it allowed him to know some things he didn't know before. The meal was pleasant for both of them. At parting, Min Lan shook hands with him again and said with a smile, I've bothered you today. I just hope that Chen classmate can think of our company when choosing a company or choosing a mission in the future. She took out a name card from her bag and handed it over with both hands. This is my name card. Chen Chuan took it. Thank you for the treat today, senior. Min Lan smiled and said, I'm also very happy to be able to invite a talent like Junior. Let's talk again when we have the chance. She obviously knew how to maintain a sense of propriety and distance. After saying goodbye, she left very neatly. At about the same time, Ren Shu and his group also arrived at the WI campus. It was almost the holidays these days, but the school was more lively than usual, because many citizens were holding tickets to watch the arena tournament, and they could also stroll around the school. Even though it was snowing these 2 days, it still couldn't stop the citizens' enthusiasm. However, although they were eager to watch the arena tournament, they still remembered the main thing, which was to find the person first. Xiao Zhang, is the person you found reliable? Don't worry, the parents of that student Ling are both employed in a friend's company. He is an upperclassman at WI, so he definitely knows more about the academy than we do. Even if they roughly knew Chen Chuan's appearance characteristics, it was still not easy for them to find the person accurately, so they could only try to find a WI student through connections to find the person. They waited at the auditorium for a while, and a boy walked over, glanced at the others, and greeted Xiao Zhang politely, Young Master Zhang. In fact, After being admitted to WEI, especially after becoming an A-grade student, the status is completely different from before, but his parents are both in Xiao Jiang's friend's company, so he is willing to give face and still uses the previous title, but you can hear from the tone that there is no flattery here, just treating it as an ordinary title. Xiao Zhang quickly said, Don't, brother Ling, you should still call me Xiao Zhang. Alright. The student Ling didn't stand on ceremony with him and asked, Xiao Zhang, did you say you wanted me to help you find someone? Yes, we want to find a WEI Academy student to be our company's client. This person is also an upperclassman. Has obtained a weapon permit, surname is Chen, is quite tall, and... Before could finish speaking, the student Ling immediately interjected, Wait, is the person you are looking for good at using a long sword? Yes. Xiao Zhang said in surprise, you know. That's right, although I don't know this Chen classmate, I know of. This Chen classmate is very famous among the freshmen. Student Ling said with great interest, do you know that during entrance second trial, kicked a senior students in charge of the examination into a vegetable, and an assistant who wanted to make trouble for was also crippled by, especially a few days ago. The young people listened for a while and were stunned. No, is the person they are looking for so ferocious? They couldn't help but feel a sense of fear towards the Chen Chuan they had never met, but for them, who were in a rebellious period, there was a strong attraction, and some even developed a sense of worship. After student Ling spoke for a while and felt a little parched, stopped, and asked, do you want to see? Ren Shu said quickly, yes, we came this time to see. Okay, at this time, it should be mealtime. How about this, I'll call dormitory and see if is willing to meet us. Thank you. Ren Shu and the others thanked together. Chen Chuan had already returned to the dormitory at this time. After washing up, the dorm teacher came to knock on the door and told that someone was calling for. Thanked, went to answer the phone. The other party was a classmate hadn't met, and after chatting warmly with for a few words, told about the situation and asked if was free to meet. Chen Chuan thought for a while and said, okay, how about this, let one of them come, and we'll find a place to talk. Classmate Ling was very happy that was giving face. Said, then come to my dormitory. After Chen Chuan agreed, reported the location and hung up the phone, turned around and told Xiao Zhang and his group who were waiting for there. Xiao Zhang and the others discussed it and finally decided that Ren Shu would go up and talk to Chen Chuan. Classmate Ling then instructed, everyone, Chen classmate is willing to come to see you, that's because of my face, so don't say anything unpleasant. No, we won't. Ren Shu and his group quickly assured, and besides, after hearing what classmate Ling had said about Chen Chuan's deeds, how dare they? After Chen Chuan hung up the phone, took the elevator to Zone 2 on the 3rd floor. Classmate Ling was already waiting by the elevator. Seeing coming, chatted warmly with for a few words, introduced Ren Shu who was following behind, and then took the two to dormitory. After the two sat down in the living room, said, you guys chat, I won't disturb you. With that, left and stood outside the door. Ren Shu's body was a little stiff. It was okay outside, but now that was sitting face to face with Chen Chuan, coupled with the things Dee heard before, couldn't help but feel nervous. Calmed self down and said, Mr. Chen, hello, I'm Ren Shu. I've started a commission company with some like-minded partners, but we lack suitable clients. After learning that Mr. Chen, you solved the Langxiang cinema case, we tried to find you. Chen Chuan understood, but could see that these people didn't have the energy of Min Ian's company, but they seemed sincere enough. Thought for a while and said, Mr. Ren, you said you knew that I solved the Langxiang cinema case yesterday before you came to me. So, you are mainly focusing on supernatural entity-related commissions now? Yes, that's right. Ren Shu said with a spirit, because our company has just been established, we know that general commissions can't compete with those large companies, so we plan to find a way to deal with supernatural entities. Chen Chuan was a little curious, you dare to go in this direction because you have a lot of commissions in this area. Ren Shu said quickly, that's right, there are actually many supernatural entity commissions in various departments and the government affairs hall, but very few people accept them, and very few are completed. Some people stop doing them after accepting them once, so the accumulated number is not small, but we have connections and can discuss with the Government Affairs Hall and pay some money to let us pack up some outdated or long-term unattended commissions. Chen Chuan listened for a while and roughly understood that many commissions also have a time limit. After a long time, some commission parties may no longer exist. But as long as the matter is not resolved, the commission is still hanging in the Government Affairs Hall. These commissions are actually dead commissions, because even if you accept them, you will only get an evaluation, but you will no longer be given remuneration. New commission companies need a credit rating when they first enter the industry. Not to mention that these commissions don't give any remuneration, even if they pay money to obtain an evaluation, they are willing to. So Ren Shu and the others simply paid a sum of money to take over these missions. It can be seen that this company is not short of funds. Also, in order to impress Chen Chuan, Ren Shu decided to show true sincerity. We learned from some channels that there is a big commission in the Government Affairs Hall recently. Gestured with hand, this commission is not only big, but it also involves supernatural entities. One company can't handle it at all, so many commission companies are looking for experts in this area. We don't want to miss it, so we sincerely want to invite Mr. Chen to join us, even if it's just a temporary cooperation. Regarding the Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart, Chen Chuan became interested upon hearing about this major commission and asked a few more questions. Ren Shu immediately perked up and explained it to him in detail. Recently, a flying head cult has emerged in many towns and villages northwest of Yangtze City. It is said that the villagers worship a head that flies around. Initially, it was just a few villages engaging in this ritual, but for some unknown reason, more and more people have begun to believe in this cult, and it is even spreading to the surrounding counties and cities. The Government Affairs Hall had previously instructed the Patrol Bureau to clear out the flying head cult strongholds in the city, but sporadic firefights occurred during this process, and some firearms and ammunition were discovered. Therefore, the Government Affairs Hall believes that this matter is likely being promoted by a resistance organization behind the scenes. So, Yangtze City recently decided to focus on cracking down on several important strongholds of this cult. Since many strongholds are in mountainous areas and villages where roads are inconvenient, the Patrol Bureau cannot send people there for large-scale encirclement and suppression. Therefore, this matter has been entrusted to various commission companies. However, because it involves the flying head monster, there is an urgent need for experts in this field. So that's how it is, Chen Chuan thought. That explains it. So many people had suddenly come looking for him in the past 2 days, and he always felt that even if he demonstrated the ability to deal with supernatural entities, it shouldn't warrant such an excessive reaction since supernatural entities were not taken seriously before. But now it seems that various commission companies likely received advance notice. They were preparing for this commission. Minlan had not mentioned this matter before, either because she hadn't found a suitable opportunity to communicate, or because even she herself didn't know. He asked, "How many people know about this news?" Ren Shu replied, "It's definitely not a secret among the upper echelons of the various commission companies. They knew as soon as the Government Affairs Hall had this intention, and we put in a lot of effort to get this news. Actually, it can still be kept secret now because the large companies have a tacit understanding not to leak it easily, in order to get a head start. But after a long time, once they are all prepared, the news will definitely spread like wildfire." Chen Chuan asked for more details and found that Ren Shu could explain the upper-level affairs clearly, but he was relatively vague and ignorant about the lower-level affairs. This should be due to the different levels of people he usually interacts with. Seeing that he was constantly pondering, Ren Shu gritted his teeth and offered another important condition. "If Mr. Chen is willing to join, we can let Mr. Chen join our company as an investor. In the future, regarding any supernatural entity commissions, whether Mr. Chen wants to accept them or how to do them specifically, it can be based on your personal opinion, and we will never interfere. We can write all of this into the agreement." Chen Chuan was a little surprised. An investor was the treatment of a company founder, who could participate in formal decision-making. Theoretically, he would have the right to know what others knew, and he would also have a share of the company's profits. Moreover, if Ren Shu and the others didn't interfere with specific commissions, it would be equivalent to handing over this part of the business to him entirely. Considering that this new company has barely opened, once he joins, the entire execution level would be completely handed over to him. Giving this condition was simply treating him like a god. He couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Ren's conditions are indeed generous, but is it necessary to go this far?" Ren Shu sincerely said, "We want to develop and grow the company. We are willing to try anything that is beneficial to the company. We all have life ideals. To be honest, we don't lack money. We are not pursuing this, but to prove to some people that we can also create value and create miracles, and that we are not useless." Chen Chuan could see that his words came from the heart, and he also revealed a message. Anyway, these people have money and can afford to lose for now. Even if they mess up, they can start over and form another company. He said, "Your side is indeed very sincere. I need to consider this matter. How about this? I will give you an accurate answer around the 1st of the month. During this period, I will not agree to any company." Ren Shu was overjoyed, and his buttocks also lifted up slightly. He patted his head and hurriedly took out his name card and handed it over. "If Mr. Chen thinks our company is suitable, you can use this to contact us." Chen Chuan took it and said, "Then let's end today's conversation here." "Okay." Ren Shu stood up. When he was speaking just now, he didn't have the nervousness he had at the beginning, but now when he stood up and looked at Chen Chuan's height, which was a head taller than him, he immediately felt an invisible sense of oppression and couldn't help but feel a little timid. Chen Chuan saw his unease and took the initiative to extend his hand, smiling and saying, "Mr. Ren, no matter what, I still want to thank you for coming to me today and telling me those news." Ren Shu tentatively extended his hand, shook it with him, and nodded vigorously. After coming out of the room, he said goodbye to Chen Chuan here, and then went down the stairs alone and walked out of the dormitory building. Xiao Zhang and others who came with him had been waiting there anxiously. Seeing him come out, they immediately ran over and asked one after another, "How is it? How is it? Big brother Ren? Big brother Ren, did it work out? Big brother Ren, what does that classmate Chen look like?" Ren Shu thought for a while and said, "I don't know, but I said everything I should say." He glanced at the dormitory building. "Let's just wait for the results." After Chen Chuan came out, he greeted student Ling again, chatted for a few words, and then returned to his dormitory. At this time, he was recalling the news brought by Ren Shu. If it was true, then this action of the Government Affairs Hall should be not small, and many commission companies wanted to get a share of the pie. If this was the case, then there would definitely be more people coming to him next. His purpose in accepting commissions was to obtain more resources for training and then become stronger. If it was really beneficial to him, he would be willing to participate. And this commission was obviously very big. If he could join it, not to mention the unlimited self-defense permit, it should be of great help in obtaining the armor permit. And judging from the conditions given by Renshu just now, other companies could not possibly do this. In fact, there was another option, which was to directly accept commissions from the Government Affairs Hall as an individual, but unfortunately, he was just a first-year student, and his status was still a student, and he had not obtained internship approval. Furthermore, this required various coordination and confirmation, requiring a lawyer law firm to sign various agreements and contracts, and also requiring the payment of a deposit, as well as requiring guarantors and other complex things and procedures. At the same time, he had to deal with officials from government agencies, and many aspects of coordination were very cumbersome and troublesome, and it was not something that ordinary people could handle. Therefore, most people would rather directly find a commission company. In any case, before deciding on this matter, he needed to discuss it with his advising teacher Chang Zitong to see if Chang Zitong had any arrangements. If he did, then there was no need for him to spend more effort. Because Chang Zitong had said before that he would find time to talk to him about the unlimited self-defense permit when he was free, so he would just ask about it together at that time, so he didn't make a phone call and just waited patiently. A flash of 2 days passed, and today was the 29th, which was already the day the school was on holiday. Chen Chuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The heavy snow these past 2 days made the view a white expanse, and a layer of ice had formed on Spring-Autumn Lake. However, even without heating indoors, he didn't feel much cold, and even felt very comfortable. In fact, not only him, but none of the students who had developed mutated tissue felt cold. Most of them were still wearing autumn clothes. In fact, even B-grade students, after mastering the breathing technique, could quickly heat up their bodies as long as they mobilized their breathing, so they also didn't want to wear more clothes. At most, they just felt hungry faster, which could be solved by eating a few nutrition pastes that didn't cost money. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door outside. He walked over to open the door and greeted, "Teacher." Chang Zitong responded. He walked in, still dressed in the short-sleeved attire from the office, and his face was relatively rosy. He smiled and said, "Little Chuan, aren't you going to watch the competition? I saw many students go to watch after the exam." Chen Chuan said, "The student is thinking of spending more time training." Chang Zitong, "Little Chuan, don't be too hardworking, relax when you should relax. Well, I know you are waiting for the teacher to talk to you about the defense permit. Don't worry, the teacher is free today and will talk to you about this matter in detail." He sat down, took the hot tea that Chen Chuan handed him, and waited for Chen Chuan to sit down as well before slowly saying, "Applying for the unlimited self-defense permit requires applying first, and there are conditions for applying. At least you need to have a high evaluation in a national department and get their recommendation. Note that this evaluation does not refer to the commission evaluation, but an evaluation from a government agency. This is actually very difficult to do." Shenzheng relied on the evaluation of the processing bureau that time, and his actions were worthy of this point. It was also because of this that he was qualified to take the unlimited self-defense permit. The processing bureau. Chen Chuan nodded. He knew about this. This department is nominally a national department that manages martial artists and their prohibited matters. However, some of the officials in it have served as principals and supervisors of WEI branches in various places, and some even hold concurrent positions. One path for A-grade student graduates is to go there, where they become law enforcers in the true sense. Cheng Zitong said, "But I don't recommend you get the evaluation here, because this is equivalent to the evaluation of this department, which belongs to the left hand passing to the right hand, and the gold content is actually not high. Even if it passes, the school commission will definitely know about it immediately. This is equivalent to immediately telling some people that you are preparing to tear open that gap. But fortunately, you are different from him. You should have a very high evaluation in the patrol bureau, so I suggest you use the recommendation here if you apply. With this, plus the weapon permit, then you can apply. It's just that the application requires review time. If it is C grade, the time is shorter. If it is B grade, the time is slightly longer, about a month. Once the permit is issued, the examination must be completed within half a year. I suggest you apply this year, because non-third year students' applications have a high probability of not being approved." Chen Chuan couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, what is the reason for not passing?" Cheng Zitong tapped the coffee table with his decorative glasses. Taking this certificate requires approval from the main academy. The number of defense certificates approved each year is actually a certain limit, and every year people from martial arts academies across the country will take the exam, so not everyone can get it. The review committee here usually looks at the students' qualifications first. Students like you in the first year are very likely to be rejected. But by the second time, if you have submitted an application before, then you will be considered first in the priority ranking. If you still don't pass this time, then no one will stop you in the third year. Shen Zheng was like you. He got the weapon permit in the first year, but he also got the examination qualification in the third year. Chen Chuan thought for a while and asked, Then if the student is just making an analogy, if the application is approved this time, then does the student only have half a year to prepare? Cheng Zitong's expression became more serious. It can't be said that there is no such possibility. If you are not at ease, then you can wait until the second year and wait until you are more confident before thinking about this matter. Chen Chuan thought again and asked, Teacher, the student wants to ask, is there any connection between the unlimited self-defense permit and the quota to go to Central City? When Cheng Zitong heard Chen Chuan ask this question, he thought for a moment and said, strictly speaking, the relationship is very close. Going to Central City has always been first recommended by the academy, and then approved by the main academy. Recommendation is only an internal matter of the academy, while approval is entirely decided by the main academy, and the criteria for review largely depend on ability. Even if you are a recommended student, you must have sufficient ability to pass. And how do you prove your ability? One is visible martial strength, and the other is the certificates you obtain. You need to know that unless the difference is so obvious at a glance, it is generally difficult for the people in charge of reviewing above to distinguish the level of strength. The Academy's evaluation can only be used as a reference, and under this premise, the certificates obtained by the student will be an important criterion. If you can obtain a Class B unlimited self-defense permit, it can indeed become a favorable condition, because the Level B certificate is too dangerous, and recommended students are generally unwilling to risk taking the exam. So, if you want to go to Central City, this certificate is indeed essential. Speaking of this, he looked at Chen Chuan and asked, Little Chuan, are you asking about this because you intend to compete for a spot there? Chen Chuan nodded. Teacher, I want to try. Cheng Zitong looked at him and said seriously, your idea is correct, and teacher also strongly supports you. Only by going to Central City headquarters can you learn more and come into contact with the real world. All your efforts are only valuable if they are directed towards this goal. Teacher and the school management will help you with the recommendation, but as old he told you, martial strength is the foundation of our survival. First strengthen yourself and become strong enough to do what you want to do. Chen Chuan strongly agreed. Martial strength is not only a stepping stone to advancement but also the foundation for protecting oneself. He slowly said, yes, the student will not forget. Cheng Zitong was quite optimistic and said, your talent is extraordinary, the best teacher has ever seen. Teacher thinks you are likely to reach that place. Chen Chuan hummed. He looked up and said, by the way, teacher, in the past 2 days, many commission companies have been trying to find me through various means, all hinting at recruitment. The student also received news from a small company that the Government Affairs Hall is planning to clear out a flying head cult recently, so they are looking everywhere for clients who can deal with supernatural entities. Does teacher have any information about this? So you've heard about this matter. Cheng Zitong chuckled. The Government Affairs Hall really has a leak. Even signing a non-disclosure agreement is useless. That's right, the Government Affairs Hall even came to the principal to inquire about solutions because of this recent operation, and the principal later came to me. From what I understand, this is really a big commission. I was originally planning to take a look after the new year to see if there were any problems before talking to you. Since you already know, I'll tell you now. He took a sip of water from his teacup, rummaged through his briefcase, and took out a document. This is internal data that the principal gave me. Take a look at it first. Chen Chuan reached out and took it, flipping through the pages in his hand. Cheng Zitong explained, you may not have heard of the flying head legend, but it is actually very famous in other places, often associated with rituals involving human heads. Many places have it, but some places have performed sacrifices for decades without it appearing, while other places have it appear after only 1 or 2 times. In fact, sacrifices are not directly related to the appearance of flying heads, but the sacrifices themselves will summon the already existing flying heads. These people will develop irrational and crazy emotions and are among the few supernatural entities that cause mass influence. So, the key to dealing with this matter is to eliminate the flying head. This thing is very difficult to deal with, not only because it can fly, but also because if you don't deal with the first flying head that appears, it will repeatedly appear in the next 10 years. From the information I have, the Government Affairs Hall, on the advice of several consultants from other places, should have already sent clients to investigate the mountain villages. It is very likely that news will not come until after the new year. If the flying head in that place can be dealt with, then things will be easy. The flying head cult is now spreading over a wide area and cannot be solved by one person, so I will talk to you again after there is news after the new year. Chen Chuan said, there is another matter. Yesterday, a small company came to me and offered some favorable conditions. He told Cheng Zitong about Ren Shu's company's situation and the conditions they offered. Cheng Zitong asked a few questions and gave his opinion. Teacher's view is that as long as the conditions are true, then you can choose this company. The commissions that teacher helps you get are also through familiar companies, but no matter what, the rewards are low, mainly for you to accumulate experience. But teacher does not recommend you become a shareholder there. Too much involvement is not a good thing. It is best to sign a temporary agreement with a higher reward and no restrictions so that you can leave at any time, which is easier for both of you. Chen Chuan nodded. That was also his idea. As a shareholder, he would naturally have to worry about the company's affairs. His targets were completely different from Ren Shu and the others. His main goal was to earn high rewards and accumulate evaluation along the way. It would be enough to achieve these two goals, and there was no need to get involved in other things. Cheng Zitong reminded again, you just need to find a reliable lawyer, preferably one who doesn't have much business dealings and conflicts of interest with these wealthy young masters. Do you need teacher to find one for you? Chen Chuan thought for a moment and said, no, the student happens to have a relative who does this. It was one thing for Cheng Zitong to help him, but it was another thing to ask someone for help. It would always consume favors. Since he could find someone, there was no need to trouble Cheng Zitong. Cheng Zitong smiled. Then teacher won't worry about you. He stood up. A month's vacation for the new year. Relax. Teacher is leaving. I'll see teacher off. After seeing Cheng Zitong off, Chen Chuan went to the public telephone booth and called Ren Shu, saying that he had considered it and would bring a lawyer to sign an agreement with them after the new year if the conditions previously given were true. Ren Shu was overjoyed and said excitedly after hanging up, he agreed. Wow. The young people around were excited and high-fived each other. After all, the company had been established for so long, and they had finally found a suitable and professional client. Someone immediately suggested going to a hotel to celebrate. Ren Shu was older and more calm. He said, don't rush. Even if we want to celebrate, we have to wait until the agreement is signed and celebrate with our partner, right? Right. The young people also thought this was the right thing to do. Some people started to worry, will he change his mind? What if someone else offers better conditions and he changes his mind? Ren Shu was also a little worried, but he was still very confident on the surface. He said, no, he is a student from Wuyi, and he is trustworthy. If he didn't want to agree, he could just drag us along. Since he told us, it means he has already considered it. The young people thought so too after hearing what he said. Although they were a little impatient, no matter how anxious they were, they could only wait until after the new year. In the dormitory, Chen Chuan packed up and prepared to go back to his little aunt's house for the new year. Before leaving, he made another call. A sweet voice sounded on the other end. Hello, this is Mi's law firm. Chen Chuan said, hello, I'm looking for Gao Ming. I'm his cousin. Okay, please wait a moment. After a short wait, a lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, cousin. Chen Chuan said, Gao Ming, are you coming back for the new year? That's for sure. I always have to come back to see aunt and you, cousin. Do you have something you want to consult about? I happen to be free here. Chen Chuan said, this time I have a business and want to find a trustworthy lawyer. The other side readily said, okay, but after the new year, I won't be an intern lawyer anymore, but a formal lawyer. The business fee is not low, but who told you to call today, cousin? So, I'll still calculate it according to the internship fee. Chen Chuan smiled and said, Gao Ming, thanks. You're welcome, cousin. You're paying for it. We'll talk in detail when we meet during the new year. After Chen Chuan finished the call, he went back and put all the new year cards he had written into the mailbox. Then he picked up the prepared suitcase and walked out. As he walked out of the building, he saw heavy snow falling outside, so he didn't plan to ride a bike and decided to go back like this. Just then, he heard a horn sound from behind. He turned his head and saw a familiar Toyota sedan slowly approaching. The car window rolled down, revealing Wei Chang'an's face, who shouted at him, Junior. When Chen Chuan saw him, he asked, Brother Wei, you haven't gone back yet. Wei Chang'an said, I came to get some things. I guessed you would be going back around this time, so I came to pick you up. Get in the car? Oh right, the trunk is full, put your luggage in my back seat. Chen Chuan was not polite and walked over, opened the car door, put the suitcase in first, and sat down in the front passenger seat. After fastening his seat belt, the car slowly started moving. Wei Chang'an held the steering wheel and said with emotion, Junior, you don't know, the old man has been mentioning you lately, comparing Brother Wei and you, and even starting to dislike Brother Wei. Especially in the past few days, I don't know what stimulated him, but he seizes every opportunity to nag Brother Wei. Chen Chuan thought, Brother Wei, you didn't accidentally take the mop back, did you? Enough about the old man. The company may have a big commission recently. The higher UPS have repeatedly asked me to find you, but I have rejected them all. You have a weapon permit, where can't you go? There's no need to get on our company's boat. Brother Wei has no choice and can only endure it for now. When I become a senior commission, I'll definitely come out and do it myself. Chen Chuan knew that he was still brooding over the last matter. He said, Brother Wei, I handled a supernatural entity a few days ago. Recently, many commission companies have been looking for me because of this, including many large commission companies. Wei Chang'an was a little surprised and turned his head to say, supernatural entity? You're good, Junior. Even large companies are coming? He suddenly realized something. What is so special about the supernatural entity matter that large companies are paying attention to? Combining Chen Chuan's tone and the recent snippets of information he had obtained, his eyes lit up, and he could roughly confirm something. He said, Junior, you're loyal. Chen Chuan smiled and said, what are you talking about, Brother Wei? I didn't understand. Wei Chang'an laughed. Seeing that he had left the school, he stepped on the accelerator. After only chatting for a few words, he drove to the family area of the patrol bureau. He first got out of the car, opened the trunk, took out the bags and packages, and put them in a large bag. Junior, take all these things with you. Brother Wei prepared them especially for you, and said, don't refuse. You have helped Brother Wei a few times, aren't I allowed to thank you? Chen Chuan didn't refuse. Then thank you, Brother Wei. Then I'll leave first. I still owe you a meal from last time. I'll find you during the new year. Wei Chang'an waved to him, returned to the car, and drove away quickly. Chen Chuan carried his suitcase and the large bag into the alley. He walked to the gate of the courtyard, looked at the couplets pasted on the gate, put down his things, and knocked. Little aunt, uncle, I'm back. On the first day of the new year, the sound of firecrackers rang out early in the morning. Chen Chuan woke up from his dream, he put his hands behind his head and lay quietly. Although the conditions in the school dormitory were good, this place gave him a sense of warmth and comfort. After lying down for a while, he got dressed and got up, opened the curtains, and opened the window. The sun shone in from outside. It had snowed all night yesterday, but the sun was out today. The snow on the eaves and the ground looked like it was wrapped in a layer of cotton. He took a few deep breaths and went outside to wash up, and wished Nian Fulai and Yuan, who were already up, a happy new year. Then he called Cheng Zitong, Bian Feng, and other teachers to wish them a happy new year. After breakfast, Chen Chuan went outside and opened the mailbox, and took back the New Year cards one by one. Most of these were sent by former and current classmates, but one of them was particularly delicate. After opening it, there were 6 characters written in elegant handwriting, wishing you good luck in the new year. He nodded. Ms. Meng always did a very good job in this regard. Regardless of the relationship, she would send New Year cards every year. In fact, he also sent a New Year card according to the usual practice. However, Central City and Yangji did not have direct mailing services, so they could only be sent to the old house. As for whether they could be received, it was beyond his control. At this moment, 2 small heads poked in from outside the door, wearing 2 small tiger heads, and shouted to him in unison, "Cousin, Happy New Year," and then looked at him expectantly. Chen Chuan smiled, he walked to the drawer, took out red envelopes, and gave one to each of them. "Thank you, cousin." This was obviously the polite Nian Lu. As for the younger cousin Nian Emo, he took the red envelope and ran away. Chen Chuan then took out another red envelope and stuffed it to Nian Lu, and winked at her. Nian Lu looked up at him, then tugged at his clothes. When Chen Chuan bent down, she whispered in his ear, "Cousin, don't worry, I won't tell Mo." Chen Chuan smiled, said okay, touched Nian Lu's head, and stood up. After the little guy left, he returned to his desk and picked up the booklet he Xiaoxing sent him and flipped through it. He didn't plan to train today. It was rare to have a day off, just do some simple breathing exercises. Not long after, he heard bursts of children's shouts and noises outside. It should be Nian Lu, Nian Mo, and a group of children having a snowball fight. He thought about it. It was a pity this year. Aunt told him that his older cousin Nian Qian had tight schedules at military school, and was said to be at a critical moment, so he couldn't come back for the new year this year. After 9 o'clock, people began to come to pay New Year's greetings one after another. They were all Nian Fulai's subordinates, but there were more people coming this year. Some people who didn't usually interact much also came to the door. The phone at home kept ringing. After hanging up here, he had to greet people there. Yuan secretly told Chen Chuan that Nian Fulai would be promoted to chief captain after the new year. He couldn't help but suddenly understand why Nian Fulai looked radiant these days. He couldn't help but think of Wei Chang'an telling him that Wei Leho had been in a bad mood these days. Could it be because of this? Among these calls, many were also made to Chen Chuan. Feng Zioqi was the first to call to wish him a happy new year, and Ding Xiao, Luo Kaiwen, and Wei Chang'an all called one after another, and thanked him for his new year card. From the first day to the 4th day of the new year, Chen Chuan, like in previous years, followed Nian Fulai and Yuan to visit neighbors and close relatives and friends. He originally planned to go to Yu Gang's place once, but he learned from Nian Fulai that Yu Gang had gone to Iron Chain Gang and was no longer in the original place. Now he didn't know where he was, so he couldn't go. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Nian Fulai and Yuan went out early in the morning, and he received a call. A lazy voice came from inside. "Cousin, are you there? I'm at the entrance of the alley. There are still people guarding your place during the New Year." Chen Chuan smiled and said, "I'll come out to pick you up. This area is the family area of the patrol bureau. Usually, it looks like people can enter and exit freely, and no one stops them, but in fact, strangers can't get in at all. Even for New Year's greetings, only acquaintances can bring them in." He walked out of the yard and came to the entrance of the alley, and saw a tall and thin young man leaning against a silver-gray car. He was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, had a parted hairstyle, and had a lazy smile on his face. He was wearing a brown thickened gentleman's suit and a dark blue patterned tie. He was obviously very handsome, but his eyes were slightly narrow and long, giving people a feeling of being a refined scoundrel. When the young man saw him, he stood up straight and waved, "Cousin." Chen Chuan also nodded with a smile, "Gao Ming." He greeted, "Don't stand there, come in. Hey, there are still things, help me take them together." Chen Chuan walked up, waited for Gao Ming to open the trunk, and carried the things towards home. Gao Ming saw that he picked them up with one hand, but he still looked very relaxed, and couldn't help but envy him, and sighed, "We I students are really different." Chen Chuan just smiled. After the two entered the house, Gao Ming looked around, "Our aunt and uncle not here. They've all gone out." Gao Ming said, "That's really a coincidence. These days, my dad and uncle have been dragging me around. There's still a case on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, so I'm only free today." Chen Chuan said, "Shall we have a meal together later?" When Gao Ming heard him ask this, he immediately covered his stomach. Hey, spare me. There are too many people in our line of work to deal with during the new year. I eat 8 meals a day, and I'm about to throw up. Chen Chuan smiled and said, okay, I won't force you. He and Gao Ming were both relatives and classmates. They grew up together and had always had a good relationship, so they spoke to each other very casually. Gao Ming then asked curiously, cousin, how did you get into Wei University? I remember you didn't practice much before. Chen Chuan thought for a while and gave an explanation, it should be because I have talent. The teachers at the school call this talent, and say that only a few people have it. Gao Ming felt that this possibility was really high. He remembered that when he was fighting when he was a child, Chen Chuan was really the most powerful. He joked, cousin, you are a top student, so you will have unlimited prospects in the future. If you bet on you, it would be a good investment. Chen Chuan said, are you sure it's a good investment? He smiled and said meaningfully, if you want to invest, you may have to pay a lot, and you may not receive a single return. Gao Ming was startled. He pushed his glasses, looked at him for a moment, his expression became serious, and said uncertainly, cousin, do you want to go to Central City? Chen Chuan looked at him. This cousin had always been very smart. He only heard one sentence from him, and a little bit of information he had revealed before, and guessed his thoughts. He frankly said, yes, I have this idea, but it's not enough to rely on me alone. I need help from more aspects, so this time I also want to discuss the possibilities here with you, depending on whether you are willing to take on this business. After hearing his answer, Gao Ming showed a trace of surprise on his face, but more of it was excitement. He took off his glasses, wiped his eyes, and said, cousin, this is a big challenge. And when he put his glasses back on, there was already a glow in his eyes, and his voice revealed full of interest, and he said very seriously, cousin, I want to know your current social relationships in school, who can help you, who you can absolutely trust, and also your current strength, cousin. Only by knowing these things can I make at least an assessment. Chen Chuan nodded. Gao Ming knew about his family and his previous classmates, so he didn't need to say much. He focused on talking about his interpersonal relationships at Wei School, mainly the school management and Cheng Zitong. These things were not secrets. As long as someone with a heart wanted to investigate, they could find out. Finally, he also talked about his main experiences during his time at the school, including the extermination of Fang Douyi and his gang and eliminating supernatural entities. So, what about strength? Gao Ming was most concerned about this, because no matter what ideas he had, as long as he was a student of Wei Academy, the most practical thing that could measure everything was martial power. Cousin, what step has your current strength reached? How does it compare to Wei upperclassmen? How much gap is there? Chen Chuan pondered for a while. I don't know how high the level of top student upperclassman is, but let me put it this way, if I'm armed, and it's not a group fight, even some ordinary coaches and teachers in the academy can't beat me. He didn't say this out of arrogance, because without knowing his second self, if he was really desperate, he could completely use a life-for-life fighting technique after being armed. Unless those teachers' reactions and speed were much faster than him, otherwise it would be a matter of one knife. Gao Ming's eyes were now full of light. He exclaimed, cousin, you have given me a great New Year's gift. He took a deep breath. It seems I have to stay a few more days. Chen Chuan smiled. Don't you have business these 2 days? Gao Ming stretched out his hand, took off his tie, threw it on the table, and said very simply, I'm not going. What could be more important than this now? Mi's law firm and Wei Academy both have business dealings. After knowing that Chen Chuan was admitted to Wei, he also paid close attention to this aspect. Now, after listening to Chen Chuan's account, from what he had come into contact with, Chen Chuan already had the basic conditions to go to Central City, but there were still some things missing. But it didn't matter, these could be managed and compensated for. If he could push an ordinary person who was not an inner disciple to Central City, if he succeeded, it was conceivable that he would definitely be a hit in the lawyer world, and apart from business, if he had a cousin who could enter Central City Wei Academy, it would also be of great help to his career. He thought for a while, I will give you a detailed plan, and I will also help you analyze what situations you need to avoid or face at that time, but I may have to go back to the law firm and check the relevant files on this. Chen Chuan said, this matter is not urgent, but there is one thing I need your help with right now. I need to sign a temporary agreement with a commission company, and I need you to help me. A piece of cake. Gao Ming agreed very readily. After asking about the commission company, he showed an interested expression again. Cousin, maybe we can have good contact with this company. After the 6th day of the new year, Chen Chuan and Gao Ming went to the company on Guangmo Street, south of the city, and signed an agreement with Ren Shu and the others. However, Ren Shu and the others were a little worried when they saw that he didn't want the position of financier and only signed a temporary cooperation agreement. Because Chen Chuan could leave at any time, their wording and attitude became more cautious. After the signing, Chen Chuan also had a meal with them. At the dinner table, Gao Ming quickly figured out everyone's background. Ren Shu and his partners had a very good impression of Chen Chuan. They didn't understand business matters, nor could they see strength, but Chen Chuan was good-looking, with bright eyes and an indescribable air of vigor. He spoke calmly and orderly, very logically. In addition, after hearing what he had done before, many young people quickly admired him. After the dinner, after saying goodbye to Ren Shu and the others, the two walked out. Gao Ming said, "Cousin, these rich kids have very simple family backgrounds." Chen Chuan said, "Of course the conditions at home won't be bad if they can come up with so much money to build a commission company. We are just in a cooperative relationship at the moment." Gao Ming smiled. "Cousin, I understand what you mean. I won't do anything more. But I remembered a saying from a senior in the industry, talk about feelings with rich people and talk about interests with poor people. Although it's not that accurate, it's pretty close." Chen Chuan said, "Everyone has their pursuits." "Yes, pursuit." Gao Ming looked not far away, where a clear river was flowing under the bridge. It drives everyone to move in one direction, passively or actively. Chen Chuan also looked over. Under the sunlight, the river reflected sparkling light, dazzling but also brilliant. After watching for a while, he said, "Let's go." Gao Ming nodded and drove him back to the family area of the patrol bureau, and then said goodbye to him outside. "Cousin, I have to go back to the law firm. I will find the data as soon as possible. Cousin, just wait for my news. But it shouldn't take a few days." Chen Chuan said, "It's still the New Year holiday. Gao Ming, you don't have to be too anxious." Gao Ming smiled and said, "Since I have taken this business, there is no rest time before the target is achieved. I'm leaving. I'll call you later, cousin." He waved to Chen Chuan, got into the car, and drove away after signaling again. Chen Chuan watched the car leave and walked into the house. However, he paused when he entered the courtyard because he found that after the supernatural entity in the cinema, the fading traces that had been lingering on Second Self had disappeared unknowingly. He turned his thoughts. The time was about 10 days. This supernatural entity was much more powerful than Well-Child, but the duration of this phenomenon was shortened instead. This confirmed his previous guess that as the merge time of Second Self increased, he would naturally be able to withstand more and stronger harm. In the next few days, he still enjoyed the holiday. He went out to meet old classmates whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and went to Ding Jiao's place with several classmates who had a good relationship to ride two-wheeled motorized vehicles, went to Xiaoqinshan in the southwest of the city to climb mountains and ski, then went to the lake to chisel ice and fish, and then watched a few movies. Although he had seen the movies being shown at Langxiang Cinema that day, watching them with classmates was a much better viewing experience than watching them with a supernatural entity. On the 10th day of the new year, Chen Chuan accompanied little aunt and Uncle S family to the martial arts arena of Wei University to watch the semi-finals and finals of the arena tournament. This competition was very exciting. The strengths of the two sides in the final were similar, and the fight was back and forth. Until the end, the audience could not tell who would be the real winner. From Chen Chuan's eyes, these two B-grade students should be no less inferior to A-grade students of the same grade in terms of the extent of mutated tissue exertion and the use of skills. However, the ring is still a bit of entertainment and competition. Neither side used ruthless tactics, and they both tacitly prolonged the game, and even appropriately added some performance-like dazzling skills, and the other side cooperated to let him finish, which further mobilized the emotions of the audience, but this is what people love to see. After watching the game, the family was still immersed in the atmosphere of the game just now. Cousin Nian Emo imitated the previous appearance, running and jumping in front, waving a tree branch everywhere, and making constant noises. Yuan was holding Nian Lu and walking slowly. She said, "Channer, those two students in the final looked very powerful. How do you compare to them?" Chen Chuan smiled and said very simply and clearly, "I can win. B-grade students themselves do not learn to fight and kill opponents. Some skills are completely unnecessary in actual combat. If he were to enter the ring, he might be restricted by the rules and need to adapt for a while. If it were actual combat, even empty-handed, the opponent would basically have no chance of winning. However, if necessary, B-grade students can also exert a certain degree of combat effectiveness after some targeted training. After all, people with mutated tissue are really too much stronger than ordinary martial artists, and they can hardly be compared together." After returning home, another 5 days passed in a flash. The 15th day of the first lunar month has passed, and although the atmosphere of the new year is still there, it is gradually fading. It has been a rare relaxation these days, but school will start in half a month, which is a new beginning, so Chen Chuan also calmed down and seriously adjusted himself. On this day, he was practicing boxing in the yard. According to the method taught to him by He Xiaoxing, he is now completely on the right track, and mutated tissue is penetrating and growing in his bones and muscles. According to the analysis in the notes, to completely reach his own first limit, if there is no interruption in the middle and mutated tissue can grow steadily all the way, it will take about 3 months. However, he knows that is just the limit of him plus second self. That is not his own limit. He needs more training and stimulation to promote mutated tissue. After finishing a set of moves taught to him by He Xiaoxing, there was the sound of footsteps outside the yard. A little boy of about 12 or 13 years old poked his head out and said to him, "Little Chuan brother, someone is looking for you outside." Chen Chuan stopped and stood up, said thank you. He walked out, came to the entrance of the alley, and saw an off-road vehicle parked there. Ren Shu was rubbing his hands while waiting. He said, "Why is Mr. Ren here?" When Ren Shu saw him, he said a little embarrassed, "Mr. Chen, we don't want to disturb you during the holiday, it's just..." Chen Chuan said seriously, "Mr. Ren, since I have signed the agreement, I will fulfill my responsibilities. Mr. Ren must have a commission for me at this time. Let's talk about business first. Okay. Ren Shu looked at both sides and said in a low voice, we just received a government affairs hall mission, which is related to the feet cult that we talked about before, and we need to deal with it as soon as possible. Chen Chuan's eyes looked over immediately, in the city. Ren Shu couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw him looking at him. He quickly nodded vigorously, yes, although it is not in the city, it is not far away. Considering that there may be flying head monster, I specially came to invite Mr. Chen. Chen Chuan said, wait for me, I'll go get something. He turned back, took the Snow Emperor blade, and brought the Wuji pistol. He quickly came out and said to Ren Shu, Mr. Ren, please lead the way. We'll talk about the specific matter in the car. Ren Shu hurriedly said okay and quickly helped him open the car door. After Chen Chuan also got in the car, he sat in the passenger seat and said to driver, Wujia town in the north of the city. Chen Chuan thought, is it the north of the city again? In fact, this is also very reasonable, because the city is densely populated. Although it is easy to hide, any movement can be detected immediately, and the patrol bureau will dispatch at any time. On the contrary, the north of the city is large, and the residents there are very exclusive and there are many gangs, which is very conducive to causing trouble. Not only that, the north of the city is next to the mountains in the north. If anything happens, you can just walk out and hide in the mountains, and no matter how many people come, you can't catch them. Ren Shu flipped through his bag, took out a commission form, and carefully handed it back to Chen Chuan in the back seat, saying, there is news that a flying head was found at the ancestral hall in Wujia town. At that time, many townspeople were worshipping, and as a result, a large number of townspeople were influenced on the spot. Although there is a security guard team in the town, only a small number of sober people escaped. Now many clients of commission company have rushed there, but no one is sure to eliminate flying head, and our report data stated that there are experts in dealing with supernatural entity, so the government affairs hall assigned it to us. Chen Chuan took the data and flipped through it, and roughly had a number. He had already learned from Cheng Zitong that flying head monster can be solved by physical means. The key is that this thing can fly and its speed is extremely fast. Especially once this thing gets excited, it has a great influence on people's sanity, so the battle within the contact range must not be delayed for too long, otherwise people may go crazy. Cheng Zitong warned him that if that time comes, he must maintain the breathing technique, regulate his own qi and blood flow, and not be too excited. If it really doesn't work, he should withdraw and think of a way later, or swallow some Kingsin Ningxian medicine. However, he doesn't need this. Second self can absorb external influence and harm, and those continuous harm have little effect on him. From this point of view, he can just restrain some supernatural entity. After about half an hour, the car came to a small town near the suburbs. Most of the houses here are low brick and tile houses, and there is still snow on the roof ridges, but some of them are obviously houses remodeled from sentry posts and warehouses left over from the Great Reclamation, which look very conspicuous. Because this town is relatively close to Yangtze City, the roads are relatively flat and wide, and street lights are also installed on both sides. Looking into the town, there are many overturned tricycle vehicles on the street, goods are scattered all over the ground, and the storefronts of many shops are also closed. On the outer edge of the town entrance, you can see 20 or so cars parked, which should be people from commission company who arrived early. A group of townspeople are talking there. In the more distance, there are some people who came from other places to watch the excitement. They stand in groups of 3 or 5 from a distance, pointing at the town. These people are really bold. After the car arrived at the intersection, a strong middle-aged man among the townspeople ran towards them and asked, is it Mr. Ren? Has the expert from your company arrived? Ren Shu rolled down the car window and was immediately filled with a mouthful of cold wind. He couldn't help coughing twice and said, arrived. The middle-aged man was overjoyed, we've been waiting for you. Those commission company's clients also cheered up and put out the cigarettes in their hands. The flying head was nesting there, and no one dared to do anything, for fear that they would become lunatics like those villagers. It would be good if an expert came to deal with it. After the car stopped, the door opened, Chen Chuan got out of the car with the Snow Emperor blade in his hand. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, seemingly surprised by Chen Chuan's youth, but when he saw the long sword in his hand, and then met his calm gaze, his heart couldn't help but jump. He immediately came to shake hands with Chen Chuan. I am Wu Dajin, the captain of the town security guard team. You are Commission Chen, hello. The eyes of those commission company people looking at Chen Chuan were also solemn. Chen Chuan is so young, and he can walk around with a weapon outside, which is obviously not simple. The key is that there are people in the government affairs hall who have evaluation and can deal with supernatural entity, which makes them have to pay attention. Chen Chuan shook hands with Wu Dajin, and glanced at the people behind him, and said, good afternoon, Captain, what's the situation now? Wu Dajin said with a worried face, when the incident happened yesterday, we were worshipping in the ancestral hall. That thing suddenly came down, and then the people in the ancestral hall began kowtowing to it as if they were bewitched. No matter how we tried to persuade them, we couldn't stop them, and more people were being bewitched. Seeing that something was wrong, I immediately went out to evacuate the townspeople, but I was still too slow. Out of the 1,000 or so people in the town, 300 or 400 have been influenced. I wanted to rush back in and kill that thing, but I lost more than a dozen brothers in the process. I had no choice but to retreat. Although he only had 20 or so security team members left, it wouldn't be difficult to gather the evacuated townspeople and pull out 100 or so people. But the problem was that the flying head was too difficult to deal with. Getting close to it easily drove people crazy, making them kowtow to it, and some even blocked them with red eyes. Those influenced townspeople were all their relatives. Even with weapons in hand, they couldn't bring themselves to use them and could only retreat in embarrassment. After the commission company people arrived, someone suggested calling in a few fire trucks to disperse the villagers, but Wu Dajin firmly disagreed. In such cold weather, being blasted with cold water would definitely cause people to get frostbite, not to mention that there were many elderly people and children in the ancestral hall who couldn't withstand that. Some of the commission company people didn't believe in evil and tried to rush in a few times without hurting people, but they didn't succeed. One commissioner even knelt down and kowtowed to the flying head like the townspeople. Everyone was horrified. Without a way to deal with the flying head, no one dared to rush in. A leading commissioner from the commission company then stepped forward and asked Chen Chuan, "Commissioner Chen, I heard someone say that if the flying head is eliminated, everyone will regain their senses." Wu Dajin also looked over with anticipation. Chen Chuan replied, "That's right, but if we get close now, the nearby townspeople will definitely attack us, so if we go from the periphery, we'll inevitably clash with the townspeople." The man immediately looked disappointed. If that was the case, this expert could only be useful at the end or at a crucial moment. How to rush in still depended on them to find a way. At that moment, everyone suddenly heard a sound like a bird or a child crying. Chen Chuan looked up and saw a black dot like a bird flying in the distance. But he could see clearly that it wasn't a bird, but clearly a human head. The head's ears were spread out like bird wings, and the expression on its face was a smile that wasn't a smile. It circled above a building and then fell back down. Wu Dajin's expression was ugly. He said, "Commissioner Chen, that's the ancestral hall. This thing comes out every hour to wander around." Chen Chuan couldn't help but look thoughtful. One commissioner said impatiently, "Captain Wu, we sympathize with the situation in Wujia town, but we were entrusted to solve the problem. We can't just stand there. You want us to not hurt anyone, which is very difficult to do. But you need to know that if we don't complete the task, the Government Affairs Hall might directly send out the police, and they all carry guns and have a very rough style. They don't reason like us." Wu Dajin hesitated. He knew that what he said was right. The patrol bureau would only follow the orders from above. To solve the problem, they might not be so lenient with the townspeople who had lost their minds. Chen Chuan then said, "Actually, we don't need to go over there." Everyone couldn't help but look at him. He continued, "That flying head keeps coming out because it wants to find sacrificial blood. Those townspeople are just influenced by it and have lost their minds. No one is organizing them, so they don't know to set up an altar. In that case, we just need to set up a simple sacrificial site outside and offer sacrifices, and it will come over on its own." Wu Dajin's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Commissioner Chen, will it work?" Chen Chuan nodded to him and said to the people from the commission company behind him, "But when the flying head is attacked, those townspeople who have lost their minds may come out to stop us, so I'll have to trouble everyone." Upon hearing this, everyone from the commission company responded one after another, "Don't worry, Commissioner Chen, leave it to us." Chen Chuan knew very well that when the flying head came over, those townspeople wouldn't run around randomly, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to fly as fast. By the time they ran over, he might have already solved the problem. But if that was the case, the other commissioners would seem useless, which would definitely lead to a decrease in evaluation. So he mentioned it, and regardless of whether it was useful or not, at least there wouldn't be any problems with the evaluation. He wasn't just giving these people face. There were quite a few commissioners with considerable force. The 20 or so security guards couldn't stop them at all. If they really disregarded everything, the townspeople without weapons wouldn't be a problem, but they were still concerned about the townspeople's bodies and didn't choose to take action by force. Because of this, he was willing to lend a hand. He said to Wu Dajin, "Captain Wu, I need you to do some things and find some things. Commissioner Chen, just tell me what you need, and I'll find it for you." Wu Dajin quickly responded. Chen Chuan said, "First, you're responsible for dispersing the irrelevant people who are watching around. When the flying head comes out later, they may be severely influenced." Someone from the commission company said, "We brought barriers this time, which should be helpful." Wu Dajin said, "That's great." He grabbed a town security guard, told him to take people to help, and asked Chen Chuan, "Commissioner Chen, what else do you need?" Chen Chuan told him what he needed, and Wu Dajin immediately called the townspeople and team members present to go out and find the things. In less than half an hour, the things he needed were all gathered. According to his instructions, everyone used dismantled bricks to form a temporary altar and brought over a sheep, knocking it unconscious and placing it on top. However, while offering sacrifices, someone needs to step forward and kowtow in order to complete the ritual. Chen Chuan said to the two security guards who had been selected and were a little apprehensive, "You don't need to worry. Even if you accidentally lose your minds, you can recover quickly after we solve the flying head." Seeing that the two were still a little hesitant, Wu Dajin went up and kicked each of them, then whipped them a few times with his belt. "What the hell are you doing standing there? Are you ashamed? Are you ashamed? Get up there." After being beaten and scolded by him, the two team members had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk up. After they knelt down, Wu Dajin, following Chen Chuan's instructions, personally went up and slashed the sheep's throat, and a stream of blood spurted out, quickly gathering in the prepared clay pot below. A strong bloody smell wafted out. Wu Dajin shouted to the two team members who were still standing there in a daze, "What are you doing standing there? Kowtow? Kowtow." The two of them seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly kowtowed to the altar. The surrounding people also quickly dispersed, all waiting nervously and seriously. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no movement around. Just as everyone was wondering if this was useless, Chen Chuan suddenly saw signs of fading appearing on second self. He raised his head and said, "There." Everyone present raised their heads, but was horrified to see that, for some unknown reason, a flying head had already flown above their heads. Chen Chuan then carefully distinguished it and realized that something was wrong, because this flying head was different from the one he had seen before. It wasn't the same one. This situation was also beyond his expectations. There were actually two? He quickly changed his mind. Regardless of whether this flying head in front of him was related to the one in the town, the townspeople were clearly not influenced by this one, so he had to solve the one in the town first. So he reached into his pocket, raised his hand, and several pebbles flew out. The flying head was hit by one and was immediately startled, letting out an unpleasant screech and flying away. Wu Dajin didn't understand. "Commissioner Chen, this." Chen Chuan said, "It's not this one. There are two flying heads. We can only deal with one at a time. Send a few people over to try to drive this flying head away, but don't get too close to avoid being influenced." Someone from the commission company immediately interjected, "Commissioner Chen, leave it to us." As he spoke, he took a few people with prepared tools and followed the flying head. Not long after this flying head was driven away, an unpleasant screech came, and a black dot flew out of the town and headed towards them. Chen Chuan said, "Retreat, everyone retreat." Everyone saw it and quickly retreated, leaving him alone in front. The flying head came directly to the altar and circled twice above it. At close range, everyone could see that the skin on the head was tightly attached to the skull, as if it had withered, but it was full of wrinkles. At this moment, the face actually showed an expression of comfort and hunger, and then it couldn't wait to fall down, plunging headfirst into the pool of blood. At this time, in addition to the two people who were still kowtowing, some security guards nearby suddenly twitched and were immediately controlled by the people from the commission company. In the distance, those who were standing behind the barriers watching all started vomiting, and after a while, there were only a few who could still stand normally. Chen Chuan glanced at second self, and there were obvious signs of fading on it, as if some strong harm was being inflicted on him. He remained unmoved, inserted the Snow Emperor blade into the ground, held the hilt, and walked forward, slowly dragging the blade out. He started walking slowly, but the flying head didn't notice and was gnawing on the sheep, making chewing sounds. But as he approached, it seemed to become more alert and looked up. Chen Chuan had been paying attention to its changes. Even though he hadn't reached the optimal distance for swinging his blade, he couldn't wait any longer. He suddenly crossed 7 or 8 meters, and then a flash of light passed by. With a scream, the flying head, even though it dodged in time, still had a small part of its flesh and half of its ear fly off. But it didn't seem to influence its flight, and the remaining part was still darting upward, and it was about to escape the range of the blade. The people watching behind were all anxious. Chen Chuan remained calm. At this time, he suddenly pulled out the martial halberd spear from his waist and fired 7 shots at the top, creating blood holes on the surface of the head. The flying head shook a few times and finally fell straight down from above, crashing to the ground with a thud. At this moment, the fading on second self suddenly deepened, as if some strong harm was being inflicted on him. He was unmoved, put down his gun, calmly walked up, and stepped out. With a snap, the head was crushed by him. Then he turned around calmly and looked at the crowd who were staring at him in a daze and said, "Captain Wu." "Yes, yes." Wu Dajin woke up as if from a dream and hurried up, looking at him with some excitement and nervousness. Chen Chuan said in a steady tone, "Please trouble Captain Wu to set up another altar and see if we can attract the other flying head over. Since we've seen it, let's get rid of it together." The Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart. Chapter 111, Influence. Wu Dajin hesitated for a moment after hearing Chen Chuan's instructions, even though he had been very cooperative earlier. But the ancestral hall. He didn't care about any flying head, he only cared about the townspeople of the small town. As long as the townspeople were safe, the flying head could go wherever it wanted. There was no need to chase after the remaining one, right? Chen Chuan saw through his thoughts immediately and said, "The flying head in town is gone, but if this flying head is still around, there's no guarantee that what happened before won't happen again." Wu Dajin was shocked. This was very likely, and he immediately responded, "I'll take care of it right away." Chen Chuan watched his figure hurrying away. It couldn't be said that Wu Dajin's vision was narrow. Living in this world, many people only care about what's in front of them, staying within their own circles, not wanting to bother with anything else, because sometimes bothering doesn't lead to anything good. At this time, most of the onlookers had already scrambled away. They knew how terrifying it was. However, one had to admire the spirit of some people to watch the excitement. Chen Chuan saw several people retching while still clinging to the barrier rope, peering in this direction, only missing a phone in their hands. The two security guards were still endlessly kowtowing, their influence hadn't faded. Even shaking their shoulders couldn't stop them. After waiting for a while, Wu Dajin became impatient and ordered, "Damn it, move them to the bottom of the newly built altar." Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan thought for a moment and decided, well, let's not bother with two things at once. Let them finish kowtowing in one go. Because they had organized it once before, building another altar was easy. The security guards quickly put it together and brought over a sheep, knocking it unconscious and placing it on top. Then everyone retreated and waited there. In fact, after the flying head in Wujia town was dealt with, there was nothing left for the commission company to do. They could turn around and leave. Asking them to deal with another flying head? Sure, but you'd have to submit another commission. However, the reason they stayed was entirely for Chen Chuan's sake. Because they could see that Chen Chuan was purely looking out for them just now, so they were returning the favor, willing to repay him for this kindness. Anyway, they didn't need to do anything themselves, and to be honest, making friends with an expert who could handle supernatural entities would always be helpful to them. Chen Chuan stood not far from the altar, looking at the sky. He wasn't sure if another flying head would be attracted after dealing with one, but he was just taking a chance. However, flying heads didn't seem to have much of a brain. As the crude sacrificial ritual began, another flying head actually flew back before long. During this time, he also reloaded his bullets. The flying head circled in the sky and then swooped down towards the altar, quickly starting to devour the sheep below. Chen Chuan adjusted his breathing. It was his first time dealing with something like this, and he had no experience, relying entirely on improvisation. But this time, he had a general idea, so he took a step forward and, before the flying head could enter its alert range, he launched himself, rushing forward like an arrow, and then brought his knife across in one smooth motion. The force of this strike was so fast and fierce that it not only cut the flying head in half but also split the sheep carcass and the entire altar in two. The two halves of the flying head twitched for a moment and then stopped moving. Chen Chuan glanced at himself, and the signs of his fading also deepened at the same time. He didn't pay much attention to it. Compared to the cinema phantom he encountered last time, this was a minor degree. He flicked his knife lightly, walked back, and instructed Wu Dajin, "Captain Wu, don't get close to these things for now. They'll rot on their own in a few days. Then bury them in the ground." Wu Dajin glanced at the flying head. After being split open, all that was revealed inside were gray-black, withered tissues. The two halves of the face still had a mocking smile, which looked a little creepy. He couldn't help but shiver and nodded. Then he hurriedly asked, Then Commission Chen, what will happen to those who were influenced by the flying head?" Chen Chuan said, "Most people will be fine after resting for a few days, but those who were particularly deeply influenced, take good care of them." It was currently unknown what form the damage from these supernatural entities took. Everyone who participated today was harmed to some extent, but the degree varied. People with breathing technique and mutated tissue might be fine in a moment, but ordinary people would definitely suffer deeper influence, especially the elderly and children, who couldn't compare to adults. Wu Dajin understood what he meant, but he was somewhat mentally prepared. In his opinion, this result was already very good. He stepped forward and grabbed Chen Chuan's hand, solemnly saying, "Thank you, Commission Chen. The people of our Wujia town will remember your help." He cupped his hands to the surrounding people from the commission company. "Thank you all. Thank you for giving me, Wu, face just now. If you ever come to our Wujia town in the future, we will definitely treat you well." However, most of the people from the commission company were indifferent to his words, and only a few gave some response. Wu Dajin didn't mind. Chen Chuan gave him some more instructions on things to pay attention to. Seeing that there were no problems, he got into Renshu's car and returned to the city. Renshu watched him solve the problem throughout the day and was very impressed. Unlike other partners, his impression of clients didn't just come from other people's accounts. He had witnessed some clients' actions, and they were only targeting ordinary events, far less stimulating than today. Although the company had decided to specialize in handling supernatural entity commissions, this was the first time he had actually seen a real supernatural entity. The composure and calmness that Chen Chuan showed from beginning to end made him feel that they had hired the right person. An expert was indeed an expert. He couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Chen, is it as easy as today to solve other commissions?" Chen Chuan said seriously, "Actually, it's not easy, because solving supernatural entity problems mainly relies on prior knowledge and preparation, and taking the right approach. If the method is incorrect, the trouble and difficulty will increase tenfold." Renshu thought of how helpless so many people were before Chen Chuan arrived and couldn't help but nod in agreement. Chen Chuan had more to say. Finding the right method was only one of the conditions. If supernatural entities were so easy to solve, they would have been solved long ago. The constant harm to people must be problematic. People who are in contact with this aspect for a long time don't know what problems will arise. Maybe that's why there are so few such experts. It was because he had a second self that he didn't need to worry too much about this. At this moment, he also discovered that the mutated tissue in his body was slowly growing. This was different from the supernatural entity seen in the cinema. That was a temporary stimulation to the mutated tissue, and once it disappeared, it was gone. But this time, there was a reaction afterward. Renshu then asked curiously, "Mr. Chen, what exactly is that flying head?" Chen Chuan said, "I also want to know the answer, but unfortunately, there isn't one yet." We can only solve the problem after it appears. He had read the data that Cheng Zitong gave him. Currently, there was a speculation that, apart from the first flying head to be born, the remaining flying heads were likely transformed from real human heads. The appearance of 2 flying heads so close to Yangtze City was enough to show that there would be more appearing on the periphery. It seemed that Yangtze City Government Affairs Hall would soon have a big operation. Ren Shu looked at him and said cautiously, Commission Chen, I discussed it with my partners. Considering that it might be inconvenient for Mr. Chen to travel for the upcoming commissions, the company decided to provide you with 2 cars, one in the city and one for convenient travel to commissions outside the city. What do you think, Mr. Chen? Chen Chuan nodded and said, that's fine. Having a car would make traveling more convenient, which would be beneficial for missions, and it would also be convenient to carry things. Moreover, he wouldn't have to worry about maintenance. That would be good too. Seeing that he accepted, Ren Shu was very happy and pointed to the driver beside him, saying, what do you think of Xiao Wei, Mr. Chen? He's our company's full-time driver. Chen Chuan smiled and said, I have no problem. Ren Shu said, then, Mr. Chen, I'll buy a garage near your school and connect a telephone line. Xiao Wei will always be waiting there. If you need him in the future, you can call him directly. These days, you'll have to trouble you to call the company's phone first. Chen Chuan said, okay, Mr. Ren, thank you for the company's cooperation and your care. He knew that Ren Shu and his group were not short of money. If it were a normal commission company, there would be no such consideration. It would be good enough if they didn't deduct from the commission fee. Sometimes, they would even make things difficult in the commission rating. Ren Shu quickly said, it's our pleasure. The vehicle returned smoothly all the way. When they arrived at the police officer's family area, Chen Chuan parted ways with him and returned home. In the past 2 days, Nian Fulai had already gone to the bureau, and Yuan had also taken her younger cousins to visit relatives. He went to the bathroom to wash up, changed his clothes, and then returned to his room, turning on the radio on the table. During the new year, Nian Fulai's apprentice, Xiao Wu, gave him a new radio. Nian Fulai said he wasn't used to the new one, so he gave it to him. Soon, a rustling sound came from inside. He turned it a few times, tuned it to the news channel, and then took out the Snow Emperor blade, carefully cleaning it with a cloth. During the wiping process, he could clearly feel that the resonance between the Snow Emperor blade and himself had deepened slightly, which was obviously different from the last time. His gaze couldn't help but move. This showed that not only fighting with humans, but also fighting with supernatural entities might also have a certain promoting effect on the knife itself. But this seemed to make sense. Supernatural entities could stimulate his own mutated tissue, so they would also influence the knife. It was just unknown whether it would cause damage to the knife, but considering that the knife could repair itself, there should be no problem. Just then, a news item caught his attention. A mass drinking water poisoning incident occurred in Wujia town in the northern suburbs of Yingji. Hundreds of townspeople have shown symptoms of poisoning. Currently, with the concern of the Government Affairs Hall, the responsible party has been strictly dealt with, and the emotions of the townspeople have been appeased. A short news item glossed over the matter. This was roughly the explanation for the Wujia town incident. However, the flying head matter was indeed not easy to discuss publicly, because someone might imitate it. But the reason for water poisoning? He thought for a while, and after putting away the Snow Emperor blade, he put the knife back into its sheath and opened the map of Yangtze City to take a few glances. There were 2 main rivers flowing through Yangtze City, both of which could be regarded as tributaries of the Xian River, the largest river in Deshan. One of them came from the west, passing through the city, and the other came from the southeast, going around the city, passing through a large number of factory areas located in the southeast of the city, and then heading north. Wujia town happened to be located downstream, which seemed very reasonable, but it seemed too reasonable, as if it was originally the problem. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard the phone ringing. He got up and went out, picked up the telephone receiver, and Gao Ming's voice came from inside. Cousin, are you home? Is it convenient to talk on the phone? Chen Chuan said, little aunt and uncle aren't here, it's just me. Go ahead and say it. Okay, cousin, after I came back, I've been reviewing a large number of case files these days and came to a conclusion. Gao Ming's very solemn voice came from the telephone receiver. If possible, I think you should get the unlimited self-defense permit as soon as possible, and the sooner the better. Chen Chuan's heart stirred. He raised his head slightly, and asked, what's the reason? Gao Ming's voice came through clearly. From the old files I've been reviewing, there's not only the Yingji Wuyi branch, but also other Wuyi branches from the prefecture. I've looked at the publicly available information about the recommended students who go to Central City each year. Cousin, the information you provided is correct. Most of the recommended students only get a Class C defense permit during the recommendation review, without exception. I also investigated the other students who were recommended by the academy but were eliminated. It took some effort to find out that, in the past 10 years, besides these recommended students, there were some commoner students in the same period who obtained level B certificates, but they still couldn't compete with the recommended students. In the end, either they withdrew themselves, or the review from above didn't pass. It goes without saying for those who voluntarily withdrew, but if the review doesn't pass, it means the evaluation criteria aren't that simple. At this point, he paused, seemingly waiting for Chen Chuan to digest the information. Chen Chuan's thoughts turned over, and he said, continue. So I specifically investigated and found something noteworthy. There's a significant difference between the two, which is the evaluation from the government agency. The government agency evaluations for those commoner students who were recommended but eliminated almost all came from the processing bureau. The recommended students are different. They also have evaluations from other departments, sometimes more than one, even two. Cousin, what do you think about this? Chen Chuan pondered for a moment. It seems the weight of the government agency recommendation is also very high in the evaluation criteria. Exactly. Because the recommended students have influence, they can get evaluations from other government agencies. Whether it's an exchange of benefits or help from others, the fact is they did verifiable commissions, and the government agency benefited from it. The evaluation from the Processing Bureau, however, mostly talks about discipline, obedience, and even grades, and it's almost entirely internal, so it has no advantage in comparison. Chen Chuan also nodded. Cheng Zitong had told him not to get an evaluation from the Processing Bureau, because its value was too low. It seemed the higher UPS felt the same way. Gao Ming continued, besides that, I found another noteworthy point. Although those recommended students only get level C certificates, many of them take the level B certificate exam again in their first year after graduation. A rough estimate shows this accounts for over 70%. Judging from the information you provided, cousin, level B certificates must have some risk, which is why these recommended students didn't risk taking the exam at the beginning. But this risk should also have its limit. The data shows that after these recommended students graduate, they have enough ability to handle it. Comparing horizontally, if a student from a common background gets a level B certificate in their third year, then the difference in strength between the two isn't that great, or even quite close. If I were a reviewer, I wouldn't think there was much difference between the two. Even if there was, it wouldn't be difficult to catch up. Considering the weight of one or two government agency recommendations, and assuming the recommended students have a bit of influence to sway the reviewers above, then the result is almost certain. At this point, his voice lowered slightly, accompanied by the sound of pages turning. Chen Chuan could tell he was probably looking down to flip through something. Then his voice became a little louder than before. Cousin, I found an old file while reviewing these things that I think you will be interested in. It's a record from GNZ 78, which is 15 years ago. A student from a common background in the Dongliang City branch got the qualification to be recommended to Central City. Chen Chuan's eyes also flickered slightly when he heard this. Gao Ming continued, I spent some effort to find the records from that year. Judging from this, his government agency evaluation also came from the Processing Bureau, and he seemed no different from those who were rejected in the review. The only difference is that he got a B-class defense permit in his first year. His voice rose again, mixed with a hint of excitement from finding a direction. Does that mean getting a level B certificate in the first year is viewed completely differently by the reviewers than getting it in the third year? I can't say for sure, but with such an example, can we refer to it and replicate it? Chen Chuan pondered for a moment, and he said, can you find out more about this student? Although there is such an example, and on the surface, this person also came from a common background, it's hard to say if he had other connections behind the scenes. Moreover, it seems to be just an isolated case, so we can't draw a direct conclusion from this. Gao Ming said, cousin, that's what I'm going to investigate next, but it will take time. Because if this person went to Central City, many things might be difficult to find. I'll let you know as soon as I have results. Chen Chuan nodded and said, thank you, Gao Ming. It's nothing. Since I've taken on the job, this is what I have to do. But cousin, judging from these examples, department evaluation is very important. If you can get more department evaluations, you'll have confidence. If you add a level B certificate to that, you'll overwhelm those recommended students on paper. Chen Chuan said, that's true, but it will be very difficult to get evaluations from other departments. Not to mention the Patrol Bureau sticking together, which government agency isn't like that. Without sufficient benefits, it's impossible to easily give outsiders an opening. If he weren't considered a Patrol Bureau disciple because of his background, someone else who solved the Fang Daoyai gang wouldn't even think about getting a recommendation evaluation. Gao Ming said, it is difficult, but not entirely impossible. In fact, each department is controlled by the person in charge, so as long as the head gives the go-ahead, it's still possible to do it. He suddenly smiled. Me's law firm, where I work, is a large law firm. I have many litigation files and clues. Cousin, you can handle supernatural entity-type matters, right? Chen Chuan said, that depends on what it is specifically. Others may say he's an expert on supernatural entities, but he doesn't think so. It's mainly due to the help of his teacher, Cheng Zitong. Gao Ming said, I have a case file that might be able to help us. The specific content is quite extensive and can't be explained clearly over the phone. I'll send the data to you later, cousin. Take a look first. Chen Chuan said, okay, thank you, Gao Ming. It's no trouble, cousin. The previous tasks were just routine and not challenging. This kind of challenge is exactly what I want. After saying that, Gao Ming hung up. Chen Chuan put down the telephone receiver and pondered. If Gao Ming's judgment is correct, then he might need to get a level B certificate in his first year. Putting aside whether he can do it or not, if he succeeds, he's bound to face external pressure. Just like Shen Zhang, who encountered misfortune almost immediately after getting the unlimited self-defense permit. so even if he decides to do it, he needs to think about how to face external pressure in advance. At least Shen Zhang faced it in his third year. His martial strength and self-protection abilities were completely different from what they were in his first year. But if that's really the case, and it comes to a point where he has to fight, he won't back down because of it. But even if he decides to do it, he needs to communicate with Cheng Zitong again and see what suggestions the latter has. Meanwhile, in a villa in a wealthy area of Quanzhou district, south of the city, a tall young man was leaning back, with his hands in a circular shape, maintaining a strange stance. About half an hour later, he returned to a normal standing position, letting the sweat on his body flow to the ground. A butler immediately came over, respectfully handing him a towel, and said, "Young master, hot water has been prepared." The young man asked, "Has there been a reply from Teacher Tan?" The butler said, "Mr. Tan said he still has some matters to deal with and will probably be back a little later." The young man clicked his tongue, his face full of dissatisfaction. He knew that Tan Wang had been beaten in front of many teachers at the academy and embarrassed himself, so he hurriedly left the school. Not long ago, he said he was going back to Central City to deal with director's affairs. He guessed he was going back to maintain and repair his implant, or to find a way to improve it. But he had paid money. If he paid, he should teach him properly instead of doing other things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Even without considering that, what's the point of running back and leaving him here? If it weren't for the fact that his family had used connections to hire him at a great price, and he had learned his secret skills, which he couldn't stop halfway, he would have wanted to change people. At this moment, the telephone rang behind him. The butler went to answer the phone and said in a low voice, "Young master, a call from there." The young man walked over and said, "Hello, this is Wei Jun." A slightly nasal female voice came from inside, "Young master Wei, we have taken care of the matter. I don't know if you've heard today's news. If you haven't, it doesn't matter. 2 water bureau clerks will be missing while investigating a factory's water source pollution. What young master Wei needs to do next is to take on the water bureau's commission, find a way to find the bodies of the 2 people, and find the prepared pollution evidence. It's best if you come forward personally during this process, because someone from above will definitely come to verify. After the factory is dealt with, the Water Bureau will give you a recommendation evaluation afterwards." Wei Jun asked, "Is that factory yours?" "Of course not. That factory was already there, but no one had ever touched it." "But who told you, young master Wei, to offer such a high price? The money you gave is enough to open 3 more factories. I think everyone knows how to choose. It's fine to reopen it after the higher UPS are done with it. However, everyone in the factory is unaware. They will definitely try to protect themselves. Young master Wei, you must handle it beautifully. One more thing, that factory also has a relatively capable security guard team." Wei Jun said, "Is that so? I'm not in a good mood lately anyway. Then I wish young master Wei a pleasant hunt. By the way, don't forget the final payment after the matter is over." After saying that, the phone was hung up with a click. Wei Jun seemed dissatisfied that she hung up first, snorted, and then said with a hint of excitement, "Old Feng, prepare my weapons, protective gear, and vehicles." 5 days later, a thick stack of data was delivered to Chen Chuan's hands. This was sent by Gao Ming via a special driver from Mi's law firm to prevent the data inside from being unsealed and leaked. After Chen Chuan signed for it, he said goodbye to the law firm employee and returned to his room. He used a knife to pick open the seal on the outside, then cut open the inner sealed cover before taking out the neatly bound data inside. He carefully read it through. At the top was the record of the commoner student who had obtained the Central City recommendation. However, whether this person had other backgrounds, or whether what was revealed on the surface was all there was, Gao Ming was still continuing to verify and investigate. The result was not yet known. Besides this, there were also the simple information records of the recommended students from various academies that Gao Ming had mentioned to him before. With these, he could go to Cheng Zitong to discuss whether to conduct the defense certification examination in advance. Gao Ming had prepared it properly precisely because he understood this point. However, the most important thing here was another case file provided by Gao Ming. This was a case from 2 years ago, involving Lei Feng, the Yangtze City Director of Secret Teachings Review Bureau. The Secret Cult Investigation Bureau is the agency responsible for reviewing and managing various secret cults. Because the local sects of Dushan Republic have been in a state of being suppressed and dismantled for many years, most of them have long been split and incorporated. Now, many only have a name left, or some ancient rituals and knowledge passed down, without strong constraints on their members. Therefore, the Secret Cult Bureau mainly targets foreign secret cults and their followers. Usually, it doesn't have much presence. If it weren't mentioned in the case file, Chen Chuan wouldn't even remember that Yangtze City had such an agency. This case was not complicated, but it revealed many strange things. 2 years ago, Bureau Chief Lei was accused by his ex-wife of performing an evil ritual on their child. This accusation was undoubtedly serious. As the director of the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau, he was actually performing a heretical ritual. Therefore, the higher authorities quickly sent someone down to investigate. Bureau Chief Lei stated that he had not done anything to his son. The reason for this situation was retaliation from heretical members, and he had been trying to save his son's life. At that time, Mi's law firm defended Bureau Chief Lei in handling this matter. With the help of the law firm lawyer, Bureau Chief Lei was eventually found not guilty. However, this matter did not end there. Due to the influence of this incident, Bureau Chief Lei's ex-wife managed to regain custody of their son through her efforts. But then an accident happened. Only half a month later, the former director's wife died mysteriously. Bureau Chief Lei's ex-wife's family also had great influence. Upon learning of this, they suspected that Bureau Chief Lei was secretly behind it, so they continued to accuse him. Mi's law firm took over the case again. After investigation, there was no evidence to prove that Bureau Chief Lei was behind it. He was acquitted once again. Afterward, Bureau Chief Lei took the child back. He obviously had a strong backer. Even after these two incidents, he was still safely serving as his director, seemingly without any influence. During the process of reviewing the files, Gao Ming also discovered many incredible signs on Bureau Chief Lei's son, vaguely involving traces of supernatural entity. This Bureau Chief Lei has a strong background and has been in the director's position for more than 10 years. In the process of dealing with him, it was discovered that this person's character belongs to the type who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. Therefore, Gao Ming believes that if he can help solve the problem with Bureau Chief Lei's son, then perhaps he can obtain a recommendation evaluation from the Secret Cult Review Bureau. Of course, this was also because Chen Chuan mentioned the existence of Cheng Zitong that he made this suggestion. If it were just Chen Chuan alone, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't have the ability and knowledge to solve it. After Chen Chuan read all of this, he sat on the chair and thought about it. This matter involves a lot of things, and he can't be too presumptuous, nor can he completely believe the things in the case file. Moreover, Bureau Chief Lei is, after all, a government agency supervisor, not someone he can easily contact. He needs someone with a certain status to introduce him. He looked at the files on the table a few more times, then sorted them out and put them back. He thought to himself that he would have to wait until after the start of school to have a good and serious conversation with teacher Cheng Zitong. 10 days passed in a flash. The holiday was coming to an end, and it was time for school to start again. Chen Chuan brought his suitcase to the school 2 days in advance. Not only him, most students also chose to arrive at school early. Feng Xiaoqi, Luo Kaiwen, and the others all arrived early, but the last dormitory room still hadn't seen anyone. On the last day before the start of school, the dormitory teacher knocked on each door and said outside, "Students from the 7th floor, sections 1 to 4, please come out. The academy has an announcement." After hearing this, Chen Chuan pushed open the door and walked out. At this time, the door opposite also opened, and Zhuangji, Feng Sheng, and others who lived there walked out. They glanced at each other and then went forward on their own. These people from the opposite dormitory, except for Wei Dong, had all joined the Mutual Aid Society, and they were either in the wrestling and grappling department or the military combat department. Therefore, they usually didn't have much interaction with them, maintaining a situation of non-interference. However, Wei Dong walked towards them, naturally joining them. It seemed that they were originally a dormitory group. The 4 of them arrived at the public training ground in the middle of the 7th floor. After the dormitory teacher waited for all the students who had arrived on this floor, he said, "I'm notifying student of a few things. Recently, a group of exchange students from Makkah have arrived and been arranged in the upper dormitory building. These students are here for exchange studies and will also participate in some friendly rituals held by the Government Affairs Hall. Foreign habits are different from ours here, so if there are any excessive actions, don't pay attention to them. The teacher will come forward to manage and deal with them." The student didn't find it surprising. This kind of thing often happened before. Dystopian Republic's martial combat level is among the top in the world, and foreign exchange students often come. Maka people are just an island country in the ocean. The country is relatively small, with only a little over 1 million people. However, they have a good relationship with Dystopian Republic, and they send teams over for exchange studies every year or two. Moreover, it is said that on this land under our feet, there were many Maka people living here more than 300 years ago, but now most of them have integrated into Dystopian Republic. For example, in the school, there are still several teachers with Maka people blood. Chen Chuan's heart stirred, because when he read the data before, he learned that Feta cult actually originated from a secret cult of the Maka people. Recently, flying head have appeared frequently. Is the arrival of the Maka people exchange team at this time a coincidence? While he was thinking, Zhuangji suddenly spoke up and asked, "Teacher, if these foreign students have conflicts with us and the teacher isn't around, can we fight back?" The dormitory teacher looked at him, frowned, and said, "Conflicts? As we student, can't you be more restrained? Just thinking about using force to solve problems? We are the hosts, so we can't bully others casually. We must endure when we should." Feng Xiaoqi had a flash of inspiration and said, "Teacher, then if it's a mutual exchange of skills, do we need to hold back?" The dormitory teacher looked at him strangely and said, "Since it's an exchange of skills, shouldn't you show your reality skills? Wouldn't the exchange student have come in vain? Isn't that disrespectful to them?" "Oh." The student exchanged glances, indicating that they understood. Some student even said, "Yes, yes, we must respect them." The dormitory teacher then gave them a form, asking them to rate the teacher of the public and invited courses they participated in during the first half of the semester. After Chen Chuan took the form, he simply ticked a few boxes and handed it in. In fact, he only attended one public course and one invited course last year, but he had attended them after all. The student in the empty dormitory next door not only didn't attend them, but probably hadn't even come. He didn't know where he took the midterm and final exams. After the dormitory teacher finished things here, he walked away on his own. The student also dispersed. Some students were discussing what level the exchange student were at, and some were thinking about taking the initiative to contact them to see what the martial combat level of foreign countries was like. Chen Chuan, Feng Xiaoqi, Luo Kaiwen, and Wei Dong walked back together. After chatting a few words on the way, they returned to their own rooms. Wei Dong also walked alone towards his dormitory. At this time, Zhuangzi and the other three also returned here. Zhuangzi suddenly turned his head and said, Wei Dong, you walk with the people in the opposite dormitory all day long. Have you forgotten that we are a group? I think you might as well live there. Isn't there an empty dormitory over there? Isn't that just right? Wei Dong said, no need, it's just a few steps away. Feng Sheng chuckled, you can't talk to him about this. He pointed to his head, he's here. Wei Dong suddenly looked at him, are you scolding me? Feng Sheng said, oh, then what are you going to do? Wei Dong bumped his fists together and said eagerly, then let me beat you up? Or you can beat me up too. Feng Sheng narrowed his eyes. Zhuangzi said over there, let's do business first. He glanced at the opposite side, and said, there will be opportunities. Feng Sheng glanced at Wei Dong and returned to his room. Seeing that he didn't get to fight, Wei Dong was a little disappointed, muttered something, and returned to his dormitory. After Chen Chuan returned to his room, he took drugs and started today's exercise. His current target is the limit of first limit. Generally speaking, this is only a theoretical limit, and it is impossible for people to reach this level, because people's endurance is limited, and the more drugs are taken and applied to stimulate the growth of mutated tissue, the more harm it will cause to oneself. Moreover, some medicines, when used too much, will also produce a certain tolerance in the body. For example, the drugs he often takes are becoming less and less effective. Not to mention that he himself is not a person with innate talent. In order to maintain a high level of progress, he uses far more drugs than others. As the effect of the current drugs weakens, he must use drugs with higher efficacy in the future. But the problem is that the school has certain control over these drugs. In order to prevent student from being eager for quick success and harming themselves, they will not be open to lower grade student whose progress has not yet reached the standard. Even if Cheng Zitong is willing to find some for him, the price of the drugs will be more expensive, not to mention that the quantity cannot be very large. However, he discovered another path, that is, the stimulation of supernatural entity on mutated tissue. If the unexplained harm that continues to be attached to the body is ignored, its stimulation to mutated tissue is far greater than that of drugs. Not to mention the previous cinema phantom, just in the 3 days after dealing with the 2 flying head that day, second self continued fading, and at the same time, strength constantly stimulated the growth of mutated tissue. Although the time was not long, considering that these were just ordinary flying head, what would happen if he encountered the real flying head source? February 1st, the new semester at Wei Academy began. Shook the form in his hand and said to the student in front of him, I've looked at it. Last year, most of you only participated in a very small number of public and invited classes. It's your choice, and the teacher can't say much about it. But today, the teacher from Maka exchange students' side is giving an invited lecture. Go and show your support, and consider it as your invited and public classes for this year. When the students heard that there was such a good thing, they immediately agreed. The dormitory teacher reminded, don't underestimate this Maka teacher. Perhaps they are not as good as us in martial combat, but in some areas, they have their own unique set of skills. In order to win our attention, they will bring out some knowledge that is secretly passed down in their own country. It's good to learn more. When the students heard the dormitory teacher say this, they became somewhat interested and no longer had a purely perfunctory attitude. Because it was approaching the time for the invited class, Chen Chuan and these students left the dormitory building and walked towards the teaching venue specially designated for visiting teachers and students. It was very close to the dormitory building, only a 5-minute walk. When Chen Chuan and the others entered, they saw that the Maka people teacher was already sitting there. This person was about 40 years old and was a typical Maka people, with a hooked nose, high forehead, wearing a simple martial arts uniform, with very smooth muscle lines, bronze skin, a beaded necklace, and a hair tie decorated with a few white feathers behind his head. After the students came in, they first greeted him, and after obtaining permission, they sat down on the cushions placed on the floor. Chen Chuan found a place closer to the front. When the time was almost up, the Maka people teacher stood up and said in fluent Dushan official language, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Duma. In Maka, it means teacher, but we Maka people all use the language of the Dushan Republic, so it has gradually become a title and honorific. You can call me Teacher Duma. Well, although it feels a bit strange, you can call me that." With these few words, the teacher gave the students the feeling that he was not rigid, and the atmosphere was relatively relaxed, which somewhat reduced the distance between them. I am very happy to be teaching Wei Academy students during this exchange program. We Maka people only have over 1 million people, and there is only one martial combat academy in the whole country. The level of martial combat competition is not as good as yours, but we have some unique skills. In our Maka people's understanding, everything originates from nature, and nature is omnipresent and capable of various changes. The highest spirit concept of the Maka people is to control oneself and integrate into nature. We believe that everyone is a slave to their body, so we must liberate ourselves and become the true master of our body. Next, I will demonstrate how to coordinate your body. I will start with a relatively simple movement. He stretched out his hands, extending them to both sides, with the thumbs and little fingers extended, making a 6 with both hands, especially the little fingers, which were raised high and very obvious. Some of the students also did it. Although anyone could do this action, they felt it couldn't be that simple, and there would definitely be more to it. Sure enough, Teacher Duma smiled, and then, maintaining the action, slowly sat down, and then nimbly removed his socks with his toes, and made 2 6s with his toes, and then, while maintaining this state, the middle toe also slowly stood up, and then easily fell back. He said, interested classmates can try to do it. Some of the students began to try. Taking off socks with their feet was okay, but when they tried to make gestures with their toes, their faces began to twist. What kind of devilish course is this? Chen Chuan was thoughtful. Now that his mutated tissue had penetrated into every subtle part of his body, even without demonstration, he knew that he could easily do it. However, people who do not have this mutated tissue, or whose muscles and tendons are not trained in this area, would find it difficult to do. The Maka people's skills seem to exist specifically for developing control over the subtle parts of the body. Teacher Duma then said, what I am demonstrating now is only the basic part of Maka industry pulse studies. In this class, I will generally introduce the learning process and mastery methods to the students. Don't underestimate it. With long-term exercise, you can improve your mastery of yourself and your perception of the outside world. When used in martial combat, you can better perceive subtle movements and changes. I can sense everyone's breathing, heartbeat, body temperature, and even blood flow while sitting here. If there are any interested students, you can come to listen to the class often. Over the next semester, I will teach you this unique skills of the Maka people. And while the class was being held here, in the 9th floor dormitory of the A-grade student dormitory building, a young Maka man was looking out through the gap in the curtains. His features were very hard, his brow bone was high, he had a small earring on one ear, and his hair was wrapped in a headband-like ornament. His physique was very strong, and he looked like someone skilled in martial combat. At this time, the half-closed door behind him was pushed open, and another Maka student came in from outside and said to him, Nalai, Meili has been notified. The man called Nalai did not turn his head, but just said okay. The Maka students sat down on the sofa and complained, the Dishun side separates male and female dormitories, so we can't get our people together. Seeing that Nalai did not speak, he looked at him, what are you looking at? Nalai said, looking at the people here. What's so good about them? Aren't they about the same as us? They're all over the streets. Nalai said, also looking at the land here. The Maka students was stunned for a moment, then lay down on the sofa, looking up, there's nothing good about it. It doesn't belong to us now. It hasn't been ours since the clansmen abandoned the ancestral land. Nalai said, Shay and I, have you seen the clansmen in the school? Shay and I said, don't mention it, they don't recognize themselves as Maka people anymore. What clansmen? Now they are no different from the Dishun people. Nalai said, then we can only rely on ourselves this time. Go and call everyone over. Now. Nalai nodded, now. Troublesome. Shay and I grumbled and got up and went out. When he came back, he was followed by 7 Maka students. Fortunately, the dormitory room was relatively large, so even with so many people together, they didn't feel much crowding. Everyone found a place to sit down. Nalai pulled the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window and turned to look at everyone who came in. He said, according to the transfer of news between the country and we, if we are unlucky, our identity will be exposed in at most 5 days, so we must get the things as soon as possible. According to the procedure arrangement, in 2 to 3 days, Teacher Duma will take us to the Yangtze City Foreign Affairs Bureau for friendly exchanges with the foreign affairs officials who come to meet us. At that time, he will take out the big oak leaf that we enshrine in Yangtze City to show them. This is our only chance to retrieve it. However, the danger of this matter is also conceivable. Although the resistance strength here has agreed to cooperate with us, we need to face the security guard strength of the Foreign Affairs Bureau, and we will not be allowed to carry weapons. The difficulty is very high. Are you prepared to sacrifice yourselves? Shay and I said, Nalai, no need to say more. From the moment we set foot on this ancestral land, the faces of the others at this time also showed firm expressions. Nalai looked at everyone present. Everyone was staring at him firmly, without avoiding his gaze. He said in a deep voice, Zua, Shay and I, and you others, go and test the level of the Wei Academy student on the lower floors in the name of martial combat sparring these 2 days. During the exchange ritual, these students may go with us. If they find something wrong, they will definitely come forward to stop us. We need to find out their strength first so that we can target them. Okay. The people present agreed. Nalai nodded solemnly, and then asked everyone to go back. About 2 hours later, there was another knock on the door. He quickly went to open the door and welcome Teacher Duma in. He said, Teacher, is the class over? Duma came to the window, pulled open the curtains, and said, the students of the Dishun Republic, their level is very high, although. Nalai was very surprised, so fast. Du Ma sighed and said, after all, Deshun has a large population and can find many people who are naturally endowed, and our Maka people has too few people. The country saves money to support us martial artist. He turned around and said solemnly, you can't be sacrificed here casually. You have a more distant future. When you seize the oak leaf, I will try my best to delay the people present. You leave as soon as possible after you get the things. Let as many people as possible leave. Nalai said with a heavy expression, teacher, will the resistance strength here really help us then? Yes, because they want to involve us Maka people with them. Although they are using us, we must do so for the return of the sacred object, and we are not without a way to make up for it. Nalai said, I still don't understand. Since the oak leaf was originally ours, why can't we directly ask Yangtze City for it? We clearly have such a good relationship. Du Ma shook his head and said, it's different. Now they only know that it is a symbol, so they don't care much, but if they know that it is our sacred object, they may not be willing to return it to us. After all, echoes of the world is deepening year by year. We would rather get the things in our hands first, and then let the country explain. After Chen Chuan finished class, he returned to the dormitory. He thought this class was a bit interesting and had many advantages. Perhaps he could go and listen when he had free time. Just now, when he returned to the 7th floor, the dormitory teacher stopped him. Chen Chuan classmate, you have a phone call. Chen Chuan quickly walked over, and the dormitory teacher said to him, Chen Chuan classmate, you have so many phone calls, you can apply for a separate telephone line. Chen Chuan was a little surprised, is that possible? The dormitory teacher said with a smile, you are the person who received the scholarship for the first half of the semester, you have this right, but if you don't get it this semester, it will be revoked. Understood, thank you teacher. Chen Chuan went up and picked up the telephone receiver. Ren Shu's excited voice came from inside, Mr. Chen, the assigned mission issued by the Government Affairs Hall just now is that the client members sent out earlier have found the main stronghold where the Feta cult may exist. It is in an old village in the northwest Man Mountain. The Government Affairs Hall is preparing to concentrate manpower to go to the mountainous area to eliminate this group of heretics. Now there is a lack of experts in dealing with Flying Head. Because of our successful handling last time, the Government Affairs Hall expressed satisfaction, so this time they have entrusted the matter to our company again. I don't know if Mr. Chen is free to take it. Chen Chuan's eyes moved slightly and asked, what time is it? Ren Shu replied, the encirclement and suppression time is set before noon tomorrow. Mr. Chen, we may need to arrive in the Man Mountain mountainous area tonight, then we only have one afternoon to prepare. We don't need to deal with the peripheral matters. We only need to be responsible for eliminating that flying head monster in the end. Chen Chuan considered it for a moment. To be cautious, it was necessary to communicate with Cheng Zitong about this matter first. He said, wait for my reply. After Chen Chuan ended his call with Ren Shu, he immediately dialed Cheng Zitong's number again. Because it wasn't convenient to discuss these matters over the phone, he decided to visit the administrative building after confirming that Cheng Zitong was in his office. He thought for a moment, returned to his dormitory, and took the stack of data that Gao Ming had sent him. Leaving the dormitory building, he followed the road along Spring Autumn Lake to the administrative office building and went upstairs to the logistics office. Cheng Zitong waited for him to enter, closed the door, and asked, Government Affairs Hall Commission? Flying Head Monster. Chen Chuan said, yes, teacher. This time, we may encounter the source of those flying heads, so I came to teacher to ask if there's anything else I need to be aware of. Cheng Zitong said seriously, let me ask you something first. Since your last commission, have you felt any discomfort in your body? How is your spirit? Chen Chuan replied, it seemed like there was a little at the beginning, but it was gone the day after. Cheng Zitong looked at him for a few moments and said, well, in a few days, the exchange students coming from Maka will be going to the Foreign Affairs Bureau for exchanges. At that time, they will display an oak leaf that they gifted to us. This item can help repair some injuries and boost spirit. It's a rare opportunity. You go with them, and I'll find a way to arrange it for you. Chen Chuan said solemnly, thank you, teacher. Regardless of whether he needed it or not, Cheng Zitong was indeed very considerate of him. Cheng Zitong's expression relaxed, and he said, all right, since you said you don't feel anything, as an experientialist, teacher believes you. Let's talk about that flying head now. He returned to his seat, took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and then said, I know how to deal with the source flying head, but I haven't personally dealt with it, so what I'm about to say may not be 100% accurate. Furthermore, some details are only known to those who have dealt with it personally, and it's difficult for others to understand. So, you should try to remember what I'm about to say, but don't take it as gospel. You need to adjust based on the real situation, and don't blindly push forward. Chen Chuan said seriously, teacher, I've noted it down. Seeing that he had listened, Cheng Zitong continued, those ordinary flying head monsters can be dealt with by simple methods, such as ordinary attacks. But the flying head source is a true supernatural entity. External attacks are difficult to eliminate, so you can only take a delaying approach to wear it down. Yes, wear it down. Cheng Zitong said solemnly, daily sacrifices are like necessary meals for the flying head monster. The key here is that the ritual must be held, but it must not be allowed to enjoy the offerings smoothly. Each time it misses one, it will weaken a little, until it disappears completely. However, this thing will constantly infringe on people's sanity, provoke people's emotions, and stimulate desires deep within the body. The more people there are, the more obvious the effect. So, when you encounter this thing, the first thing you need to do is to beware of your companions. They may stab you in the back at any time. When dealing with this thing, it's best if there's no one around, ensuring that there are only a few people or just you alone, and then keep wearing it down until it completely disappears. Chen Chuan thought about it, and the difficulty here was indeed not small. He wasn't afraid of wearing down the flying head monster, but it was difficult for him to control the behavior of others. Cheng Zitong walked to a cabinet, took out a key, opened the cabinet door, searched inside, took out a box, took out a piece of yellow jade from it, and handed it to him. This thing should protect you for a while, allowing you to last longer. But if you sense something is wrong, then give up in time. Protecting yourself is more important than solving the problem. As long as you're still alive, you can always find a solution. Chen Chuan took it and nodded. He wouldn't blindly rush to the end. If it was within his ability, he wouldn't mind solving it. If it was beyond his ability, then he might as well retreat and think of another way. Cheng Zitong then said, "Teacher wants to say one more thing. There are many types of supernatural entities. What we've seen so far is only a small number of them. Little Chuan, since you've decided to focus on supernatural entity matters, you'll always encounter things you've never encountered before, and sometimes you won't even find precedents. You should expand your knowledge in this area as much as possible. I've sorted out some data these days and put them here. You can take them back and take a look when you have time." As he said that, he walked to the side and opened another cabinet. Chen Chuan saw it was full of filing bags, knowing that he wouldn't be able to finish reading them in a short time and could only read them slowly. He took a copy from the top and said, "Then I'll take it back to read. By the way, teacher," he handed the stack of data he had brought to Cheng Zitong, who asked, "What's this?" Chen Chuan said, "My cousin Gao Ming is a lawyer. This is the assessment data he compiled for several WEI branch students before they entered Central City, as well as his personal opinions. I would like to ask teacher to help me advise." Cheng Zitong said unexpectedly, "This is something that needs to be looked at carefully." After Chen Chuan said goodbye to Cheng Zitong, he left the administrative building and returned to the dormitory building. He picked up a public phone and called Renshu. After the call was connected, he said, "I've accepted this task. Please have Master Wei come to pick me up. I'll prepare and set off." Renshu, who was anxiously waiting there, was excited when he heard this and immediately replied, "I'll have Xiao Wei drive to pick up Mr. Chen right away." This commission was a major commission directly issued by the Government Affairs Hall. If this one was completed, their company would make a name for itself and would no longer be the unknown entity it was before. Chen Chuan hung up the phone and went back to pack his things. Snow Emperor Blade and Martial Halberd Spear were definitely to be brought along. Considering that some supernatural entities might have anomaly influence, and clothes would inevitably be damaged during a real fight, he decided to bring 2 extra sets of clothes. While he was packing, there was a light knock on the door. He went to open the door and saw a young student standing outside with facial features somewhat similar to Teacher Duma. This should be a Maka person. The student greeted him friendly, "Hello, classmate. My name is Ziwa, and my Deshun name is Chiu Chinju." Chen Chuan nodded in response. "Chen Chuan, hello, classmate Chiu. What's the matter?" Chiu Chinju said somewhat shyly, "It's like this, our Maka people's martial combat skills are not as good as you Deshun people. Our teacher and captain asked us to communicate more with WEI Academy students. Can I spar with classmate Chen?" Chen Chuan didn't expect Maka students to come to communicate so quickly. If it were normal times, he would be very happy to oblige, even though he could see that this classmate Chu's level was probably not high. But now he didn't have the time. He said regretfully, "I'm sorry, I have something to do today and I'm about to leave, so I can't spar with you, classmate Chu." Oh, it's okay, it's okay. It was impetuous of me." Chiu Chinju seemed very embarrassed, and then said with a bit of expectation, "Then, can I come to find classmate Chen next time?" Chen Chuan said, "We'll talk about it when we have the chance." Okay. Chiu Chinju also saw that he had something to do, quickly said that he was disturbing, and turned to leave. Chen Chuan closed the door, returned to continue preparing, and after finishing everything, he walked out with his knife. He came all the way to the school gate, and saw an off-road vehicle waiting there. The driver Xiao Wei was standing next to the car door waving to him from afar. He walked over, Xiao Wei helped him open the car door, and after he sat down in the passenger seat, he very sensibly asked, "Mr. Chen, do you need to turn on the radio?" Chen Chuan said, "Turn it on. There was nothing to do on the road anyway, so listening to the radio would be good." After Xiao Wei turned it on, he asked him what he wanted to listen to. Chen Chuan casually said, "News, I guess. Anyway, the only programs that can be received in Yangtze City at this time are opera, news commentary, and a few other programs. Listening to opera occasionally is fine, but he can't stand listening to it all the time, so he can only listen to the news." The car quickly set off, this time heading in the northwest direction. After driving for about 45 minutes, they had already arrived outside the city, when a news report came from inside. The Yangtze City Government Affairs Hall recently closed another polluting factory located in Huosui. This is the one closed this month, after the rectification last month. It's this matter again. Chen Chuan paid a little attention. This matter has been reported these days. It seems that the source was the incident in Wijia town. Although he knew the reality reason was the flying head monster, he couldn't rule out that there was no real water pollution. It's just that the news has been repeatedly reporting this matter for more than 10 days in a row. Although the coverage is not large, and it's always just mentioned in a few words each time, it always feels like it's being deliberately emphasized. He turned his thoughts. Maybe some officials of the Government Affairs Hall needed political achievements. After all, the new year has just passed, and it is said that the positions of some people above will be adjusted every year at this time. It's not his turn to care about this kind of thing. At this moment, he looked outside. When he left the city, there were still many vehicles outside, but now there were fewer and fewer. One side of the road was a relatively flat plain, and the other side was a dense mountain forest. You could see that the terrain was constantly rising. He asked, "How much further?" Xiao Wei replied, "About 25 minutes. Mr. Chen, we're about to enter the mountain road. There's still a highway in the front section, but the back is all dirt roads, so it may be more rugged and bumpy then." Chen Chuan nodded and continued to pay attention to the outside environment. He had basically never been here either. Unlike the wilderness in the east, although this place is also outside the city, you can see that there is a lot of vegetation. Occasionally, you can also see small villages living outside, but as the smooth road ahead disappears, these villages gradually become invisible. "Mr. Chen, we're almost there," Xiao Wei reminded him. Chen Chuan looked over, and there was a conspicuous road sign erected by the side of the road. The car drove towards a barren slope in the direction indicated. This was a small road, and there were more dirt clods and pebbles on the road surface. Many of them had been flattened and crushed, so many cars should have driven over recently. After going in for about 2 or 3 miles, a large open space appeared. As far as the eye could see, there was a stream flowing down from the mountain. Along the edge of the open space, cars were parked neatly, and tents were set up in the middle, separated from each other and arranged in a methodical manner. Chen Chuan looked at it. There were at least 200 or 300 people here just from what he could see. As expected, they were all the people participating in this siege operation. The off-road vehicle gradually slowed down at this time and stopped near the positions of those vehicles. The two got out of the car one after another. Someone saw them and immediately came up to ask questions. Xiao Wei showed the documents in his hand, and the person immediately became enthusiastic, inviting them to the middle of the camp. After entering the center of the camp, Chen Chuan learned from the person leading the way that this was just a stopover point for logistics supplies and reserve personnel, and that the real combat personnel were all up on the mountain now. He looked up and saw that the yellow-green mountain in front of him was about 400 to 500 meters high. Although it was only February, many weeds had already grown, and the trees had sprouted new buds. From here, he could vaguely see figures moving on the mountain. As he was looking around, a staff member from the commission company walked over very respectfully. "Are you Expert Chen? I am Pan Zhong, the assistant of the Panchi Commission Company. All the team leaders are waiting for you up there. I wonder if Expert Chen has time to move up and have a chat." Chen Chuan said, "Then I'll have to trouble Assistant Pan to lead the way. Please follow me." Chen Chuan told the driver Wei to wait below, and he followed Assistant Pan along a path that had been opened up with tools, walking along the slope for a while, then going around the hillside. Near the back slope of the mountaintop, a relatively wide natural platform appeared, where there were also many tents. "Expert Chen is here." Someone greeted him from afar. Chen Chuan took a look and recognized someone from a commission company who was there last time when he dealt with the flying head monster, and responded in kind. In fact, commission companies are a circle. If you do enough commissions, you will always see some acquaintances. Moreover, when dealing with similar matters, the Government Affairs Hall also tends to give priority to familiar faces that have left a good impression. At this time, many people came up to greet him. One client smiled and said, "We've been waiting for Expert Chen to come. We can't handle this matter without you." Chen Chuan said, "You're too kind. The main effort in this matter is being put in by everyone present. I'm just responsible for finishing it off. Expert Chen is just being modest." The clients present all laughed. People of Chen Chuan's age who have the ability and means usually have their eyes on the top of their heads and are difficult to serve. But it is essential to have such people, which makes it difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, Chen Chuan is not like that. Many people here had personally witnessed his swiftness in handling the flying head last time. He was capable, humble, and knew how to take care of everyone's face, and didn't hog all the credit. If this guy isn't an expert, he must be treated as one and must be flattered. A middle-aged man with a faint stubble on his chin stood up, extended his hand to him, and introduced himself in a mature and steady voice. "I am Gu Mingde from Panchi Company. Thank you all for your support. As the team leader for this operation, Expert Chen, welcome to join us." The violent commission companies in Yangtze City are mostly old companies. Everyone knows that without unified command, they will only compete with each other and hold each other back, and the result will be that nothing can be accomplished. Therefore, when several commission companies join hands to do an assignment, they will divide the benefits in advance, because there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. You have to know that if your reputation is bad among your peers, then you will have nothing, because others will unite to resist you and not cooperate with you. After all, the commission companies have inextricable relationships with the Yangtze City Government Affairs Hall and even the council members. Chen Chuan shook his hand and said, please advise me, Commission Gu. What's the situation now? Commission Chen, please come over here. Gu Mingde invited him to a military tent large enough to accommodate a dozen people. In the middle of the tent was a long table, on which was a locally enlarged map of the area. On both sides were a row of folding stools and various portable tools. Expert Chen, please take a look. After entering, Gu Mingde moved the folding stool a little, pointed to the lower part of the map, and said, this is the mountain we are on now. He moved up and pointed to a mountain in front. This is Man Mountain, only 7 or 8 li away in a straight line, very close. The stronghold we found is there. We have already had people investigate it. There are only about 100 people in this village. In the innermost part is an old-time secret cult temple. A few years ago, someone went inside to get mountain goods, and it was still normal at that time. I don't know when all the villagers became believers of the flying head cult. It is hidden deep here and relatively closed off from the outside world. It may also be that the cult members' minds are not clear, so they are not very vigilant towards the outside world, which is very conducive to our operation. Our plan is to launch a raid tomorrow morning and try to take it down in one fell swoop. But we know how to fight living people. But what about flying heads, these supernatural entities? Chen Chuan considered for a moment and said, flying head monsters can influence the mind and trigger desires in the heart. Ordinary people will fall into madness, so try to control your emotions as much as possible. Also, those in the front should preferably use people who have mastered internal energy, so that their resistance will be slightly stronger. Gu Mingde nodded. This was largely consistent with what the Government Affairs Hall advisor had told them, and they had made some preparations. Chen Chuan added, if the flying head appears, I will handle it. Others should try not to get too close, so as not to be affected. He pondered for a moment. There was an old temple there just now. Yes, I don't know when it was built. It's a stone building, very old. Gu Mingde gestured, and the assistant rummaged through it and took out an old photo, indicating this. Chen Chuan took it and looked at it. Although the photo was old, it was relatively clear. It could be seen that it was a stone building that was very different from the Dashun style, but it should have been rebuilt later, so it had some local flavor. He said, supernatural entities like flying head monsters generally like to occupy old places that can be worshipped for a long time. That altar should be in the temple. If so, that's good news. Flying head monsters generally don't go too far from the altar. If there is enough sacrificial food, they won't even come out on their own initiative. He looked up. Have you seen the villagers offering sacrifices at any time? Or any unusual movements? Someone said, we only know part of the specific situation on the mountain, but we can hear strange chanting sounds every day, as well as the sound of beating leather drums, like shamans dancing in the mountains in the past. There is one in the morning and one in the evening, and each lasts for a fixed time, about 45 minutes. Chen Chuan nodded and said, that should be the sacrifice. He looked at Gu Mingde. Then my suggestion is that it is best to launch an attack when the villagers are performing the sacrifice or before it ends, because the flying head monster generally will not pay attention to other things during the sacrifice, which will be a window of opportunity. Someone said, if this is the case, the original time may have to be postponed. Gu Mingde was very decisive, then move it back and listen to expert Chen. Everyone present nodded. To be honest, even if the number of these villagers and believers doubled, it would not be enough for them to fight. What they were most afraid of was the unbelievable flying head. If there was a targeted method, they would not have to be so timid. Does expert Chen have any other suggestions? Chen Chuan said solemnly, flying heads are very likely to cause confusion in emotions and reason, so when I deal with the flying head, I hope everyone will stay away as much as possible. If we can block it in the temple, that would be the best. But once it is allowed to fly out of the temple, it will be difficult to deal with, so our actions must be fast, and we must end the peripheral battle while it is still enjoying the sacrificial food. Also, he looked around. The flying head's resistance may be very fierce at that time, and it is very likely that some of us will lose self-control, so you must be mentally prepared. Everyone's hearts were awe-stricken. Someone opened his mouth. Last time, expert Chen broke the flying head with one slash. We have also prepared large nets, throwing knives, and ropes this time. Should they be useful? Chen Chuan said, that may just be a flying head transformed from a human head, which can be expelled and destroyed by general conventional means, but it cannot be compared with a real flying head. That thing cannot be harmed by ordinary attacks and can only be solved by special methods. He looked at the map. If it is determined that the root cause of everything is here, if possible, I will enter the old temple alone at that time, and you will block the entrance, then leave only a few people outside, and everyone else should retreat down the mountain as soon as possible, and then unlock the blockade after I have finished dealing with it. Gu Mingde asked some more details about the flying head before saying, originally, I thought the situation was difficult to predict, but after getting expert Chen's guidance, I have a little more confidence in my heart. He solemnly clasped his fist at Chen Chuan again, but in the end, we still have to rely on expert Chen. Chen Chuan clasped his fist in return, definitely. After the discussion, everyone dispersed. Chen Chuan moved into a single tent that Gu Mingde had arranged for him. Inside, he carefully wiped the Snow Emperor blade and checked his guns and ammunition. He did some daily breathing exercises, and when the time was almost up, he fell asleep. Several commission companies sent a lot of people this time, about 50, not counting the auxiliary personnel behind. Because this operation was in the mountains far away from the city, they obtained temporary authorization from the Government Affairs Hall, and each of them brought crossbows and guns, and even prepared some smoke bombs. Gu Mingde arranged the people into several groups, scattered them apart, and acted very secretly. Although there were many people, their movements were like fine sand flowing past, and it was difficult to notice unless you looked closely. Chen Chuan was assigned to Gu Mingde's group. He was wearing a yellow-green jacket, which was clothing used for traveling in the mountains, which was rainproof and scratch-resistant, but very breathable and not stuffy, and very concealed. Fortunately, it was only February and still very cold. There were no snakes, insects, or wild beasts in the forest, so there was no need to apply any extra ointment. After about 2 hours of marching, everyone came to the foot of Man Mountain. There was a hidden location here that had been scouted out in advance, which could not be seen from above. When they arrived here, everyone except those necessary for guarding began to drink water and swallow nutrition paste. Chen Chuan leaned against the mountain wall and looked at his watch. At this time, it was just past 6:30 in the morning. If there was a sacrifice above, it should be at this time. Sure enough, after a while, a faint sound came out from above Man Mountain, as well as a strange drum sound and percussion sound, and the singing was also very strange. But at this time, he suddenly saw. Gu Mingde reacted quickly and made a gesture. The people around him immediately lowered their bodies and hid themselves. After a while, a group of black spots flew out from above, circled in the air, and then flew back. Chen Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He could see clearly that it was a group of flying heads, roughly estimated to be close to 20. There were so many flying heads. He didn't expect it beforehand. No wonder there was influence even from such a distance. And from this point of view, the source of the flying head can be sure to be here. Gu Mingde cast an inquiring look, and he also nodded. Gu Mingde immediately turned his head to the assistant beside him. Send a message to the rear, tell them that we have encountered a large number of flying heads, and that supernatural entity is here, and ask the rear to send more people to reinforce us. The assistant immediately took the transmitter out of the box, put on his headphones, and began to send the message. Gu Mingde already knew that it would be best to launch an attack at this time and instructed, follow the prearranged groupings later, don't mess up, move quickly, and understand. After all the team leaders responded, he ordered decisively, everyone, go. As Gu Mingde issued the order, everyone moved. They didn't rush out in a swarm, but rather one group moved first, and after a certain distance, the next group followed, each providing cover for the other. After advancing a short distance, the group in front would pause to observe before continuing. Each pause would be marked with a reminder, especially at turns, to facilitate later withdrawal and the following groups. Chen Chuan's group was the last to move, but they advanced quickly. By the time it was their turn, this group started cautiously, but they were surprised to find the vicinity of the village gate completely deserted. The villagers seemed to have no defenses at all. Upon entering, they found a large group of villagers gathered in the open space in front of the old temple, prostrating themselves with their backs to the entrance. A shaman-like figure was among them, kowtowing while spreading his arms and emitting a long, strange chant. Even stranger, the drum sounds were produced by them hitting the leather drums with their heads, making the whole scene absurd and bizarre. However, it was precisely this fervent atmosphere that made them completely unaware of the approaching intruders. Many commissioners were reinvigorated, secretly praising Chen Chuan's judgment. Coming at this time was indeed most appropriate, making their operation very convenient. They nodded to each other, slowly moved apart, and each sought a suitable position. By the time the second group arrived, there were about 20 people, each directly taking up bows and crossbows, and shooting at these people. Based on the situation of the previously captured Flying Head cult strongholds, these people were immersed in the long-term influence of the Flying Head monster and could not be saved. They would also attack anyone they saw who was not a member of the Flying Head cult, so they had to be ruthless this time. The people in the back were shot down by arrows one by one. The people in the front finally noticed something was wrong, turned around, and looked at the back with red eyes, then roared and charged towards them. But it was useless. As more and more commissioners entered, they spread out to both sides, advancing in an arc. At this time, they no longer cared about the noise and began to take out their guns and shoot. People in the rear were also holding rifles and preparing throwing nets, to defend against the flying heads that might appear at any time. For a time, gunfire erupted in the village. However, until all the believers in sight were shot down, not a single flying head appeared. The clients immediately went forward to deliver coup de grace, and then two people came to the entrance of the old temple and looked inside. But as they did so, the two suddenly paused and fell to the ground. The teammates behind were shocked and were about to step forward when they were pulled back by someone who said urgently, "Don't go up." Only a moment later, the people behind were horrified to find that the two teammates had stood up again, but their eyes had become as red as those of the villagers, and they pulled out the daggers from their waists and stabbed towards them. Fortunately, their attacks were chaotic, and they were quickly subdued by the people behind, but even so, they still struggled and kept screaming. Looking at their appearance, everyone's expression changed slightly. Even knowing that the problem wasn't too big, they didn't want to become like this. A captain said, "Let's retreat. We'll wait for expert Chen to come and handle it." Everyone agreed and retreated a large circle. At this time, Chen Chuan and Gu Mingde's group had already entered the village. Seeing that the team members had easily broken in, and even the prepared smoke bombs were not used, Gu Mingde was also very surprised and said, "Didn't they leave anyone to guard the gate?" Chen Chuan thought this was normal. Supernatural entities that easily cause people to lose their minds have no normal logic to speak of. If loyalty isn't absolute, then it's absolutely disloyal. Anyone who dares not to kowtow during the sacrifice has probably been taken to feed the flying heads long ago. He observed that there were about 70 or 80 people lying down. Almost all of them were strong men. Women, children, and the elderly were nowhere to be seen, which was very abnormal for a village. Thinking of the flying heads that came out just now, he also shook his head. At this time, a client hurried over and told Gu Mingde about the situation ahead. Gu Mingde looked very serious and turned to Chen Chuan. "Expert Chen, what do you think?" Chen Chuan said, "Leave the following matters to me, but there should be more flying head monsters inside. If they fly out, I may not be able to stop them all. Captain Gu, you must be careful." Gu Mingde said, "As long as our weapons can deal with them, we can handle it." Chen Chuan agreed with this. Facing ordinary flying heads, as long as one can maintain rationality, it is not difficult to deal with them. "By the way, please lend me a few more guns, Captain Gu." Gu Mingde did not hesitate to hand over his unused pistol to him, then reached out his hand back. His assistant, Pan Zhong, and a commissioner member behind him came forward and handed over their pistols to him, then turned them over, muzzle down, and handed them to Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan took them and inserted them all into the waistbands of his jacket. Just as he was about to go inside, Gu Mingde stopped him again and took out a capsule plate from his pocket and handed it to him. "Expert Chen, take this with you too." Chen Chuan took a look. This was a plate of calming pills. These were drugs configured according to the advice of the Government Affairs Hall's consultants. Generally, holding them under the tongue can effectively stabilize the mind. Swallowing them in times of crisis can effectively keep the mind clear. It can't be said that this thing is useless. It is actually quite effective against 1 or 2 flying heads. This has been proven before, but against a group of flying heads and the source of the flying heads, the effect may be limited. However, he still took it and said, "Thank you." Gu Mingde solemnly said, "Expert Chen, be careful. If things don't go well, please withdraw and come back to think of a solution." Chen Chuan nodded. He said, "Dealing with the flying head monster may take more than a day. I may come out to get sacrifices before each sacrifice is needed. Please be sure to prepare them." Gu Mingde had already heard him explain some necessary conditions before and said solemnly, "Expert Chen, we will definitely prepare them." Chen Chuan drew the Snow Emperor blade from its scabbard and walked towards the entrance of the old temple. As he approached, he took out the jade Chengzitong had given him and saw that some places on the edges were already slightly blackened. It seemed that this thing did indeed block some harm. He put it away again and walked inside. Gu Mingde and others watched his figure gradually disappear into the shadows, their expressions also serious. The source of the flying heads is not something that can be defeated by piling up numbers, and this can only rely on experts to solve. After Chen Chuan walked inside, he saw that this was a path dug out of the mountain wall. The ground was paved with cracked stone slabs, and lampstands were nailed to the walls on both sides. After walking 7 or 8 meters, he saw about 6 people standing in 2 rows, shoulder to shoulder, lying there and kowtowing incessantly, muttering something. They seemed completely unaware of what was happening outside. But when Chen Chuan came in, it seemed to have triggered something. They jumped up from the spot, uttering angry roars and garbled curses. Chen Chuan looked at these people rushing towards him, simply held his knife in front, blocking the entire passage, and then pushed these people forward. These people rushed to go forward, but they could not form a joint force at all, and the people at the front were too short to reach Chen Chuan at all, and could only be pushed staggeringly backwards by him. After walking about 3 or 4 meters, they entered the hall of the old temple. At this time, Chen Chuan gently released internal energy, and a burst of internal energy broke out. These people immediately flew out in a fan shape and fell to the ground, unable to get up. They seemed to be intact on the surface, but their internal organs and bones were all damaged, and they had completely lost their combat power. At this time, Chen Chuan looked up and saw that this was a spacious dome-topped building, which should have been a natural cave with artificial modifications. However, there were holes everywhere now, and there were many fishy-smelling puddles on the ground. At the top, there were several large holes, and sunlight shone in from there. Those flying head monsters should have flown out from there. In the front, where the statues should have been placed, hung a large gauze curtain that hung down from above, with a vague shadow inside. The flying heads were all here just now, and occasionally 1 or 2 flew around in the hall. On the altar in front, there were piles of pigs, sheep, and suspected human limbs. Many flying heads were crowded together, gnawing on them, and pushing each other. Bloody, seemingly broken internal organs could be seen hanging from the edges. Seeing this scene, his eyes revealed a cold light. He immediately took out the martial halberd spear and began shooting at the flying heads. The flying heads were immediately startled and flew around in a panic. He emptied the magazine in one breath, and then took out the pistols given by Gu Mingde and others, and fired continuously. After all the bullets from the 4 guns were fired, 6 flying heads had fallen to the ground one after another. At this time, it seemed that the gunshots had stopped, and the remaining flying heads rushed towards him all at once. Chen Chuan took a deep breath, threw away the pistol, and waited until the flying heads were almost in front of him, seeming to obscure his figure. A snow-bright blade flash suddenly lit up, followed by a series of sounds of knives cutting through withered skin and bones. When the light converged, he still maintained the posture of raising the knife, and the flying heads that had surrounded him had fallen all over the ground. One of them seemed to be startled and turned back, but before it could go far, it suddenly veered and fell to the ground, instantly smashing into two halves, leaving only a little bit of bone and skin at the top and still connected. Chen Chuan saw at this moment. However, it seemed that two flying heads had run out just now, but they were just ordinary flying heads, and there were not many of them. Gu Mingde and others should be able to deal with them. He glanced at the gauze curtain in front, first reloaded the magazine of the martial halberd spear, and then went up with the knife. Outside, the client members had been prepared. Hearing a strange scream coming from inside, they knew that a flying head monster might have rushed out. Dozens of guns and bows and arrows were aimed at the entrance and exit of the old temple. After a while, seeing two black spots flying out from inside, without any care, the sound of gunfire rang out. Besides pistols, it also contained a lot of shotguns, which made the two flying heads that rushed out had no way to avoid it. They were almost smashed as soon as they got outside, and even the nearby walls appeared with individual potholes, and when they fell on the ground, it was impossible to tell what they were. Gu Mingde took a look. The flying head ran out from inside, which was good news, indicating that Chen Chuan was progressing smoothly. In the old temple, Chen Chuan had slowly walked into the curtain. At this moment, he heard the sound of chewing, so he slowly stretched out his knife and opened the curtain. The flying head inside immediately stopped chewing and looked back. After seeing clearly, his eyes narrowed slightly. The flying heads seen before were all terrifying in appearance, and were obviously monsters, but this flying head was actually a charming woman with painted eyebrows, a touch of red lips, and rippling eyes. Her black hair was scattered on the altar like a waterfall. After seeing him, her autumn-like eyes looked at him. Chen Chuan's gaze fixed on the flying head. He reached out, pulled out Wuji, and the muzzle instantly aimed at the supernatural entity's forehead, then pulled the trigger. Bang! A burst of fire erupted from the muzzle. The flying head seemed startled, let out an ee sound, and suddenly flew up. Its long hair that was swept up instantly enveloped all of Chen Chuan's vision. Chen Chuan was certain he had hit it, but it seemed to have passed through the head, as if it were just a phantom. At that moment, his other hand gripped the knife hilt, and relying on his intuition, he slashed upwards. The flying head let out another screech. When the gun hit it earlier, it seemed to have no effect, but this time, when the blade struck, he felt a very slight sense of obstruction, as if he had cut something ethereal, yet also a vague feeling of not having actually hit anything solid. At almost the same moment, he also noticed. At this moment, the flying head rushed out of the gauze tent and hovered above it. Chen Chuan's eyes darted to where the flying head had been hovering, and underneath was blood and bone fragments like mud, making it impossible to see what it was. He looked back at the flying head. The gunshot was indeed useless, but the blade could touch it. The difference between the two was likely due to the mutated tissue in the Snow Emperor blade, but the mutated tissue in the blade might not be enough. If that's the case, he took a few steps back. The flying head, seeing him leave that position, hovered in the air for a moment and then rushed towards the pile of flesh and blood. Chen Chuan stuck the long sword into the ground, waiting for it to fall in front of him. Suddenly, he reached out, as if grabbing something, and then clenched his fingers, actually grabbing the flying head's long hair and stopping it in midair. His spirit was lifted. Sure enough, because he had enough mutated tissue in his body, he could directly touch this thing. However, this was not without a price. At the same time, he ignored it, grabbed with both hands, and shouted, using the strength of his waist and back, taking steps back to slowly pull the thing away from the pile of flesh and blood. The thing struggled constantly during this process and made ee sounds. This thing was not big, but the strength it transmitted was considerable, because he needed to save. At this time, he slightly adjusted his breathing, using the hair to alternate his hands forward, and he gradually approached. When the distance was sufficient, he shouted, grabbed the head, and tightly wrapped it in his arms. The flying head seemed shocked and struggled desperately. The strength was so great that it seemed to want to lift him up, but he remained calm and did not relax his strength. During the struggle, the thing almost escaped several times, but he used instant merge to stop it. He slowly straightened up, patted his clothes. He didn't think this thing was eliminated. Supernatural entities were not so easy to destroy. It should just be that the sacrificial time had passed. But once the sacrifice was performed again, it would definitely reappear. Only when it could no longer be seen after the sacrifice could it be considered truly eliminated. He walked to the altar, pulled up the Snow Emperor blade, and turned to walk out. Expert Chen is out. Seeing Chen Chuan coming out, Gu Mingde stopped the people behind him and walked forward alone. He looked at Chen Chuan and, seeing that he was okay, felt relieved. Expert Chen, how is it? Chen Chuan looked at him, then at the people behind him, and said, Captain Gu, everyone, this is a war of attrition. I have stopped this thing from eating blood, but the sacrifices here cannot stop, otherwise it may run to other places. When the next sacrifice comes, I will take action again to stop it. Gu Mingde said, I sent a telegram to the rear earlier. The things Expert Chen needs will be brought over soon, and we have plenty of supplies. As long as the method is feasible, we can keep fighting this ghost thing. That's right, Expert Chen is taking the greatest risk. We are just guarding here. What's there to complain about? That's right, Expert Chen, don't worry. We will definitely be your backing. Chen Chuan nodded and said, what everyone says is true. With everyone as my support, I can concentrate on dealing with that thing in front. He clasped his fist, the matters outside, I leave to everyone. Everyone solemnly clasped their fists in return. Chen Chuan walked to the side, took out the jade pendant and looked at it. Half of it had turned black. After putting it back, he sat down on the side. He didn't notice it during the battle, but after the flying head was dealt with, he could feel a strength stimulating the mutated tissue in his body. He also began to use breathing technique guide to adjust. This was much more effective than taking medicine on weekdays. If he hadn't sorted out the structure of his own mutated tissue, this might have immediately entered the malformed growth that Cheng Zitong had mentioned, but now, it would only be his tonic. Seeing him sitting there motionless with his knife, everyone thought he was resting and were very understanding. After all, they were prone to losing their minds just by getting close to those flying heads, while Chen Chuan faced a group of them directly, even including the source of the flying head. The pressure must be very great, and they didn't know how he coped. So everyone was careful when moving around at the moment, for fear of disturbing him. At noon, someone from the foot of the mountain carried some sacrificial offerings up, and also arranged for some people to be responsible for kowtowing and making sacrifices. Fortunately, they didn't need to enter the interior, just stay outside. As time approached evening, some people followed Chen Chuan into the old temple and placed the sacrificial offerings on the altar. When they looked at the flying heads all over the ground, their hearts were shocked. They knew how difficult this thing was to deal with, and their eyes were filled with admiration. Chen Chuan said, sorry for the trouble, everyone. No trouble, Expert Chen, how can our affairs compare to what Expert Chen is doing? After a few polite words, they couldn't take a closer look here and had to leave. Because they also knew that they couldn't stay here for long, especially since they felt uncomfortable all over and felt vaguely nauseous and dizzy after only being here for a while. When they came out from inside and stood under the sun, they felt as if they had been reborn. They couldn't help but sigh, wondering how Chen Chuan had persisted for so long inside. Chen Chuan sat down on the steps on the side. He leaned the Snow Emperor blade against the side, glanced at the top, where the sunlight shining down might be the only warmth here. He sat quietly alone in this old times temple, seemingly merging with it, but his eyes were always bright, and the long sword at his side seemed to be ready to unleash its sharp edge at any time. As time passed, the light gradually dimmed and slowly entered the dimness. The two sacrifices were at 6:30 in the morning and 6:30 in the evening, respectively. It was almost time. Chen Chuan raised his hand and looked at his watch. Seeing that it was almost time, he stood up and lit all the torches stuck on the walls of the old temple. The place soon became bright under the light of the torches. However, in the slightly swaying torchlight, the elongated shadows, the collapsed stone statues in the back, and the surrounding broken flesh and blood made the surrounding environment even more eerie and terrifying. Suddenly, the sheep tied to the altar trembled. At the same time, the skin and flesh on the sheep's body suddenly cracked open out of thin air, and blood oozed out and flowed around. Chen Chuan looked up and stared at the top of the altar. After a moment, the torches shook violently, and then very abruptly, the flying head emerged from the shadows above and rushed straight towards the sacrificial offerings below. Its long hair spread out, like a large shadow covering the bottom. Chen Chuan took 2 steps forward, instantly crossing 5 or 6 meters of space, and kicked out with a whip kick, accurately hitting the head and sweeping it off the altar with one kick. The flying head, interrupted from its sacrifice, let out a familiar high-pitched scream, trying to approach the altar again, but Chen Chuan stood there, constantly driving it away with kicks, preventing it from approaching. After kicking it away countless times, the flying head finally disappeared again. Chen Chuan stood for a while, took out the jade pendant from his arms, saw that it had turned completely black, gently pinched it, and it turned into debris falling from his fingers. This time, the jade pendant had blocked some of the harm for him. Tomorrow, he would have to bear it all himself. However, he could clearly feel that the time the flying head existed this time was much shorter than last time, indicating that this approach was very useful. He waved his hand and walked out again. After telling Gu Mingde and others about the situation, he went to the tent they had prepared for him to rest, while silently guide mutated tissue's growth. Arrived. But after this day, he had a premonition that the next time might be the moment to completely solve this thing. Time passed, and another day passed quickly. As evening approached, when the sacrifice was about to be performed again, a commission member outside suddenly shouted, pointing to the outside of the mountain and saying, "Captain Gu, look quickly." Gu Mingde looked over, his expression shocked. He saw many black spots flying in from all directions, each one actually a flying head. After a rough count, there were as many as 40 or 50. He immediately reacted, these should be flying from other strongholds of the Feta cult. It seems that Expert Chen's methods are working. He shouted loudly, prepare to meet the enemy. He also gave instructions, try not to let these things enter the temple. The commission members responded loudly and raised their guns, then fired at the outside. No less than 100 people had gathered on the mountain at this time, and the exploding gunshots startled countless birds. From time to time, flying heads were shot down by them, but about a third of them still drilled into the old temple through the holes. Gu Mingde looked towards the old temple, his expression solemn. They had done what they could. Those who entered inside, it seemed, could only rely on Chen Chuan himself to solve. In the old temple, Chen Chuan was also waiting for the flying head to reappear. Originally, according to the previous method, it would not be difficult to deal with this time, but with those flying heads coming in, he immediately felt interference. He had a premonition that if the source of the flying head was allowed to come into contact with that fresh flesh and blood, it might recover, which would be troublesome. At this critical moment, his eyes flashed, and he rushed forward, grabbing the source of the flying head under his arm. Then he pulled out his gun, turned around, and raised his hand to shoot. The continuous gunshots rang out, and for a time, the flying heads flew in terror. After firing all the bullets, he threw away his pistol, grabbed the head, and rushed up, waving his knife to meet the enemy. With each slash, a flying head would definitely fall. When the last blade flashed, there was no flying head in the entire hall. At this time, he seemed to hear a long sigh in his ear, and then felt a lightness in his hand. Looking over, he saw a pile of ashes falling down, and many black hairs scattered on the ground at the same time. Chen Chuan saw at this time. At the same time, the mutated tissue in his body also felt an unprecedentedly strong stimulus. He frowned. This breathing technique was no longer enough. He took a deep breath, tore off his jacket, and began to practice Zhang San Shao Dash here. However, after practicing it several times, he felt that he couldn't keep up with the growth speed of mutated tissue, so he tried to imitate other power stance, as well as the strength technique moves that he Xiaoxing had specially taught him. He tried again and again, and time passed in his constant practice. Finally, he found that it might not be enough, so he simply took the Snow Emperor blade into his hand and constantly used heavy cleaving power technique while breathing. For a time, the strength of the blade overflowed, and the light flickered. The flying head remains on the ground were broken to pieces by his remaining strength. He moved like this all night, until the morning. He exhaled a long breath, sheathed his knife, and stood up. After thinking about it, he first cleaned up the ashes and black hair on the ground, then straightened his clothes, and walked out with the knife across his shoulder. The people outside had been waiting anxiously. Gu Mingde had grown a circle of stubble on his chin. They had also been awake all night. Because after those flying heads entered the old temple yesterday, Chen Chuan did not come out as usual. They didn't know what had happened inside. Now that it was dawn, if he didn't come out again, they would have to find a way to risk rushing in. At this time, they suddenly heard footsteps. The people who were sitting couldn't help but stand up, and then looked towards the entrance of the old temple one by one. As the footsteps became clearer, they saw Chen Chuan holding a knife in one hand, walking out step by step from the weak light and shadows. His figure went from blurred to clear, and finally stood under the morning light. Everyone present felt relieved. Chen Chuan had solved it. They were saved. Gu Mingde went up to Chen Chuan, his eyes questioning. The group from the mission company behind him stood there watching, with a hint of nervousness and expectation in their expressions. Chen Chuan looked at him, then at everyone behind him, and said, "Everyone, the source has been eliminated, it's safe here now." As soon as he said this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. They had suffered a lot for this mission. Just staying outside for a few days would have been fine, they could endure that. But the flying head was too challenging to their nerves, and it could drive anyone around them crazy at any time. They had to be constantly on guard. For several days, their nerves had been highly strained, and now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, along with the relaxation came excitement. This time, the flying head cult's source had been uprooted. It seemed that the flying heads in other places had also been eliminated. The remaining believers were no longer a threat. The flying head cult was bound to be eradicated. With such a great achievement, this assessment would definitely be high, and everyone would get a lot of benefits. At this time, Gu Mingde gave an order, and the people waiting behind him immediately rushed into the old temple. Seeing that they were indeed fine, and confirming that what Chen Chuan had said was true, he stepped forward and patted Chen Chuan's arm heavily, unable to suppress the excitement in his voice. "Expert Chen, you've worked hard." Chen Chuan smiled. "So have you all." Gu Mingde said, "We were very anxious when Expert Chen didn't come out last night. We wanted to go in, but we were afraid of ruining Expert Chen's arrangement, so we could only wait outside." Chen Chuan said, "Then I must thank you all. Your willingness to wait outside is a sign of trust in my abilities." Gu Mingde patted him again, and said with a smile, "We don't lack patience for capable people like Expert Chen." His assistant, Pan Zhong, chimed in the future, we will only trust Expert Chen with missions." The other company's mission members nodded secretly. They had seen it very clearly these past few days. Chen Chuan, as an expert in dealing with supernatural entities, had been at the forefront himself. Although they had done a lot, strictly speaking, they were mainly helping out, but he didn't treat them like they were insignificant at all. Everyone was willing to cooperate with someone like that, and they didn't have to worry about being tricked at critical moments. Chen Chuan went to the tent, drank some water, ate a few nutrition paste, rested for a while, and then came out again. Because the matters here no longer required his involvement, and he had been out for 3 days, it was about time to go back. After saying goodbye to Gu Mingde and the others, and collecting a large stack of business cards, he came down from the mountain. At the camp, he unexpectedly saw Ren Shu and the driver Xiao Wei waiting together. He said, "Mr. Ren, why are you here?" Ren Shu hurriedly came up and said, "I waited at the company for a day and didn't hear back, so I was anxious and simply drove over." When I got here, I learned that Mr. Chen was still handling the mission, so I simply waited here. He then said with great excitement, "We heard from the people coming down the mountain that the matter has been resolved by Mr. Chen." Chen Chuan nodded. "It wasn't just me, it was resolved together with everyone above. Now there are only some finishing touches left, which we don't need to worry about. We can go back." "Great, great." Ren Shu was extremely excited. He felt that the most correct thing he had done was to bring Chen Chuan to the company. It was a pity that they only signed a temporary agreement. But it made sense. How could someone with such abilities be easily bound to a certain place? They could only treat him with twice the sincerity and better conditions. After Chen Chuan got into the car, Xiao Wei brought over a blanket. "Expert Chen has worked hard for a few days. Why don't you rest for a while? I will try to drive as steadily as possible." Chen Chuan did not refuse his kindness and took it. "Master Wei, thank you," Xiao Wei hurriedly said. "Mr. Chen, just call me Xiao Wei." He helped Chen Chuan close the car door, went to the front, sat in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, started the car, and turned back towards Yangtze City. On the way back to the city, he indeed drove very steadily. Although he was just a driver and didn't say much, it didn't prevent him from admiring Chen Chuan, because these days he had been waiting below, and he could hear news from above from time to time, many of which were about Chen Chuan. It could be said that the main force in eliminating the supernatural entity this time was Chen Chuan. Even the surrounding drivers and support staff were very polite to him after hearing that he was Chen Chuan's driver. Chen Chuan leaned back in the rear seat, relaxing. Although he had successfully resolved the supernatural entity, it was actually very dangerous. Even the last time, if he had not been able to eliminate the interference of those flying heads in time, he might have allowed the source flying head monster to return to the pile of flesh and blood. Then the efforts of the previous 2 days might have been in vain. Although he had paid a great price, he had also gained a lot. The saying for this stage is building muscle bridges, erecting bone beams. After the mutated fascia grows, it will naturally influence the bones and muscles that serve as attachments and coverings, and at the same time, it will penetrate and mutate these parts. For ordinary martial artists, because the emphasis of strength technique is different, they can only choose to strengthen a certain part of the mutated tissue first, and then slowly allow the body to adapt. Being slower will at most slow down the progress, but once it speeds up, the mutated tissue may grow disorderly and encroach on the normal functions of the human body. In fact, many drugs used by students, in addition to stimulating the growth of mutated tissue, partly serve to maintain bodily functions. When necessary, it is even necessary to inhibit the excessively rapid growth of mutated tissue to avoid the collapse of bodily functions. This requires grasping each stage well and guiding and adjusting them reasonably step by step. Initially, Cheng Zitong was also worried that his mutated tissue would grow too fast, but now it is different. He is taking a different path from others. The Zhou Yuan strength method requires taking everything into consideration. The mutated tissue is also going to all parts of the body and growing more balanced. Previously, this step had been corrected and completed under He Xiaoxing's guidance, and all loopholes had been filled. Even if the growth speed of the mutated tissue is faster next, there will be no problem. This is like opening up all the rivers in advance. When the flood comes, it will not be blocked and spread, but will be guided to where it is needed more, and further reach the subtle places. Only on this sufficiently solid foundation can a relatively large increase be feasible. If it is just single growth, and the mutated tissue suddenly increases by a section, it will only bring very serious consequences. If it were someone else, even if they received such a powerful stimulus, it would only make the mutated tissue more deformed, and there might be an immediate danger to their lives. This time, he was not sure how much the progress was, but it should have far exceeded his expectations. At least the mutated tissue on his own muscles and bones should have completed most of it. At this stage, it seems that the upper limit is already near, but with his own progress, he has also gained some feelings that were previously difficult to reach, and from this, he has come up with some ideas, but he doesn't know if they are right or wrong. He thought about it and felt that it was necessary to discuss it with He Xiaoxing again. He decided to go back and ask teacher Cheng Zitong to send a letter to the latter to see if the other party could answer his questions. About an hour later, the car returned to the school. Chen Chuan said goodbye to Ren Shu and Xiao Wei at the school gate, and then walked into the school and back to the dormitory building. After arriving at the dormitory hall, he routinely went to the public telephone here and made a call to Cheng Zitong, who said, "I have already received a message about your matter from the mission company. It's good that it has been handled properly." Chen Chuan said, "It's just that the jade that teacher gave me could not be brought back." Cheng Zitong didn't care at all. Things are meant to be used. It's better to be used than to be left here to get moldy. I just want to tell you that I have read all the data you brought over. His voice was slightly solemn. There are some things in it that are well analyzed. Teacher, I have only seen local data in the past, but here there are also data from other branches. By comparing them, I can indeed see many things that were previously overlooked. It is very valuable. He sighed slightly. Professional matters do indeed require professional people to do them. It is not convenient to talk about this matter on the phone. Let's find a time to talk about it properly. Chen Chuan agreed. Cheng Zitong added, "By the way, the Foreign Affairs Bureau has an event arrangement the day after tomorrow, which is the thing I told you about before. You had better go once. You should rest well today." Chen Chuan thought for a while and said, Teacher, I have some questions about the training that I would like to ask Teacher He. Well, write down what you have. If it's not urgent, give it to me tomorrow, and I will pass it on to old He. After Chen Chuan talked with him, he hung up the phone. At this time, the dormitory teacher came over and gave him a form. Fill this out. I couldn't notify you these days because you were not here. As an outstanding student who has received a scholarship, you need to go to the Foreign Affairs Bureau with those exchange students the day after tomorrow. Chen Chuan already knew about this. He took it and filled it out, and asked casually when he handed it back, Teacher, I have thought about it and plan to have a telephone installed in my dormitory. The dormitory teacher smiled. Okay, wait for me for a moment. He turned back and took an application form. Write down the reason for the application, and write down the names of the guiding teacher and the applicant behind it. Chen Chuan took it and filled it out here, and handed it back. The dormitory teacher looked at it and, seeing that there were no mistakes, said to him, If it's fast, someone will come to install it in a day or two. You can also entrust other people if you are not here at that time, but you must write a note in advance to avoid future disputes. Chen Chuan nodded. Okay, thank you, teacher. At this time, in a room on the 9th floor, those exchange students from Maka were gathering together. Mei Lai said, She and I, we may be going to the Foreign Affairs Bureau the day after tomorrow. Has Mei Li been notified? She has been notified. She said that the teacher over there has also told her. Mei Lai looked at the others again and said, I asked you to test the surrounding martial arts academy students a few days ago. Did you all go? She and I said, Don't worry, I'm watching this matter. These days, we have almost found the students on the lower floors to compete with. I have to say, the level of martial arts academy is really high. Seeming to feel that this was not specific enough, he thought for a while, let's put it this way, if it is one-on-one. Probably only I and Mei Lai can handle it, but most of them should not be able to defeat the joint efforts of 2 students, at most 3 students, probably at this level. Mei Lai's expression was serious. This level was already very high, higher than he had expected. He thought for a while and asked again, have all of them been tested? She and I shook his head and said, no, there are still omissions. Either they are not at school during this period, or even their classmates have never seen them. Do you want to find a chance to test them? Mei Lai thought for a while and said in a deep voice, no need. We are going to the Foreign Affairs Bureau the day after tomorrow. Don't make trouble. Even if there are individual outstanding ones, the gap will not be too big. Let's leave it at that. The morning after the Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart, Chen Chuan woke up on time from a deep sleep. After getting up, he drew back the curtains, opened the window, and took a few deep breaths facing the morning glow on the horizon. After washing up, he went out for breakfast. After coming out of the cafeteria, he went straight to the military combat training hall. On the way, he suddenly remembered the matter of the Maka students wanting to spar with him. However, the other party's level wasn't high, so if they didn't come looking for him again, he wouldn't actively seek them out. At this time, there were already many students running along Spring-Autumn Lake. The morning breeze swept across the lake surface, blowing on his face, stirring up a few strands of hair. The February wind was still a bit cold, but it felt very refreshing to him. When he arrived at the arena, he went to his usual spot and picked up the training sword from the weapon rack next to him. Although this was just a wooden sword, it was specially made before. It had a special blade core inside, and its weight and length were very similar to his Snow Emperor blade. However, today, he felt like it had become much lighter. Without a doubt, this was the result of the mutated tissue in his body becoming stronger. Not only that, but yesterday he specifically checked his watch and saw that the battle to eliminate the flying head had added about half an hour to the merge time, which was a great improvement. It could be imagined that as the opponents he encountered gradually became stronger, the merge time increased each time might also be more, which was undoubtedly a good thing. He swung the sword in his hand a few times and put away his thoughts. He first went to the middle of the arena to practice and warm up, and also to wait for today's opponent. Although he was assigned to the free fighting department because of Cheng Zitong, he rarely attended invitation classes and open classes, so he didn't know many people in the free fighting department. On the contrary, he knew a lot of people in the military combat department. However, the breathing technique of the first-year students was only just mastered, so most of those who had exchanged moves with him before were second-year or third-year students. At this moment, a familiar figure walked in from outside. Wu Sueshang. He greeted. Wu Han was stunned. After looking over, he revealed a smile. Junior, you're here today. Seeing Chen Chuan holding a long sword, he also became interested. Come, let's try our skills today. He walked to the weapon rack next to him, subconsciously grabbed a large spear, thought about it, and was about to put it down when Chen Chuan's voice came from behind. Wu Sueshang, just use this one. Junior, are you sure? Wu Han was a little surprised. A long weapon against a short weapon, this wasn't just an ordinary advantage. Especially when a master picks up a spear, you can't get close at all. If you want to break through a spear with a single blade, unless you are several levels higher than the opponent in terms of skill, otherwise you will most likely be pierced by the spear first if the terrain and other aspects aren't advantageous. Chen Chuan nodded. Wu Han chuckled and raised his eyebrows, saying, Junior, I know your swordsmanship is good, but don't say that Senior is taking advantage of you. Chen Chuan pointed the sword forward and smiled, saying, let's try it. Wu Han grabbed the spear shaft, using his body to drive it, and pulled it out with a jerk. An ordinary short spear might not be as long as Chen Chuan's sword, but his spear was 3 meters long, nearly twice as long as the Snow Emperor blade, and under the control of internal energy, he didn't have to worry about instability of the center of gravity and exertion of force at all. Just like now, he could hold the spear with one hand at the rear end, and even his fingers could gently twist on the spear shaft. The relaxed feeling was like picking up a chopstick. It could be imagined that once it moved, it would definitely be swift and fierce. He held the spear and came to the middle of the arena, also pointing the spear tip at the opposite side. Because the spear shaft was too long and the grip was too far back, the spear body was also slightly bent. At this time, several senior students saw the weapons held by the two people and showed interested expressions. They came to the edge of the arena in 2s and 3s. They knew Wu Han. He was a student of the military combat department. Recently, he had obtained a weapon permit, which made many third-year students envious. And Chen Chuan often competed here, so they often saw him. The level he usually showed was also very high, so this sparring was very interesting. Wu Han reminded at this time, "Junior, be careful." He held the spear shaft with both hands, with his waist close to the spear body. After probing a few times, seeing that he didn't move, the spear tip flickered and suddenly stabbed over. Seeing the spear tip coming, Chen Chuan didn't hold his sword to block or dodge as expected, but raised his other empty hand and slashed like lightning. With a snap, the spearhead was actually cut off by his hand. However, Wu Han didn't stop because of this. He actually turned his waist and hips, stepped forward, and twisted his back hand forward. The spear turned and stabbed along the momentum. This time, the stub directly poked Chen Chuan's arm that he had blocked in time, but he immediately felt blocked by a strength, unable to penetrate. The internal energy of the two people gathered in the middle at the same time, and there was a series of crackling explosions. The spear shaft broke from the middle, scattering in all directions. The surrounding students all raised their hands to push away the flying broken rods, but these things bounced high on the floor after landing, showing the strength originally contained in them. Wu Han threw away the broken rod in his hand and shouted excitedly, "That was great." He also praised, "Junior, your internal energy is really good." At this time, there was a lot of applause around. Although the battle just now was short, the response of both sides and the solid foundation they possessed were very commendable. Especially Chen Chuan. Although Wu Han's spear had no spearhead at the end, with the internal energy penetrating, even a wall could be pierced, but he could block it with his shoulder and arm. This should also be the effect of internal energy, but it was very simple. They had never seen any senior students who could do this, or who dared to do this. They guessed that Chen Chuan shouldn't have blocked it hard, but also used some kind of skills. This was possible. Although the internal energy that students learn on the surface is very transparent, everyone has different guiding teachers, and there are always some skills that are unknown and unique to themselves. But this time they guessed wrong. Chen Chuan had just used internal energy similar to wrapped clothing strength to resist the spear thrust. He intentionally used Wu Han's internal energy to test the progress and toughness of his own mutated tissue. Now it seemed that it had indeed greatly surpassed the past. Although that moment merged, he felt that even if he didn't use, Wu Han then went to the side and picked up another gun, and said with great interest, "Junior, let's do it again." Chen Chuan smiled slightly, "Okay." The two practiced like this for a whole morning, confirming Chen Chuan's guess in the confrontation. Now even if you don't use. But this was just a dismantling exchange, so there was no need to care too much about winning or losing. The important thing was the gain. If there is no. At noon, he and Wu Han went to the cafeteria together for dinner and talked about some things inside and outside the school. Wu Han had also recently taken on many commissions. Some commissions that only third-year students could take were taken by him. It had to be said that having a weapon permit was indeed a good thing. Speaking of this, he also sighed, "It would be great if Brother Lu was still here." Chen Chuan said, "As long as we have enough ability, we can not only do what Senior Lu did, but also protect ourselves and then do more." Wu Han nodded vigorously, "Junior, you are right. I, as your senior, must also work harder." After lunch, Chen Chuan said goodbye to Wu Han and returned to his dormitory. It happened that the person installing the telephone had also arrived. Because there was already a telephone line connected, it didn't take long to get it done. However, according to regulations, this telephone could only be used by him alone, and there was a time limit every day. If any violations were discovered, the qualification for individual use would be cancelled. After the others left, Chen Chuan came to the telephone, picked up the microphone, and originally wanted to call home, but thinking that no one should be there at this time, it would be better to wait until night. After thinking about it, he called Ren Shu and said that if there were any commissions in the future, he could directly call this number. The latter was also very happy, so that contact would be more timely and convenient. Ren Shu said on the phone, "Mr. Chen, the reward for handling this commission has been transferred to your account. This time, the Government Affairs Hall gave our company a very high evaluation. It's a pity that Mr. Chen is not yet a client, so a personal evaluation cannot be rated." Chen Chuan smiled. He didn't care about this. He wouldn't be a professional client. Doing commissions was just to obtain resources for martial combat training to facilitate his ascent. Ren Shu also said, "By the way, I still have a lot of supernatural entity commissions from the past here. I don't know if Mr. Chen is interested. Chen Chuan glanced at. I just finished the flying head mission, it seems I have to wait a few days before taking on the commission. Yes, yes. The sound of Ren Shu patting his forehead came from the telephone receiver. I was too excited and forgot about this. Mr. Chen, please have a good rest, I won't disturb you. Chen Chuan put down the phone, but just as he was about to leave, the phone rang suddenly. He was also slightly surprised, picked it up, and the voice of the dormitory teacher came from inside. Did you get through? That's good, I'm informing you that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, you and the arranged students will gather in front of the dormitory building and go to the Foreign Affairs Bureau with the Maka exchange students. There will be a car to pick you up at that time, remember not to arrange anything else. Chen Chuan said. Okay, the student remembers, thank you, teacher. The dormitory teacher said, if you all get scholarships, then I can save some effort, right? When something happens, I don't have to notify you one by one. Chen Chuan thought that wouldn't it make you seem important? The dormitory teacher then said with a smile, you're not talking, are you saying bad things about me in your heart? It's okay, as long as the students study well, it's allowed to scold the teacher a few times. This is a privilege for you, I'm hanging up. Chen Chuan looked at the microphone and thought, teacher, if you say that, wouldn't I be at a loss if I didn't say a few words? After hanging up the phone, he changed into a training suit, came to the private training room inside, adjusted his breathing, and continued today's homework. At 7:30 in the morning, Chen Chuan had already packed up. Because it was a formal exchange occasion, he also changed into a student formal dress issued by the academy. However, weapons aren't allowed to be brought to foreign affairs exchanges. Snow Emperor blade and firearms naturally couldn't be brought, but this kind of foreign affairs exchange. There was also a security guard team present, so he shouldn't have to worry about anything. And if it was really needed, as long as others had it, it meant that he also had it. After doing the final check in front of the mirror, he put on his student hat, straightened it, and pushed the door open and walked out. Arriving outside the dormitory, Chen Chuan saw that Luo Kaiwen was also coming out. For this event, he and Luo Kaiwen from the 2 rows of dormitories on the 7th floor, Section 1, were selected. In terms of strength, Feng Qi was not bad either, and he usually showed enthusiasm and was very keen on such activities. However, there was probably another criterion for such foreign affairs activities, which was appearance. Feng Qi looked quite ordinary and might be a little short, so he was excluded this time. At this moment, Zhuangji and Cheng Sheng from the opposite dormitory also came out, but neither of them had any intention of talking to each other. After entering the elevator, they remained silent and kept a distance from each other. Coming out of the elevator and exiting the dormitory building, there were already many students downstairs. As time passed, students from other dormitory areas also arrived one after another, adding up to about 20. Most of them were new students this year, with a few senior students. Generally, they had decent looks and their figures were not too outrageous. And this time, there were also some young women students joining in. Chen Chuan saw Guan Xinyan, an acquaintance, among the female students. The latter also saw him, raised her hand to greet him, and he nodded in response. The Maka exchange students also came out of the dormitory building under the leadership of teacher Du Ma. Chen Chuan had not been here for a few days, so of course, he didn't have much interaction with these students. As a martial artist, he could get a rough idea of a person's strength from their figure and gait. He just glanced at most of the Maka students, only pausing slightly on Neilai and Shei, but quickly withdrew his gaze. Chen Chuan thought to himself that these students were a bit inferior to those at Wei Academy. Considering that those who came to exchange this time were all elite students in Maka, the martial combat level of this country was indeed not high. Only teacher Du Ma, being a teacher, was unfathomable, but it was certain that this person's level must have broken through. After waiting for a while, the Maka female students also came over, led by a Wei female teacher. Their numbers were comparable to the male students. They wore bright Maka people shawls, which looked like half-length cloaks, hanging down to the lower end of their knees at a slight angle, leaving only a section of muscular and slender legs exposed. This time, all the people were led by several teachers from the execution department. The leading teacher's surname was Han, and he was less than 50 years old, with a square face and an unsmiling expression, looking very serious. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, he took out the roster and called out the names. Those who were called responded one by one. After the roll call, 2 passenger vehicles drove in and stopped in front of the dormitory building. Teacher Han briefly explained the rules to be followed and then called everyone to get on the bus in order. The Maka students and teachers rode in one vehicle, while the Wei Academy students rode in the other. After the vehicles drove out, the leading teachers repeated the matters to be observed in a patient manner. The Foreign Affairs Bureau ranked very low in the Government Affairs Hall departments, as it didn't have many affairs activities throughout the year. As one could see from its location, it was not near the administrative building in City Center Square, but in a slightly southern location, a more than 10-minute drive away. It was also adjacent to an old times museum, with a large square in front of it. However, it was not usually open to the public, only on holidays. Although Chen Chuan was a local, he had not been there many times. In about half an hour, the 2 vehicles stopped in the open space in front of the museum square. By this time, some staff members from the Foreign Affairs Bureau had already arrived and set up the scene with barriers. Some carpets were symbolically laid on the ground, and balloons and ribbons were hung nearby. A band was waiting there, but they were all holding traditional Maka instruments, mostly drums, whistles, flutes, and mouth harps. Around them, there were many security personnel from the Foreign Affairs Bureau. They were all carrying pistols and batons, but they looked very relaxed. After all, they had received exchange personnel from Maka every year in the past and could be considered familiar with it. In addition to the officials from the Foreign Affairs Bureau, it was said that a council member from the Consultative Bureau would also be present. After all, the two countries had a tradition of friendly exchanges for a long time, and it wouldn't hurt to participate in such a safe and face-showing event. After the students got off the bus, the Maka students were arranged to wait on both sides, with a row of barriers behind them, and outside that were the security personnel. The WI Academy students were arranged together on the front side, lined up in 2 rows, facing the podium. Chen Chuan was arranged on the far right this time, relatively close to the Maka students. Coincidentally, standing opposite him was the Maka student who claimed to be Chiu Chinzhou last time. They both nodded to each other after their eyes met, but he noticed that there was a hint of tension in this student's eyes. He didn't think much about it, assuming that the other party was not used to it yet. He looked up and saw that the sunlight was very bright today, a bit dazzling. According to the schedule, the ritual would be arranged at 10 o'clock, and there was still some time left. Teacher Duma and all the Maka students were waiting there in silence. Although it was a friendly exchange, the atmosphere seemed a bit serious. Although it felt a little dull, no one felt that there was anything wrong, thinking that most of these people were coming to Dishan for the first time and were in an unfamiliar environment, so this performance was normal. Because the square was next to the main road, there was a lot of traffic outside. With so many people appearing here, it soon attracted many onlookers. As time passed, relevant officials continued to arrive. The Consultative Bureau Council member also arrived, and the surrounding people became more and more numerous, with several layers of people inside and outside. However, they were all blocked by the barriers and the security guards, but the more so, the more people tried to squeeze in. Around 9:30, 3 black sedans and an armed vehicle drove into the square one after another. Several security personnel got out of the armed vehicle first, looked around carefully, and then stepped forward to open the door of the middle vehicle. Director Liu of the Foreign Affairs Bureau stepped out of the vehicle. This person was in his 50s. Although he was overweight, he had a dignified appearance and a refined temperament. Under the escort of the security personnel, he first shook hands with the Maka officials who came to exchange this time and said some enthusiastic words. Then, he shook hands with the Consultative Bureau Council member and some Government Affairs Hall officials present at the ritual. Then, he came to the high platform in the middle and gave a speech praising the friendship between the two countries, friendly exchanges, and so on. His voice was loud and his pronunciation was clear. The citizens watching outside could hear him clearly. Under the leadership and coordination of the Foreign Affairs Bureau staff on both sides, applause was heard from time to time. After speaking for about 20 minutes, Director Liu reluctantly ended his speech. And next was today's highlight. The door of the museum opened, and the curator personally led several masters of ceremonies to bring out the gift that Maka had initially given to Dishan and kept in the museum. The WI Academy students also perked up. After this ritual, today's event would be almost over. Although the sun was good today, they were just standing there as a backdrop, watching and listening to some officials' speeches, and they were not allowed to whisper to each other. No one thought it was interesting. Chen Chuan looked at the box held by the curator. He learned from Cheng Zitong that it contained the unfading oak leaf. It was originally given to Dishan by the Maka people as a symbol of friendship between the two countries. It was said that this leaf had the effect of repairing the body and boosting the spirit, but it could only be effective when used with the spices brought by the Maka people and the holding of a special ritual. The officials who attended the event in Wei City each time could feel that this thing was indeed a bit useful. They couldn't say exactly what it was, but after the ritual, at least their spirit would be a little better than usual, so there were actually quite a few people who came to get a share of the ritual. At this time, the citizens outside stretched their necks and kept leaning in, trying to see the thing clearly. The curator let a female master of ceremonies hold the box and took out the key himself to open it, then slowly took off the lid, revealing to the crowd a blue gold oak leaf with clear veins. At the moment of opening, a natural and fresh air seemed to spread out. Chen Chuan glanced at it. This thing was about 10 centimeters in size, and he couldn't see much else besides its special color. However, this thing was given to Dishan more than 50 years ago, and being able to be stored for so long in itself showed that it had special characteristics. Teacher Duma's eyes were fixed on the oak leaf, and he couldn't help but clench his fists secretly. He was restraining his excited emotions, but his students couldn't help but lean forward one by one. The purpose of their coming to Dishan this time was to take back this thing, even at the cost of their lives. Although their reaction was a bit excessive, everyone around could understand because this thing was given by the Maka people and had an extraordinary meaning in the hearts of the Maka people. Director Liu was surprised to see the Maka people's reaction. He waved his hand generously and let the female master of ceremonies show the thing to everyone a few times. Then, he took 2 steps back, smiling and giving the position to the Maka official, and made a gesture of invitation. The Maka official returned a traditional gift from his country, then reached out his hand and carefully held the sacred object in his hand. Next was the Maka ritual. The Maka official signaled Teacher Duma and several selected students to come forward. Teacher Du Ma calmed down at this time. He stepped forward, took the oak leaf from the Maka official, turned around, and then raised it high. At this moment, he had a kind of high emotion, as if his whole person had sublimated, and the eyes of the surrounding Maka students also showed excited light. Teacher Du Ma looked firmly ahead, then walked forward step by step, while his throat began to emit a long tone. At the same time, the Maka musicians also played music. The tune was vast and ancient, with a primitive and simple style. The Maka students also began to harmonize. Their emotions were full, their eyes were firm, and they were very invested, as if they were going to complete a major and sacred mission. Even the onlookers on both sides were infected by their emotions and couldn't help but watch attentively. But at this moment, in the sound of the drums, a not-so-obvious gunshot rang out. Director Liu on the stage shook, and the security personnel next to him immediately reacted and rushed up to cover him. Not far away, the Consultative Bureau Council member was pulled by the security guard next to him and staggered to the side, and a bullet hole appeared in the position where he was originally standing. Almost at the same time, several cylindrical objects were thrown into the square, and soon a large amount of black smoke came out of them. Many people began to cough and shed tears when they smelled the smell. Seeing that Director Liu was hit, the Maka teacher's eyes narrowed. Although the local resistance strength would create opportunities for them, they would not assassinate government affairs hall officials. But now he couldn't care so much. Taking advantage of the chaos, he closed the box and ran out. The Maka students next to him also rushed out with him. At this time, the Maka students on both sides, regardless of gender, seemed to have received an order and moved at the same time, rushing towards the Wei Academy students who were blocking the way. Wei Academy students were also shocked to see Director Liu and council members shot. While their attention was focused outside, they never expected Maka students to rush out. They couldn't figure out what was happening. Although they had some guesses, most people chose to avoid them without understanding the specific situation. The moment the gunshots rang out, Chen Chuan looked back to find the gunman's location. At this moment, a figure flashed, and Qiu Qinzhe, not far from him, rushed towards him fiercely. He simply reached out to block him, and Qiu Qinzhe didn't understand what was happening before he fell back. He also heard a sentence in his ear, "Now is not the time for sparring." At this time, the security guard team in the venue also moved. Without clear orders, the Maka people were still VIPs. Even if they had doubts in their hearts, they would not interfere, so they easily let this group of people rush out. However, because things happened too quickly and the distance was relatively far, the onlookers in the back had not yet understood the situation, and the crowd was still blocking there, which became a barrier instead. At this moment, a series of gunshots came from the rear again. Suddenly, many people were shot and fell to the ground. The crowd then reacted, and screams of panic were heard, and they fled in panic. Coupled with the smoke spreading everywhere, the scene was extremely chaotic for a time. Chen Chuan's eyes narrowed. As the gunshots came, he looked over and saw that the gunman was a man wearing sunglasses. Behind this man, there were several expressionless people. Further away, there were several two-wheeled motorized vehicles parked. The direction Du Ma was running to was obviously towards them. He pushed away another Maka student who rushed up and walked quickly towards there. Not far away, Zhuangzi saw Chen Chuan chasing after him. His eyes flashed. He broke free from the two Maka students who came up and knocked them to the ground without hesitation, and followed. Chen Chuan started by walking quickly, but as his pace quickened, his speed gradually increased. In almost just 1 or 2 breaths, he had already caught up to the rear of the fleeing Maka people. Someone stopped to try to block him, but was pushed aside casually. The ease of it was like swatting away a few insects. Neilai and Shayanai were originally beside Du Ma, clearing the way for him. Neilai was okay and knew to hold back, but Shayanai pushed away the people blocking in front of him without hesitation. He didn't care whether these people could withstand it. Now seeing that the student in the back could not stop Chen Chuan at all, he immediately turned back to stop him. Shayanai had a more violent temper and rushed to the front first. Taking advantage of the momentum, he gathered strength in his body, and then made a humming sound from his nose, kicking towards Chen Chuan's face. Chen Chuan just casually punched it away. Shayanai's leg bone was broken first, and then driven by a great force, he flew backwards and fell to the side of the road. Neilai's heart trembled when he saw this scene, knowing that he could not be this person's opponent. Regardless of himself, he crashed up to try to stop him. Chen Chuan's expression was calm, and he didn't intend to fight him at all. He stepped to the side, and his speed suddenly increased, passing him by in an instant, shooting forward like an arrow from a string. Neilai only stopped after rushing forward more than 10 steps. At this time, he found that 2 more Wei Academy students had passed him by, and he was immediately anxious and turned around to chase after them. Although Du Ma was running forward, he was also paying attention to the situation behind him. Seeing that Neilai and Shayanai had almost no effect on stopping Chen Chuan, he frowned, and at the same time he was puzzled. He knew that there was a gap between Maka students and Wei students, but the gap was not that big, right? He didn't dare to turn his back to such an enemy, so he stopped and turned around, preparing to meet the enemy. However, the expected attack did not come. Chen Chuan didn't even look at him and swept past him. The target in his eyes was the gunman who had just shot. Du Ma was stunned. He didn't intend to help the gunman either. He was about to step away, but a figure flashed behind him. Zhuangzi rushed up at this time. When he got close, he tapped the ground slightly with his feet, and his whole person suddenly leaped up with a knee strike, crashing towards him. Duma shook his head. He took half a step forward, gave way to the front, and then used his own shoulders and arms to stick to Zhuangzi's knees. The latter suddenly felt as if he had hit a tough barrier rope. Before he could make any follow-up actions, he saw the muscles on Duma's shoulders, back, and arms suddenly tense up, as if the bowstring was tightened and then released instantly. Suddenly, an irresistible force was transmitted to his body, and he was suddenly bounced back, rolled a few times on the ground after landing, and then stabilized his body. Although he was not injured much, he looked at Duma with lingering fear, understanding that the gap between them was too great, and he immediately had the idea of retreating. At this moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong, rolled forward, and dodged a strong wind coming from behind. Nalai saw him attacking Duma, so he came up to attack him. Zhuangzi had already gotten up quickly at this time. Seeing that the attacker was Nalai, he sneered. If he couldn't deal with Duma, could he not deal with you? Chen Chuan had already rushed to the gunman not far away. The latter hurriedly raised his gun to aim, but his movements were too fast, and his footsteps shifted left and right. The muzzle of the gun could not find a chance to shoot under continuous shaking. When he realized something was wrong, he had already been bullied in front of him. The gunman gritted his teeth and hurriedly pulled the trigger. Chen Chuan bent forward, and at the same time reached out and lifted his elbow. With a bang, his hands were broken at the same time and also raised high. The pistol also flew into the sky. At the same time, his shoulder leaned forward, and with a bang, the gunman flew backwards and crashed into a middle-aged man who was walking up at this moment. The middle-aged man walked steadily, with sharp eyes. He reached out and pressed down to remove the strength from the gunman's body, put him on the ground with one hand, and then twisted his neck, looking coldly at Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan reached out and caught the pistol that had just fallen. The muzzle of the gun was raised instantly, and the middle-aged man's cold expression suddenly could not be maintained, and he hurriedly shrank his head to dodge to the side. Chen Chuan moved the muzzle of the gun and fired several shots at the building next to him, hitting the broken bricks and flying around, and the people squatting there pointing guns at him hurriedly squatted down. Seeing him turn the muzzle of the gun, the middle-aged man immediately seized the opportunity to rush up quickly. When he got close, he kicked up from below, looking to kick Chen Chuan's head, but he ignored it at all. He opened and closed his 5 fingers, and while dropping the pistol, he turned around and punched straight into the middle. Seeing that he seemed to be trying to fight to the death, the middle-aged man frowned, and the raised foot stepped down heavily, with a bang. At the same time, he twisted his waist and body, and exhaled, punching out at Chen Chuan with the same momentum. With a bang, like 2 steel hammers colliding, the fists of the 2 sides hit each other in an instant. Almost in an instant, the road surface under the feet of the 2 people cracked. The 2 maintained the posture of punching. After a while, a flush of red blood suddenly appeared on the middle-aged man's face, and then the bones all over his body made a series of breaking sounds. The whole person collapsed like soft mud. Most of the bones in his body were shattered by Chen Chuan's punch. At this time, Chen Chuan seemed to see something in his eyes. He tilted his head to the side, as if something brushed past his cheek. With a bang, a few pieces of broken bark exploded on the tree trunk not far away, and there was an extra bullet hole on it. He moved his feet quickly, and bullets fell from above from time to time, causing the surrounding branches and leaves to sway and gravel to splash on the road. On the rooftop of the building on one side of the street, the gunman fired a few more shots, and suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind. He wanted to move the muzzle of the gun, but a hand grabbed the top of his head and gently turned it. With a click, his head turned to the side. Luo Kaiwan grabbed the person's head and pushed it, and threw the body aside. He took the rifle in the person's hand, skillfully raised it, and aimed down. But he immediately thought of something, hesitated, then raised his knee and knocked the gun into 2 pieces, threw it aside, and then pressed his hand. His body leaped sideways, and jumped directly from the 4-story building. He climbed and pulled in the middle, and finally rolled after landing to remove the strength, and rushed forward after getting up. On Chen Chuan's side, he took advantage of the situation and picked up the discarded pistol, firing several shots at the people on the 2-wheeled motorized vehicles. Those people hurriedly scattered and dodged. Duma was running towards these cars, but seeing the people dispersing, he stopped helplessly. He couldn't drive these motorized vehicles. But as soon as he stopped, a figure rushed up behind him, punching him while making a crisp shout. Duma heard that this was a very young female voice, like a female student. He couldn't help shaking his head, avoided the punch, reached out and grabbed the slender wrist, and threw it to the ground. With a bang, the ground below was shattered. He thought that this would be enough to make this female student lose her combat power, but the latter seemed to be completely fine. Almost without stopping, her legs twisted up again. He was surprised and threw the person far away. The female student was thrown on the side of the road, rolled a few times and then pressed the ground, turned over and stood up. It seemed that except for a little wear and tear on her clothes and a little dust, she was fine. Chen Chuan glanced at it and recognized that it was Guanxin Yin, but he saw very clearly that whether it was against Zhuangzi or Guanxin Yin, Duma did not kill him. Otherwise, the 2 would be dead or disabled. This may be because the other party was afraid of the relationship between the 2 countries. In fact, if this person only took the oak leaves, he didn't need to chase him out when he didn't know the truth, but these Maka people colluded with unknown forces, and many innocent passersby were killed and injured. There must be an explanation, and they must not be let go so easily. He looked at Duma and said, "Teacher Duma, you can't escape." Duma shook his head. He first threw the box containing the oak leaves to a student next to him, signaling the other party to leave first, and then took off his jacket, revealing his bronze-colored, strong body and a body of smooth muscles, and said in a deep voice, "I remember you also took my industry pulse studies, so I will teach you the next lesson here." The Maka students who got the oak leaves hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Duma's determined face, and quickly retreated with the oak leaves, followed by several companions. However, many Maka students still chose to stay and looked warily at Guanxin Yin, Luo Kaiwan, and others. Duma didn't try to persuade them further, but just sighed. Seeing people leaving, Chen Chuan stood still. He didn't care about the oak leaves, and with Duma blocking him, he couldn't stop those people. Guanxin Yin and Luo Kaiwan also didn't move, but stared at Duma and those Maka students. Chen Chuan didn't take the initiative to attack. If these people, including Duma, were willing to confront them here, there was no need to rush. The longer the time dragged on, the more people would arrive later. It was the Maka side that should be anxious. After Duma saw the students behind him run far away and ride away on two-wheeled motorized vehicles, he finally didn't wait any longer. He stretched out his hands as if a bird spreading its wings, and the muscles on his body pulsed rhythmically as he opened his hands. The shimmering light on them felt like water flowing smoothly, especially the fingers, which moved gently as if plucking some tangible strings. His breathing and movements were accompanied by a peculiar rhythm, as if he was playing music with his body. At this moment, Guanxin Yin and Luo Kaiwan suddenly felt uncomfortable because each muscle expansion and pulsation of Duma's limbs landed precisely in the gaps of their breathing patterns. The key to a martial artist's strength lies in breathing. The opponent accurately placed the nodes at the junction of breathing, which meant that they could launch an attack on them in this gap. This made them involuntarily want to avoid and adjust, but no matter how they changed, the rhythm of Duma's movements would accurately capture it, which instead made their breathing more and more chaotic, and their chests and abdomen gradually became stuffy. Duma didn't look at them, his eyes were only fixed on Chen Chuan in front of him. A major feature of industry pulse studies is to feel the enemy's changes, guide, and control the enemy. The blood flow, breathing patterns, and even the direction of strength transmission of everyone here are within the perception of his mutated tissue. This is equivalent to the opponent being transparent to him, allowing him to rationally allocate techniques and strength, thereby grasping the trend of the battle. Sometimes, if the gap between the two sides is relatively large, there is no need to even fight. The opponent can injure themselves due to disordered breathing patterns. However, Chen Chuan was an exception. Although he had tried to induce Chen Chuan's breathing pattern just now, Chen Chuan remained unmoved, maintaining his original breathing. This instead put a burden on him, like trying to pull a line drawn on paper visible but impossible to pick up. At this time, because of the initial shooting and subsequent fighting, no one was coming and going on the entire street. It became empty from front to back, with only these people standing here. However, in the buildings on both sides of the street, some people were carefully watching the movement on the street through the cracks in the curtains and doors. Seeing that he couldn't control Chen Chuan, Duma knew that he couldn't continue like this. This place is only a 10-minute journey from the city center. The patrol bureau must know the news now and should be transferring people over, and the teachers of Wei Academy may also arrive at any time. He didn't have much time left. If possible, he didn't want to be caught. He needed to dispose of the person blocking him as soon as possible, so he walked towards Chen Chuan, deciding to solve the problem with fists and feet. Seeing him coming, Chen Chuan didn't retreat but also stepped forward to meet him. After the two approached, he launched an attack first, kicking at the opponent. This kick was so fast that even from Duma's perspective, it was threatening enough. So he lowered himself to dodge and had already made a gathering power for a forward charge, but then he realized that it was a changing line kick. He immediately tilted his body slightly and raised his hand to block it upward, immediately feeling a strong internal energy transmitted from Chen Chuan's leg. Although he received this move, he felt that internal energy constantly permeating inward, as if someone was constantly pushing himself there. Under the confrontation, he couldn't make any other movements for a while. After Chen Chuan immobilized him in place with one kick, he took a step forward as he put his foot down and reached out to grab Duma's raised forearm. Under normal circumstances, this could be followed up with grappling and wrestling, but he didn't do that. Instead, he tightened his 5 fingers. The tearing force of Zhang Sanshao-s tearing the curtain isn't only used on the face. Tugging with 5 fingers is enough to tear flesh, but when he exerted this force, he felt the muscles on Duma's arm tighten, like a tire suddenly filled with air, becoming slippery and tough, and his fingers were actually bounced outward. Immediately afterward, he saw the other party's hand pierce out, with 5 fingers together stabbing towards his chest, like a poison snake darting, with extremely fast speed. Seeing that it was too late to block, he leaned slightly, exerted strength in his body, and took the initiative to bump into it. Sensing something was wrong, Duma's fingers, which were originally stabbing, suddenly opened and turned into a palm pushing outward, resisting his forward momentum. The other hand slapped away the hand that was trying to grab again, and he took the opportunity to grab Chen Chuan's chest clothes, ready to exert force and pull the opponent's center of gravity, but Chen Chuan kicked his ankle from below, causing him to immediately lift his foot. But with this dodge, the strength above could not be exerted. At this moment, he saw Chen Chuan reaching out to try to grab his fingers. Having seen Chen Chuan's internal energy on his fingers just now, he knew that if he was caught, the places without muscle and mutated tissue support would definitely be torn apart with one grab. He quickly let go and retreated. As he retreated, Chen Chuan immediately pressed forward, with his hands drawing arcs, heading straight for his ears. He retreated with a low stance. Here, he seemed to have used a skill, actually retreating 2 steps in an instant. His elbows contracted inward, his knees bent, and his whole body contracted inward like a spring, then suddenly released, hitting a spinning force diagonally upward. Chen Chuan greeted it with his arm. But the result of this collision was that Chen Chuan stood still, while Duma staggered back a few steps. This made the Maka students watching from behind show an unbelievable expression. Duma was a very strong young teacher in their academy, otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent out to lead the team this time. He was actually forced back in a head-on confrontation with a WI student. They couldn't accept this result no matter what, feeling that something must be wrong. The reality and the emotional inclination in their hearts instantly plunged them into a contradictory emotion of anxiety and fear. Guan Xinyan and Luo Kaiwan didn't have so many thoughts. They had personally experienced or witnessed Duma's power just now, and Chen Chuan had actually repelled this person, and besides being surprised, a sense of admiration arose in their hearts. Chen Chuan looked at the retreating Duma, knowing that he hadn't actually won this punch. The only difference was that, on the surface, he had gained the upper hand in this hard confrontation. However, after the confrontation just now, he had almost understood. In terms of pure strength, he might not be as good as this person who had reached. In that case, he could completely use the advantage of his fast reaction speed to attack against attack, taking the initiative to exchange injuries for injuries. So he straightened up and continued to walk forward. In the eyes of everyone, as he took the initiative to press on Duma, he undoubtedly generated a pressure. Looking at Chen Chuan unharmed, Duma showed a look of surprise and also some admiration, thinking silently, talent. Not only was it the last collision between the two, but almost every moment between their exchanges, they were using internal energy. It stands to reason that generally, this is also. But Chen Chuan seemed to completely break this rule. The only explanation was that he possessed a talent that was difficult for ordinary people to match. He felt very uncomfortable. Such a talent could be encountered in the Wei branch of the Shun Republic, but they seemed unable to find such a person even after searching the whole country. After Chen Chuan took 2 steps, he suddenly accelerated forward and punched out. Duma saw it very clearly. He retreated slightly, avoiding the distance, and at the same time, he kicked Chen Chuan's head. However, the latter ignored it, allowing the kick to hit him, while he continued to press forward, slamming his backhand hard into Duma's chest. Duma's chest felt suffocated, his breathing was obstructed, and he knew something was wrong. He quickly used both hands to block and parry, constantly blocking the subsequent series of punches, elbows, and knee strikes that Chen Chuan was throwing, and he retreated again and again. On the other side, Nalai, who was fighting with Zhuangji, forced his opponent back by enduring a punch and glanced back, also seeing Duma being suppressed. He was a little anxious and confused. Why wasn't teacher Duma using his best Maka industry pulse fist but instead using martial combat moves that were biased towards Deshan? Wasn't this giving up his strengths? Duma was actually very helpless. If he could use that method, he would have used it long ago. He could feel Chen Chuan's aura, blood flow, and even the strength of each strike, but the strength and speed that the latter actually showed were completely different, making it impossible for him to make a real judgment. He was also very uncomfortable because after 20 or 30 years of training, he had become accustomed to using his senses to coordinate his strength and control his opponents. Now, encountering a person whose senses were one thing and whose actual performance was another, his brain knew what to do, but his body always took the reasonable response first, which made him have to pay attention and correct his habits when making a move, always being a step slower, which was very fatal. Moreover, even if Chen Chuan's strength wasn't as good as his, it wasn't much worse. His reaction and speed seemed to be faster than him. Even though he hadn't consumed much energy and didn't have any injuries, he seemed to be the one being suppressed. At this time, he realized that he might not be able to escape, but his students shouldn't have such a result. He must give them a chance to escape. Perhaps only by doing that would he bear all the guilt. Thinking of this, a look of determination appeared in his eyes. After choosing to fight Chen Chuan hard again, he retreated far away with the force, then took a deep breath, crossed his hands in front of him, and the muscles on his body suddenly wriggled. In just a moment, green veins appeared on the surface of his body, like the thin stems of leaves. At the same time, his body became red and hot, transmitting a sense of danger outward. Within just 1 or 2 breaths, crisscrossing blue and red patterns appeared on Duma's body. These were all composed of bulging sinews, and his muscles and even bones in various parts were protruding abnormally. Even his height increased by a few centimeters. When he lowered his crossed hands, everyone was immediately shocked. Duma's face was also covered with chaotic blue and red sinews, and the taut muscles stretched the corners of his mouth and the corners of his eyes upwards diagonally. The outline of his teeth was visible under the tightened flesh, making him look particularly ferocious and evil. Because the hair tie also came off during the fight just now, the whole person looked like a ghost under the background of his disheveled hair. The people peeking from the buildings on both sides of the street were very frightened when they saw this scene. They trembled all over, thinking they had encountered some kind of monster. The Maka students stared blankly, most of them not understanding what this was, but people like Nalai showed a trace of heaviness in their eyes. When Chen Chuan saw this anomaly on Duma's body, his expression also became serious, because he seemed to have heard Cheng Zitong mention this change before. This seems to be what happens when a martial artist reaches. It's just that this is no different from overdrawing life force, and in this case, the growth of mutated tissue is out of control, which will inevitably steal the original functions of the body. It can be said that after doing this, if he does not receive timely relief and treatment, then his life is basically counting down. Such an enemy seems more powerful than before, and he probably doesn't plan to leave a way out. He guessed that perhaps because today's matter must have an explanation, Duma made such a choice. In that case, then grant him his wish. He reached out and fastened his clothes, unbuttoning them one by one, took off his school uniform, revealing the white shirt inside, and then threw his coat aside. Duma waited there while he was taking off his coat. Even though he knew that every second from now on would reduce his life by 1 point, he still respected the opponent in front of him, because this may be the last opponent in his life. After Chen Chuan was fully prepared, he let out a muffled roar from his throat and chest, and the ground under his feet suddenly shattered. He instantly came to Chen Chuan and grabbed the latter's shoulders with both hands, lifted him up, and then slammed him heavily to the ground. Chen Chuan felt that this person rushed in front of him in a flash, which had exceeded his reaction speed, but at the moment of being caught, he also circulated internal energy, and the mutated tissue in his body immediately propped up to resist the opponent's internal energy penetration. But what he didn't expect was that the expected internal energy didn't arrive. The opponent just used a common wrestling skills used by ordinary martial artist. He immediately took a breath, tightened the mutated tissue in his body, and protected all parts of his body. As he was slammed down heavily, the ground shattered inch by inch, gravel flew, and a shallow pit was smashed under him. He didn't stop there. Duma picked him up again and slammed him to the side, but Chen Chuan hooked his calf with his foot, preventing him from pulling him for a while. He looked up and saw Chen Chuan's calm eyes. Suddenly he turned around in place, and then used force with both hands to throw him far away. Chen Chuan retracted his hands and feet in midair, quickly curled his body into a ball, and the mutated tissue also tightened accordingly. The next moment, he crashed into the adjacent residential building, smashing the wall there with a bang. Chen Chuan. Luo Kaiwan couldn't help but become anxious. He clenched his fists and prepared to rush towards Duma, but the Maka students in front came up to stop him. He reached out, twisted a wrist, and suppressed the person to his knees. Then he kicked him away, but after only taking one step forward, another Maka students rushed up to stop him. However, at this time, Chen Chuan pushed against the wall behind him, stood up from the spot as if nothing had happened, brushed the dust off his chest, and walked to the street again. Everyone looked at him as if he wasn't injured at all with unbelievable expressions. Guan Xinyan was also extremely surprised, and stared at him for a long time. At this time, Chen Chuan looked up at Duma and found that the latter's breathing had become more rapid, and his eyes were also covered with bloodshot. Although he was suppressed by the opponent just now, he did not suffer strength technique attacks, which gave him a judgment in his mind. Although stimulating mutated tissue greatly increased this person's strength and speed, the human body is a very delicate structure, especially the strength technique that has been tempered over and over again. It cannot be used smoothly because of a problem in a certain place. For example, Fang Daoyai was unable to use internal energy after being implant modified. So he speculated that although Duma's physical fitness had improved, under the premise that he had not yet adapted, it was impossible for the originally familiar strength technique to be used smoothly at once, so he could only use this kind of fighting style that relied on physical advantages first. In fact, this is not a problem. The so-called one strength can overcome 10 skills. As long as the strength is large enough, he can still knock down the opponent without internal energy, but the premise is that he can knock him down. It can be seen that the burden brought by this anomaly state should be very large. In this case, he should be forced to continue exerting strength to increase his consumption. He moved his wrists and said calmly, "Teacher Duma, it seems that this lesson will continue." Duma roared and leaped forward in place. This time, Chen Chuan was already prepared for his speed, so he deliberately moved a little further away. Seeing him move, he immediately dodged to the side. Duma's body fell on the place where he had left, immediately turning the bottom into ruins, and his body still couldn't stop, and he continued to rush forward for a distance. After the body changed, he obviously lacked control over strength. Just when Chen Chuan thought he had avoided him, Duma stretched out a hand and grabbed his arm, pulling him back. Chen Chuan immediately discovered that Duma's arms and fingers were a section longer than before. He deliberately maintained the previous state before they re-engaged, successfully making a tactical deception, causing him to misjudge. He reacted quickly, raised a foot from below, and pressed it against the opponent's chest and abdomen to prevent him from continuing to pull him closer. Du Ma failed to pull him closer after 2 consecutive pulls, so he simply punched him in the head. He calmly raised his hand to block, while constantly tilting his head to dodge. Although the punches were full of strength, most of them could be blocked by him at a small price. Even if he was hit by a few attacks, it would not cause any harm to him. Du Ma threw more than a dozen punches in a row, but failed to do anything to Chen Chuan. Instead, his breathing became more rapid. He stopped insisting on hitting, but raised both hands to grab Chen Chuan, lifted him up, and slammed him to the ground again. However, this time, Chen Chuan stretched out his leg and hooked him on the head in time, bringing him down to his knees. However, Du Ma held Chen Chuan with both hands, straightened his upper body, drove Chen Chuan up, and slammed him heavily to the ground. The road behind Chen Chuan cracked. Du Ma straightened his body again, intending to repeat his old tricks, but Chen Chuan loosened his legs and broke away from his neck. The mutated tissue in his body pushed, driving his legs and feet to suddenly exert force at close range, and his toes poked at his side neck. Suffering this blow, even though Du Ma's body's resistance to blows had greatly increased, the strength on his hands also loosened. Chen Chuan quickly broke free from his grasp, turned outwards, broke away from under his body, and then grabbed Du Ma's arm, causing him to lose his balance. At the same time, he clenched his other hand and slammed it hard on this person's face. Du Ma couldn't help but look up, feeling dizzy. He was about to struggle when he was driven by a strength, and the world spun around. He was slammed to the ground by Chen Chuan with a shoulder throw, and spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground under him. However, the increase in mutated tissue gave him pain and consumed his life force, but also greatly strengthened the toughness of his body. Nothing happened at all after this fall. Chen Chuan originally wanted to use strangulation skills, but found that as the degree of heteromorphism deepened, Du Ma's bone structure seemed to have changed, so he couldn't use the methods used to deal with normal people. So he simply gave up. At this time, taking advantage of him lying on his back, he kicked him in the head. Du Ma instinctively raised a hand to block his leg, and his 5 fingers actually twisted in the opposite direction, grabbing his calf and throwing him out. After Chen Chuan flew out, he rolled a few times on the ground, supported himself with his hands, and stood up again unscathed. He looked at Du Ma not far away, and saw that the latter was panting non-stop. He was a circle thinner than before, and the skin on his body was not as tight as he felt just now, but became much looser. This shows that the strategy is effective, and fierce fighting consumes a lot of life force. His body sank slightly. Before the opponent could attack, he took the initiative to rush over. Seeing him coming, Du Ma took a deep breath and rushed forward as well, but Chen Chuan easily avoided a punch and punched him hard in the abdomen. With the other hand, he pushed out a palm, and stuck it on his face while sending out strength. Du Ma realized that something was wrong, and lifted his arm to prop up and block his hand. Chen Chuan then lifted his knee upwards. Du Ma also quickly raised his knee to protect himself. The two collided. Chen Chuan maintained the position of lifting his knee, while Du Ma retreated several steps again. Chen Chuan slowly put down his feet. He found that Du Ma's strength was weakening and his reaction was becoming more sluggish. This shows that the momentum of body heteromorphism growth has passed, and now, with the gradual loss of life force, physical fitness is constantly declining. He looked at Du Ma, who was constantly panting, and said, "Teacher Du Ma, you can give up." Du Ma roared and rushed towards him, but halfway through, Chen Chuan kicked out and hit him in the head, causing him to stagger to the side, almost falling to the ground. The surrounding Maka students exclaimed, "Teacher." Du Ma struggled to stand up straight, took a deep breath, and the blue and red sinews on his body became darker in color. Then he bumped forward without saying a word. The force was so strong that the road surface behind him shattered all the way. Chen Chuan lowered his body, avoided the grab above, stepped forward and bumped him, carrying him on his shoulders, and then threw him to the ground. With a bang, the ground under everyone's feet shook. Du Ma struggled to stand up again, but was punched in the face by Chen Chuan halfway through and lay back again, but he still tried to get up, and was then knocked down by another punch. The Maka students next to him couldn't bear it anymore and tried to help, but they were prevented and controlled by the increasingly large number of Wei Academy students who had arrived at this moment. Everyone watched silently, watching Chen Chuan punch after punch, hammering Du Ma, who was constantly trying to get up, back down. After failing to get up again, Du Ma finally lay there and stopped moving. At this moment, he had withered away, leaving only a skin covering the deformed bones, and heat like after evaporation was rising from his body, as if it were the moisture in his body. He said in a hoarse voice, "Student, did you see the patterns running on me? That is the true record of industry pulse studies. Industry pulse studies is passed down in this way." Chen Chuan glanced at it and said, "Perhaps it would be better if you said it openly in class." Du Ma murmured, "Yes, but we don't have time. Echoes of the world is deepening. Maka people must occupy a place in order to have the strength to chase the tide of the times." His voice became lower and lower until there was no more sound. Chen Chuan looked up at the dazzling sunlight shining down from above, took a breath, and walked towards the students who were silently waiting there. As Chen Chuan walked alone towards the crowd, behind him was the empty street stretching into the distance, with only the loser Du Ma lying there. The students were momentarily dazed. Chen Chuan glanced around. All the Maka students, including those who participated in the attack, were now under the control of the Wei Academy students. As senior students of WI, they were reserve law enforcers, so there was no problem with taking action at this moment. The students were all looking at him with astonishment, curiosity, but mostly admiration. Duma was a teacher, after all, even if he was a Maka person. Chen Chuan was able to defeat him in a one-on-one fight, a level they knew they were far from reaching. When he reached the front of the crowd, a student with a look of admiration handed him his coat. He said thank you and took it. During the fight, his shirt had been torn in several places, so he put on the coat and rebuttoned it. At this moment, he glanced at it. However, during the fight, he didn't rely on it. During the battle, he tried to minimize the harm to himself by using blocking and dodging as much as possible, only resorting to it when he couldn't defend or dodge. Because he knew. After he buttoned the last button, he saw Guan Xinyan walking over, holding the hat he had dropped during the chase, handing it to him and saying, "Classmate Chen, here." Chen Chuan took it and put it on, adjusted the brim, and said, "Classmate Guan, thank you." Guan Xinyan looked at Chen Chuan and said admiringly, "It seems that our match doesn't need to be held. Although I have cultivated internal energy, I am still far behind you." She really wanted to ask Chen Chuan if he had also practiced iron body training, but she held back, because it involved the secrets of personal skills, and she knew not to ask what shouldn't be asked. Chen Chuan said, "Classmate Guan, since there is an agreement, I can wait. You can tell me in advance when you think the time is right." "Okay." Guan Xinyan was also very straightforward. Not being able to beat him now doesn't mean she won't be able to beat him in the future. Even if she can never beat him, he can be a good target to chase. Chen Chuan then looked back and saw Luo Kaiwen walking to teacher Duma's front alone, watching silently and leaving after a while. At this time, he saw armed vehicles driving from the other end of the street. The patrol bureau's cars had arrived. In fact, from the shooting to the end, it only took about 10 minutes, which was not a slow response. The security guard teams in the square had not appeared all along. Their primary task was to protect the officials in the Government Affairs Hall. As for chasing fugitives, that was the patrol bureau's business and had nothing to do with them. They would not go out to manage even if it was chaotic outside. Teacher Han then walked over. It was also helpless. As a teacher in the execution department, he was also nominally in the processing bureau and had to participate in protecting the officials in the Government Affairs Hall until all of them were safely evacuated before he had time to see the situation outside. He looked at the defeated Duma, saw the mutated appearance, his eyes narrowed slightly, and finally, his gaze fell on Chen Chuan. He seemed to want to say a few words, but changed his mind and asked, "Are you okay?" Chen Chuan said, "Teacher, I'm fine. You are really brave enough to actually win." Teacher Han sighed. He had only seen one student with such strength in the past, and now he saw another one. He looked at the surrounding students and said seriously, "I can't say that what you did was wrong, but the other side had guns. If you lost your lives because of this, it would be completely worthless. Since no one was injured this time, I won't say much. Think carefully before you make a decision in the future." The students responded sporadically. Teacher Han said, "The patrol bureau will handle the matter here, and the school will be responsible for the aftermath. Now everyone, follow me." Returning to school. On the way back to school, Luo Kaiwen sat next to Chen Chuan. He suddenly said, "I don't understand why they did that. It was already something given to the government. Even if they wanted to take it back, did they have to use this method?" Chen Chuan knew he was referring to the oak leaf, thought for a while, and said, "Maybe that thing has some special purpose, and they were afraid we wouldn't return it, so they had to do this." He was also thinking about the last sentence Duma said, the intensification of the echoes of the world. What does this mean? Is it just a Maka people's saying? As far as he knew, the Maka people's custom was to be close to nature and often say things that leaned towards the mysterious, but this time he felt it wasn't that simple. After the car arrived at the school, it was almost lunchtime, so the two decided to go to the cafeteria to eat first. Luo Kaiwen called Feng Zioki, and when the latter came out, he immediately asked, "I heard you were attacked today?" Those Maka students and teachers also snatched the holy object used for the ritual. Luo Kaiwen said, "You found out so quickly." Someone called back to the school. "I heard that people from the Government Affairs Bureau were shot. Did you see them?" Chen Chuan nodded. Resistance organization may have been involved in this matter, but not only officials from the Government Affairs Bureau were shot, but also many civilians. The specific situation is not clear yet, so let's wait for the follow-up. Oh. Seeing that the two seemed unwilling to talk more about this, Feng Zioki wisely shut up and didn't mention it anymore. After eating, Chen Chuan returned to the dormitory and called Cheng Zitong, and after getting through, he told him what happened today. Cheng Zitong said, "I know about the matter. It's good that you're okay. I'll come to your place tonight, mainly to talk about the unlimited self-defense permit exam." Chen Chuan's expression became serious and said, "Okay, teacher." Hanging up the phone, he looked at his watch, and then let. After the merge time ended, he compared the time. This time he defeated Duma, which added about 20 minutes, so the merge time has reached about 2 hours. 2 hours seems like a long time, but in today's battle, every heavy blow would reduce a little merge time, and there wasn't much left in the end. Considering that he still had to fight supernatural entity from time to time, these things were unreasonable, so he still needed to continue to work hard to increase the merge time as much as possible to gain more self-protection ability. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Cheng Zitong came as promised and said as soon as he entered the door, "You student, you are really capable, even Du Ma was defeated by you. Although the level of Maka people has always been bad, those who can become teachers have a boundary there. It seems that you are progressing faster than teacher thought." Chen Chuan invited him to sit down, poured him a glass of water, and said, "Teacher, I just don't know why they did this." Cheng Zitong said, "This is hard to say. Small countries have their own difficulties, but this has nothing to do with us. People above will consider it. When our strength is weak, we only need to do our own thing." After Chen Chuan sat down, he said, "I have read the data you brought. Your cousin is very capable and his analysis is very reasonable. Just from above, it is true that you are most likely to be approved by the above review if you take the defense certificate in the first grade. But the key issue is not here, but once you get the defense certificate, you are likely to encounter the same resistance as Shenzheng did back then. If you get it in the third grade, then you will have a certain amount of force to protect yourself." Chen Chuan thought for a while and said, "That's what student originally thought, but then I thought about it again. Teacher, senior student Shen, is he really lacking in force? The injuries on senior student Shen were all made by himself, not from others. Student guesses that it was probably because of the defense certificate, so he did not suffer a direct attack, but was manipulated by others in other ways. It can be seen that finding someone trouble does not necessarily require force. What student is thinking is that since there is the matter of senior student Shen, some people may be more vigilant about capable students. Putting yourself in their shoes, it is probably easier to deal with a student without a defense certificate than to deal with a student with a defense certificate. From this perspective, it may be better to get the defense certificate early." Cheng Zitong nodded and said, "This is also a statement." Chen Chuan said again, "Teacher, when I defeated Du Ma today, I heard him say at the end, echoes of the world are deepening. It seems that they desperately wanted that oak leaf because of this. I don't know what this means. Does teacher know? Echoes of the world." Cheng Zitong thought for a while and shook his head, "I haven't heard of it." Chen Chuan said, "Maka people desperately want to take back what they gave to Deshan. Regardless of the purpose, but so urgent, student guessed from the revealed information that it is very likely that there will be some changes in the world, and it is extremely important. It may have some influence on the world and is very likely to be related to our martial artist. If there is no way to know in Yangji, then maybe the answer can only be found in Central City. If you can go earlier, if it is something beneficial, you may be able to catch up, but it will be hard to say if you go late." Cheng Zitong pondered for a while and said cautiously, "This matter still needs to be carefully considered. Your cousin's data also said that a student from a branch school has obtained the qualification to be recommended to Central City. Maybe it can be replicated, but the specific data is still being searched for." Chen Chuan said, "Yes." Cheng Zitong said, "This is also very important and worth referring to. After you get it, teacher will look at it with you again." After a pause, he looked at Chen Chuan and said, "Little Chuan, if you make a decision, as your teacher, I will do my best to support you. If there is a chance to go to Central City, you must try it anyway, otherwise you will always be trapped in a circle and not see the outside world, which is meaningless. Teacher didn't have the courage and perseverance to do it when he was young. You may be able to do it. Teacher also hopes that you can do it, but remember to prepare everything before making a choice." Chen Chuan listened carefully and said, "Yes, student remembers teacher's reminder." Cheng Zitong nodded and tapped the table with his finger. "By the way, on the list your cousin gave you, the focus is on the department evaluation. This is right. Whether you take the exam early or not, the department evaluation is very important. Relying solely on the processing bureau is indeed too weak. Even if you now have the patrol bureau's recommendation, I am afraid it is not very safe. The case of Bureau Chief Lei does have a certain possibility of being handled, but now that the clues are missing, teacher is not easy to make a judgment. Although teacher does not know Bureau Chief Lei, but there is someone who has a good relationship with him. You go to her place first to understand the situation." Saying that, he took out a name card from his briefcase and handed it to him. "This is my niece, so it's one of us. Just ask her directly." After Cheng Zitong explained the matter to Chen Chuan, he didn't stay any longer and got up to leave, but when he got to the door, he suddenly thought of something. Echoes of the world, could it be what the old man said? He shook his head, walked out with his briefcase under his arm, and thought silently in his heart, but this student is right. If it is really a worldwide influence, then we can't wait and should try to be ahead. 1 Shukuzazudea Bixiox. Bixia. Another few days passed, and it was after the start of the semester. This time, Nian Fulai was also at home. When Chen Chuan entered, was sitting on a recliner, listening to the radio, crossing his legs, and reading the newspaper, while the two younger cousins were playing happily on the side. Chen Chuan greeted them and went to pour himself some water to drink. At this time, Nian Fulai looked at Chen Chuan, then at Yuan, touched his chest, and said, "I'm out of cigarettes, Yuan, go buy me a pack." Yuan glanced at and said to Chen Chuan, "Look, your uncle is a big captain now, knows how to boss people around." Nian Fulai was a little helpless. "It's just a pack of cigarettes, why are you saying this? Even if I'm a big captain, I can still only have one pack a day." "All right, Captain Nian, I'll go buy it for you." After Yuan went out, Nian Fulai put down the newspaper, got up, and sent the younger cousins to play in the room. Then, came back and said to Chen Chuan, "Little Chuan, I heard that you were the one who took down those Maka people? Were you at the scene at the time?" Chen Chuan said, "Yes, uncle, it was an event arranged by the school. I was there when the shooting happened. I wonder how Director Liu is doing." Nian Fulai said, "No need to worry about them. The officials in the government affairs hall only dare to go out wearing protective gear. Liu Zhan only suffered a fright and is not seriously injured. But because of this incident, the brothers in the bureau have been busy again." Chen Chuan learned from S words that the attack that day was not limited to one place. Obviously, it was to divert the strength of the patrol bureau. Then asked, "Uncle, I wonder how those Maka students will be dealt with." Nian Fulai said, "How to deal with them? Just handle them according to the normal fugitive process." Fugitive. Chen Chuan was surprised, "Aren't they exchange students?" Nian Fulai said, "The higher UPS have found out that these people are not exchange students, but a group of exiled criminals from within Makar. The real exchange students claimed that they were attacked by these people when they entered Dashan and replaced them to carry out exchange activities at Wei Academy. Is that so?" Chen Chuan thought for a moment. Judging from the performance of teacher Du Ma and those students, they were genuine students and teachers, and they had undergone long-term martial combat education. Otherwise, Wei would not have been unable to tell the difference. Therefore, suspected that this might have been a conscious substitution by the Maka people in order to avoid being criticized and not to damage diplomatic relations with Dashan, while also not being dragged down by the resistance organization. It has to be said that this is indeed an explanation on the surface. From the surface, the Maka people exchange group is still the aggrieved party because those fugitives had already been expelled from the country and are not considered Maka people anymore. However, no one is a fool. The higher UPS should not find it difficult to figure out what is going on. If the Maka people deliberately arranged this, then Dashan and Maka may be able to maintain relations on the surface, but privately, things will definitely not return to the way they were before. Then asked, "Uncle, what about the student who escaped with the things that day?" Nian Fulai said, "Is currently missing. Should have been picked up by someone. The resistance organization that appeared this time is highly valued by the Government Affairs Hall. It is likely that is the group that took advantage of Fang Dai's gang to cause trouble last time and took the opportunity to emerge again." As spoke, took out half a pack of cigarettes, took one, lit it, took a puff, and said with emotion, "Those above just move their mouths, and those below have to run their legs off. The brothers in the patrol bureau have to work hard again." Chen Chuan thought, "Not bad, uncle, your status is higher, and your ideological realm is really different." After taking a few puffs, Nian Fulai suddenly thought of something, looked outside a few times, quickly put out the cigarette, opened the window neatly to ventilate, and turned back to say sternly, "Don't tell your little aunt about you being there, lest she worry again." Chen Chuan said with a smile, "Don't worry, uncle, I won't tell little aunt about this." After having lunch at home, Chen Chuan planned to meet Cheng Zitong's grandnephew, a senior sister Henan. Speaking of which, although had not met this senior sister, had worked with her disciple, Lin Xiaodai, when following Ren Xiaotian on assignments. Because this was not an assigned mission, did not choose to call the commission company's car. After making a phone call, went to the city center to take a tram to senior sister Henan's residence in the south of the city. This was a training hall located on the bank of the White River in the south of the city. Rows of willow trees were planted on the river bank, and the willow buds had now grown, adding a bit of color. When arrived at the training hall, a servant-like person came out and respectfully said, "Are you young Master Chen? Miss is waiting for you, please come with me." Chen Chuan thanked and followed inside. Although it was a training ground, the road leading to the venue was paved with smooth pebbles, and both sides of the hall were filled with flower racks and potted plants, with green hidden and vitality flourishing. When arrived at the outer hall, smelled an intoxicating fragrance that felt very comfortable. Through the hollowed-out flower screen, could see a woman cutting flowers under the window, and a long sword seemed to be hanging within reach on the side. The servant walked in and said something, and she put down her things, went to a wash basin to wash her hands, wiped them clean, smoothed her hair, and walked out from within. Chen Chuan looked at her when she came out. This was a beautiful woman in her early 30s, with an oval face, curved eyebrows, and an intellectual and elegant temperament. She had a bun at the back of her head and was wearing a modified, waist-cinching jade white practice suit. If it weren't for the anomaly rhythm in her walking and the hidden force in her landing, she wouldn't look like a martial artist just from her face. Clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "Are you senior sister he?" Senior sister he smiled, "So you really are Uncle Master Cheng's student, so young. Don't learn to be as old-fashioned as my Uncle Master." She walked over, took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Chen Chuan. "Little Dit told me about you last time, saying that Uncle Master Cheng's student is a good-looking young man." Not bad, come in and sit down." She led Chen Chuan inside, to the flower window, and sat down on the antique sandalwood chairs, and had someone pour a cup of fragrant tea. Chen Chuan felt that the layout here was very exquisite, the tones and environment were very comfortable, and every utensil was very elegant. It seemed that the senior sister he was a person who liked a refined life. Senior sister he sat very dignifiedly, with her back straight and her hands on her abdomen. She said, "Uncle Master Cheng had already called me before. This matter has been troubling Old Lei for a long time, but Old Lei doesn't like owing people favors. If doesn't speak up, I'm embarrassed to go to Uncle Master Cheng." It's really great that Uncle Master Cheng is willing to help this time. It really solved a problem for me. As soon as Chen Chuan heard this, knew that the senior sister might have misunderstood. She probably thought that Cheng Zitong was willing to help solve the matter of Bureau Chief Lei's son's encounter, and, the student, was only here to act as a connection. However, didn't expose it. Cheng Zitong naturally had his intentions for not saying this. However, senior sister he spoke about Bureau Chief Lei with a casual tone in her concern. Obviously the two had a very close relationship. Said, senior sister, when is it convenient to see Bureau Chief Lei? Senior sister he said, you're still a student, right? You must be busy with your studies. It's really not easy for you to take the time to come here. Senior sister thanks you. Today is a holiday, and old Lei is at home. I've already told. Well, you can take my car. Chen Chuan said, then thank you, senior sister. Senior sister he smiled and said, junior brother Chen, you came here specifically to help old Lei solve the problem. Senior sister should be thanking you. Chen Chuan didn't say a few words to her before coming out and getting into a light blue Yuffalan car. It could be seen that this senior sister he came from a very good family, living in the south of the city, and having a dedicated car and driver. After getting in the car drove south. The speed wasn't slow, but it was driving very steadily. After about 30 minutes, arrived at the edge of Quanzhou district. This was almost out of the city. Looking at the location, this could be considered in the southwest corner of Yangtze City. There were fewer residential buildings around, but they were all 2- or 3-story buildings, with one every few distances, making it very secluded. Asked the driver, Master, does Bureau Chief Lei live near here? The driver explained, Bureau Chief Lei doesn't like living in crowded places. After driving for another 5 or 6 minutes, the car turned into a tree-lined road and stopped in front of a 3-story building surrounded by flower beds. The driver said, we're here. Chen Chuan got out of the car and saw many colorful flowers and plants planted in the flower bed. Couldn't name them. They might be foreign varieties or specially cultivated. You have to know that this is February, and it's really not easy to make them so bright and dazzling. Looking at these things, the figure of senior sister he appeared in S mind. Couldn't say why, but just felt that these flowers and plants were related to her. After Chen Chuan greeted the driver, walked along the clean road to the steps outside the door, walked through a section of rain shed, went up and knocked on the door. After waiting for a while, heard footsteps approaching, and the door opened from inside. A man no more than 40 years old came out, wearing black-rimmed glasses, a grey-black coat, and a white shirt inside, with a straight nose and a square mouth, and handsome features. Chen Chuan was not sure of his identity and said, hello, is this Bureau Chief Lei's home? I'm looking for Bureau Chief Lei. The man nodded and said, I am. She sent you. After Chen Chuan nodded, said politely, thank you for making the trip, turned around and walked inside, come in and sit down. Chen Chuan looked at. This Bureau Chief Lei didn't look like an official from the Government Affairs Hall, but more like a teacher. Changed his shoes at the door and walked in. Once inside, Bureau Chief Lei was very polite even to a young man like. Invited to sit on the sofa, poured a glass of water, and said, I haven't asked for your name yet. Chen Chuan said, Chen Chuan, a student from Wei Academy. Bureau Chief Lei was a little surprised and looked at twice. Oh? He Nan only said that you were Supervisor Cheng's disciple, but didn't say that you were a student from Wei. Disciple and student are different, but Chen Chuan heard say this. Obviously senior sister he wanted to emphasize his relationship with Cheng Zitong, and didn't rush to deny it. Chen Chuan. Bureau Chief Lei pondered the name. I seem to have heard this name before, raised his head, the look in his eyes behind the glasses became sharp. 5 days ago, you ambushed and killed the Maka people's fugitive Duma. Chen Chuan didn't expect to know about this because officials from the Government Affairs Hall generally don't care about the people and things under the mask. Said, it was me. I didn't expect Director Lei to know about it too. Bureau Chief Lei looked at, as a Wei Academy student, not a security guard on the scene, you could have stayed out of those things. Why did you take the initiative to do it? Chen Chuan said, I didn't originally intend to take the lead, but someone was shooting innocent civilians on the scene. No matter what my identity is, as long as I have the ability, I don't think I can sit idly by. Bureau Chief Lei nodded. Evaluation said, you have a great sense of justice. Chen Chuan frankly said, it's not just that, I'm a local of Yangtze City, and my friends and family are here. What if they were among those people? Bureau Chief Lei's gaze that was originally fixed on softened. Was silent for a while, then suddenly said, go back. Chen Chuan was stunned and said, Bureau Chief Lei. Bureau Chief Lei shook his head and said, regarding my son's matter, I have thought of many ways. Whether it can be solved is one thing, but it is easy to get others involved, and there may be other troubles. You are a very good young man with a bright future, and you should not be dragged into this. Chen Chuan thought for a while and said, Bureau Chief Lei, my teacher asked me to come because trusts my ability. Bureau Chief Lei was a little surprised because Chen Chuan emphasized himself, not his teacher. Pushed his glasses and looked at Chen Chuan seriously. After a while, nodded, stood up, come with me. Chen Chuan followed up the stairs, all the way to the 3rd floor. Bureau Chief Lei took out the key, opened the door, and said softly to a child huddled in the corner, that's my son. Is very afraid of seeing strangers. If you want to ask anything, please be as gentle as possible. Chen Chuan nodded. walked towards, but S footsteps paused slightly, and looked back at Bureau Chief Lei. Bureau Chief Lei said in a natural tone, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "Nothing." Chen Chuan looked at the child again. That was a puppet. Despite being dressed in real clothes and looking like a real person from a distance, Chen Chuan could not possibly consider this puppet a real person. Bureau Chief Lei said from behind him, "Did you forget something? Come out first." Chen Chuan turned around and said, "Yes." He turned and walked out of the room. Bureau Chief Lei looked inside again. His son was obediently playing with building blocks, but he couldn't seem to put them together properly. He gently closed the door. Once the two of them were downstairs again, Bureau Chief Lei looked at him. "Did you see something just now? You can tell me, I can accept anything." Chen Chuan glanced at Bureau Chief Lei, who remained silent for a moment, then confessed truthfully, "He's withdrawn, rigid, doesn't like to talk, and has no friends. But it's not his fault. He was harmed years ago and has been plagued by unexplained anomalous matter ever since. It's all my fault, so I can accept not treating him like a normal child, as long as he can grow up safely, even if he no longer recognizes me as his father." Chen Chuan said, "Then I'll tell you what I saw." Bureau Chief Lei looked over, awaiting his answer. Chen Chuan also looked at him and slowly said, "What I saw wasn't a child, but just a puppet." Bureau Chief Lei was stunned. He froze in place for a long time, then suddenly looked up, strode forward, and grabbed Chen Chuan's shoulder. Chen Chuan stood there without dodging. Bureau Chief Lei stared at him. "Really?" Chen Chuan nodded. Bureau Chief Lei murmured, "So that's how it is, that's how it is." Then his eyes seemed to redden, and he shook Chen Chuan's shoulder forcefully. Thank you, Comrade Chen." Chen Chuan said, "Does Bureau Chief Lei have something in mind?" Bureau Chief Lei took a breath before saying, "Yes, this is a question that has troubled me for 2 years." He seemed to have calmed down at this moment, releasing his hand and stepping back, asking seriously, "Comrade Chen, can you be sure that what you saw was a puppet, and not something else?" Chen Chuan said, "I'm sure." Bureau Chief Lei nodded and said, "Then please wait here for a while, I'm going to make a few calls." Chen Chuan said, "Bureau Chief Lei, please do." As he spoke, he went to sit on the sofa on the side. Bureau Chief Lei waited for him to settle down before leaving the room. Although he looked calm on the surface, Chen Chuan could tell from his slightly trembling back that he was very excited, but he suppressed it with his strong self-control. After waiting for about half an hour, Bureau Chief Lei returned and sat down on the sofa opposite Chen Chuan, not speaking for a long time. Chen Chuan didn't take the initiative to speak either. After a while, Bureau Chief Lei took off his black-rimmed glasses, fumbled around, and, unable to find anything, wiped the mist on them with his sleeve, put them back on, and looked at Chen Chuan, saying solemnly, "Comrade Chen, before today, I never thought I could save my son's life in this way." "Thank you," Chen Chuan said, "Bureau Chief Lei." Bureau Chief Lei waved his hand and said, "I'm not crazy, I know you're right." He looked up. 2 years, who would have thought that all this time I've been facing just a puppet?" He smiled self-deprecatingly. "I pride myself on being a secret ritual expert, but I couldn't even recognize the secret ritual right under my nose." Chen Chuan said, "Bureau Chief Lei, it seems you believe what I said." Reason and emotion, sometimes emotion always takes over, so I'm always reluctant to think that way, but thankfully, when the truth appears before me, I can make a rational judgment and not immediately choose to deny it. Bureau Chief Lei said, "Without your reminder, it would be difficult for me to break through this point on my own." He sighed, "Concern can lead to confusion." Chen Chuan thought for a moment. "Perhaps this is a bit presumptuous, but can I ask what exactly happened?" "There's nothing wrong with telling you." Bureau Chief Lei took off his glasses again, rubbed his red eyes, put them back on, and regained his composure. "As the director of the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau, I often deal with those illegal cults. When I was investigating a certain secret cult, my residence was leaked. I later learned that a fugitive from that illegal cult had entered my temporary residence and performed a ritual curse on my son. It's not complicated, simply put, it was to connect my son with some supernatural entity. Afterward, I used many methods to solve it, but none of them worked. This matter also caught the attention of my ex-wife. Seeing me performing rituals on the child, she immediately sued me, but she didn't understand that if the curse ritual lost its suppression, it would influence those around him. There are regulations that these matters cannot be disclosed to ordinary people other than law enforcement officers, so I couldn't explain it to her directly. I only hinted that she needed to stay away from our son. My marriage to her was arranged by our elders and there was no real affection. In fact, we didn't really understand each other. Even if I told her the truth, she would probably think I was talking nonsense and making up these things to scare her in order to get the child back. I kept trying to remedy the situation, but she kept hiding from me, until half a month later." He sighed deeply. "Actually, if I had discovered the problem earlier, I might have been able to prevent this tragedy from happening, but I'm also somewhat glad that her death had nothing to do with the child, so neither of them had to bear these." Saying this, he picked up the water glass next to him, tilted his head back and drank the water in one gulp, then heavily placed it back on the table on the side. He looked up at Chen Chuan. "You know, to successfully execute this ritual, my child must be alive, so they should still have my child control somewhere." Chen Chuan said, "Bureau Chief Lei, do you need help?" Bureau Chief Lei said, "Thank you, this ritual." I have a pretty good idea where they might be hiding the child. I've already arranged for people to go there, just wait here. After a while, he spoke again, but he took a breath. We must first break this ritual. Chen Chuan looked at his expression. Is it difficult? Bureau Chief Lei's lips trembled slightly, his fingers slowly closing, trying several times, and finally clenching into a fist. I just need to kill what I see with my own hands, and then this ritual can be broken. Chen Chuan's gaze sharpened, looking at Bureau Chief Lei sitting there, understanding the pain he was suffering at this moment. No wonder, as the director of the Secret Cult Review Bureau, he had never thought about this direction, because as a father, he would do everything possible to avoid harming his own child, and this ritual was simply too devastating. He said, "Can't we use another method?" Bureau Chief Lei shook his head. The original intention of this ritual was to destroy the love between family members in the most cruel way. If we don't use this method, even if it is broken, it will happen again in the future. He took a deep breath. As a father, I failed to fulfill my responsibility and brought him misfortune, so I should bear the consequences. He stood up and said to Chen Chuan, "Comrade Chen, please help me one more time. I need you to watch from behind so you can remind me that it is indeed a puppet, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to do it." Chen Chuan also stood up and said solemnly, "Bureau Chief Lei, I am willing to help you with this, but..." He said, "Bureau Chief Lei, aren't you afraid that I might be wrong?" Bureau Chief Lei looked into his eyes and said, "You are Supervisor Cheng's student, that's right, but as far as I know, you have personally handled many cases involving supernatural entities. The man-mountain flying head monster was eradicated by you, and I've noticed that the intervals between your eliminations of supernatural entities are not long, but you haven't been influenced in any way. You may not even know it yourself, but you have a very special ability to resist the invasion of certain strange substances. Your words are more credible than others." Chen Chuan understood. Bureau Chief Lei probably didn't just arrange to rescue the child, but also checked his background at the same time. He understood this, after all, his son's life was involved, so it was right to be cautious. And he also roughly understood that it might not only be Bureau Chief Lei who felt that his son was alive when he saw him, but perhaps others also felt the same way. And the supernatural entity's invasion of him was all being. "Wait for me a moment." Bureau Chief Lei greeted him and left. After a short wait, he returned with a hammer in his hand. "Let's go." Chen Chuan followed him upstairs, returning to the third floor. After opening the door, Bureau Chief Lei looked over, his eyes filled with inquiry. Chen Chuan glanced inside, seeing that the puppet was still quietly huddled in the corner, and nodded to him. Bureau Chief Lei gripped the hammer in his hand and walked in. In his eyes, his obedient son was still sitting there, but he should have known something was wrong, because his son still looked the same as he did 2 years ago. He hadn't changed at all. He instinctively wanted to close his eyes, but the ritual breaking didn't allow it. Walking forward with leaden feet, he struggled to raise the hammer. In his view, the child suddenly raised his head, looking at him with innocent eyes. "Dad, why are you hitting me?" Bureau Chief Lei said with tears in his eyes. "Xiaoying, I'm sorry." He picked up the hammer and struck down hard, again and again. In Chen Chuan's eyes, the puppet gradually cracked and was damaged under the blows of the hammer. At this moment, as Bureau Chief Lei struck the final blow, with a crack, a glass bead serving as an eyeball fell to the ground along with the sound of a wooden object breaking. Bureau Chief Lei stood there panting, now seeing only a broken puppet, the hammer in his hand clattering to the ground. He took 2 steps back and leaned against the wall. Chen Chuan looked towards Bureau Chief Lei, who recovered a bit of spirit after a while, his eyes regaining their luster, and said to Chen Chuan, "Thank you, let's go down." Chen Chuan nodded, glanced at the puppet again, and followed him downstairs. Downstairs, Bureau Chief Lei waited silently, waiting for a result he could accept. Chen Chuan didn't speak either. For a moment, the only sound in the living room was the ticking of the grandfather clock. After waiting for about 10 minutes, ring, ring, ring. The telephone in the living room suddenly rang. Bureau Chief Lei quickly reached out to grab it, but after his hand was on it, he paused for a moment before slowly picking it up, putting it to his ear, and trying to keep his voice steady. "Hello, this is Lei Guangcheng." In the empty living room, a clear and excited voice came from the telephone receiver, which even Chen Chuan heard. "Bureau Chief Lei, we found him, we found the child, we found your son." Bureau Chief Lei's eyes immediately became wet. "He's a bit weak right now, those guys only gave him simple water and food every day, but he's fine. We'll send him to you now." Bureau Chief Lei suppressed his intensely fluctuating emotions and said, "Thank you, Lao Gao, thank you, you've worked hard." Bureau Chief Lei put down the phone, calmed himself, and returned to the sofa. He looked at Chen Chuan and said solemnly, "Chen classmate, I was able to find my son because of you this time. Please tell me anything I can do to help you. As long as it is within my ability, I will do my best for you." Chen Chuan said frankly, "I do have something I need Bureau Chief Lei's help with, but Bureau Chief Lei has just found his son. How about we talk about it later?" Bureau Chief Lei glanced at his watch and said, "We still have some time." He said earnestly, "Chen classmate, I am a person of clear gratitude and grudges. If there is anything you need me to do, please tell me." Seeing his resolute attitude, Chen Chuan thought for a moment and said, "I need to obtain a government agency evaluation." Bureau Chief Lei immediately understood and stared at him. "You are a student of Wei Academy. Government agency evaluations are only useful for going to Central City, so you want to go to Central City. Chen Chuan nodded. Bureau Chief Lei said slowly, the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau can give a department evaluation, but the prerequisite is that you accept a commission. Chen Chuan answered without hesitation, I can. I don't know what you need me to do. Bureau Chief Lei looked at Chen Chuan and said, Director of Secret Teachings Review Bureau Lei Guangchang, because the temporary residence was leaked, his son Lei Ying was controlled by secret cult personnel and ritual controlled. Therefore, commission Wei University-student Chen Chuan to rescue and break the ritual. Speaking of this, he paused slightly, and then said, Now, after confirmation by Director of Secret Teachings Review Bureau Lei Guangchang, Lei Ying has been rescued and the ritual has been broken. Chen classmate, your commission has been completed. Tomorrow, when I return to the bureau, I will write you a detailed department evaluation. After listening to him, Chen Chuan understood what he meant. He was not pretentious and thanked him, Bureau Chief Lei, thank you. Bureau Chief Lei waved his hand, it's nothing. He pondered for a moment and said, if you want to go to Central City, one department evaluation may not be enough. I know you have an internal evaluation from the Processing Bureau, but you are not a recommended student, and just 2 evaluations may not be secure enough. What do you think about adding an evaluation from the Foreign Affairs Bureau? Chen Chuan was very surprised. Foreign Affairs Bureau? Can Bureau Chief Lei get an evaluation from the Foreign Affairs Bureau? Each department of the Government Affairs Hall has always been in charge of its own affairs, and the departments are very old-fashioned and conservative, and it is difficult for outside departments to intervene. Bureau Chief Lei saying this means that the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau has influence over the Foreign Affairs Bureau, or does Bureau Chief Lei personally have a greater background or other connections? Bureau Chief Lei said, you don't understand. Many departments in Yangtze City are there simply because the framework is there. It can't be less, not because it's so important. The reason why the Yangtze City Foreign Affairs Bureau can still have a sense of existence is because the legendary ancestral land of the Maka people is here, and there is a need for exchanges between the 2 countries. But now that something like that has happened among the Maka people, the relationship between the 2 countries is bound to be strained, and exchanges will definitely be hindered in the next few years, so the Foreign Affairs Bureau will have an even lower sense of existence. The Secret Cult Investigation Bureau is mainly responsible for investigating and banning foreign secret cults, and needs to communicate and contact foreign countries frequently. If necessary, the Foreign Affairs Bureau will be responsible for cooperation, so the 2 departments are mutually supportive and cooperative departments. Chen Chuan understood. Although it was said that they were mutually supportive and cooperative, whether it was really necessary for the Foreign Affairs Bureau to participate depended on the attitude of the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau. Because the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau, as a semi-violent agency dealing with foreign personnel, could not be without its own communication channels. If it was not needed, of course, the Foreign Affairs Bureau could be left aside. Now that the relationship between the Maka people and Deshen is at a freezing point, the Yangtze City Foreign Affairs Bureau is completely dispensable. In view of the past cooperation between the 2 departments, they must hope that the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau can help them. Bureau Chief Lei said, you killed a Maka people fugitive at the exchange meeting before. In theory, you should be able to get an evaluation from the Foreign Affairs Bureau, but for the Foreign Affairs Bureau, this may not be enough. Chen Chuan said without hesitation, what do you need me to do? Bureau Chief Lei said, if the Foreign Affairs Bureau can get back what it lost, then it can still gain a little impression points from the higher authorities. Failure may not be all bad, but may turn into an opportunity for progress. I will talk to Lu Zhan about this. As long as you can find a way to get back that oak leaf, I can ensure that you get another Foreign Affairs Bureau evaluation. Chen Chuan thought for a moment. If he had the ability to complete the matter, he would definitely do it, but if it was difficult to do, he would not force himself and would rather give up. Regarding this matter, he currently had no clue, and it also involved the resistance organization, so it was not that simple, so he asked again, does Bureau Chief Lei have any suggestions? Bureau Chief Lei expressed his appreciation for his acumen. He said, that oak leaf may have a very unique role for the Maka people. We don't need to discuss what it is now, let's talk about the follow-up. If the Maka people who took this thing have the true identity of Maka students, it will be beneficial to the resistance organization that is receiving them. Then there is a basis for cooperation between the 2 parties. Even if they are not friendly, they will not be hostile for the time being. But now it has been revealed that they are just a group of fugitives. The Maka government has cleared the relationship, so they have no special value to the resistance organization, and may even be threatened and used in turn. They should also be aware of this, so they must leave early before their identities are revealed. But since they have obtained what they wanted, it is impossible for them to stay in Yangtze City for a long time. They must return and send the things back to their country. They cannot do this on their own, so there is only one way left for them to go back. Chen Chuan's eyes moved, the exchange delegation. Bureau Chief Lei nodded and said coldly, in fact, how can there be any fugitives? How could the entire exchange delegation of Maka people be controlled by others? And there was no response for half a month, and even no telegram was transmitted domestically. This is clearly a self-directed and self-acted play. Now that they have obtained what they want, the first thing is to leave. It's just that even if they give that oak leaf to the Great Shun government as a gift, they can only take it back by letting our country give it back or give it, instead of robbing it. Speaking of this, he said to Chen Chuan classmate, the situation has now been explained to you. If you are willing to accept it, I can call Lu Zhan today. Chen Chuan thought carefully, and finally raised his head and said, I want to give it a try. Bureau Chief Lei looked at him appreciatively and said, then it's settled? Don't be burdened. For me, it's just a phone call. It's not even a matter of giving favors. We are even helping Lu Zhan, so it doesn't matter if it doesn't work out. Even if there is no chance this time, I will thank you in other ways. This matter was beneficial to Chen Chuan, so he accepted it frankly and said, thank you for Bureau Chief Lei's help. Bureau Chief Lei said in a deep voice, these are actually not comparable to the help you gave me. Xiao Ying is all I have. You saved him. This is more important than anything else. Chen Chuan thought for a moment and said, Bureau Chief Lei, there is something I would like to ask for advice. Bureau Chief Lei said, speak. Chen Chuan looked at him and said, it can be seen that the ritual is vicious. Bureau Chief Lei's ex-wife lost her life because of it. Bureau Chief Lei, you should also be influenced by the ritual, but how did you avoid the ritual's harm to life? Bureau Chief Lei said, a very reasonable question. I can tell you this, as the director of the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau, I have a fixed anti-ritual of the secret cult on my body, so even if supernatural entity-like things can have an influence on me, they can't do anything to me. It is because of this reason that I overly trusted myself. Chen Chuan understood in his heart that although he was very interested in these rituals and the like, he knew that today was not the right time to talk about this topic, so he said, Bureau Chief Lei, I have been here for a long time today. I have to go back to school as soon as possible, so I won't disturb Bureau Chief Lei and your son's reunion. Bureau Chief Lei said, okay, I won't keep you today. I'll treat you to dinner another day. You must come. I want to thank you with Xiao Ying. Chen Chuan said okay. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, Bureau Chief Lei, can I take away the puppet wreckage? Bureau Chief Lei didn't ask much and said, even if you don't say it, I will have to deal with this thing. It's best if you take it back. You are also an expert in this area, so you should know how to deal with it properly. Chen Chuan went upstairs again, packed up the puppet, put it in a borrowed package, and walked out with it. Bureau Chief Lei sent him out. When he reached the door, Chen Chuan raised his head and was surprised to find that Henan was standing there, with another car parked behind her. Her eyes were fixed on Bureau Chief Lei. Old Lei, I heard about the child's matter. I called Dr. Li. He is particularly good at regulating the body. Bureau Chief Lei was silent for a moment and said, you have a heart. I thank you for Xiao Ying. Henan walked up and hugged him gently. Why are you being so polite with me? Okay, now everything is over. Bureau Chief Lei also raised his hand, hugged her, and then let go. He looked at Chen Chuan. Chen classmate, wait for my call. Henan also looked over and said gratefully, junior brother Chen, old Lei has been tortured by this matter for a long time. Fortunately, Uncle Cheng asked you to come today. Senior sister also thanks you? Chen Chuan said, senior sister, you're welcome. Senior sister, Bureau Chief Lei, I'll leave first. Junior brother, take my car back. Chen Chuan didn't refuse. This place was very remote. Although he could run back, it would take too much time. After saying goodbye to the two, he got in the car and returned to school. Sitting in the car, he recalled what happened just now. When he came today, he didn't expect things to go this far, and he directly obtained the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau's evaluation. As for the Foreign Affairs Bureau's evaluation, it is still hard to say, but if he can get it, plus the Patrol Bureau's evaluation, that would be 3 evaluations. If not occupying an absolute advantage, it also has enough weight. If Processing Bureau is added to this, it would be even better. Yu Fulan's car drove him all the way back to school. He said goodbye to the driver and went back to the dormitory. He picked up the telephone and called Cheng Zitong, telling him about what he had experienced today. After listening to this, Cheng Zitong was happy for him besides being emotional. Little Chuan, it's great that you can get the Secret Cult Review Bureau evaluation. You must try your best to get the Foreign Affairs Bureau evaluation. This kind of opportunity is very rare and may never be encountered again. Chen Chuan said, yes, Bureau Chief Lei told me to wait for his call. Cheng Zitong thought for a while and said, if the Foreign Affairs Bureau commissions you to handle the exchange delegation, you should be able to get the exact itinerary, but there are many Maka people security guards in the exchange delegation who can use firearms. If the Maka people who obtained the oak leaf meet with them in advance, it will be difficult to retrieve it. Moreover, this commission involves many aspects, and it may be difficult for you to do it alone. Chen Chuan said, yes, teacher, I plan to find trusted classmates to do this commission together. Also, teacher, if possible, can you please ask senior brother Ren to help? Cheng Zitong said, Xiao Tian, okay, I'll ask. You prepare here first. Chen Chuan said okay and hung up the phone. He thought for a moment in his heart. Because the other party is an exchange delegation, it is difficult to say whether there are people like Duma, so if possible, he plans to call Wuhan, Wei Chang'an, and the classmates in the dormitory to complete this commission together. Bureau Chief Lei was swift and decisive. The commission to recover the oak leaf would be issued soon and assigned to him. The reason was sufficient. He had been the first to pursue the fleeing criminals and, at the risk of being shot, had single-handedly killed Dumas on the road. Considering the difficulty of this commission, and after Bureau Chief Lay's efforts, the Foreign Affairs Bureau had to invest heavily, making the commission reward very generous. In this commission, the Foreign Affairs Bureau would provide all possible information assistance, but the specific execution would depend on them. Bureau Chief Lay finally told him that the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau would use the Feta cult case as a pretext to talk with the members of the exchange group, trying to delay their trip and buy him more preparation time. Chen Chuan understood the situation after hearing this. After asking some specific questions, he hung up the phone. Next was gathering the team. Even if the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau delayed them, the exchange group would not stay for too long, especially after getting the item. They would definitely try to send it back as soon as possible, so their time was not particularly abundant. He thought about it and took the opportunity during lunch to greet Luo Kaiwan, Feng Xiaoqi, and Wei Dong, telling them he had something to discuss with them. Knowing that he must have something important to say, the three of them came to his dormitory after lunch. Once they were seated, Chen Chuan told them about accepting the commission to retrieve the oak leaf and invited them to join him. Feng Xiaoqi was very enthusiastic. He had never done a mission before and had always admired Chen Chuan for doing assigned missions. Normally, students would not have this opportunity until their second or even third year due to lack of experience and martial combat skills. Now, with a major commission in front of him and the chance to participate, he was naturally willing. He said, "Chen classmate, Luo classmate, I couldn't go to the exchange event last time. This time, please be sure to take me along." Luo Kaiwan said seriously, "Recovering the item is the right thing to do. Since Chen classmate trusts me, I am willing to participate, and I will fully cooperate with you." Wei Dong said with gleaming eyes, "Are we going to fight someone? Count me in." Seeing that they all agreed, Chen Chuan felt that the foundation of the team was set. He said, "Okay, we'll meet again after receiving the specific details. Since this time we might face the Maka exchange group, our strength isn't enough, so I will find other people to participate. I'm letting you know in advance." None of them had any objections. They had little experience, and Chen Chuan was the leader, willing to bring them along on this commission, especially since it was such a big one. They would definitely follow his ideas and arrangements. After the three of them left, he called Wei Chang'an. After a few pleasantries, he brought up the commission. "Wow, Junior, you're much better than Wei Ji. You can even get a commission like this." Wei Chang'an was very surprised. As a client, he knew how difficult it was to get a department commission. It required deep connections and access, and they were usually snatched up by various commission companies that smelled the opportunity. How could it fall to an individual like him? If he could participate in such a commission, he would have a chance to be promoted to senior agent. He would do it even without pay. This wasn't Chen Chuan asking for his help, it was clearly giving him a leg up. He said with emotion, "Junior, you're taking care of Wei Ji again. I won't say anything insincere. I'll push aside all the commissions I have and wait for your notification. Just say the word, and I'll be there whenever you need me." Chen Chuan said with a smile, "Okay, Wei Ji, it's settled then." In the afternoon, Cheng Zitong called him, saying that Ren Xiaotian had been informed and would take the time to come to the school to find him in the next 2 days. Chen Chuan was relieved to hear this news. Ren Xiaotian was experienced and reliable. With the senior's help and advice, the chances of success would be much greater. That left Wu Han. He should be in the training hall at this time. So, he left the dormitory and went to the training hall. After finding Wu Han, he didn't rush to talk about the matter. After sparring with him for more than an hour, they each took a bottle of water, sat down to the side, and chatted casually. Then, he extended the commission invitation to him. Wu Han was excited after hearing the general idea. "Junior, I have to participate in this. How do we do it?" "Same as before, you decide." He had listened to Chen Chuan last time, which led to his participation in eliminating Feng Dai's group and obtaining a weapon permit. So, he trusted Chen Chuan very much. Chen Chuan nodded. Wu Han had a weapon permit and could openly carry firearms. With someone like that joining, things would be much easier. The specific details hadn't been received yet, and the time hadn't been set, so he told Wu Han not to take on any other commissions in the next few days and wait for his notification. Wu Han patted his chest and agreed. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Chuan needed to consider some other issues. With so many people involved and the possibility of leaving Yangtze City, he needed to prepare a lot of vehicles and necessary supplies. These things would not be difficult to solve if he talked to the company. However, this was his private commission and had nothing to do with the company, so he planned to borrow from the company and repay the expenses later, or deduct them from future rewards. Vehicles and supplies were easy to solve, but firearms were a bit more troublesome. However, Cheng Zitong should have a way. Even if that didn't work, he could try to get a certificate from the Foreign Affairs Bureau and then get a permit from the Patrol Bureau. The Foreign Affairs Bureau didn't have the influence in the Patrol Bureau, but as long as they provided a guarantee for his actions, the Patrol Bureau could legitimately issue him weapons. After all, he was a descendant of the Patrol Bureau and, more importantly, he had a weapon permit, making this task not too difficult. He was busy with this matter for the next 2 days. By the time, the Review Bureau originally planned to continue delaying, but the exchange group's attitude this time was very firm. In fact, staying 1 or 2 more days would not have been a problem at all. Such actions were enough to show that these people had definitely set a time limit in advance and couldn't wait any longer. So, after telling him some information, Bureau Chief Lei gave him a suggestion. He could observe more near the checkpoint on the way to the port, and he should gain something. Chen Chuan thanked him and noted it down. Bureau Chief Lei finally said, Lu Zhan asked me to convey some words to you. I think they are also necessary. After all, it's an exchange group, and our two countries haven't turned against each other. Don't make things too ugly. However, if the situation is urgent or you encounter danger to your own safety, then don't hold back. It's not difficult to involve the exchange group and the Feta cult. Chen Chuan said, Bureau Chief Lei, don't worry, I will pay attention to the solution. Bureau Chief Lei said, just do it boldly. If you need any help, call me, and I will find a way for you. Chen Chuan thanked him again and hung up the phone. Around noon that day, he received a thick package containing all the data about the Maka exchange group that the Foreign Affairs Bureau had sent him, as well as their schedule. There was also a phone number inside, which he could use to contact the Foreign Affairs Bureau at any time to confirm the specific itinerary. After carefully reading this data, he got up, picked up the telephone, and began to notify everyone, asking all participants in the commission to gather at his dormitory tonight. At 6:10 p.m., except for Ren Xiaotian, Luo Kaiwan, Feng Zhaoqi, Wei Dong, Wu Han, Wei Chang'an, and others arrived. Chen Chuan knew when he made the call that Ren Xiaotian would not be able to arrive for a while. He didn't wait idly and directly spread out a map in front of everyone, starting to explain the situation. The Maka People Exchange Group wants to go back. After leaving Yangtze City, they need to go to Distant View Port to take a boat. Due to the influence of the Xia Mountain mudslide, the railway along the line has not been repaired since last year. So, going east from Yangtze City, there is only one road left. He pointed to a long line on the map, National Highway. He said, I thought about it. After the exchange group gets the item, there are two possible plans. One is to use certain connections to directly send the item to the port, because the port is relatively independent. After leaving Yangtze City, there will be no strict inspections. However, this possibility is relatively low. First of all, there is a checkpoint on the National Highway, and inspections have been increased in the past 2 days, so they can't pass it at all. On both sides of the road are large areas of wilderness and uninhabited areas. The conditions in the wild are very complicated, and there are a large number of smuggling groups and wild wanderers. As foreigners, in order to prevent the item from being lost, they shouldn't take such a risk. Besides, even if they arrive at the port in advance, without proper identification, they will easily be exposed after a long stay, even if the inspection is not strict. After all, Maka people's ocean-going ferries cannot return now, so, the most likely option is that these people are now hiding somewhere outside Yangtze City, waiting for the exchange group to come out and then reunite, and then go to the port together. Luo Kaiwan looked up and asked, is it possible that this thing is already in the hands of the exchange group? Chen Chuan replied, I considered this situation before, but based on the information provided by the Foreign Affairs Department, the possibility is not high, because this is when the Government Affairs Hall suspects them, and under the pretext that the exchange group may be attacked again, they have sent a security guard to protect them. Now, the entire exchange group is being watched every day, and their access is also under control. The things they carry with them may be subject to inspection, so they should not dare to bring the item directly, at least not before leaving Yangtze. The key is after they set off, on the way to the port. Wei Chang'an looked at the map and pondered, the best way is to find those Maka students who are hiding. Chen Chuan said, yes, the Maka People's Exchange Group has a total of 48 people, and there are 20 security guards. These people not only have martial power, but also have firearms and armed vehicles. It is almost impossible to stop them while driving without using heavy weapons. Even if we have this ability, for the sake of everyone's safety and the influence of the situation, we should try to avoid direct conflict with them. Thus, what we can do is relatively limited. Intercepting the party carrying the oak leaf before the two sides meet may be the only way. Feng Zhaoqi thought for a while, suddenly had an idea, and looked up and said, everyone, I have an idea. Chen Chuan signaled him to speak freely. Feng classmate, tell us about it. Feng Zhaoqi clenched his fist and said, can we publicly announce that the oak leaf has been found and try to let the Maka exchange group know about it? If they have a channel to contact those Maka students, then they may try to confirm it. Then we just need to keep an eye on it, and maybe they will help us find the people themselves. Wei Chang'an hummed in response. Was this a tactic learned from storybooks? This plan wasn't without feasibility, but the coordination involved was quite complex, and there were too many uncertain factors. Moreover, the Maka delegation wasn't stupid. They would certainly verify if you claimed to have obtained something. If you refused to show it, they would immediately suspect something was wrong. However, he didn't want to dampen Feng Zhaoqi's enthusiasm. He used to be like that himself, always thinking his ideas were brilliant, but the actual execution was often a disaster. So, he said tactfully, it's worth considering. Chen Chuan treated everyone equally. Seeing that Feng Zhaoqi had offered a suggestion, he asked the others for their opinions. Luo Kaiwan said he didn't have any good ideas. Wu Han's idea was simple and crude. He suggested finding a way to kidnap a member of the delegation and force them to reveal where the Maka people were hiding. It had to be said that in a desperate situation, setting aside unnecessary concerns, this approach actually had a certain chance of success. As for Wei Dong said he didn't understand what they were talking about. He only needed to know who they would be dealing with and where those people were. When it was Wei Chang'an's turn, he stroked his chin, stared at the map, and said, "There are 3 major checkpoints on this national highway leading to port, the first of which is under the control of Yangtze City and will definitely conduct strict inspections. So, if I were part of the delegation, I definitely wouldn't make the exchange on this section of the road. The last checkpoint is set up by Distant View Port. Although the inspection wouldn't be as strict as in Yangtze City, the surrounding area is heavily guarded to combat smuggling, making it difficult for ordinary people to get close. So, the most likely place for the exchange is somewhere in the middle. At worst, we can bring radios and split into several teams. One team can guard the checkpoint, while the other teams patrol the road back and forth before the delegation departs, or simply follow the delegation from a distance. Maybe we'll find a trace." Chen Chuan thought about it. Although this approach was a bit rigid, it didn't involve complex operations and had a chance of success. However, it was also very likely to lead to conflict with the delegation. Bureau Chief Lei had reminded him to observe more at the checkpoint, which was a reason in itself, and also an implied solution. Because with something so important, the delegation's mental state would definitely be different before and after obtaining it. Careful observation could lead to a certain judgment. The delegation would stop at the checkpoint and present their vehicle for inspection, without carrying firearms. They could enter the area in advance under the guise of the Government Affairs Hall. If they detected a problem, they could immediately conduct a thorough search. Even if the delegation resisted, they would be much easier to deal with without weapons. However, doing so would be a gamble. If they didn't find anything, it might trigger some foreign affairs repercussions, and they wouldn't be able to conduct any further searches. While he was considering, there was a sudden knock on the door. He went to open it and saw Ren Xiaotian standing outside, accompanied by the lively Lin Xiaodai, who waved at him. "Hello, Brother Chen." Chen Chuan nodded with a smile, then said to Ren Xiaotian, "Senior Brother Ren, I've been waiting for you. Please come in." Ren Xiaotian followed him in, but when he suddenly saw so many people in the living room, he paused slightly, and his gait became a little stiff. Chen Chuan first introduced everyone to each other, then returned to his seat and said, "Senior Brother Ren, your timing is perfect. We're discussing a plan and would like to hear your opinion." He explained the general discussion so far and finally asked, "Senior Brother, what do you think?" Although Ren Xiaotian sat down, his small frame was ramrod straight, and he didn't take off his sunglasses. He said, "To find those escaped Maka students, I think there's one target worth noting. You can take a look." As he spoke, he took out a very familiar notebook and handed it over. "Here." Chen Chuan took it and flipped through it, his expression shifting slightly. The notebook Ren Xiaotian gave him contained records of the wilderness leading to port. A large number of armed groups were active there, mostly engaged in smuggling and human trafficking. The larger groups were involved in selling illegal drugs, human organs, weapons, and even experimental biological implant from foreign countries. These groups, regardless of size, generally engaged in trafficking humans and contraband, or did dirty work for the powerful. However, in the past year or two, a group had emerged. The upper echelons of the group were all Maka people or mixed-race Maka people. Because they liked to wear green armbands and had bronze-colored skin, they were known as the Copper Rust Gang, and over time, they themselves accepted the name. Because they used many weapons produced by Maka people, it was certain that this group, even if not supported by the Maka government, had close ties to the Maka government. After Chen Chuan finished reading, he had a judgment in his mind. He looked at Ren Xiaotian and said, "So, if those Maka people escaped from Yangtze City with something, the most likely place for them to go is the Copper Rust Gang, which can bypass the main roads, is familiar with the wasteland, and has a stronghold." Ren Xiaotian nodded. Chen Chuan thought for a moment and then said, "It's not that simple. This group emerged in the last year or two. Could it have been arranged in advance by Maka, and the main purpose is to facilitate the reception of oak leaf?" Based on the Maka people's emphasis on this thing, the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He didn't expect Ren Xiaotian to bring him such a surprise. It was definitely the right choice to call this senior brother on this commission. As for whether this was the case, they could simply raid the group in advance, without waiting for the delegation to depart. The others didn't understand the situation yet, so Chen Chuan explained it to them. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was very likely the case. Chen Chuan asked, "Senior brother Ren, do you know where these people are?" Ren Xiaotian nodded. "I know." Lin Xiaodai said, "For this matter, senior uncle personally made a trip to the wilderness, figured out the location of the Copper Rust Gang, and then came to Brother Chen's place." Chen Chuan looked at Ren Xiaotian and said solemnly, "Senior brother Ren, I'm very grateful to you this time." Ren Xiaotian shook his head. "There's no result yet. Don't rush to a conclusion." Chen Chuan said, "Yes, senior brother, I don't know how many people are in this Copper Rust Gang. What is their equipment situation?" Ren Xiaotian walked over and first pointed out the approximate location of the Copper Rust Gang on the map. It was about 150 kilometers southeast of a base near the Hua River, which could easily provide water. It used to be a gang base, but it was later taken over by these people. Then he explained the specific situation. There were about 40 to 50 members in the Copper Rust gang, about a quarter of whom possessed Maka firearms and old-fashioned homemade firearms, but a significant number of people possessed crossbows. They had about 9 vehicles, 2 of which were self-modified armed vehicle. However, the good news was that the Maka people were a nation that highly respected nature, and this concept had long been ingrained in their bones, so none of these people had implant. Ren Xiaotian finally cautiously reminded, if it's arranged by the Maka government, there may be experts. Chen Chuan deeply agreed. However, last time he fought Duma, he was empty-handed and could only fight head-on, but this time he intended to carrying a weapon. No matter how skilled they were, even if they wore protective gear, as long as they couldn't withstand a blade, they would be cut in two. However, necessary precautions still had to be taken. He decided to get a few high-powered heavy assault rifle through Cheng Zitong's connections, just in case. He said decisively, we don't have much time. Since this Copper Rust gang is very likely hiding fugitives, then we should take action as soon as possible. He looked up at everyone. Even if they're not there, it doesn't matter. We'll just treat it as eliminating an armed smuggling group. Wuhan. Wei Chang'an smiled and thought, actually, even if they're not wanted, it doesn't matter. After the people are killed, we can have the patrol bureau write a report later. Luo Kaiwen cautiously said, Chen classmate, do we have enough manpower? Wei Chang'an said, I can also call on my team, about 6 of them, all absolutely trustworthy. His team included not only close associates from Wei Academy but also some good friends, and almost all of them were from patrol bureau families. Their relatives, friends, and elders all knew each other, so they could be trusted. Feng Zhaoqi said, we also need enough firearms and vehicles. No one objected. In the wilderness, even without a weapon permit, who would know who used it? As long as someone on the team had a weapon permit. Wei Chang'an said, this is easy. I'll find a way to get a batch of firearms and borrow a batch of stab-proof vests to increase our chances of winning. Although stab-proof vests don't offer much protection against firearms, they do offer some protection against cold weapons and crossbow bolts. Chen Chuan asked, Brother Wei, is that okay? Wei Chang'an gave him a reassuring look and said, Junior, don't worry. Your brother Wei has a weapon permit. It's not difficult at all to get a batch of firearms that have been scrapped from the patrol bureau. Chen Chuan thought for a moment. Brother Wei, can you get smoke grenades? He had seen the smoke grenades thrown by the resistance organization in the square that day and thought they were very useful. They were suitable for teams like theirs that didn't have excellent teamwork but had high individual skill levels. Wei Chang'an said, I'll give it a try. It shouldn't be a problem. Even if it doesn't work, I can find someone in the bureau to make them myself. Chen Chuan said, okay, let me know how much you need, Brother Wei. Wei Chang'an said straightforwardly, okay. In fact, he could pay for it himself. He owed Chen Chuan a favor. However, he also knew that since they were a team, it was best to calculate these things involving money in advance. Lin Xiaodai walked to Chen Chuan's side, tugged at his arm, and whispered, Brother Chen, there's something I want to tell you. Chen Chuan greeted everyone, followed her to the side, and said, what is it? Lin Xiaodai gave him a form and whispered, this is what teacher asked me to give you, saying you might need it for this assigned mission. Chen Chuan took it and looked at it. It was a vehicle rental agreement. The money had already been prepaid. Whenever he needed it, he just needed to make a phone call in advance. He understood that this was senior sister He repaying him for the favor, of course, from Bureau Chief Lei's perspective. He thought about it and didn't decline. In fact, he had already figured out the routes for firearms and vehicles and had coordinated them in advance. He didn't expect that he wouldn't have to worry about it at all now. He said, thanks senior sister for me. Okay, Brother Chen. Lin Xiaodai raised her hand and said playfully, I will definitely deliver the message. Chen Chuan walked back and discussed it with everyone again. After confirming that there were no objections, he said, then let's set the time for the day after tomorrow. Everyone prepare tomorrow, and we'll leave at 1 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Let's try to resolve this matter within a day. Getting the items from Wei Chang'an didn't take much effort. Chen Chuan, with the cooperation of Feng Zhaoqi and Luo Kaiwen, spent a day coordinating and preparing, and also prepared all the other necessary items. In total, senior sister He prepared 5 off-road vehicles for them, plus Ren Xiaotian driving his own car, making it 6 vehicles, enough to carry everyone and the essentials and weapons needed to travel through the wilderness. Chen Chuan's group consisted of 5 people, Wei Chang'an brought 6 people, plus Ren Xiaotian, making a total of 13 people. Lin Xiaodai, being young, did not participate in this raid and stayed in Yangtze City to monitor the exchange group and answer any calls from the Foreign Affairs Bureau. They specifically brought 2 radios, so if there were any anomalies with the exchange group, they would be notified in time via radio. Before departing, everyone checked again to make sure there were no problems with the items they were carrying, nodded to each other, and got into the cars one after another, driving onto the empty road in the night. Each of the 6 people Wei Chang'an brought knew how to drive, so they were entrusted with driving the vehicles instead of using the original drivers. The vehicles left Wei Academy, heading east, out of Yangtze City, and plunged into the wilderness. Those sitting in the cars quickly felt the road beneath them become bumpy. In fact, if they could travel on the national highway, they could reach the target in at most 2 hours. However, the highway had barriers, barbed wire, and protective ditches left over from the Great Reclamation period on both sides, so vehicles could only drive on the highway itself. The only place to go down was near the checkpoint, but that was also the most heavily guarded area, and going down from there required inspection and registration, which was very troublesome, and sometimes they would be detained for verification, so it was better to go directly through the wilderness. Ren Xiaotian, being a frequent visitor to the wilderness for missions, was very familiar with the situation here, and he had also scouted the Copper Rust Gang's camp, so he was put in charge of leading the way this time. Chen Chuan sat in the back seat, checking the heavy assault rifle in his hand. This gun was about 1.2 meters long and weighed about 20 kilograms, but for a martial artist, holding it with one hand was very easy. However, the most special thing was actually the gun's bullets. He picked one up and looked at it. The bullets were about 7 or 8 centimeters long, with a very sharp tip, and felt heavy in the hand. They brought a total of 15 bullets this time, which didn't seem like much, but it was enough. The control of this type of gun is usually strict, because unless it's the kind of protective gear he wore during the raid on Fang Doiai last time, ordinary protective gear is like paper in its effective range. Among the 6-person team that Wei Chang'an brought this time, besides the 2 technicians responsible for repairing vehicles and receiving telegrams, a particularly special member was a good shooter. Although this person didn't have a weapon permit, he grew up in the patrol bureau and often sneaked into the shooting range for training, developing excellent marksmanship. After hearing that he could hold a heavy assault rifle this time, he said he would even pay to come, just to have some fun. After putting the gun away, he flipped through the data Ren Xiaotian gave him, which contained some records about the Copper Rust Gang's situation. The Copper Rust Gang's leader is named Mitai, nicknamed Desert Eagle. He is a Maka people mixed blood, 40 years old, and it is said that he had been mixed with a gang in the wilderness since he was a child. Because he was clever, he was taken in by the gang leader as a follower. Later, the gang leader was killed in a conflict. As the original leader's follower, he was not trusted by the new leader and was driven out. The main reason was that he was a Maka mixed blood. Although those in the wilderness are looked down upon by people in the city, a chain of contempt exists, especially for Maka mixed bloods and Maka people, who are even lower than people from Jiao Mountain, at the bottom of the chain, making it very difficult to rise. Since then, this person has been doing odd jobs in the wilderness, with nothing outstanding, until the last year or two, when he suddenly rose to prominence and formed his own team. Just looking at this experience, it is clear that he must have received support from a certain force. Mitai has 2 main deputies, one is Poison Snake Yuan, who is the team's strategist and a pure Maka people. The other is Mad Bear Yatan, a Maka mixed blood, a strong man who is 2.35 meters tall. This person clearly demonstrates outstanding martial combat abilities and was rescued by Mitai in a conflict, possibly a person with natural talent. Chen Chuan thought about it. According to Ren Xiaoshan's statement, apart from this Yatan, these bandits' personal combat strength is not very high, and they mainly rely on weapons and equipment in conflicts with people. This is normal, because most people with higher combat strength can do well in the city. Unless they have committed a crime and are wanted, how many people with a normal mind would be willing to spend their days in the wilderness like hyenas? Although it cannot be ruled out that some people are naturally like this, it must be a very small minority. He pondered again that if the Maka natives were the supporters of this group, there should definitely be experts from Maka to facilitate supervision of these wilderness bandits. He discussed it with Ren Xiaotian and Wei Chang'an, believing that this person should be about Du Ma's level. As for a higher level of martial strength, you should know that the entire country of Maka has only over 1 million people. Yangtze City and the surrounding 6 counties and surrounding villages have a population of over 10 million, 10 times that of Maka. The general level of Wuyi teachers should be about the same. After all, how high you can go depends on your talent. Without talent, no matter how hard you train, few people can break through their limits. Only with a large enough population base can there be enough talented people. So a higher level of expert is a national treasure in Maka, and losing one is a loss. How could they send them to other countries to do this kind of mission? Not to mention that once such a martial artist puts on protective gear and picks up equipment, the destructive power is extremely great. Once they set foot on Deshun soil, they will definitely attract attention. In fact, even if such a person comes, they still can't withstand a heavy assault rifle, so there is no need to worry too much. The road conditions in the wilderness were not good, especially since they had to avoid some wandering convoys, so the convoy drove for more than 3 hours before reaching the vicinity of their destination. Since the stronghold had a very open field of vision, and the sound of vehicles was relatively clear at night, everyone got out of the vehicles in advance when they were almost approaching, parked the vehicles in a sheltered area, left 2 technicians to guard them, and the rest walked there on foot, taking advantage of the night. The wind in the wilderness was strong, mixed with sand and gravel. Everyone put on scarves and masks. After slowly approaching, a camp came into view. Ren Xiaotian and Wei Chang'an dispersed to 2 other directions to scout as planned. Chen Chuan took out the binoculars he had prepared and looked around. He found that the camp's buildings were relatively messy and scattered, but the terrain was high, so you couldn't see the whole picture at a glance. Several campfires were burning near the camp passage, and there were also algae oil generator sets providing lighting, emitting starlight in the night. The camp was surrounded by winding ditches, and a little further in were rope nets hanging with various metal fragments. There were 2 tall, semi-open watchtowers standing on the north and south sides, and 2 shorter guard posts in front of the gate, and it seemed that they could see figures walking around from time to time, who should be responsible for patrolling and guarding. After observing for a while, Ren Xiaotian had returned after circling around and said to him, "There are 2 armed vehicles, they should all be there, no one has gone out." Chen Chuan nodded. Generally, this is the peak of activity for this kind of armed group, with only a small number of people left behind in the camp. If that's the case, then it's simple, just defeat them one by one. This situation is not surprising, because if they have important things to do in the next 2 days, they will definitely not go out to cause trouble and will all stay in the camp, which is normal. For this kind of camp, a direct attack is definitely not possible. They don't have enough manpower, so they can only exploit their strengths by approaching and breaking into fight. Before that, they need to take out the watchtower guards first. After Wei Chang'an returned from the other side, Chen Chuan communicated with them, gathered everyone together and briefly explained the situation, and finally decided that he, Ren Xiaotian, Wei Chang'an, and Caisi would sneak in first to try to take out the people on the watchtower, and deal with the sentries as appropriate, before letting everyone in. If everything goes smoothly, then they would gradually take out the people in the camp separately, while destroying the vehicles. Once exposed, they would throw smoke bombs and then launch an attack directly. Chen Chuan looked around and said, "I'll take the slightly taller watchtower on the north side. Senior brother Ren, you take the one on the south side." Ren Xiaotian nodded. Chen Chuan then said to Wei Chang'an and Caisi, "The patrol point and sentries facing the front will be up to brother Wei and brother Si to handle." Wei Chang'an said with confidence, "As long as the people on the watchtower can be taken out, the others won't be difficult." Judging from the sentries' walking posture, it was clear that they were just ordinary people. With their speed and reaction ability, as long as they got close, there would be absolutely no room for resistance. Chen Chuan said, "Then let's prepare to start." They each took out a small box and began to apply ointment to their bodies. This oil had the effect of masking odors, in order to guard against patrol dogs that might exist. After preparing, everyone dispersed. Chen Chuan hung the Snow Emperor blade behind his back, slowly took a few steps forward, and then rushed forward. Relying on the powerful mutated tissue in his body, he almost crawled forward close to the ground, and his speed was extremely fast. Although some of the outer ditches looked very wide, he jumped over them with a light leap. When he jumped over, he could see that they were filled with sharp thorns and mixed with a foul smell, judging that the people in the camp probably took care of their daily needs inside. During this process, he always kept himself in the darkness. He avoided those messy things scattered on the ground, including broken glass, metal nails, and things like soda cans, if he could avoid them. If he couldn't avoid them, he wasn't afraid of harm and just pressed his hand on them. Only the innermost layer was a bit troublesome. The rope nets and barbed wire were crisscrossed, with several layers in front and behind, leaving no gaps at all. They were covered with easy-to-ring objects and were very close to the edge, with almost no place to put your feet. He thought for a moment, jumped over directly, inserted his hand into the wall, hung himself there, and then gradually moved sideways to the front passage entrance. Then he propped himself up with his hand, tapped his foot, and the campfire in the distance only swayed slightly before he had already darted in, without the sentries at the guard post at the door noticing at all. Chen Chuan quickly arrived inside the camp, avoided the campfire and light source in front, carefully circled around, and came to the vicinity of the watchtower. After waiting for a while, when he saw the person on the opposite watchtower turn away, he immediately rushed out and silently climbed up within 1 or 2 breathings. Then he grabbed the doorknob, turned it, and walked in. The guard was carefully trimming his nails at the moment. He was stunned when he saw the door being pushed open, and immediately reacted when he saw a stranger, quickly picked up the pistol at hand, and aimed it at the front. However, before he could pull the trigger, Chen Chuan was already standing in front of him, grabbed his wrist, and with a light pinch, the wrist bone was crushed. Before the scream in his mouth could come out, his head turned 180 degrees, and he leaned softly on the seat. Chen Chuan glanced at his neatly trimmed nails, thought of the terrible sanitary conditions along the way, and gave an evaluation. This is a good habit. At this moment, Chen Chuan looked towards the watchtower elsewhere and saw that the person there was still standing, but with a stiff expression. He immediately knew that Ren Xiaotian had also succeeded over there. He looked down from the watchtower, flashed the outside twice with his flashlight, and at the same moment, Ren Xiaotian on the opposite watchtower also sent a signal. Wei Chang'an and Caisi had already sneaked close. Seeing that they had succeeded, they boldly climbed over and easily dealt with the 2 sentries on guard at the gate, one on the left and one on the right. At this moment, Chen Chuan noticed something and glanced down. He saw a patrol team of 2, holding flashlights, circling over from one side. Seeing them, he made a gesture towards the bottom and flashed the flashlight to one side twice. Wei Chang'an immediately understood, lowered his body, and disappeared from sight in an instant. After a while, the team walked to the corner. Wei Chang'an suddenly emerged from the shadows, reached out and pinched the necks of the 2, then carried them a few steps forward, turned the corner, and threw them aside. Chen Chuan thought, beautiful. At about the same time, the patrolmen on the other side were also found by Caisi and quickly eliminated. Chen Chuan could feel that the sentries here were not very vigilant, as if they were very lax. In fact, this was quite normal. Daily encounters in the wilderness involved firearms and crossbows, with no martial arts confrontations. As long as the camp entrance was well guarded, it was almost impossible to sneak in from the heavily guarded outer traps without being discovered. Moreover, these people were bandits, not the army, so they naturally lacked strict discipline. After dealing with the patrolman, Wei Chang'an walked out and sent a signal to the outside with his flashlight. The others waiting there also entered the camp through the main gate. At this time, Chen Chuan glanced around and saw a modified rifle and a crossbow not far from the bandit corpses. After thinking about it, he picked up the rifle, checked it, slung it over his back, and came down from the watchtower. After reaching the ground, Ren Xiaotian walked over and said, "There were 2 people sleeping in the car, and they have been dealt with." Chen Chuan nodded. He hadn't expected anyone to be lying in the car beforehand. You couldn't tell from the outside. He thought that Ren was reliable after all. He thought for a while, "Ren, I'll have to trouble you to take people to watch the back." There was another road behind the camp. If they were attacked from the outside, these people might escape from there. He only felt relieved leaving it to Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian said, "Leave it to me." After discussing it, he took 2 of Wei Chang'an's men out of the camp to block the bandits' retreat. After eliminating the outer sentry points, Chen Chuan had everyone spread out and begin to enter the camp's interior. Although there were many new and old tents here, and they were scattered far apart, it was actually very simple to tell if there was anyone inside. Most places with people would have a lamp hanging inside the tent, or at least a cable running into it. Chen Chuan walked to the door of a barracks and immediately sensed 3 breathing sounds inside, and 2 of them were whispering. After listening for a while, he understood that they were just 2 lackeys. The topic was nothing more than how much they would get after this deal was done and where to find fun. 8 or 9 out of 10 sentences contained swear words and some incomprehensible slang, possibly the original Maka people's language habits. He slowly lifted the camp curtain and walked in. Because his steps were light and his movements were relaxed and natural, the people inside initially thought it was a companion walking in. By the time they saw who it was and a look of horror appeared on their faces, he was already in front of the 2, gently pressed on their heads, and the 2 fell backward without a sound. The last person in the tent was lying there, engrossed in reading a magazine of beautiful women, completely unaware of the commotion next to him. Chen Chuan walked over, flicked his foot, and gently tapped the side of his head with his toe. The person immediately loosened his hands, and the magazine fell on his face. Chen Chuan then walked out of the tent, calmly heading towards another brightly lit tent. While walking, he could hear faint, short, and subtle muffled groans and striking sounds around him, indicating that others were also taking action. At this moment, in the innermost camp, a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up, stuck a short stick behind his back, held a rolled-up whip in his right hand, and walked out. Not far from him was the largest barracks in the entire camp. At this time, the leader, Desert Eagle Mitai, was holding a translated telegram and talking to his deputy, Poison Snake Yuan. "The exchange group may leave tomorrow, so they want us to rush to the rendezvous point tomorrow," Yuan said in surprise. "Tomorrow? Didn't we agree on the day after tomorrow? Besides, aren't they being watched by the people from Yangtze City? Can they leave?" Mitai said, "The telegram says that someone within the Mokar has contacted a high-ranking official from Dushan who is putting pressure on the Yangtze City Government Affairs Hall. It's not difficult to move it up a day. If all goes well, we can leave with the brothers tomorrow to meet them." Speaking of this, he put down the telegram. "As long as we deliver the goods, we can gain fame and status with this achievement, and the brothers will no longer have to fight and risk their lives in the wilderness." Yuan was skeptical. "Boss, it's the same everywhere. Aren't we just being dogs for the people above? But since we're of the same race, will they give us more meat to eat?" Mitai said, "Don't be so pessimistic. If we can send the things back, we will be heroes of the Maka people. As long as we have a reputation, they will treat us more politely." Yuan said, "Here, you're the boss, but when we go back, you're nothing." Mitai pointed to his chest and said in a deep voice, "I grew up in the wilderness since I was a child. Very few people can live to my age. I can feel that if this continues, I don't know when I will die in a corner, dying without value, and no one will know. But after I go back, no matter what I do, it will be for my country. Even if I die, I can leave a name." Yuan said, "Okay, I said that since it's your decision, boss, I will follow you to the end. Who told you to save my life?" Mitai patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, prepare the things just in case." Yuan's eyes flickered. "Boss, are you worried that they will cross the river and tear down the bridge?" Mitai said in a deep voice, "In case they don't honor their promise, we'll have something to threaten them with. Although it's unlikely they'll do that, we still have to be prepared." Yuan said, "Don't worry, boss, the brothers have already prepared the things properly, but it's best not to get to that point. Otherwise, even if you go back, boss, you will offend people." Just then, the person guarding the entrance of the barracks suddenly called out, "Who's there?" Mitai was very vigilant and immediately pulled out his gun. He and Yuan separated and walked to the door. He carefully glanced at the person and was relieved to see a tall, middle-aged Maka people. He glanced at the whip in the other person's hand and asked, "Chi Sai Du Ma, why did you come out?" Chi Sai looked outside and said, "Someone has come in." Mitai was shocked. His eyes changed a few times. He was also very decisive and immediately took out a whistle and blew it violently. In an instant, the entire camp was awakened. When Chen Chuan and others heard the sharp whistle coming from the depths of the camp, they immediately knew that the people inside had discovered them. Seeing that they had already been alarmed, they no longer hid and immediately took out smoke bombs and threw them towards the most central area of the camp. Immediately masses of smoke rose inside the camp. This thing was very useful because it was a sudden attack. Under the cover of the obscured vision, the bandits in the camp became chaotic due to panic. Knowing that they were under attack and had been infiltrated, these bandits couldn't figure out how many people were attacking. In their hearts, some people raised their guns and fired randomly, shouting loudly as if afraid others wouldn't know they were there. Chen Chuan's side was also unrelenting, and they responded from all directions. At this moment, Mi Tai heard the sound of a Detuo-style rifle and saw the relatively rare smoke bombs. He was shocked and anxiously said, "Could it be those greyhounds from Yangtze City? Have we been exposed?" Yuan was relatively calm and listened carefully, at most 5 or 6 guns. It shouldn't be the patrol bureau. It might be someone from a commission company. Their style is similar. People can sneak in without being noticed. Mi Tai cursed, "Commission company? Could it be that batch of goods we robbed last time?" Yuan said with a gloomy face, "I don't know, boss. I'll go check the back. We can't let anyone cut off our retreat." Mi Tai said okay and squeezed his shoulder hard. "Brother, I'll leave the back to you." Yuan immediately waved his hand and called a few people at the door to rush to the back. At this time, the middle-aged man named Chisai was walking out step by step. Mi Tai saw it and didn't stop him. He had both respect and fear for this mocker who had come to guide them in martial combat skills. Outside, Luo Kaiwan listened to the source of the shouts and gunshots, suddenly raised his gun, and pulled the trigger. A person immediately fell there. He quickly left his original position, pulled the bolt, ejected the shell, and pushed the bullet into the chamber. After slightly identifying, he fired another shot, and another person immediately fell there. Feng Zhaoqi had never used a gun, so he knew better and hid in a hidden corner, secretly shooting with a crossbow. This way, regardless of whether he hit or not, he wouldn't expose himself. On Wei Chang'an's side, he was an old hand. He found a place that was easy to cover himself, carefully looking for targets. His marksmanship was also good. As long as he fired, he was sure to hit. But at one moment, after firing another shot, he suddenly became alert. With a roll, he saw a whip shadow sweeping through the place where he had been hiding. With a snap, it cracked the solid shield. The gust of wind that swept past him made his skin tingle slightly. While rolling, he fired a shot back into the smoke, but there was no movement there. He squatted in place, holding the gun with both hands, facing forward. He held it very steadily, with a focused and calm expression. After a few breaths, he suddenly tilted his head and fell to the side, firing 2 consecutive shots at the same time. Although he dodged quickly, there was still a thin blood stain on his cheek, which was burning with pain. After rolling over once, he dodged to the other side, barely dodging another whip shadow that came at him. He was sure that he had hit the target just now, but the other person was fine, which meant that the person must be wearing protective gear. Just as he felt bad, the attack from the opposite side suddenly stopped. He looked up and could see a tall but not bloated figure. At this time, this person suddenly reached out and swatted away a crossbow bolt that was shot towards his head. But just as this person was about to continue walking towards Wei Chang'an, he suddenly stopped and looked in one direction. At the other end of the passage, Chen Chuan was walking over from there. While walking, he threw the rifle with empty bullets in his hand aside, then took the Snow Emperor blade from his back, inserted it into the ground, and as he stepped forward, he slowly drew the blade from its sheath. The Atlas of Heaven fetal heart circulated the blood flow, breathing, and strength direction of the surrounding people, all transmitting towards Chisai's enhanced mutated tissue. Every person's physical changes were clearly presented in his mind, and he grasped the movements of everyone around him. Among these people, Chen Chuan was not the most outstanding, but he was the most stable one. His stability was somewhat excessive. In such an environment, anyone would be nervous, fearful, excited, or thrilled, but Chen Chuan showed none of these emotions. He was like a calm lake. Even if occasional ripples appeared, they only touched the surface, and the depths remained completely unaffected. This immediately attracted his full attention. He saw Chen Chuan approaching with his knife, gradually closing the distance. He moved his whip-wielding hand aside and then forcefully flicked it forward, the whip lashing towards Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan didn't evade like Wei Chang'an. Using the knife to chop at or block the whip would be a poor choice. Instead, he stared at the direction of the arm's force and, at the moment it lashed out, suddenly reached out and grabbed the whip's tip with a loud crack. He could see that Chisai was taken aback. He had never encountered anyone catching his whip bare-handed, especially at the whip's end where the force was fully transmitted. He immediately tried to yank it, judging that even if the opponent could grab it, the point of contact couldn't be unaffected by the impact. This would likely throw the opponent off balance. However, as he exerted force, a counterforce came from that point. Not only was he unable to pull Chen Chuan over, but he was slightly pulled himself. He immediately realized something was wrong. As expected, the moment his center of gravity shifted slightly, Chen Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly lunged forward, raising his knife to stab at his chest. Fortunately, there was still some distance between them. Chisai quickly adjusted his center of gravity, stepped aside, and dodged. He pulled a short club from his waist, using it to block the incoming slash and used the force to quickly retreat. Chen Chuan twisted his wrist, rotated the blade, stepped forward, and brought the knife down in a head-on chop. Chi Sai, holding the whip handle in one hand, used the short club in the other to stir the whip, pulling it diagonally upwards, making the whip taut and blocking the knife's path. The whip was made of some unknown material, very resilient. The blade only sank slightly when it chopped on it. He seemed to have anticipated this, and at the moment of blocking, he quickly stirred the short club, attempting to use the long whip to entangle the blade. Chen Chuan was also familiar with this kind of whip and club combination. Seeing the knife stab at him, Chi Sai quickly pulled the whip to deflect the knife. But then he felt a figure flash in front of him. Chen Chuan released the Snow Emperor blade and rapidly darted forward, punching towards his head. The speed was incredibly fast, as if he had suddenly appeared right in front of him. Chi Sai raised the hand holding the whip handle, trying to use the taut whip to block the punch. However, Chen Chuan bent his arm at this moment, turning his fist into an elbow, striking from the opening above his raised arm, hitting him squarely in the chest. Chi Sai had relatively thick protective gear on, but Chen Chuan didn't use penetrating internal energy this time, but a pushing force, enough to knock him off balance. However, Chi Sai responded remarkably well to this attack. At that moment, his body seemed to split into two independent parts. His lower body was very firm, his feet firmly planted on the ground, while his upper body was extremely flexible. The pushing force only made his chest sink in, failing to move his whole body. Chen Chuan sensed the change in his body and suddenly took another step forward, placing his foot behind his leg, while leaning forward and erupting with internal energy. Chi Sai could no longer maintain his balance and fell backward. At this moment, he sensed Wei Chang'an suddenly moving the gun towards him. While still in midair, he used the pull of the mutated tissue to twist and curl his body. With two cracking gunshots, 2 bullets hit his back. However, this also prevented him from adjusting his landing posture, and he landed heavily on his side. His attention had been primarily on Chen Chuan. When he glanced at the latter picking up the long sword, preparing to move forward, he immediately rolled to the side, preparing to get up. However, before he could stand up, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Almost at the same time, he heard a muffled gunshot. By the time he reacted, he realized that half of his calf had been blown off. On the distant watchtower, Wei Chang'an's teammate pulled the heavy assault rifle's bolt, ejected the spent shell, and aimed at him again. However, the figure suddenly disappeared into a nearby tent, causing him to curse inwardly. It was rare for Chi Sai to appear in a brightly lit area, allowing him to hit him in one shot. Chen Chuan had seen Wei Chang'an fire, so he didn't rush forward. However, the second shot was excellent, with precise timing, basically crippling most of the opponent's combat power. He nodded to the teammate on the watchtower and said to Wei Chang'an, "Brother Wei, I'll deal with this guy. Help suppress those bandits." Wei Chang'an readily agreed and quickly reloaded a magazine. He went ahead to support Luo Kaiwan, Caisi, and others. While rolling, Chi Sai's mutated tissue squirmed, and the wound closed, stopping the bleeding. Even with one leg missing, his speed was still not slow. He entered a tent and immediately crawled out from underneath, hiding in another tent. It was only a little after 4 o'clock, and the sky was still dim, with a lot of smoke around. It might be difficult for others to observe much, but it was better for someone like him who had learned Mako industry pulse studies. He could sense others, but they didn't know where he was. If he had a moment to catch his breath, he might have a chance to counterattack. Chen Chuan stood still. He looked at this. It was very similar to seeing a supernatural entity. He judged that this person must be carrying something. But this had become an identifier for this person. He walked a few steps in the camp's open space, and according to the deepening influence, he soon found the target's location. An old camp tent appeared ahead. However, he didn't stop but continued forward. Just as he was about to pass, the Snow Emperor blade suddenly stabbed to the side. Chi Sai was squatting in the tent on one leg, holding the short club in his hand, preparing to wait for Chen Chuan to pass before looking for an opportunity. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something was wrong and ducked down. He saw a knife tip suddenly stab in, cutting across his shoulder, then slashing horizontally, tearing a large hole in the tent. Chi Sai's expression was fierce. He knew that he had lost a leg and could no longer retreat. Right now, only rushing forward offered a chance of victory. He shouted, throwing the short club in his hand, then pushing off with his single leg, lunging to grapple Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan ignored the thrown short club. He stared at Chi Sai's rushing figure, placed the blade against his neck, and, following the momentum of his charge, slashed to the side, then stepped aside. Chi Sai fell past him, rolling forward before kneeling again. He tried to use the wriggling of his mutated tissue to stop the neck wound, but half of his neck had been cut open, and blood was gushing out, impossible to stop. He stared at Chen Chuan for a moment, then fell to the side. Chen Chuan flicked his wrist lightly, staring at the man for a moment. In his estimation, this person's level was not much worse than Duma's. If he hadn't been shot earlier, causing a great loss of strength, the two of them might have had to fight for a while. But this wasn't just his fight, it was a clash between two teams. There was no fairness or reason. All means would be used until one side was completely eliminated. He looked around and walked forward, tearing off a bracelet made of what looked like bone from Chi Sai's wrist. He thought for a moment and put it away. He went to the side, picked up a rifle from the side of a bandit's corpse, and joined the hunt for the remaining bandits. In the previous raid, at least half of the bandits in the camp had been eliminated. In the end, about 8 or 9 people retreated to the deepest part of the camp. This was also the most fortified area of the entire camp, surrounded by a circle of stacked protective walls and obstacles, with many places to take cover. However, under the influence of smoke grenades and the darkness, it was difficult for them to achieve effective shooting. The people on Chen Chuan's side, relying on their superior arm strength, often threw smoke grenades into their midst, which undoubtedly reduced their counterattack ability. Mitai counted and found that there were only 14 people left, including himself, including 2 Maka students who had escaped from Yangtze City and were hiding here. To make matters worse, only some members of their team had firearms. Most of them were lost outside just now. Now only 6 people including them had guns, which was not much more than the other side, and the others could only hold crossbows. What made him particularly anxious was that the other party had quietly broken in, and their strength was obviously very strong. Not to mention whether they could hold on. Even if they could hold here, how could they guarantee that the other party had no reinforcements? At this time, Yuan, who had gone to the back, ran back and came to him, and said in a low voice, "Boss, the situation is not good. The road behind is also blocked. We are surrounded." Things had reached this point and could not get any worse. Mitai also calmed down. He thought for a while and asked, could it be related to that thing? If it was related to that thing, it meant that the news had been leaked. Even if they won this group of people, the next group of people would come. Yuan said, "Boss, no matter what, too many brothers have been lost, and the situation on the other side is unknown. It looks like there are experts. We can't be blocked here. Let's rush out first. We still have an armed vehicle and an off-road vehicle, which should be able to take a few brothers out." He looked around again and asked, "Boss, where is Chisai?" Mitai shook his head and said, "I haven't seen him since he went out. Either he is hiding somewhere, or he has been killed." Yuan cursed, very upset. Chisai was both the supervisor and their contact person. Without this person, many things were difficult to handle. He said, "Never mind, as long as the thing is in our hands, we are not afraid that the exchange group will not recognize it. Boss, let's find a way to evacuate first." The two discussed it and believed that the main firepower on the other side was on the front, and it seemed that only 2 or 3 people were blocking the rear, so they decided to break through from the rear. However, they could not withdraw all at once. Someone had to hold the front. Mitai thought to himself, this is the only way to do it. He shouted, "Yatan." A tall and strong man came over with heavy footsteps when he heard the sound. "Boss, what do you want to say?" Mitai said, "You take a few people and hold the front, and hold them back for me. Yuan and I will go out from the back and detour to attack them from the rear. You must hold this place for me." Yatan said excitedly, "Don't worry, boss, with me here, they can't get in." While Mitai was explaining, Ren Xiaotian drove his off-road vehicle over at this moment, and then dragged several special tire blowout devices from it, and together with 3 people from Wei Cheng and S team, fixed this thing on the inevitable road behind. After Mitai and Yuan retreated from the front with their men, they boarded the armed vehicle inside the camp. However, unsure of what awaited them ahead, they were led by another off-road vehicle. The road behind was a downslope. As soon as that vehicle left the camp, it accelerated downwards, intending to break through in one go. At this time, it was beginning to dawn, but visibility was still somewhat affected. By the time those in the vehicle realized something was wrong with the road ahead, it was too late. The vehicle ran over a tire deflation device, and its tires immediately burst, sliding out for dozens of meters before overturning. Yuan, who was driving the armed vehicle behind, realized something was wrong and quickly slammed on the brakes. He broke out in a cold sweat, fortunate that they hadn't been at the front, otherwise, they would have been the ones stranded outside. At this moment, gunshots rang out from both sides of the slope. Bullets hit the makeshift steel plates of the armed vehicle. Although they couldn't penetrate, they dared not stay in place and reversed back. Mitai slammed the driver's seat hard and cursed. With the tire deflation device blocking the way, forcibly rushing forward would inevitably result in burst tires. Although they could walk, being without a vehicle in the wilderness was practically impossible. Yuan then said, "Boss, we can only go out from there now." Mitai knew what he was referring to, a ditch they had left earlier, which allowed them to pass through a narrow gap in the trench to the outside of the camp. He picked up his gun and said, "Go out and attack from the rear? All right, let's fight them." "Boss." Yuan grabbed his hand. "These people must have come by car too. They should be from the city. There's only one place in that direction where vehicles can be hidden, probably not far ahead. Even if there are people guarding it, there can't be many. Let's go out first, then sneak over there. As long as we seize a vehicle, we still have a chance to escape." Mitai was taken aback, and then a glimmer of hope for survival ignited within him. He thought for a moment, then said harshly, "Let's do it." They had taken 6 brothers with them earlier, but the 4 at the front had crashed. Besides the 2 of them, there were also 2 Maka students who had brought the oak leaves. Since Chitai's whereabouts were unknown, these 2 could replace him in contacting the delegation and might even speak up for them when they returned in the future, so they had to be taken along if possible. The 4 of them arrived at a corner of the camp and climbed down one after another using a rope. In the front, the firefight was still ongoing. Chen Chuan noticed that the firepower in front had weakened significantly. After a short while, he heard gunshots from the rear. This indicated that some bandits were trying to escape from the rear of the camp and were being intercepted by the people arranged there. However, the gunshots stopped after a few rounds, indicating that they had failed to break through. Still, he was somewhat uneasy. He raised his hand to check his watch. It was almost 5 o'clock, and the sky was beginning to lighten. He thought for a moment and said, Wei Ji, I'll go check the back. I'll leave this to you. Wei Chang'an pointed to the team members on the rear watchtower. Don't worry, Brother Ding is watching from up there. With their few guns, they won't be able to break through. Chen Chuan glanced over, nodded, and quickly retreated from the main entrance of the camp, circling around to the rear. If there were no problems in the back, then he could try to break in from the rear, pincer attack, and end this battle as soon as possible. When he arrived at the rear of the camp, he saw the overturned off-road vehicle. The people who had climbed out had already been dealt with by Ren Xiao and his team. He discussed it with Ren Xiao, and they prepared to launch a surprise attack from the rear. At the same moment, outside the camp, Mi Tai, Yuan, and the 2 Maka students climbed out of the ravine one by one. They looked back at the camp and saw that the firefight was still ongoing. They shouldn't be noticed yet. Yuan waved at him from the front and whispered, Boss, this way. Mi Tai nodded, lowered his body, and quickly ran outwards, the 2 Maka students following closely behind. However, they hadn't gone far when the gunman squatting in the watchtower seemed to notice something. He glanced at the wilderness. Although the sky hadn't completely brightened yet, he could vaguely see a few objects moving. But Chen Chuan had clearly already passed by. He immediately turned the muzzle of his gun, and relying on his feeling, fired a shot in that direction. With a bang, a Maka student's arm was blown off, and he screamed, falling to the ground. Yuan was shocked. Go. Scatter. The wilderness offered no cover. Facing a gunman capable of long-range strikes, they could only gamble that the next shot wouldn't hit them. They had only run 20 or so meters when another gunshot rang out, and the Maka student running at the front fell headfirst. At the back gate of the camp, Chen Chuan had only taken a few steps when Ren Xiao glanced outside and called out to him, Junior brother Chen, wait a moment. Chen Chuan stopped and turned to ask, Senior brother Ren, what's wrong? Ren Xiao said solemnly, that shot was fired outwards. Chen Chuan immediately reacted. If the gun was fired outwards, then either someone else was coming from outside, or the people inside had escaped using some method. However, if someone was coming from outside, they would send a different signal, so the latter possibility was undoubtedly more likely, and the one who ran out at this time must be an important figure. Ren Xiao had the same judgment. He immediately said, get in my car and chase them. Chen Chuan nodded. Wei Chang'an and 3 team members were guarding this side, and with the tire deflation device in place, even if someone rushed out, they wouldn't be able to run far in the wilderness. So he got directly into Ren Xiao's car, and after the car started, they quickly circled around to the front. Mi Tai and Yuan were also desperately running forward, using the still dim light as cover. Fortunately, they weren't hit by any more bullets. After running for hundreds of meters, they vaguely saw several cars parked ahead, and their hearts couldn't help but rejoice. Wilderness bandits all had the skill of stealing cars. As long as they got there, they could find a way to start them. The 2 people left here were team members brought by Wei Chang'an. Although they were only responsible for technology, being brought to the wilderness meant they also had combat capabilities. Seeing figures running over, and only 2 of them, they remained calm and didn't move at first. When the 2 entered a range where they were confident in their shots, they raised their guns and fired. Yuan was shot in the chest and immediately fell down. Mi Tai was shocked, but he couldn't afford to think too much at this moment. He immediately moved his feet and fired back. His nickname was Desert Eagle, because his eyesight was particularly good. Even while moving, his bullets struck close to the 2 people, who quickly dodged behind cover. In the exchange of fire, he was also hit, but he was wearing protective gear, so he wasn't seriously injured. However, at this moment, the sound of a vehicle approaching from behind suddenly came, growing closer and closer. He also became anxious. He kept suppressing the 2 people in front with his gun, rushing forward and hiding behind a car. He took out a box he was carrying and pulled out an oak leaf from it, holding it high for everyone present to see. You came for this, right? If you don't let me go, then I'll destroy this thing now. Don't lie to me. If you lie to me, I'll destroy this thing first. He made tearing motions with his hands. He wasn't sure if they were here for this thing, he was just taking a gamble. But when he saw that the 2 people indeed stopped shooting, he immediately confirmed his guess. The vehicle that had come stopped in the distance. Chen Chuan got out of the car, slowly walking forward with a knife. He stopped at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. You can't escape. Mi Tai held the leaf in front of him, his face twisted. Then I'd rather destroy this thing than leave it to you. Chen Chuan said calmly, tell me, what do you want? Mi Tai felt a slight relief in his heart, and said fiercely, as long as you give me a car and let me go, I can put this thing in a designated place or hand it over to someone, and from then on we'll have nothing to do with each other. I won't ask who you are, and you don't come looking for me. Chen Chuan said in a calm voice, you're not a native of Maka, are you? You probably haven't touched this leaf much before. You may not know one thing, this leaf is a gift from the Maka people to Deshan. Not only does it stay green and intact forever, but it's also particularly resilient, so it can't be destroyed by ordinary means. Mi Tai couldn't help but be startled, his gaze turned to the leaf. At this moment, a bang was heard, and his forehead suddenly burst open, then he fell headfirst to the ground. Behind him, Ren Xiao twirled the revolver in his hand, steadily inserted it back into the holster at his waist, and nodded at Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan also nodded. He walked forward, but just as he passed by Yuan lying there, the latter suddenly jumped up, seemingly wanting to rush up and hold him hostage, but with a flash of a blade, his head flew out. Chen Chuan's pace didn't change, he just flicked the blade, and the headless body behind him fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't even look at it, and came to the oak leaf that had fallen out. What he had said to Mitai just now wasn't entirely a deception, because the people from the Foreign Affairs Bureau had told him that this thing was very tough and couldn't be destroyed by ordinary means. Even if it was slightly damaged, it would grow back on its own, so there was no need to worry too much when taking it back. He bent down and picked up the thing. The moment he touched it, he felt. He held it in his hand and looked at it for a moment, found the box, and put it back. Having found this thing, as long as he took it back, he would have completed the commission. However, there was still the last batch of bandits in the camp at this moment. Almost all of these people were named on the wanted list. Since they had come, they might as well be cleaned up together. When he turned back in the car, the firefight in the camp was still continuing. The bandits hadn't waited for the rear attack, and they were pessimistic in their hearts, but even so, they didn't stop resisting. In wilderness team fights, except for the occasional escape, neither side would leave anyone alive. Even if the other side was willing to let them go, they wouldn't believe it, so these desperate bandits would basically fight to the end. At this moment, it was gradually getting brighter. Chen Chuan. After getting out of the car, with a few leaps, he crossed the trench and arrived at the edge of the camp. The foothold here was very narrow, but he walked past it as if he was walking on flat ground. As he approached the entrance, behind a baffle, he could feel a person's breath. Undoubtedly, there was a bandit guarding the entrance. He held the knife in his backhand, spun his waist, and stabbed it in, directly piercing the guard plate and piercing the head of the person inside. Then he leaned forward. Just as he made this movement, there were a few more bullet holes on the baffle behind him, and he used his backhand to draw the knife, turned to the entrance, stepped on the ground to stop, and met the horrified eyes of two bandits. As he walked forward, he swept and slashed, and the two people were instantly separated. He strode in and immediately saw that there were three people left here, each standing in different positions, seemingly unaware of the movement behind. He pulled out the martial halberd spear and fired several shots in a row, immediately knocking down two of them from behind. Then he looked at the last person, who was almost 2 heads taller than him, wearing a steel helmet from who knows where, with a metal mask on his face, and was extremely bloated, wrapped in pieces of armor. Seeing Chen Chuan appear, he roared and jumped down from above, charging towards him. This person's body was too majestic, and the momentum when he charged was incredibly astonishing, as if the ground was shaking. Chen Chuan held the knife in one hand, calmly watching him. But the strong man had only charged halfway when a dull gunshot was heard. The back of his head seemed to have been hit hard, the steel helmet flew out, and the upper half of his head directly exploded. After taking a few more steps forward, his heavy body, devoid of support, fell powerlessly to the ground. Chen Chuan looked over and saw that the Ding gunman on the distant watchtower raised the muzzle of his gun, gave him a thumbs up, and he also nodded to the latter, then looked at the crowd who were gradually approaching, and raised his voice, "Everyone, come down and clear the camp, let's try to leave here before noon." Everyone first carefully searched the camp to see if there were any hidden bandits. After confirming that all the bandits in the camp had been killed, they found a Maka student with a severed hand lying outside who was still alive. Although this person had lost a lot of blood, thanks to the tenacious vitality of a martial artist, he was still stubbornly alive despite being unconscious. So they bandaged his wound and saved him, preparing to take him back later. However, it's hard to say how the Yangtze City Government Affairs Hall will handle and treat him. During the search, they also found a relatively large basement. Looking at the handcuffs and anklets thrown there, as well as some traces, it seemed that many people had been imprisoned recently. Almost all the teams in the wilderness were engaged in the business of trafficking people, but it was possible that the Copper Rust gang was about to return to Maka, so they disposed of the people in advance. After confirming that there was no danger, everyone was relieved to clean up and check the items in the camp. First, they found a lot of small denomination cash in the largest tent, all packaged. This package was not big, and could be carried away with one hand, but the amount was not small. Mitai didn't even take it when he escaped, so everyone guessed that this should be the money prepared for the gang members. It was very likely that these bandits were preparing to return to the country with the Maka exchange group, so they prepared these in advance. Moreover, since Mitai didn't care about this money, he must have had something more valuable on him. So they carefully checked his body again, and sure enough, they found 2 10,000 Prosperity Bank numbered gold notes on him and Yuan. Anyone can withdraw this kind of gold note. The exact amount is not yet clear, but it shouldn't be small, which is all cheap for them now. Everyone discussed it and decided to withdraw the money after returning and then discuss how to distribute it. In addition, they also found stacks of Jiao Mountain transaction coupons in the corner of the tent. This thing is only useful in Jiao Mountain, but it still has some value, so they collected it together. At this time, Feng Zioki shouted loudly from over there, "Come and take a look at this." Everyone walked over and saw an electrified freezer, which contained some well-packaged human organs. Everyone frowned at the sight of these things, which gave them very bad associations. Chen Chuan glanced at it a few times. Some of these organs looked a bit like mutated tissue. With the Copper Rust Gang's capabilities, they shouldn't be able to get these things. Either they were robbed, or they were transshipping them for others. He said, destroy them? Everyone nodded. There's also this. Feng Xiaoqi pointed to the side. Everyone saw a box with a combination lock, and they didn't know what was inside. They didn't know how to open the combination lock, and they were afraid of damaging the contents if they forced it open, but they couldn't just take it to the car without figuring it out. Wei Chang'an turned around and called out, Old Four, go get Lao Fan over here. CAISI nodded and left. After a while, one of the team's technical members came over, looked at the lock, went back to get some tools, and carefully fiddled with it. Because it would take a while to open the lock, everyone continued to check other places. Wei Chang'an asked a team member to take a photo of each bandit, and also took photos of the general situation of the camp, and took some identifiers. These would be used to claim the wanted reward in the future. Although the amount was not much, and some bandits didn't even have a bounty, it could at least make up for the capital investment this time. After finishing these, one of his team members came over. Brother Wei, the cars in the camp have been inspected and the tires have been changed. They should all be able to drive back. The Copper Rust Gang had a total of 9 vehicles. Except for one that was overturned outside and was severely damaged, the rest should be able to drive back. However, it was impossible to drive the 2 armed vehicles back to the city. They could be sold to those who specialize in receiving black cars, which should also recover some funds. Ren Xiaotian said that he had connections in this area and could be responsible for handling it. Wei Chang'an also had connections, but he was still a WEI Academy student and had a formal client identity, so he didn't want to get involved in this area. However, the bandits left behind a lot of firearms and bullets. They didn't like those homemade firearms and Maka firearms, and decided to destroy them on the spot. However, they could keep a few Dashun-produced guns, and the ammunition could be stored for future use. After working for a while, they heard a sound from over there, saying that the combination lock had been opened. So everyone gathered around again. After the technician opened the box, they saw a strange thing sealed inside, about 30 centimeters in size. It looked like an enlarged silkworm pupa, but it also seemed to have several legs spread out. Feng Xiaoqi asked curiously, what is this? An insect. Ren Xiaotian said in a deep voice, it's a biological implant. Most people present knew about biological implants, but they had never seen this strange appearance. Ren Xiaotian walked up. He didn't touch it with his hands, but looked at it carefully and said, there is no obvious company logo on it. It should be experimental. Chen Chuan said, Maka people advocate nature and never use biological implants, so it may be that the team brought it over to exchange for money. I just don't know what kind of implant it is. Feng Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, so this thing is very valuable. The technician said, it is valuable, but I'm afraid there will be trouble. Feng Xiaoqi immediately shook his head, then forget it. Chen Chuan considered for a moment, since we encountered it, let's take it. I'll find a way to deal with it when we get back. In fact, there is no need to worry too much. This kind of experimental thing is intentionally circulated on the market by some domestic or foreign companies to observe the product effect. They don't care who it passes through. He can ask Sheng Zitong how to deal with it later, or give it to Bureau Chief Lei or the Patrol Bureau if it doesn't work out. After sorting out all the valuable things in the camp, it was already past 9 in the morning, and everyone was preparing to go back. Because they needed to drive all the cars back, basically everyone had to drive. Only Chen Chuan, Feng Xiaoqi, and Wu Han couldn't drive, so they simply taught them on the spot. In the empty wilderness, there was no need to talk about traffic rules, or to stop and go, or to consider fuel consumption. They just needed to get the car started, which was not difficult. So Wei Chang'an and others taught them briefly, and they all roughly grasped it. On the way back, they received a radio message from Lin Xiaodai, saying that the Maka exchange group was showing signs of departure. Everyone couldn't help but feel fortunate that they had intercepted this group of people today, and the things were in the hands of this group. Otherwise, this commission would be really difficult, and they could only choose to take action at the checkpoint. After the convoy approached the Yangtze City area, the person who had been notified by radio had arrived in advance and was waiting there to take over their cars. Ren Xiaotian came down to hand over with these people. Obviously these people were not. After completing the transaction, everyone separated from him here and drove the original vehicles back to the city, returning to WEI Academy smoothly. Chen Chuan and Wei Chang'an and his team parted ways here, and asked the latter to take the unconscious and injured Maka student and the photos of those wanted criminals to the Patrol Bureau. Then he called the car rental company to drive the car back, saying that the bill for the damaged parts could be sent to him later. After dealing with these things, he, Luo Kaiwan, Feng Xiaoqi, Wei Dong, and Wu Han and others walked towards the dormitory. They had just returned from a battle, especially Chen Chuan and Wu Han who were holding weapons. The few people walking on the road gave off a faint sense of danger. Some sensitive students unconsciously avoided them, while those experienced senior students couldn't help but glance at them. It was lunchtime, and everyone first ate a meal before returning to the dormitory. The next thing to do was to count the cash in the package and some Jiao Mountain transaction coupons. Feng Xiaoqi took the initiative to take over this task. As for the 2 gold notes, because there was no time limit, Chen Chuan planned to take them after this commission was completed, and then decide how to distribute them. Seeing that there was basically nothing else to do, Chen Chuan gave a brief explanation and then let everyone go back to rest first. After everyone left, Chen Chuan took out the box containing the oak leaves, opened it, and took out the leaf to examine it carefully. The veins of the leaf were very clear, the whole body was emerald green, and a faint fragrance was emitted, which made people feel very comfortable, but other than this thing needs to be used with the Maka people's ritual to work. How to get the Maka people has not told Deshan, and Deshan has never cared about this matter, but it will be difficult to say in the future. But whether this thing is useful or not has nothing to do with him. He can't figure out the secrets in it by himself, and he doesn't need to understand it. His target this time is only to obtain the government agency's evaluation, and then obtain the qualification to go to Central City. This is his main target, and the rest are secondary. After looking at it for a while, he put it away, walked to the phone, picked up the telephone receiver, dialed a number, and after connecting, he said, "Bureau Chief Lei, I have brought the things back." Brought it back. Bureau Chief Lei was very surprised, because the news he had received before was that the Maka exchange group was preparing to leave today. For this reason, he had specially notified them in advance. He didn't expect that the exchange group hadn't moved yet, and Chen Chuan had already retrieved the things. He said, "Tell me about the process, and I'll see if there are any omissions." Chen Chuan told the story before and after, focusing on the key points. Bureau Chief Lei nodded after listening and said, "It turns out that you got the news first. That's the best, you don't have to meet directly with the exchange team. That's it, if it's convenient for you, it's best to bring the things to me now, and I'll send them to the Foreign Affairs Bureau with you to deal with this matter as soon as possible, so as to avoid any further problems." Chen Chuan said, "Okay, Bureau Chief Lei, I'll come over immediately." Bureau Chief Lei thought for a while and said, "Don't take other cars. Are you at school? Just wait there, and I'll have Henan's driver pick you up." Chen Chuan agreed. He went to wash up first, changed his clothes, and then went from the dormitory to the school gate. Just then, the Yuffelon sedan also arrived. He greeted the driver, got into the car, and 40 minutes later, he appeared at Bureau Chief Lei's home. After a brief exchange, he followed him to the Foreign Affairs Bureau. After successfully arriving at the Foreign Affairs Bureau, he handed the things to Lu Zhan, the head of the Foreign Affairs Bureau, accompanied by Bureau Chief Lei. The latter was extremely excited. If this thing was lost, the Foreign Affairs Bureau would be blamed, and he would also lose face. But now that it has been recovered, it's different. Instead, it can make the higher UPS notice him. This loss and gain is a good thing. He shook Chen Chuan's hand and thanked him repeatedly, and asked warmly, "Chen classmate, is there anything you need our Foreign Affairs Bureau to help you with? Please be sure to tell us, and Lu will definitely repay you." Chen Chuan thought for a moment and said sincerely, "There is indeed one thing I would like to ask you for help with." Lu Zhan was only being habitually polite, but hearing Chen Chuan say that, there was no unnaturalness on his face, still full of smiles, saying, "Classmate Chen, then tell us, if we can solve it, we will certainly not refuse." Chen Chuan said, "Please Director Lu, do not make this recommendation public, and please do not tell anyone for the time being. This." Chen Chuan added, "A year of confidentiality is enough." Lu Zhan smiled, glanced at Bureau Chief Lei, who hadn't said anything, and said, "What Classmate Chen is saying is a request that complies with the regulations. Classmate Chen, you can rest assured as much as possible. As long as I, Lu, am still in this position, I can ensure this matter." Bureau Chief Lei then said, "The Religious Review Bureau is the same." Lu Zhan quickly echoed, "Yes, yes, this is our promise." Chen Chuan said, "Thank you both." After the matter was settled, Chen Chuan and Bureau Chief Lei came out of the Foreign Affairs Bureau and got back into Bureau Chief Lei's car. Once the armored vehicle started moving, Bureau Chief Lei leaned back into the soft back seat and said, "Your senior sister he and I are getting engaged at the end of the year. You must come then." Chen Chuan smiled and said, "Then congratulations to you too. I will definitely come then." Bureau Chief Lei said, "When Xiaoying is a little better, I will thank you in person." Chen Chuan asked, "Bureau Chief Lei, I wonder how the child is doing now. She's still recovering, but she hasn't said a word to anyone in 2 years. Her language skills have regressed somewhat, and she's a little shy. Dr. Li says that as long as the parents are patient, she should recover in about half a year." Chen Chuan said, "That's a stroke of luck." Bureau Chief Lei sighed, "Yes, a stroke of luck." He looked at Chen Chuan, "Enough about me, let's talk about you. You said to keep it secret for a year, how come? Are you confident that you will strive to get the qualification to enter Central City this year?" Chen Chuan said, "I do have this plan." Bureau Chief Lei didn't specifically ask how he planned to do it. He said, "I hope that young people like you can enter Central City. The technical level of Central City is undoubtedly the highest in the entire country, and I'm not just referring to the current biotechnology, but all aspects. If you can gain a foothold there, then you are qualified to say that you know the reality of this world, otherwise you will ultimately be limited to a small world." He also reminded him, "It's just that there are many enemies blocking the road. If you want to move forward, they will come to stop you and suppress you. If you choose to retreat, you may be able to protect yourself, but it will only be a mediocre life. Only by moving forward can you have a wonderful life. Some people are born with nothing, and they are not qualified to think about these things, so there is nothing to say. Since you have this talent, then you should take a gamble. Chen Chuan thought for a while and asked, Bureau Chief Lei, I would like to ask you something. I don't know if it's presumptuous. Bureau Chief Lei smiled and said, feel free to ask. I won't answer if I can't. Chen Chuan said, I would like to ask, what is the secret ritual all about? Bureau Chief Lei pondered for a moment. This involves some secrets, so I'll just briefly explain. No matter what kind of ritual, it utilizes the anomalous matter I told you about, but there is another common name internationally, called anomaly entanglement. Through certain special methods and rituals, you can guide this substance to move according to certain established rules. Chen Chuan asked, is it the same with supernatural entities? Bureau Chief Lei shook his head. Supernatural entities are not that simple, and they are complex and diverse. They cannot be generalized as one type of thing. Some can be utilized, while others cannot. Moreover, this is not under the jurisdiction of our Secret Cult Investigation Bureau. Let's put it this way, what we manage and review are all the methods that the secret cults have summarized and can use in the past. Most supernatural entities cannot be summarized and cause rules. Its origin is still disputed. Perhaps those above know something, but my position is not enough to let me know. If you are interested, you can look for it yourself. Central City should be able to find all kinds of answers you want to explore. Hearing him say this, Chen Chuan's desire to go to Central City became stronger. His pursuit is to become stronger and transcend restraints, but he is also very interested in this mysterious matter of anomaly. Bureau Chief Lei drove him back to school all the way. He got out of the car at the entrance of Wei, and after saying goodbye to the former, he entered the campus. This time he didn't go back to the dormitory first, but came to Cheng Zitong's office. After Cheng Zitong saw him, he closed the office door and asked, "You're back? How was it? Did it go smoothly?" After Chen Chuan sat down, he said, "Teacher, the 2 evaluation students from the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau and the Foreign Affairs Bureau have been obtained." He solemnly said, "They should be able to help me hide this for a year, so next I plan to obtain an unlimited self-defense permit." Cheng Zitong looked at him for a moment, opened the drawer of his desk, and took out a letter for him. "This is old He's reply to you. Take it back and read it first. If you decide, teacher will fully support you. But teacher suggests you wait a little longer, wait until your cousin's last file is found, take a look at that similar precedent, and then decide what to do." Chen Chuan reached out and took it, nodding and saying, "Yes, although the student has made a determination, he will not be too impatient." He then told Cheng Zitong about the raid on the copper embroidery group, and handed the implant over to the latter for processing, before leaving. After returning to the dormitory, he, previously, with the growth of his own mutated tissue, as well as the overall progress in all aspects of his body, he also felt that he wanted to be in. Because the body has to maintain its functions, such progress in one aspect will inevitably drive the whole, although the initial progress will be very fast, but later it will become slower and less efficient. Even if it can continue to improve, it may take several or even 10 years, so it is obviously not worthwhile or necessary to forcibly achieve this. He believes. He didn't know if his idea was correct, so he asked He Xiaoxing for advice. Of course, he didn't say that he wanted to reach the limit, but purely as a theoretical discussion. He Xiaoxing's reply confirmed his guess. In the letter, he praised his spirit of seeking knowledge, and told him to start from. The letter also said that few people can realize this problem, and also actively mentioned this problem. People without talent will not and cannot seek this problem. At the end, he also said that he hoped that he could continue to maintain it. Overwhelming martial power is certainly important, but always maintaining a spirit of seeking knowledge and pursuit can constantly push people forward. After reading this letter, Chen Chuan understood clearly. He doesn't need to pursue the limit too much at this stage, because this limit cannot be completed at all now. When he has mastered a higher limit of strength, he can turn around and improve it together. In this case, when he feels that he has reached the bottleneck stage, and the progress is already negligible, that is when he enters. So, the next step is to work hard in training, waiting for this moment to arrive. After thinking about it, he reached into his pocket and took out the bone bead bracelet he had obtained from Chisai. When carrying this thing, he found that while it brought harm, it also had a slight stimulating effect on the mutated tissue. But this stimulation is really too rare. Is it just a special ornament? He looked at it again and compared it with his wrist, but found that the number of bone beads on it was obviously not enough to wrap around that person's thick wrist. Moreover, in addition to the position where he pulled on that day, there are also traces of frequent disassembly of the rope. Does this mean? He thought about it, and his heart moved slightly. He untied a bone bead, looked at it for a moment, and then used his strength to pinch it. A pile of powder fell on the desk. Sure enough, Chen Chuan's eyes lit up. He understood that Chisai should be using this thing to replace drugs to stimulate mutated tissue in order to achieve martial combat cultivation. However, this is much more powerful than stimulation with similar drugs, and may also be accompanied by other unknown harm. While stimulating mutated tissue, it is probably also overdrawing life. Considering that Chisai should have reached the second limit, is it possible that he can withstand it? It is also possible that because Chisai has been in the wilderness for a long time and cannot get enough medicine, he brought this thing with him for occasional emergencies. But it cannot be ruled out that the Maka people are weak and small, and cannot provide abundant drugs like we, so they use this method to replace it. But no matter what the actual situation is, this thing is just right for him. He looked towards. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. He put down the thing, walked over and opened the door, and saw that it was Feng Xiaoqi. The latter said, "Classmate Chen, I have counted it clearly. There are a total of 5,350 Jian Yuan coins, and a total of 537 transaction vouchers." Chen Chuan thought about it. More than 5,000 Jian Yuan coins? This number is actually not small. After all, even if Nian Fulai is promoted to captain, his monthly salary is only more than 200, but considering that this money is divided among 40 or 50 people, and it is still life-saving money, it is actually not much. He said, "Like this, I'll make a call. When senior brother Ren and brother Wei are done too, let's find a date and invite everyone over to share it together." Okay. As for the two 10,000 Prosperity Bank gold tickets, he had asked Cheng Zitong before. He need to make an appointment in advance, and the time is uncertain, up to 60 days. As for that implant, Cheng Zitong told him to wait, and he should be able to find a suitable next home. That way, he might as well distribute the money he has in hand to everyone first. In the 3 days since then, Ren Xiaotian and Wei Chang'an called one after another, saying that those vehicles and firearms and rewards had all been cleaned up, and the payments had all been settled, and the commission money from the Foreign Affairs Bureau had also been transferred to his account. Then the next step is undoubtedly to share the money. Chen Chuan thought about it, so he simply booked a private room at the Duyi Hotel in the city center, and notified all the team members who participated in this operation to go there on holiday day, where everyone would have a meal together and distribute the rewards. On February 20th, which was holiday day, Chen Chuan and the group of partners who participated in this operation had a dinner at the Duyi Hotel. In fact, many team members came this time out of favor, but he also knew what everyone liked, so before eating, he checked the accounts and distributed the rewards according to each person's contribution. He also said that the implant and the gold notes had not had time to be processed, and he would find everyone again after a while. This approach proved to be very correct. It was obvious that everyone was happier and more atmospheric after receiving the money. Wei Chang'an then picked up his glass and toasted Chen Chuan, saying, "Junior, you have learned to drive now, why not get a license and buy a car?" Chen Chuan considered it, but decided to take it slowly, because the price of a car was really not cheap, and there were many things to consider. Although he had received a lot of money, the cost he needed for martial combat cultivation was undoubtedly more. Besides, when he goes to do commission, there will naturally be company cars, so he doesn't have to worry about it. If it's a team, he can just rent a car, which is convenient and saves trouble. He said, "Let's talk about this later, but Brother Wei, this commission will not have a client affiliation for the time being due to some reasons, and it may not be announced until a year later. Brother Wei's promotion to senior agent may have to wait." Wei Chang'an leaned back in his chair, looking very relaxed. He smiled and said, "Why are you talking about this? Brother Wei still owes you a favor. Even without this, it's only right to help a brother. As for senior agent, that's nothing." Ren Xiaotian was sitting next to Lin Xiaodai. Although she did not participate in the raid on the camp this time, she guarded the radio and transmitted messages, which was also a contribution, so she also got a share. She was now happily calculating how many snacks she could buy, and how many hair accessories and new skirts she could buy. On the other side, as soon as the meal started, Wei Dong was stuffing things into his mouth without regard for anything. If you want to ask him how he felt about this operation, it must be that it was not enjoyable. Because except for the time when he sneaked in, the rest was almost all gun battles. Although he also learned to shoot, he quickly emptied the magazine and didn't hit anyone at all. On the contrary, he knocked down several crossbowmen with his bare hands. It is possible that he didn't face a single one head-on. Wu Han was sitting next to him at the moment. He admired Wei Dong very much. At that time, the two of them cooperated in the operation. This junior would shoot whoever he was told to shoot, never asking why, and he was really decisive when fighting. He thought to himself that if he had a commission next time, he would bring his junior along. At this time, the gunman surnamed Ding took the initiative to toast Chen Chuan and said, "Brother Chen, if there are any such operations in the future, please be sure to bring me, Ding Liao." Chen Chuan picked up his glass and touched it with him, smiling and saying, "Good players like Brother Ding are usually hard to come by. Of course I welcome you to come and help." Ding Liao laughed and said, "Then it's settled." With that, he drank the drink in his glass. Most of the people here are martial artists, so they don't drink alcohol, but he doesn't like to drink either, because he feels that he can only shoot more accurately if he keeps his mind clear. This meal lasted for more than 2 hours, and after it was over, everyone came out together. When Chen Chuan walked out of the Duyi Hotel gate, he looked back at the top. He remembered that he also had a dinner here before enrolling last year. In the blink of an eye, he had experienced so many things. At that time, he only wanted to pass the Wei Academy retake exam, but now, he has begun to plan how to go to Central City. He retracted his gaze and looked ahead, his steps were more steady. A horn sounded, Wei Chang'an drove the car over, and waved to Chen Chuan and the others in the car, "Junior, there are still a few classmates, shall I take you back?" Chen Chuan was not polite and said, "Thank you, Brother Wei." After taking a ride back to school, He returned to his dormitory, washed up, sat down in the living room, and took out the string of bone bead. In the past few days, he had been looking at it. The stimulation of this thing to mutated tissue can be maintained for about 4 or 5 days per bead. There are still 13 beads on it. If used continuously, it can be maintained for nearly 2 months. Although it feels a little less, it was picked up for nothing anyway, so there is nothing to be sorry about. It is the mission that must continue to be done. Fortunately, there is a sum of money to support it, so there is no need to be too anxious. In the next period of time, while waiting for news from Gao Ming, he began to take on supernatural entity commission from the company. The company gave him a lot of convenience, so he returned the favor and decided to first increase the number of completed commissions in order to improve the company's evaluation in the government affairs hall, so he selected some that were easier to handle. The first is an inedible corn, which was discovered in a village outside Yangtze City. The cause was that a villager ate half a corn cob and went out in a hurry. When he came back, he found that the gnawed corn had grown back. At first, he thought someone was joking with him, but after several times, he was pleasantly surprised to find that no matter how much corn he ate, it's just that these corns are only about 30 pounds, the number is not too much, and they can't be sold for a high price. If they are taken out, they are afraid of being robbed, so he simply takes them as food every day. He not only eats them himself, but also distributes them to some villagers he knows well. Some villagers are worried about problems, but he doesn't take it seriously. However, the villagers who ate these corns soon discovered that they could no longer eat anything other than this corn, and after a few days, their bodies would become anomaly weak and tired, and they would become thinner and thinner, but these people themselves did not feel anything wrong, and did not care about the reminders from others. It was not until these villagers starved to death one by one that the village realized that something was wrong and believed that there must be a problem with these corns, and they were all burned with fire. But this did not solve the trouble. After a while, the corn appeared again, and similar things happened again. After several times, the villagers felt that they could not handle it, so they had to report it. The village management office issued a commission, but no one came to take care of it. It has been more than 2 years now. When Chen Chuan arrived in this village, the entire village was already empty. A warning sign was stuck at the entrance, and the people from the management office who accompanied him here did not dare to enter. He walked into the village alone. When approaching a certain house, he pushed open the half-open wooden door and walked into the house. When he came to the kitchen, he saw several fresh corns placed on the stove. The corn kernels were golden and plump, exuding a fragrant smell, as if they had just been cooked and taken out of the pot. Just looking at them made one feel hungry. After looking at them for a few times, he walked out. After strolling around the entire village, he found similar things in other places. Almost every household had them. He had read the data before coming. Ordinary people can actually handle this thing, but they can't simply burn it. Doing so will instead cause the thing to spread. In fact, as long as you eat the whole corn cob, including the core, when it is first discovered, it will be fine. So if someone could give some guidance at the beginning, perhaps the subsequent tragedy could be avoided. Now, it is a little more troublesome to deal with. It is necessary to let the livestock eat these grains, and then divide up these livestock within a day. After reading it, he already had a plan in his mind. He returned to the company and told Ren Shu about this, and asked him to arrange manpower to deal with it. Ren Shu was very excited when he heard that he could also participate in handling supernatural entity. The young people who were partners were also anomaly excited when they heard about it. They immediately spent money to hire people to buy livestock. It only took 1 day to clean up the matter. After returning, everyone was full of sense of accomplishment. Chen Chuan shook his head. It is worth being happy to deal with these things, but he felt that if he could provide some supernatural entity consulting services, perhaps such things could be avoided. He also mentioned this to Ren Shu. If it were another company, they would definitely not agree. Isn't this causing their business to be lost? But Ren Shu and the others don't think so. They can't finish the orders they have on hand at all. Even if they don't have them, they can go to the government affairs hall. Moreover, the supernatural entity that can be handled by ordinary people on their own are obviously in the minority, which does not hinder anything at all. On the contrary, it can be used to improve the company's reputation. The most important point is that Chen Chuan, this important partner, proposed it, so it must be taken seriously, so Ren Shu agreed without any discount. Since this commission did not take much effort, Chen Chuan then went to handle some small commissions. However, it may be because the time interval was too long, not only did the commission party disappear in these few commissions, but even the supernatural entity could not be found. But no matter what, as long as it is determined that the supernatural entity no longer exists, then it can naturally be included in the ranks of commission resolution, which is very useful for the company's evaluation, and the company also gave him a reward, so it is not considered a wasted trip. The time quickly came to the end of the month. This morning, when Chen Chuan had just gotten up, the phone rang. He picked it up, and a familiar voice came from inside. Hello, is that cousin? It's me, Gao Ming. Chen Chuan's spirit was slightly shaken. He had not urged Gao Ming before, because he knew that the latter had always been serious and responsible in his work. If he hadn't called, it must be because he hadn't been able to find out the matter clearly. Now that he was calling, it seemed that there were results. After he responded, Gao Ming continued, cousin, I have investigated the case clearly, but some things are not convenient to talk about on the phone. Well, I will come back for a holiday day in the first 10 days of next month. We will meet and talk then. Chen Chuan knew that this matter was more important, and it was indeed inconvenient to talk about it on the school's phone. He thought for a while, okay, then let's meet and talk next month. After he hung up the phone, before he had taken 2 steps, the phone rang again. He picked it up again, and this time Ren Shu's voice came from inside. Mr. Chen, I wonder if you are free today. Chen Chuan asked, about the commission. Yes, that's right. People from the neighboring county government office have come to the company, saying they want to ask us to solve a supernatural entity. I wonder if it is convenient for Mr. Chen. County government office Chen Chuan thought for a while, even if it is county government office, it is also a government agency. Although he has now obtained the necessary evaluations, it does not mean that this type of evaluation is useless. If he can handle this type of commission well and accumulate more of them, it will be very beneficial for him to obtain the armored license later. So after considering it, he said, okay, I'll come over now. When Chen Chuan arrived at the company, he saw a man in his 30s wearing the public uniform of the administrative department. The man's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Chuan and took the initiative to shake his hand. So, you must be Expert Chen. I am Wang Bian from the Jia County Government Office. Expert Chen can call me Officer Wang, or just Little Wang. He seemed very enthusiastic, without any airs of a government office employee, and even a bit deliberately ingratiating. Chen Chuan shook his hand and said, hello, Officer Wang. After exchanging greetings, they sat down, and Officer Wang sighed, saying, this supernatural entity has been causing panic recently, and we really have no way to deal with it, so we contacted a colleague in the Government Affairs Hall in Yangtze City, who recommended your company to me. Oh, I heard that your company solved the flying head monster incident before. Amazing, truly amazing. Chen Chuan said, I heard a rough outline before coming. Can Officer Wang tell me the details? Officer Wang said distressedly, oh, it's like this. Under his narration, Chen Chuan and Ren Shu gradually understood the matter. Due to local customs in Jiaxian County, many young people in the county town like to get tattoos. Recently, some people have discovered that a butterfly-shaped pattern inexplicably appears on their bodies, and it cannot be washed off. Because this tattoo is very beautiful and vividly lifelike, seeming to dance gracefully with body movements, those with this tattoo show it off to others. But when asked where it came from, no one can say for sure. However, these young people soon realized something was wrong, because the number of these tattoos increased almost daily, and within a few days, they covered their entire bodies. The most terrifying thing is that these tattoos densely overlap each other, and once there is no empty space left on the body, they turn into real butterflies and fly away from the body. Not just from the skin surface, but even from the internal organs, butterflies fly out. Only then did people realize that the tattoos also existed inside the body, but were invisible. In the end, the person was left with a pile of rotten flesh and bones full of holes. When Officer Wang said this, he also showed a look of horror. He had seen the corpse, vomited on the spot, and had nightmares for several days afterward, waking up in the morning. In just 10 days, the local government office received more than a dozen similar cases. This is just what was reported. There's no telling how many unreported cases there are. If it were just the common people having problems, it would be one thing, but the government office officials were also worried that they and their relatives and friends would be infected with this thing, so they ordered these people to be arrested. However, this was only a temporary solution, and similar cases continued to occur. The most troublesome thing is that some people, with unknown motives, deliberately tattooed themselves with this thing after hearing about it, increasing the difficulty of handling the matter. This led them to seek experts everywhere to deal with it. After listening, Chen Chuan's expression became serious. He considered it and said, I understand the situation. I need to check some data on this matter and will reply to you this afternoon. Officer Wang said, okay, then I'll leave it to Expert Chen. I'll wait for Expert Chen's reply at your company. After Chen Chuan returned, he looked through the supernatural entity data that Cheng Zitong had given him. These days, he had been reviewing these things in his spare time every night to increase his knowledge and understanding, but due to the large number, he hadn't finished reviewing them yet. He checked the compiled catalog and confirmed that the recorded supernatural entities did not include this butterfly tattoo. This meant that this was a supernatural entity that Cheng Zitong had never seen or heard of. He wasn't very confident about such a commission and could have declined it, but after careful consideration, he decided to give it a try. Having encountered many supernatural entities and seen many examples, he had also gained some experience. The supernatural entities encountered before, including those mentioned in the data, were mostly fixed in one place, and the range was not very large. They might cause chaos in a certain area, but unless there were human-driven or participating factors like the feet cult, they were generally not enough to cause social-level turmoil and unrest. Supernatural entities that can spread like this usually have a source. As long as the source is removed, the matter can be resolved. Speaking of which, the supernatural entities he had dealt with before basically had data summaries and precedents to follow, so he just had to do things step by step. He had never independently handled this kind of unknown entity before, but as he came into contact with more and more commissions in this area, He would always encounter similar supernatural entities, so this time he didn't plan to avoid it, but instead tried to actively solve it. However, although he had an idea, he didn't lose the necessary caution. He called Cheng Zitong to consult on the matter and explained his analysis. After listening, Cheng Zitong said, "Little Chuan, your thinking is correct, assuming the information is accurate. Sometimes, what influences your judgment is not the supernatural entity itself, but people." Chen Chuan said, "Teacher, I understand what you mean. Because supernatural entities influence people, solving supernatural entity problems first lies in handling personnel matters well, and personnel matters are often more complicated than the supernatural entity itself." "That's right," Cheng Zitong said. "So, you need to be mentally prepared. Solving supernatural entity problems is not just about the supernatural entity itself, especially outside Yangtze City. You need to be more careful." Chen Chuan said, "Teacher, I understand." Cheng Zitong hummed, "If there's anything you need me to solve, just give me a call." Chen Chuan ended the call and, after pondering for a while, called the company and said that he would accept the assignment and needed to go to Jiaxian County immediately. Ren Shu immediately told Officer Wang, who was overjoyed to hear that he was willing to leave immediately, repeatedly saying okay and that he would come to pick him up right away. Half an hour later, Chen Chuan got into Officer Wang's car and headed to Jiaxian County. To facilitate understanding the situation, he and Officer Wang sat in the back, with the driver in charge of driving in the front. Ren Shu, considering that he was going to a foreign county, also sent an empty car from the company to follow, to facilitate his movements. Among the 6 counties in Yangtze City, Jiaxian County is located at the northernmost point in the southwest and is also the smallest. The county town is surrounded by hills on 3 sides, making access difficult, but because a tributary of the White River makes a bend here, right at the exit, shipping is relatively convenient and it is not too isolated. After leaving Yangtze City, it was only a 2-hour drive, and the vehicles drove onto a winding mountain road. More than 10 minutes later, the light on both sides suddenly dimmed, and they entered a canyon passage, with the light on both sides blocked by the mountain walls. Officer Wang also introduced to Chen Chuan that this place is called Pingkong Gorge. In the old times, this was a very famous dangerous place. During the Great Reclamation period, it was widened. If you don't go by water, this road is the only way to enter and exit the county town. Chen Chuan looked up and saw the sentry posts and wall paths that were carved out during the Great Reclamation period on both sides. Just then, a number of 2-wheeled motorized vehicles quickly passed by the car. One of them even deliberately came in front of the car and swayed a bit before accelerating away. Officer Wang was a little embarrassed and said, "These are a group of wealthy students, not just from Jiaxian County, but also from nearby counties. They especially like to travel through here." After about 5 miles, they finally exited the canyon, and the light suddenly brightened, giving people a feeling of returning to the world. Shops and residential buildings gradually appeared on both sides. Perhaps because the county town is not large, the population seems very dense, and there are many people on the streets. Officer Wang said, "I'll arrange a place for Expert Chen to stay. The conditions are simple, please don't mind." Chen Chuan said, "No need to rush." He picked up the map in his hand. "I just looked at it. The butterfly tattoos first appeared in the Qing Street area, and also in Bow Street, and here." He circled a few places on the map with a pen and then drew a large circle around them, handing it to Officer Wang. "Officer Wang, it's best to bring some people and walk around according to this." Officer Wang took it, looked at it, and his expression became serious. "I'll make a call." After the car stopped, he went to a roadside phone booth to make a call. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, 2 local security bureau vehicles drove over. He got back into the car and said to Chen Chuan, "I've called the people. Expert Chen, shall we go now?" Chen Chuan nodded and instructed, "Don't drive too fast." "Okay." The vehicles traveled for only 10 minutes before arriving at the street on the edge of the map. Chen Chuan saw that both sides were decorated with lanterns, and the shops were all hung with lanterns. The people walking around had several red marks smeared on their faces, so he asked, "What festival are you celebrating?" Officer Wang said, "Yes, the local Qiaoshen festival is in 2 days. The custom is to weave fabrics and apply festive paint on the face. The government office is also afraid that something will happen at this time and hopes to resolve this matter as soon as possible." At this time, Chen Chuan looked at. Following these people's recent whereabouts, if all goes well, it should be possible to find the source. The area circled on the map was not large, and the vehicles drove around for more than an hour before finishing. But without any findings, he said, "Narrow the scope and go around again." Officer Wang didn't know what his purpose was in doing this, but since he was an expert in dealing with supernatural entities, he must have a reason, so he instructed the driver to continue driving according to his instructions. As the vehicles continued to narrow the scope, the driver didn't say anything, but the security team members in the back became impatient and complained a few times. Officer Wang quickly comforted them and looked at Chen Chuan with embarrassment. Chen Chuan then asked, "Officer Wang, do you have a night market here?" Officer Wang said, "Yes, especially near the Qiaoshen festival. Some young people like to go out at night, and the night market is especially lively these days." Chen Chuan said, "Tell them that if we can't find any clues, we'll continue looking in the evening. Please trouble them to work hard now so we don't have to bother them tonight." Okay." When Officer Wang said this, the security team members didn't say anything, but instead felt sorry for those who had to run errands at night. They felt like they had gotten a good deal. At this time, the vehicles had driven to the innermost side of the area circled on the map. Once past here, the entire area marked on the map would be finished. But just then, Chen Chuan suddenly saw. He turned his head to look at the side of the street and saw a bald man with a dull expression walking past. However, this man's muscles were unusually strong. His eyes moved, and he immediately said, "Wait, stop the car, and stop that man." Upon hearing Chen Chuan's instructions, Secretary Wang felt a jolt of energy and immediately ordered the driver to stop the car. He then leaned out of the window and gave loud instructions, pointing towards the bald man in the distance. The security team members immediately became excited. They had been growing restless after searching for so long, and now they finally had a target. They jumped out of the car and rushed towards the man, pinning him to the ground. The bald man was somewhat alarmed and angry. He struggled and shouted, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Who are you? Let me go." A security team member said fiercely, "Don't you know what you've done?" The bald man looked bewildered. Seeing this, Chen Chuan said to Secretary Wang, "No need to be so rough. He's probably just someone who has been infected with the butterfly tattoo, not the real target we're looking for." At that moment, Secretary Wang was still uneasy. "This, Expert Chen." He looked outside and tentatively asked, "These people, will they?" Chen Chuan said, "Don't be afraid. Supernatural entities aren't transmitted through common infection methods. Otherwise, this large county would have been overrun long ago. The fact that it hasn't spread widely suggests that those who have acquired the tattoo have done so due to some special reason. In fact, the fact that he hadn't found such people after driving around for a few laps was a good thing, indicating that the supernatural entity hadn't spread on a large scale yet. This meant that some people acquired the tattoo due to specific reasons. Secretary Wang was relieved, but he still didn't get out of the car. He instructed the security team members, drag him to the car and check if he has a tattoo. The security team members immediately dragged the bald man to the car and checked him. They were surprised to find a colorful butterfly on his back. One of the members ran over and said, "Secretary Wang, he has it. He really has it." Secretary Wang quickly looked at Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan said, "Ask him where he's been recently, and where he's been in the past 2 days." Secretary Wang immediately repeated the instructions to the team member, then said to Chen Chuan, "Expert Chen, rest assured, these security brothers are experts at interrogation." Chen Chuan nodded and said, "Make sure it's the truth." Secretary Wang cleared his throat and said, "Yes, it will definitely be the truth." After thinking for a moment, he was still a little worried and said somewhat awkwardly, "I'll go take a look." After a while, Secretary Wang returned. He said, "Expert Chen, I've asked him." Because he knew Chen Chuan didn't know the roads here, he held a map in his hand and specifically marked the locations on it. "Expert Chen, please take a look. This person has been to these places." Chen Chuan looked at it, then took out the previous map and compared it with the routes taken by those who had grown butterfly tattoos before. Of course, this only ensured it for the past few days, as it was impossible to trace back any earlier. He circled the area where these people converged and marked it with a pen. "Let's go take a look around this place." Secretary Wang looked at it and suddenly his expression changed slightly, because he found that there was a bus station in the center of the area. He said worriedly, "Could these people be from other places? If that was the case, the scope of the investigation would be much larger." Chen Chuan said, "That's not necessarily the case. Let's go take a closer look first." "What about the person we just caught?" Chen Chuan said, "Take him with us for now. Under normal circumstances, if the source of the supernatural entity is resolved, the remaining people would likely be fine, but they would be more or less influenced." He couldn't control this. All he could do was find the root cause as quickly as possible and eliminate it to prevent more people from being infected. "Okay." Secretary Wang returned to the car and instructed the driver to drive there. The security vehicles behind followed with the bald man. Because the location was not far from here, they arrived in less than a few minutes. This time, Chen Chuan made another discovery as soon as he arrived. Secretary Wang didn't need him to emphasize it this time. He immediately got out of the car and ordered the security team members to arrest that person as well. That person seemed to struggle violently, but was eventually grabbed by the collar and dragged into the car. After a while, Secretary Wang returned. He said with some doubt, "We checked, Mr. Chen, but this person doesn't seem to have that kind of butterfly tattoo on him." Chen Chuan said, "Not having it on his body doesn't mean it's not inside his internal organs." Secretary Wang shuddered when he heard this, and said, "Then I'll go ask again." Chen Chuan thought for a while and said, "I'll go with you." He also got out of the car and was about to walk towards the back, but his steps suddenly slowed down. He glanced around. "No, there's more?" He looked around. The security team's arrest of people had startled many passers-by, and now there was no one else but them. He looked up at the higher places. There were no tall buildings around, at most only a few flying birds. With that in mind, he looked down at the street and finally focused on a manhole cover. "This is, underneath." He walked over and said a few words to Secretary Wang, who was stunned and said, "Is Expert Chen sure?" Chen Chuan nodded. Secretary Wang hesitated for a moment. "Okay, I'll make arrangements." He looked around and found a shop with a telephone next to the street and made a call. In just over half an hour, maintenance personnel from the municipal engineering department arrived, opened the manhole cover, and went in to investigate. More than an hour later, they used tools to hook up a swollen, rotten, black-green corpse, on which worms could be seen wriggling. The security team members who saw this scene and smelled the smell, even though they had masks on in advance, all went to the side to vomit. Chen Chuan asked for a pair of gloves, walked up, calmly observed, and reached out to rummage through the corpse's clothes, finally finding a pale, discolored rope knot. When he grabbed this thing, he walked over with it and asked, "Secretary Wang, do you recognize this thing?" Secretary Wang endured the nausea and looked at it. "Love knot." Chen Chuan asked, "Is it common?" Secretary Wang thought for a while. "It's a custom from our Qiaoshan festival in the past. Women weave ingenious knots to set a love token on the festival, but now except for some older people, no young people make this." He tried to ask, "Expert Chen, is this related to butterfly tattoos?" Chen Chuan said, "It's not clear yet, we need to ask again, call those two people over and ask." Seeing that he didn't want to examine the corpse anymore, Secretary Wang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately called the two people who had been caught and showed them the love knot, asking if they had seen anything similar recently. The bald man who was caught earlier looked at it and nodded and said, "I've seen it, I've seen it. I went out to the night market the day before yesterday, and when I went back, there was this thing in my pocket. I don't know who stuffed it for me." Secretary Wang followed up and asked, "Where is it?" The bald man touched his head. "I threw it away. I'm a big man. My son is as tall as me. What do I need this thing for?" The middle-aged man looked at the bald man, hesitating to speak. Secretary Wang stared at him. "What do you want to say?" The middle-aged man said, "I've seen it too, and I only found it when I came back from the night market that day, but I clearly remember that I didn't buy this thing, and it ended up in my pocket for no reason. Where is it?" The middle-aged man seemed a little hesitant, and finally said, "I gave it away." Secretary Wang said, "Who did you give it to?" The middle-aged man stammered and said it was a friend, but looking at his appearance, Secretary Wang could guess what was going on, and sneered a few times. Seeing this, Chen Chuan roughly made a judgment in his mind, and he said, "Secretary Wang, please ask those people who have been confirmed to have tattoos and have been detained whether they have seen or come into contact with similar things, and then ask them how they finally dealt with it." "Okay, Expert Chen, please wait a moment, it may take some time." Secretary Wang also felt that things seemed to be on the right track, and he was very motivated and hurried to make a phone call. Chen Chuan told the company driver who followed, and the man nodded, went to buy drinks and cigarettes, and handed them to the security team members. Then he took out a nutrition paste, ate one, and then went over and chatted with the security team members. When he heard that he had an elder in the patrol bureau who was a captain, these security team members immediately became respectful, and immediately became a lot more enthusiastic. For these security members, the name of an expert is not easy to use, but the name of the patrol bureau is very useful, because in name they belong to the same government agency, and they need to become regular employees. In addition to the seal of the county government office, they finally need to go through the approval of the patrol bureau. Now, each of them came up to get close, trying to get Chen Chuan to remember him. More than an hour later, Secretary Wang came back sweating profusely. He handed a list to Chen Chuan and said excitedly, "Expert Chen, I've asked everyone. Everyone has seen this thing. This is a confession." Chen Chuan took it and flipped through it. Although these people got the love knot at different times, they all had one thing in common, that is, they only saw it when they came back from the night market, and the thing was either lost or given away. He pondered for a moment and said, "After this thing was lost, butterfly tattoos appeared on them. Well, this shouldn't be lost, but the love knot got on them." Secretary Wang was stunned, and then he said in fear, then the love knot is a butterfly tattoo." Chen Chuan said, "It's very likely that this is the case, Secretary Wang. The number of people known to have died because of this is 8, and the earliest can be traced back to 10 days ago, right?" "Yes, yes." Chen Chuan nodded and said, "In this case, one person should die every day, which also conforms to some of the laws of the supernatural entity. If we start counting from 10 days ago, then 10 people should have died one after another, that is to say, there are probably 2. He thought of the body just now, there is one more person who died and has not been discovered, or has not been reported. No, that's not right." Secretary Wang seemed to have thought of something. "Yes, that body, Expert Chen, the meat of that body. Speaking of this," he gagged, "the meat is still there, it hasn't turned into a butterfly and flew away, the love knot is still there." Chen Chuan said, "It is precisely because he died in advance that the love knot is still on him, and has not become a butterfly tattoo." Secretary Wang reacted, "Expert Chen means that he died for other reasons." He murmured, "Yes, that should be the case. As for how he died in the sewer, maybe the manhole cover wasn't there that day and he fell down, and then it was covered again?" Thinking of this, he suddenly felt uncomfortable, and quickly banished these thoughts from his mind, and asked again, "Expert Chen, what should we do next?" Chen Chuan looked up at the sky and said, "I've been thinking about it just now. If my deduction is correct, then maybe there is a way to deal with it." That night, on Cheng Street in Jiaxian County, Chen Chuan, Wang Gan, and several plainclothes members of the Public Security Bureau walked along this bustling street. Both sides of the night market street were lined with snack stalls, various shops selling small ornaments with lanterns hanging, one after another, and activities such as lantern riddles, pitch pot, wrestling, and guest opera performances. Fireworks occasionally shot up in the distance. For a small county town, it was indeed very lively, and according to Wang Gan, the Qiaoshan Festival Day was the most bustling, with almost half of the county's population coming out. This was also the part the government office was most worried about, fearing that things might get out of hand in the end, yet they couldn't possibly force everyone to stay indoors, and even if they set such a rule, it would be impossible to enforce. But no matter what, at least in the current atmosphere, they could slightly relax their originally tense emotions. Chen Chuan then said to them, "You'd better buy something, even if it's just a snack. If you don't buy anything, you might end up with that thing when you go back. Of course, it's just a possibility." Hearing this, Wang Gan and the Public Security Bureau members were startled and quickly went to buy something from both sides. After they returned, Chen Chuan said, "All right, there's no mission tonight, so let's just enjoy the night market for now." Seeing that he had been standing still, Wang Gan asked, "Expert Chen, what about you? You, not buying?" Chen Chuan hummed in acknowledgement. Wang Gan couldn't help but shiver. Chen Chuan didn't buy anything this time, nor did he eat anything. When it was almost past 10 at night, as the group was leaving the night market, he suddenly saw. Indeed, was it there? He reached out, took the thing out of his pocket, and looked at it. Sure enough, it was a love knot, but not a new one. It was the one he had taken from the corpse during the day. He had clearly placed this thing in the car earlier, but now it had suddenly appeared in his pocket. Seeing him suddenly take out this thing, Wang Gan was startled and said, "Expert Chen, how did you bring this thing with you?" Chen Chuan slowly said, "I didn't bring it, it appeared by itself." What? Wang Gan's voice trembled. "Don't worry." Chen Chuan glanced at him, "I have it under control." Seeing him so calm, Wang Gan steadied himself and asked, "Expert Chen, what should we do next?" Chen Chuan put the thing away and said, "Wait until tomorrow." "Tomorrow, please confirm." Wang Gan, "If no one continues to die because of the butterfly tattoo, then it proves my guess is correct. If there are still deaths, then we might need to try another method. Supernatural entities also have certain patterns, especially this kind of collective supernatural entity." He noticed that, from the timeline, since the discovery of the butterfly tattoo 10 days ago, one person has died every day, no more, no less. But there's a problem. What if the person who got the love knot before didn't die? The love knot in his hand was previously obtained by someone, but that person didn't die because of the butterfly tattoo. Instead, they died due to some accident. Now that this thing is in his hands, there's a discrepancy with the pattern of the supernatural entity itself. He wants to see if the supernatural entity will skip over him or if it cannot continue without killing him. If it's the latter, then as long as he doesn't die, the rest won't die. But if there's no influence at all, then he will try another method. After leaving the night market, he went to the hotel arranged by Wang Gan, which is also the best hotel in Jiaxian County. He came to the front desk, signaled for the people there to step aside, and then made a phone call to Cheng Zitong, briefly explaining the situation and saying that he had some ideas. Cheng Zitong said seriously, "Using this accidental death to find a breakthrough point is a good method, but doing so means taking the confrontation with the supernatural entity upon yourself. Little Chuan, are you sure?" Chen Chuan said, "Teacher, I have confidence. When I discussed with Bureau Chief Lei before, he said I have talents that even I'm not aware of, capable of resisting the invasion of supernatural entities. I think that's indeed the case." Cheng Zitong hummed in agreement. When others handle supernatural entity commissions, they usually need a long interval, and inevitably feel inexplicably weak, but this student is always lively and frequently takes on commissions, and his spirit seems to be getting better and better. So he believes this claim, but he still solemnly reminded, after all, supernatural entities are supernatural entities, and even the best swimmers can drown. So even though you have a lot of experience, you still need to be careful. If you have any problems, call me at any time. Okay, teacher. After Chen Chuan hung up the phone, he stayed at the inn. As for that love knot, he casually threw it away when he entered the inn, but when he settled down, he inadvertently found it by the bedside. He wasn't surprised by this, because this thing was supposed to turn into a butterfly tattoo, but now, because, and throughout the night, he could feel a certain strength constantly invading him, but it wasn't very strong, far from comparable to the flying head monster. By Chen Chuan's eyes focused, "What about the remains? They've been sent to the inspection department now, and the results should be out soon." Chen Chuan nodded, then they could only wait for now. Only after confirming could they decide the next step. By noon, Officer Wang came to tell him that the cause of death of the corpse was indeed caused by the butterfly tattoo, but the decomposed flesh left on the corpse was at least 7 days old, meaning it was not recent. Chen Chuan thought for a moment, then asked, "Have any other similar corpses been found?" Officer Wang shook his head. Chen Chuan considered for a while. It seemed that his method might be useful, but to confirm, he needed to wait a couple more days. And that night, he found that the fading signs had suddenly deepened a lot, but he was actually in high spirits because he felt he might be doing the right thing. Chen Chuan was still waiting there, and that night the fading signs deepened further, even to the point of stimulating his mutated tissue. By this time, he could already confirm that the method he was using was correct. This kind of supernatural entity is difficult to eliminate at once. The most effective way to deal with it is to find the root of the problem and then fight a battle of attrition with it. He knew this was a tug of war. Either the supernatural entity would wear him down, or he would exhaust the strength of the supernatural entity's root. But the former possibility was unlikely to happen, because if he felt something was wrong, he would leave Jiaxian County in advance. This is also the way to deal with most supernatural entities, that is, to leave the location of the supernatural entity. Unless it is manipulated by humans, it can generally be avoided. But in densely populated areas, the people living here can't just leave at will. He admired Chen Chuan very much, because Chen Chuan came up with a solution on the very day he arrived, and indeed, no butterfly tattoo incidents had occurred over the past 2 days. Chen Chuan knew it was not yet time to truly relax. He said, "The matter is not over yet. 1 more day and it will be the Qiaoshan festival. If we can smoothly pass this festival, then it's fine. Otherwise, there will still be trouble." He privately judged that this supernatural entity might be connected to the Qiaoshan festival, and tomorrow the festival would arrive, possibly bringing a greater invasive strength. Only by getting through that day would they truly pass this hurdle. Hearing this, Officer Wang became uneasy again, but he now had confidence in Chen Chuan and asked, "Expert Chen, is there anything you need? I can prepare it for you." Chen Chuan thought for a moment and said, "If there's anything to do, it's not to have too many people around this inn." "Understood," Officer Wang said with a serious expression. After leaving the room, he immediately went to make arrangements. Another day passed, and soon it was the day of the Qiaoshan festival. Chen Chuan found his judgment was correct. With the arrival of the festival, the strength dispersed by those love knots seemed to be converging one by one. It was a matter of which side could hold out longer. At this moment, the level of invasion could not be compared to the last encounter with the flying head monster, where he almost couldn't hold out. But that was because he also had to fight the flying head at the same time. Now, he didn't need to do that, which saved him a lot of merge time. But just in case, he also had the company's driver prepare outside. If he really felt he might not hold out, he would leave Jiaxian County in advance to avoid this invasion and then think of a way to deal with it later. At this time, the Qiaoshan festival outside also reached a climax. The citizens of the county town came out to the streets to celebrate tonight. It was a rare festival in the small county town, second only to the New Year, and most people in the city would come out to relax. Chen Chuan sat in the inn, watching the fireworks constantly rising and bursting outside the window, while his body felt the intense stimulation as if he had taken several times the normal dose of drugs. He adjusted his breathing, guiding the growth of his mutated tissue. As time slowly passed, by midnight, as the noise outside ended, the feeling transmitted to him gradually weakened and quickly returned to a lower level. Although it was still continuing, it was far from the previous intensity. He knew that the most dangerous moment had passed. He did not sleep, but sat cross-legged all the time, with the Snow Emperor blade placed within easy reach. As the sky gradually brightened, a ray of sunlight also shone in from outside. He took the knife and got down from the bed, walked to the window, took a breath of fresh air, and looked at the rising sun from the distant hills. At this moment, he suddenly felt something, reached into his pocket to take out the love knot, but only got a handful of rotten powder, with only a tassel knot remaining. He looked at. When the room was filled with sunlight, he heard a knock on the door, and the cautious voice of Officer Wang came. "Expert Chen, are you there?" Chen Chuan said, "The door is not locked. Officer Wang, come in." Officer Wang outside heard his normal speech and full spirit, and also breathed a sigh of relief. He pushed the door open and came in, saw Chen Chuan standing by the window looking at the scenery outside, walked over to take a look, and said, "This is the highest inn in Jiaxian County, where you can see most of the county town and the Hulu water outside. It is said that the county town used to suffer from frequent waterlogging, but after the Great Reclamation period, this situation rarely happened." Chen Chuan nodded and said, "Officer Wang, you can go check those people who were detained, to see if the butterfly tattoos are still on them." Officer Wang was stunned, then ran out like a gust of wind. In less than half an hour, Officer Wang called, excitedly saying, "Expert Chen, they're gone, they're gone. The tattoos on their bodies have all disappeared." Chen Chuan could feel his excitement even over the phone. He smiled. "That's good, Officer Wang. Since that's the case, my commission in Jiaxian County is also completed, so I will leave here soon and return to Yangji." "Wait a minute, please wait a minute," Officer Wang said anxiously. "I'll see you off, Expert Chen." Chen Chuan said okay. He packed up, came out of the inn, took care of the company's driver, waited for the car to come over, and waited there. In less than 10 minutes, he saw Officer Wang running over quickly, his forehead full of sweat. He was holding a book in his hand. Seeing him still there, he hurried up and handed the book to him, sincerely saying, "Expert Chen, thank you for solving the trouble in our Jiaxian County. I don't have much to offer in thanks, but I remember that Expert Chen seems to be interested in local customs and traditions. This book, The Legends of the Three Mountains, records many ancient legends from several nearby counties and towns. I'm giving it to you, Expert Chen, hoping you won't find it unworthy." Chen Chuan took it over, smiled, and said, "Thank you, Officer Wang. I really like this gift. I'm off now, please go back." He waved to Officer Wang, got into the car, and Officer Wang also waved to him, standing there, watching him drive away, not leaving for a long time. On the way back to Yangji, Chen Chuan sat in the car, looking at the scenery outside, recalling how he handled things earlier. But if there hadn't been that accidental death, it might have been much more troublesome to deal with, and perhaps several more people would have died. This is already the best outcome at present. But could it have been done better? He pondered. It seems that supernatural entity-type things can only be guided according to circumstances and choosing the appropriate method. Strength alone doesn't seem to be enough, but that may also be because the strength isn't great enough. If the strength is strong enough, there are more options to choose from, and the fault tolerance is undoubtedly higher. However, he also noticed that there are more supernatural entities now than before. This is not only because he has entered this circle, but because from the commission lists, the number of supernatural entities is indeed increasing year by year. What is the reason for this? He couldn't help but think of Dumas' words, echoes of the world are deepening. Is there any connection with this? While he was thinking, the car suddenly braked sharply. Sensing the change in strength, before the seatbelt tightened, he reached out and pressed the front seat, stepping forward, while mutated tissue layered and transferred force, so he didn't lurch forward. The driver cursed. It turned out that several two-wheeled motorized vehicles rushed out of the canyon at high speed, almost scraping the car. They almost collided just now. After those two-wheeled motorized vehicles passed, they seemed to have seen that they were not from Jiaxian County and that no one was with them, so they actually circled back and followed on both sides of the vehicle. They were very bold, occasionally coming up to dangle in front of the car. The driver asked, Mr. Chen, how should we handle this? Chen Chuan glanced at them. Although these motorized vehicles were close, in most cases they were showing off their driving skills. He said, ignore the ones that come close. Drive as you normally would. If there are any blocking the way, do what you have to do. The driver's spirit perked up. With Mr. Chen's words, I know what to do. He wasn't without a background either. The company bosses all had origins. Was he afraid of these country bumpkins? He honked the horn first, stepped on the accelerator to shift gears and accelerate. The car's speed suddenly increased a notch. The two blocking the way looked in the rearview mirror and were startled by his sudden rush, hurriedly giving way to both sides. They felt like they almost scraped against each other, and were immediately scared into a cold sweat. Because it was a downhill road, the speed was very fast, and they darted away in an instant. The driver glanced back and saw that those motorized vehicles were still following behind, somewhat regretfully saying, it's a pity this isn't young Master Sun's Hurricane sports car, otherwise I guarantee we'd leave them so far behind they wouldn't even see our tail lights. Chen Chuan thought to himself that it was no wonder the company had this driver accompany him this time, instead of the more careful way. This one was bolder and more suited to dealing with this kind of situation. After a while, they exited Pingkong Gorge, and the road became a winding mountain road. The driver was even more comfortable on the turning roads, not letting the motorized vehicles behind overtake them. After a while, they left Jiaxian County and passed the highway checkpoint. These cars didn't chase after them anymore. Obviously, they also knew that they wouldn't be able to get away with it outside. More than an hour later, Chen Chuan returned to Yangji. He first went back to the commission company and explained the situation before and after the commission, and drafted a list for archiving. Ren Shu was very happy because this county government office commission was recommended by the Government Affairs Hall. Now that it was successfully completed, the company's reputation would undoubtedly be established. In the future, other government agencies would definitely. It was just a pity that very few people could accept supernatural entity commissions. Even ordinary people were hard to find, let alone experts like Chen Chuan. This also led to the inability to expand the business. Now they could only slowly accumulate evaluations. Fortunately, they didn't have to worry about funding problems, so they should first try to become the best in this area. After Chen Chuan finished dealing with the company's affairs, he had Wei drive him back to school. A few days had passed since he went to Jiaxian County, and it was already March. Although the few days in Jiaxian County had delayed some training, it didn't matter much to him at present if he missed a few days of routine skills training. The key was to pursue the strengthening of mutated tissue, and the gains of these few days were enough to make up for these shortcomings, and there was still a lot of room to spare. Overall, the benefits gained were greater. After returning to school, he routinely called Cheng Zitong and detailed his handling methods. The teacher and student discussed it again before ending the call, and then he devoted himself to his daily training. It's just that the effect of drugs is getting lower and lower. Fortunately, he has the bone bead he obtained from Chi Sai last time to replace them. The next 2 months should be enough to maintain it. Several days passed quickly, and soon it was the holiday in early April. Chen Chuan remembered the day he was meeting Gao Ming, so he didn't go anywhere this time, just waited in the dormitory. Near noon, the phone rang. He answered the phone, and Gao Ming's voice came from inside. Cousin, I'm here. Chen Chuan put down the phone, left the dormitory, and walked to the school gate. He saw Gao Ming was leaning against the car door in the square outside the gate. He walked over and asked, didn't go home first. Gao Ming smiled and said, Cousin, your matter is the top priority here. He gestured with his hand, get in the car. Chen Chuan opened the car door, sat in the car, and closed the car door. Gao Ming took out a file bag from his bag and handed it to him. The data is all here, cousin. You can take it back and read it slowly. I'll just tell you the main situation roughly. He became more serious. I've been looking for that student's file, but after digging deeper, I found that there are very few records about this student. Apart from those I found before, there's almost nothing. I can only slowly search from other places. Actually, I thought before that if I couldn't find it all the time, that would be a good thing. It would mean that this student successfully went to Central City and may be holding a certain position, so his case files were transferred to Central City. Last month, I was lucky. A senior happened to be sending data to a high-level law firm in Central City. I asked him to help me check on this matter if he could, and he agreed at the time. He smiled, but the situation in Central City is complicated. I just mentioned it casually and didn't have much hope, but he got results very quickly, because this person is very special. Special. Chen Chuan thought for a moment. Central City's specialness is not ordinary. Because he is relatively famous in Central City, but not for good reasons. Gao Ming raised his hand. Cousin, first the good news. 15 years ago, this student successfully entered Central City after obtaining a recommendation to go to Central City. This shows that he was successful at the beginning, and our example is feasible. After entering Central City, he first worked at the Central City Processing Bureau. Later, for some reason, possibly because of a personal choice, he left and joined a company, but dropped out halfway through a lawsuit, so he dropped out again 2 years later. Originally, there was nothing to this point, but only half a year later, an explosion occurred inside this company. Many company employees and executives died. It was suspected that it was related to this person, so the files about him were transferred, which is why I haven't been able to find them. He looked at Chen Chuan. Cousin, the things that happened later happened after going to Central City, but the previous examples prove his success. However, a factor that must be considered here is that because he did those things, it may cause some people to be more wary of people from civilian backgrounds going to Central City, so the resistance you encounter when entering Central City may be greater. At this point, he smiled again. However, I personally think that cousin, you are not without a chance. On the contrary, this may be more beneficial to you at this time. Chen Chuan asked, how so? Gao Ming's expression became serious, and he pointed upwards with his hand. We previously overlooked a factor, which is how the upper levels are considering it. I have been investigating how to open up this road from the bottom up, but then I investigated the upper levels policies towards the WI branch over the past 10 years and found that at least in recent years, they have been leaning towards civilian students. However, due to the obstruction of local power forces, most of the resources are also in the hands of these people, so the effect is minimal, but if there is a student with suitable conditions, it is more likely to be valued by the higher UPS. How should I put it? Half and half. After all, without more sources of information, we can only make such inferences, and all I can provide is this. The final decision is still up to you, cousin, but I personally think that if you don't try, you will probably never know what the result will be. Chen Chuan thought for a moment. Thank you, Gao Ming. Gao Ming smiled. It's nothing. I want to make this deal with you, cousin. Chen Chuan said. Your suggestion last time was very useful. I may take the unlimited self-defense permit exam in advance, but there are some things I still need you to help me check. Gao Ming became serious. Cousin, tell me. Chen Chuan asked. Do you have paper and pen? Gao Ming rummaged around and handed them to him. Chen Chuan took them, wrote a few strokes on it, circled and drew, and handed it to him. Gao Ming took it and glanced at it, nodding. Cousin, I understand. Wait for my news. After Chen Chuan finished communicating with him and said goodbye, he got out of the car and first returned to the dormitory to look through the data, then took this thing and went directly to Cheng Zitang's office. When Cheng Zitang saw him coming over with a file bag in his hand, he also realized something, stopped what he was doing, and asked, Did you get that data? Chen Chuan nodded. Cheng Zitang instructed, Close the door and show me the things. Chen Chuan turned around and closed the door, walked forward and handed him the data. After Cheng Zitang took it, he opened it and placed it on the table, carefully read it again, and finally read the epilogue written by Gao Ming, which was basically the latter's evaluation of Chen Chuan. After reading it, he looked up at Chen Chuan. What do you think? Chen Chuan said seriously, Teacher, the many things I did earlier. Seeing that Cheng Zitang was determined, he nodded slowly and asked, Little Chuan, you have been following old He's notes for cultivation recently. What stage are you at now? Chen Chuan thought for a moment. He could feel that even with the help of things like bone beads and training, the speed of improvement had gradually slowed down. According to his estimation, he would reach it in 2 or 3 months at most. According to the discussion with He Xiaoxing, he didn't have to be obsessed with it. Those limits could wait until. He said, I think I should put learning. Cheng Zitang said with emotion, except for a few elite students, the vast majority of students can't reach this level even after graduation, or even in their entire lives. If you can reach it in the near future, then it is indeed better than going in the 3rd grade, because it is less likely to make some people wary. He opened the drawer and took out a form that he had prepared long ago, and placed it on the table. This is the Unlimited Self-Defense Permit Application Form. If you have made up your mind, fill it out. After the application form is submitted, someone will review you, but this is just a formality. If the higher UPS don't block you this time, then you must take the exam within half a year. However, you have evaluation recommendations from 3 departments. According to your cousin's analysis, there is no reason for the higher UPS to stop you again. Chen Chuan reached out and took it. He scanned it up and down, then took out a pen and filled it out on the spot. After filling it out, he checked it again and handed it to Cheng Zitong, saying, "Teacher, please submit it for me." While the teacher and student were talking, a car stopped in the square at the entrance of Wei Academy. The rear car doors opened one after another, and Zhuangji, Chengsheng, and Zhuang Chongshan came out of it. Then the passenger door was pushed open, and Tai Dongwei walked out from inside. As senior students and members of the Mutual Aid Society, this commission specifically brought these 3 junior students. The 3 of them were doing commission for the first time, and they felt that they had learned a lot this time and gained a lot of experience. Some things can't be learned in the academy. Tai Dongwei was like an elder brother this time, giving them a lot of guidance and help, and the atmosphere between the 2 sides was relatively harmonious. Zhuang Ji said, "Thank you, Senior Tai, for taking care of us during this commission." "You're welcome," Tai Dongwei said with a smile. "Since we are all from the Mutual Aid Society, then we should take care of each other. Your potential is very high. Don't think that some first-year students are stronger than you, but this is just relying on their old capital. As long as there are sufficient resources invested in martial combat cultivation, as long as you have enough potential, then the more you invest, the more you get in return, and you." He looked around at the 3 of them, using actions to emphasize the expression of these words. "You are undoubtedly all have potential. With the help of the Mutual Aid Society, after a year or 2, you will find that the students in the same grade are not worth mentioning as opponents. Each of you will be outstanding." Zhuang Ji deeply agreed with this. He was now very glad that he joined the Mutual Aid Society, because it allowed him to obtain more resources and help. Therefore, he disdained some people who were unwilling to join the Mutual Aid Society, such as Chen Chuan, who obviously had outstanding talent, but was self-righteous and unwilling to join, which was simply squandering his talent. Don't look at his strength now as if it is stronger than him, but the resources and opportunities obtained by the 2 people are not equal. After he does more missions, his combat experience and martial combat level can catch up, and he can widen the gap when he is in the 2nd grade, and he can leave him far behind when he is in the 3rd grade. There is also that Wei Dong, who was originally in the same group as their dormitory, but spends all day with the people on the opposite side. However, considering that this person's brain is not working well, it seems that there is no need to be too critical. It is just a pity that there is one less useful thug. He once again thanked Tai Dongwei, who politely bid farewell to the 3 of them and returned to his dormitory. This mission was contacted by the Mutual Aid Society, so the Mutual Aid Society would take 70% of the remuneration. However, without the contact of the Mutual Aid Society, he would not be able to get such an easy commission that was just right for bringing newcomers, so he had no complaints. When he came to the dormitory building, a student wearing glasses came over and greeted him, "Senior Tai." Tai Dongwei knew that this was the person from the Mutual Aid Society who was responsible for contacting them, and knew that there must be something he wanted. He asked, "Is there anything going on in the society?" "Senior student Zhang wants to see you, come with me." Tai Dongwei hesitated. "I just came back from doing a commission, I'm covered in dust, why don't I go change my clothes first?" "No need. Senior student Zhang won't care about these things, and the other seniors can't be kept waiting." "The other seniors?" The student smiled. "Senior Tai will know when he gets there." Tai Dongwei didn't ask any more questions and followed him into a car parked on the side. The car drove out and arrived at Baifeng Villa in 10 minutes, stopping in front of a flower garden villa. After he got out of the car, a butler-like person came out from inside and invited him to the side. "Please come this way." Tai Dongwei noticed that there were still several vehicles parked outside for pick-up and drop-off, indicating that he was not the only one here today. He straightened his clothes and followed him in, passing through the gate where servants stood on both sides, and entered a large living room. As he expected, he was not the only one who had come. 2 people had already arrived. One of the slightly darker-skinned young men was named Geng Zhang, a 2nd-year student. When he was admitted, he was the most talented of the students in the same batch. Even their 3rd-year students couldn't beat him, but he was arrogant and refused to join the Mutual Aid Society. It was only recently that he seemed to have agreed to join because of something. The other person was named Deng Fu, who was in the same grade as him and was a student of the military combat department. On the sofa in the mansion opposite them sat 5 people, undoubtedly the upper echelons of the Mutual Aid Society and representatives of the Power Disciple. He had never seen the 2 people next to them before. They should be low-grade students, but he did not underestimate them because the other party was low-grade. Being able to sit here shows that he has enough family background. Maybe some of the students who graduated before or went to Central City have some kind of kinship with them. In the middle of the 3 people, the one sitting on the left was Zhang Wei. Low-grade people called him senior student Zhang. He was also the one who was often responsible for talking to them. The one on the right was called Xiao Ziobi. He had a deep impression of him, because the power children liked to joke and call him Little Turtle. This person usually looks carefree and doesn't seem to have any airs. As for the young man in the middle, he had never seen him before, but he should be the one with the most powerful family background. Otherwise he wouldn't be sitting in the middle. Zhang Wei did not let Tai Dongwei sit down after he arrived, and said directly, "We have invited the 3 of you here today because the 3 of you have already obtained weapon permits." He gestured, and attendants handed 3 copies of the forms to them and gestured, "Please fill out this form." Tai Dongwei picked it up and looked at it, and said in surprise, unlimited self-defense permit. Gang Zheng on the side looked at the people sitting on the sofa in disbelief. Do you want us to take the unlimited self-defense permit exam? Senior student Zhang said with a smile on his face, that's right. Really? Gang Zheng seemed a little excited. This is what I have always wanted, but why? He really didn't expect the Mutual Aid Society to let him take this exam. He had never thought about it before, because this has always been the patent of recommended students. He didn't expect that he would give the opportunity to them. Perhaps joining the Mutual Aid Society is really a good choice? Tai Dongwei cautiously did not speak. Deng Fu asked, what do you need us to do? Senior student Zhang smiled and said, it's very simple. After the exam starts, no matter what method you use, make sure you don't pass in the end. Don't pass. Yes. Zhang Wei reached out and gestured to the middle, because Senior Wei will take the unlimited self-defense permit exam this year, so we plan to let you go with him. Tai Dongwei tried to ask, this. I don't understand. Since we are definitely unable to pass, why can't we give up in advance? Zhang Wei shook his head with a smile, that's not very good. After all, the higher UPS gives so many opportunities to civilian students. It's really unreasonable if none of them take the exam, and smiled slightly, but if you take the exam and don't pass, that's another matter. Deng Fu thought for a while and asked boldly, I wonder what benefits we can get. Senior student Zhang smiled and said, we will give you a sum of money, and we will also waive some of your debts, and we can slightly relax some agreements. I agree. Deng Fu immediately agreed. Tai Dongwei watched Zhang Wei's gaze move over, and also said, I have no opinion either. He knew that the unlimited self-defense permit has always been monopolized by recommended students, so he originally had no idea about it, and he knew that everything was in the hands of the other party, and his own will was not important at all, and it was very good to be able to get extra benefits. Senior student Zhang looked at the last person, Gang classmate, what about you? Gang Zheng looked up at the people on the sofa, can I not give up? When he asked this, the other recommended students on the sofa laughed. Senior student Zhang looked at him and asked with a smile, what's the reason? Gang Zheng said solemnly, because I feel that I can pass the exam. This way, I can make a greater contribution to the Mutual Aid Society, and I will remember the benefits given by the Mutual Aid Society. He obtained the weapon permit in his second year. He was the most outstanding among the students in the same period. Many senior students were not as good as him. Therefore, he was also very conceited and believed that he had many opportunities and was worthy of the Mutual Aid Society's special attention, so he did not want to give up. Zhang Wei smiled and said, Gang classmate, you are talented. We have given you many opportunities, but opportunities are not without conditions. I know. Gang Zheng emphasized, I will do my best to repay you after graduation. Didn't you say when I joined the society that I can reserve my own opinions? Zhang Wei nodded and said, we did say that, but the premise is that it does not hinder the interests of the Mutual Aid Society. But I didn't. Zhang Wei pushed his glasses and said with a smile, but Senior Wei's request is the interest of the Mutual Aid Society, and our request also represents the interest of the Mutual Aid Society. Gang Zheng was very unconvinced, you before. You what? Xiao Ziobi suddenly became impatient and pointed at him on the sofa, a dog should have the awakening of being a dog. Just do what you are told to do. Why are there so much nonsense? You. Gang Zheng's face turned red. Deng Fu still had a peaceful face when he heard this, as if he didn't care at all, while Tai Dongwei lowered his head. Zhang Wei smiled at Gang Zheng and said, Gang classmate, of course you can choose not to agree, but if you hinder the interests of the Mutual Aid Society, we will regard it as a violation of the agreement, and you will pay a high amount of liquidated damages, and we will also withdraw all our investment in you. You will no longer have extra guidance and extra drug support. Gang Zheng couldn't help clenching his fists. He joined the Mutual Aid Society out of necessity, because his family owed a debt for medical treatment. It was a huge sum of money that he couldn't afford to repay at all, until he got the support of the Mutual Aid Society that it improved a little, but the medicine is now impossible to stop. Zhang Wei looked at his watch, 2 minutes, your consideration time. Tai Dongwei and Deng Fu were silent, and the scene remained silent. The other high-level members of the Mutual Aid Society, including the Senior Wei who had been silent all the time, were watching him with interest, as if they were looking forward to his choice. Time passed by second by second. Soon, Zhang Wei said, 2 minutes are up. He looked at Gang Zheng, Gang classmate, what is your choice? Gang Zheng lowered his head, the veins on his fist tightened, I agree. Senior Wei stood up from his seat and said, do the rest of the things well. Then he walked out, and the power children of the Mutual Aid Society also stood up and walked out together. Xiao Ziobi complained as he walked, a little thing made me come here, by the way, he instructed an attendant on the side, don't forget to give him the money, a dog also needs some meat bones. When they got outside, senior student Zhang said with a smile, Brother Xiao, you are too harsh on them. Xiao Ziobi didn't think so. Dogs have to be tamed. If they are not tamed, how can they be obedient? If you are good to them, they will only take it for granted. In the room, as the 3 people signed the papers, 3 checks were also handed to them. Gang Zheng felt that his dignity was trampled on the ground today, and there was a deep sense of humiliation in his heart. He was breathing heavily and his eyes were red. Tai Dongwei saw that he was in the wrong state and came up to pat him, Junior brother Gang, are you okay? Get out. Don't touch me. Gang Zhang slapped him away. Tai Donggui quickly took a step back and said, brother, don't vent your anger on me. Deng Fu took the check in his hand and flicked it, happily stuffed it into his pocket, looked at Gang Zhang's appearance. He said, okay, junior brother Gang, this world is like this, take the money, and have a good time. Aren't we working so hard to sell our lives for this? Gang Zhang looked at the two people, he couldn't understand at all, and whispered, don't you have any pursuit? Pursuit? Deng Fu looked at him in surprise, then shrugged and walked out, saying as he walked, if you have a pursuit, you shouldn't join the Mutual Aid Society. Listen to my brother's advice, get rid of these ideas as soon as possible, because in this society, it's purely superfluous. The Atlas of Heaven Fetal Heart. Time passed, and it was April in the blink of an eye. Chen Chuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his dormitory, watching the continuous rain outside. Nearly a month had passed since he submitted his application for the unlimited self-defense permit in early March. Logically, he should have received a reply within a month, but he hadn't heard back yet. Although he met all the conditions for applying for the unlimited self-defense permit, and far exceeded the usual standards, the final decision-making power was in the hands of the upper-level review committee, so it was possible that it would be delayed until the second year. This was actually not in his favor, because as time went on, the news of his application might leak out, and the evaluation from the Foreign Affairs Bureau could only cover it for a year. By then, some people wouldn't wait for him to get the unlimited self-defense permit before dealing with him, but would try to bring it forward, so he still had to take precautions. He had already considered it. One way was to stay in school and focus on training, but as long as he entered. But this was a passive approach and not conducive to future development, so Cheng Zitong told him that there was another way, which was to arrange for him to go to another branch or a foreign school for exchange, so as to avoid various troubles. However, this was only a last resort, and it would be best to pass the application. In the past month, he had dealt with 5 more commissions, 3 of which also had no commission party or supernatural entity because the time interval was too long. The remaining 2 were relatively easy to handle because he had deliberately taken them, so the process was not complicated. Even ordinary people could solve them if they knew the way, so there was nothing left behind. He also discovered that only those supernatural entities that lasted for a long time or appeared more often in public were more likely to leave something behind. Similarly, only these types of supernatural entities could give mutated tissue more stimulation. Currently, it seemed that among the commissions that the company had obtained from the Government Affairs Hall, only one met this standard, but that place was in Zhang Mountain. He had always avoided that place because the cause of death of his predecessor was unknown. Also, this supernatural entity was not on the files he had seen, and he needed to figure out the solution himself, so he didn't plan to go until he was fully prepared. At this moment, the phone in the living room suddenly rang. He glanced back, walked over, picked up the phone, and Cheng Zitong's voice came from inside, "Little Chuan, come to my office, now." Chen Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and he calmly said okay. He took an umbrella from the shoe cabinet, pushed the door and went out. At this time, he happened to see Zhuangji and others returning from outside, their bodies still wet. The two sides met eyes, and ignored each other as usual. Chen Chuan had seen the other party go out many times these days, and there was a gradually increasing aura of competence on his body. This should be due to performing assigned missions. For a first-year student, this was not easy. It should be promoted by the Mutual Aid Society. However, for the Mutual Aid Society, this was like maintaining swords. If they wanted to use them, they had to sharpen these tools first, so they would definitely not hesitate to invest in this area, but what they gave today, they would ask for more in return tomorrow. When Chen Chuan walked to the entrance of the dormitory building, he saw that the rain was getting heavier. A gust of wind blew, and the air with cool raindrops woke him up. He took a breath of the crisp air, opened his umbrella, and stepped into the rain. Along the spring-autumn lake track, he arrived at the administrative office building, put away his umbrella and put it in the placement box on the side. He stumped his feet, went straight to the 5th floor, and to the logistics office. He knocked on the door. "Teacher, I'm here. Come in." Chen Chuan walked in, closed the door behind him, and walked to the desk. Cheng Zitong held down a form on the table and slowly sent it to him. "Little Chuan, your application has been approved." Chen Chuan's eyes fell, and he picked up the form. It was a review and approval of his application. The approval said that after reviewing all aspects of him, they felt that he fully met the application conditions, so he was allowed to participate in this year's unlimited self-defense permit examination, and asked him to complete the examination before September. Otherwise it would be regarded as an automatic waiver, and he would not be allowed to take the exam again for life unless there was a special amnesty. Seeing this, he felt a slight relief in his heart. He finally waited. Cheng Zitong said, "Your cousin's analysis is correct. With the recommendation of 3 government agencies, even without the processing bureau, you have enough qualifications to pass the application." This time, when the application was finally submitted, the teacher and student thought twice, and finally did not ask for the internal recommendation of the processing bureau. Because this thing is just for show, and everyone above knows what's going on. If you don't get it, it doesn't mean you can't get it, so it's dispensable. And it's easy to expose his application, so it can cover him for a while. After Chen Chuan finished reading, he put down the form and asked, "Teacher, what is the content of the examination?" Cheng Zitong said, "This is what I want to tell you later." The examination content of the unlimited self-defense permit is different every year. The level C certificate is okay. Student will be notified in advance. For example, I have been notified of the relevant matters of the level C certificate examination, and someone will come to notify you later. But the examination content of the level B certificate will not be announced to the public in advance, but will be sent to you by mail or delivered by someone, so I asked you to fill in your home phone number and address before. I think, since the reply is back, there will be results within a day or two at most, so you can live at home for these 2 days first, so as to avoid the news leaking to the school. Chen Chuan understood. He said, "Teacher, then the student will go back first." Cheng Zitong hummed and said, "After there are results, you can call me to tell me the situation, but remember not to say it on the phone." Chen Chuan nodded. He came out of the office, and when he came down from the 5th floor, he saw a group of well-dressed, serious-looking people walking in from outside under the leadership of a school executive, and heading towards the elevator. After looking at it a few times, he took back his umbrella, then went back to the dormitory to get something, put on a raincoat, rode out of the school, and came to Little Ant's house. Because today was not a holiday day, there was no one at home. He came to his room, put his things away first, then changed his slightly wet clothes, and then took out the book Legends of the Three Mountains from his bag and looked through it. The three mountains in this book refer to Zhang Mountain in the north, Jia Mountain in the southwest, and Xia Mountain in the southeast. Most of the legends take place around these three mountains. Because before the Great Reclamation, there was no Yangtze city, only an old town of Yangtze. The scope covered by these three mountains includes most of the current Yangtze city and the surrounding area. Most of these legends have traces of supernatural entities, or are extended from supernatural entities. People like him who understand supernatural entities can easily see some valuable things from behind, so he reads this book very slowly, and studies it carefully every time. After a month, he has only read less than half of it. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a phone rang suddenly outside the room. Those who called at this time and knew this phone number should not be looking for Nian Fulai's family. He realized something, put away the book, walked to the living room, picked up the phone. "Hello, I'm Chen Chuan. Who are you looking for?" A serious voice came from there. "Student Chen Chuan, I have arrived at the entrance of the alley where you live. Come out and get something." Chen Chuan said, "Okay." He put down the phone, took an umbrella and walked out, all the way to the entrance of the alley, and saw a black, grand car parked there. 3 people in black trench coats stood in front. He noticed that one person next to him was carrying a black briefcase. He walked up and slowly came to these people. The man with a square face in the middle looked him up and down, took out a business card, showed it to him. "I am a messenger from the review committee. Student Chen Chuan, please show me your student card and weapon permit to prove your identity." Chen Chuan nodded. He took out his student card and weapon permit. The man took it, checked it, motioned the people next to him to step aside, and took a few photos of them, then returned the card to him, and handed him a delivery form at the same time. "Sign your name." Chen Chuan took it, looked at it a few times, and signed his name below. The man tore off another receipt and asked him to keep it, and took the black briefcase from the hand of the person next to him. He did not take anything out of it, but handed the entire bag to him directly. After Chen Chuan took it, the man's expression softened a little, and he stretched out his hand to shake hands with him, and said, "Student Chen Chuan, please read the examination content and requirements carefully. I wish you a smooth examination." Chen Chuan said thank you, watched the group of people get in the car and leave, and then carried the bag back to the house. In the driving car, the man gave the business card in his hand to the person next to him, who respectfully accepted it and asked, "Commissioner CAO, is it worth your personal trip for just a student?" Commissioner CAO said, "I just want to see what a civilian student who can get recommendations from 3 departments and get a weapon permit in the first year is like. That's really rare." Commissioner CAO said, "What's rare is not this, but that he clearly knows what he should do, dares to do it, and has done it. It seems to be a good seedling." "I think so, but he has to pass the level he has to face. No one can help him. Let's wait and see." As the conversation ended, the vehicle gradually disappeared into the rain. On the other side, Chen Chuan returned to the house, opened the briefcase, and took out a file bag from it. After opening it, he took out a stack of paper, which contained a description of the examination location and how to get there, a route map and a large map, and also an examination certificate in the form of a business card. As Cheng Zitong said, this time he was asked to go to another place for the examination. The intention was actually to minimize the interference of local forces in the examination. He picked up the map and the content and looked at it. In this situation, the examination seemed to be conducted in the wilderness. Although the examination period is given a maximum time limit of half a year, after seeing the specific content marked on it, he felt that it might not be delayed for too long. But in most half a month, he can try to enter. After all, even after graduating from elite student, they are usually only at this level, and if you add second self, it is enough to cope with this exam. Almost at the same time Chen Chuan received the approval for his application, Tai Donggui and others received notification slips from the school, passed on by the review committee, requiring them to go to a designated location within 6 months to take the examination for the unlimited self-defense permit. However, they were taking the level C certificate examination, which wasn't as complicated. The examination location would be decided temporarily based on when they went to take the examination. For Tai Dongwei, it didn't matter much. They were just there to accompany others taking the exam, waiting for the Mutual Aid Society to notify them when to go, take the exam, and find a way to fail. After all, the Mutual Aid Society had paid in advance, so they had to do a decent job, right? Looking at it positively, being asked to accompany the examines meant they were trusted. Having one more or one less unlimited self-defense permit wouldn't close the gap between them and the power disciple, and might even be more dangerous. As a third-year student, he clearly knew about the incident 2 years ago. Senior student Shen Ah. He couldn't help but sigh. He had also received help from Shen Zhang in the past. Even though he had joined the Mutual Aid Society long ago, Shen Zhang never looked down on him because of it. As an orphan, he truly felt kindness from others at that time. He once had a glimmer of hope, expecting Shen Zhang to lead everyone to break free from this cage. But even such a person couldn't accomplish that, and instead fell on the path to success. Sometimes he wondered if senior student Shen had gone to Central City, perhaps everything would have been different? But that was just wishful thinking after all. He gave a self-deprecating smile, tossed the slip casually on the table, and got up to head to the training room. Meanwhile, in the Nian residence, after Chen Chuan had reviewed all the examination data, he made a call to Cheng Zitong and said, "Teacher, I've got the stuff." Cheng Zitong was silent for a moment before saying, "Okay, I'll tell you a place. Go there first, and we'll talk when you arrive. Write this down." He then gave an address. After Chen Chuan had written it down, Cheng Zitong added, "Just give my name when you get there." Chen Chuan said okay. After hanging up, he went back to look at the map and rode his bike towards the south of the city. Half an hour later, he arrived at the location and found that it was a tea house on the surface, but actually a private training hall. There were many such places in the south of the city. Some martial artists with wealth would set up one, like the training hall of senior sister He that he had visited last time. They were all semi-open, usually only inviting familiar or acquainted martial artists to come here to exchange skills, enjoy tea, and appreciate the scenery. After parking his bike, he went to the front door and gave Cheng Zitong's name to the security guard. The security guard captain said, "You must be little brother Chen. Supervisor Cheng has given instructions. Please come upstairs." Chen Chuan entered the training hall, changed his shoes, and went upstairs. The layout here was quaint and full of natural charm, with an incense burner lit. He walked to the riverside, where there was a long couch with soft cushions. He sat down here. It was relatively high, and outside the round open archway, he could see green bamboo and flowing river water. The wind blew in, gently swaying the bamboo leaves and curtains. The tassels on the curtains also swayed gently, making him feel very relaxed. Sitting here quietly, he could think of nothing. It seemed like only a moment had passed when he heard familiar footsteps approaching. He looked at his watch, realizing that a quarter of an hour had unknowingly passed. Cheng Zitong walked in with a briefcase. Chen Chuan greeted him, "Teacher." Cheng Zitong smiled and said, "How is it? Nice place, isn't it?" Chen Chuan said, "The environment is very good." Cheng Zitong came to the couch, sat down, leaned against the soft cushions, and struck a comfortable pose, saying, "I'll be guiding you here for the next few days. You only need to go back to school occasionally." Chen Chuan could sense his intention. He picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of tea, saying, "To cover up the examination. We have to be careful." Cheng Zitong pressed him down with his hand. "Don't bother, I'll be leaving soon. You sit down." After Chen Chuan sat down, he continued, "The examination will take a lot of time. If you suddenly disappear for a while, it will attract attention, especially since there are many graduating seniors being recommended this semester. They pay particular attention to potential competitors. Although you're only a freshman, you still need to be cautious. During this period, you can disappear from time to time, and then show your face at the company and school, telling everyone that I'm giving you special training. That way, no one will suspect anything. What do you think?" Chen Chuan said, "Teacher's arrangements are very proper." The student has no objections. He took out his copy of the data and handed it to Cheng Zitong, who took it and glanced through it, already having a good idea. He looked up and asked, "How long do you think it will take for you to be able to enter?" Chen Chuan thought for a moment and said, "The student feels that it will probably take about half a month to a month. That's not too long, then I will guide you here." Cheng Zitong patted his knee and said with emotion, "I never thought that I, Cheng Zitong, would be able to teach a student like you. Some people are still guiding students behind closed doors, never letting them go to school, saying that the current rules are not suitable for their students. Then why let the students go to WEI?" He took out some data from his briefcase. "These are some things to keep in mind when entering. In the old times, teaching was done from master to disciple, and no one knew what was missing or what was added. Now we summarize the experience, clarify the context, and record the text. The number of successful students is 100 or 1,000 times greater than before. Only with enough martial artists can we continuously improve the level of martial combat. Treating the secret traditions of the old times as treasures is putting the cart before the horse." Chen Chuan knew that Cheng Zitong always filled with complaints whenever he talked about this topic. He must have suffered a lot from these old-fashioned rules in the past. He picked up the data and flipped through it. These were all useful notes and insights left by previous students, all printed. They looked cheap, but the value of the content was great. Cheng Zitong packed things up, picked up the tea on the table and took a sip, then stood up. I still have things to do at school, so I'll go back first. If you don't understand anything, feel free to call me. If I don't understand, you can write a letter to old he. Chen Chuan stood up and said, I'll see you off, teacher. After seeing Cheng Zitong off, he turned back and stayed in the training hall. In the following period, he would go to the training hall below for daily training, and when resting, he would come up to read books, drink tea, and admire the distant scenery. In fact, this training hall could also provide some experienced martial artists for sparring, but that would cost extra. He didn't need it yet. When he needed sparring, he could just show his face at school and find a few students, or even coaches. Their level and insight were mostly higher than those from outside. Sometimes he would take the time to go to the company to clear up the past commissions. Over time, people at the school got used to his way of doing things. Another half-month passed, and by the end of April, he felt that it was almost difficult to. He could feel that no matter how much he stimulated it, the growth speed of the mutated tissue on his fascia and bones was negligible. This wasn't that the mutated tissue had stopped growing, but that it was restrained in a certain direction by the breathing technique and stance strength. But once he released it, it would grow rapidly in another direction. Being able to do this showed that his control and mastery of the mutated tissue inside his body had reached a very skillful level, like being able to retract a punch after it's thrown, but not being able to release it or completely restrain it. Otherwise it would have no strength to go out. From the data records that Cheng Zitong left him, he could feel that this was the unique control power of the Zhou Yuan strength method. Even if the mutated tissue in a certain part was slightly out of control, he could use the mutated tissue in other places to cooperate and restrain it. Others were different. They could only stimulate the mutated tissue cautiously, slowly pushing it forward. Once they lost control, it would be like riding a mad horse, and they could only try to protect themselves. As for where they were going, there was no choice. If they were not careful, they might cause another loss of control and damage to the body's functions, so they often needed to be very cautious. To enter. Simply put, martial artists are like nurturing and refining. At this stage, the focus is not on consumption, but on guarding. Only by guarding well and nurturing it can life truly belong to oneself. No matter how strong the muscles and bones are, the nutrients supplied, the rushing blood, the breath that runs through the body, and even the activation of each internal energy, all these consumptions need strong internal organs to support them. This is also why, in his mind, he reviewed the information about entering. He stood up, opened a box that Cheng Zitong had sent yesterday, and took out a cup of prepared, viscous, colorless liquid, placing it in front of him. This thing was called Dan water, and it was used to help martial artists enter. After drinking it, it can be used to stimulate the internal organs and accelerate the growth of mutated tissue there. In the old times, this thing was called yin and yang elixir, meaning that after drinking it in one gulp, one might be separated from the world of yin and yang. This was because the mixing standards at that time were not high, and they regarded each other's skills as secret transmissions of their schools, relying entirely on personal experience to master it. Therefore, before drinking it at that time, they had to cooperate with the timing of the heavens. There is a saying that the operation of the heavens has the so-called 6-6 section, 9-9 system meeting, and because of the different cultivation methods, it is necessary to select a special day suitable for oneself, and drink this cup of yin and yang elixir within the specified time. This is not unreasonable, because people's internal organs have different levels of activity depending on the time period. And if it is placed on a larger time-space scale, in the rhythm of the 4 seasons and even the movement of the stars, and calculated to match, then there will be a feeling of acting in accordance with the sky and moving with the trend, which gives great psychological support. Now it is not necessary. This cup of Dan water is actually a nutrient-rich nutrient solution with high energy. When ingested, the Dan liquid is first broken down and absorbed by the stomach and intestines, enters the blood, and is then transported to the cells throughout the body, while the liver and kidneys will convert and filter out the toxic substances. Martial artists need to immediately mobilize the heart and lung strength through breathing technique and strength technique. During the whole process, the internal organs will participate, which will strongly stimulate the underlying mutated tissue that has already penetrated there, causing it to start to spread and grow under the urging of breathing internal energy. The reason why this level was difficult to pass in the old times was that it was impossible to grasp a reasonable degree. A little more toxicity could easily lead to an overdose, and the consequences were self-evident. A little less would not achieve the purpose of stimulation. Repeated drinking might allow the body to adapt, thus stopping here. The most important thing is that this water is very difficult to prepare. Various medicinal materials are very rare and require a very high price, which ordinary people cannot afford. Of course, it is different now. As long as it is within the prescribed dose, the Academy provides it for free. Chen Chuan looked at this cup of Dan water. Because the mutated tissue in his body was far more than that of other students in the same period, he asked Cheng Zitong to specially strengthen some toxicity when preparing it, otherwise the purpose of stimulation would not be achieved. In fact, even if it was a little too much, it didn't matter, because he had. He reached out and picked up the cup, drinking it all in one gulp. This cup of Dan water should normally be sipped slowly, in stages. This prevents the toxicity from being too strong and allows for gradual adjustments. However, this method is suitable for those with innate talent, whose mutated tissue grows with just a little stimulation. Chen Chuan knew he wasn't one of those innately talented individuals. The Dan water Cheng Zitong gave him likely had its toxicity appropriately lowered. Fearing insufficient stimulation, he simply drank it all in one gulp. As the cool, thick liquid entered his stomach, he first felt a heavy sensation. After a while, a burning sensation arose, which then turned into a stinging pain spreading throughout his body, followed by a feeling of numbness all over. To fully utilize the effects of the Dan water, he didn't use his concealed breathing method at this moment. After a while, when he felt some of his limbs seemed to disappear and even breathing became difficult, knowing the medicinal effects had spread throughout his body, he began to activate the concealed breathing method of his internal organs' mutated tissue. He had studied this breathing technique many times before. Although he hadn't practiced it beforehand, with his previous foundation, even if it was a bit rusty, he could still get started. After more than an hour of guide, with the qi and blood flowing smoothly, he regained control of his body once again. He stood up and began to repeatedly use the Zhou Yuan power stance, frequently unleashing different internal energy, accompanied by corresponding shouts from various parts of his internal organs to deepen the drug's penetration. Typically, power stance is a form of exercise, a relatively gentle method. Although the stimulation isn't strong enough, it can be sustained for a long time. Activating internal energy is different, the stimulation is sufficient, but it doesn't last long. But he didn't care about these considerations, almost repeatedly using internal energy, using it to constantly stimulate his internal organs, while allowing the medicinal effects to seep in. Under his efforts, the mutated tissue within his internal organs, as if dormant in the soil, began to awaken, gradually permeating outwards and slowly spreading under his intention and his guide method. If such a breakthrough were to happen to an ordinary martial artist, they would need to drink the Dan water in stages, cautiously trying to test their tolerance limits, and carefully consider combining it with other drugs. There might be some setbacks in the process. Even if everything went smoothly, it would usually take 2 to 3 days. However, such intermittent stimulation would also cause the growth patterns of the mutated tissue to become scattered and disordered. Although it could be adjusted later, there would always be flaws at the root. But in his case, it only took a few hours to achieve this. The mutated tissue went from dormancy to growth almost in one go, without any gaps, making the patterns of the mutated tissue particularly clear and orderly. This wasn't without its drawbacks. Overly rapid stimulation could lead to the tissue being somewhat weak, with limited strength. However, this could also be compensated for later, and it was the easiest to compensate for. With enough nutrition and stimulation, it could quickly be strengthened. Chen Chuan's movement continued throughout the entire day. Of course, he wasn't constantly using internal energy. After the initial guide, it wasn't necessary to do so. Each time he released energy, he would stop after at most 10 times, using power stance for transition or stopping to meditate, using the concealed breathing method for adjustment. These two methods of application, one rigid and the other flexible, rubbed against each other, blended together, echoed and transmitted each other, causing the mutated tissue to be continuously stimulated. In the end, he felt a sticky sensation all over his body and even smelled a bitter taste. This was because the toxic substances in the Dan water were being excreted from his body. Only when they were completely expelled could the drugs be fully utilized. At this moment, he slowly guided his breathing, calming and subduing everything. Today can only go this far, because the growth of mutated tissue still has its limit within a day. Now that it has been successfully awakened and induced, all that's left is to continue this process, which will probably take 2 to 3 days to consolidate. Moreover, continuous stimulation will also bring great fatigue to the internal organs. It's better to take it slow and steady. He turned and left, first taking a hot shower, changing his clothes, and then sitting on the couch, quietly drinking tea, admiring the night view outside, while slowly breathing. This place is indeed very helpful for regulating the state of mind. According to the data, as the internal organs' mutated tissue gradually strengthens and improves, a martial artist's emotions will also be amplified. Some people may not be able to control themselves, especially young martial artists, who can easily do various irrational things under the influence of emotions if they're not careful. The way to deal with this is still to take medicine to suppress the generation of various emotions. This is actually necessary and is currently the most effective method summarized. This can prevent some elite students from suddenly getting hot-headed and doing extreme things, while the destructiveness brought by the amplification of emotions in people with dark minds will be even greater. Of course, there is another method, which is to use the environment and various positive activities, combined with some conditioning breathing technique to guide positive psychology, consciously overcoming it himself. He is doing this right now because it is more useful than simply taking drugs, and restraining oneself is also a form of cultivation. It's just that one is in the body, and the other is in the mind. Only after both aspects can be restrained can one be said to have mastered oneself, rather than just being a slave to one's own instincts. From the data Cheng Zitong gave him, in old times, martial artists noticed this aspect. Sometimes they would light incense burners and use chanting scriptures to calm their minds. Some cults would take the opportunity to use cult scriptures to distort people's psychology and change their underlying consciousness, possibly to induce some strange mutated tissue, so they are called demons for a reason. After sitting quietly for a while, Chen Chuan felt much more relaxed in body and mind. He swallowed a pill to help repair and maintain his body, and then went to rest. This time was much easier than yesterday. After all, the beginning is the most difficult, and today he only needed to maintain yesterday's results and expand on that basis. The concealed breathing method, after a day of guide yesterday, was also much more skilled than before. The strength technique he used didn't try to find its own path, but honestly followed the tips recorded in the Zhou Yuan strength method. Before he completely mastered this strength, the experience of his predecessors was still worth paying attention to. However, if yesterday's task was just to guide the mutated tissue of various parts of the internal organs out, then today's task was to connect the mutated tissue of each part to form a whole. This step required a deeper cooperation between strength technique and breathing technique and required extra caution, so he was also very careful. Fortunately, it was going smoothly. And as this day was coming to an end, he had a feeling that if he just added a little more effort, he could completely complete the connection between the mutated tissue, thereby achieving the second limit. But he didn't act rashly because of this. Seeing that his body load was almost at its limit, he naturally stopped, took a shower, and went back to enjoy the scenery and drink tea to nourish his mind. He went to bed on time that day as well, without getting too entangled. When it came to the third day, Chen Chuan felt like he was in sync. So he started to use the concealed breathing method. Today's performance was even more handy than before. Almost naturally, he let the mutated tissue of various parts in the internal organs form a whole, forming a fragile cycle. Next, he only needed to carefully maintain and condition it to make the mutated tissue completely stabilize in the internal organs. Achieving this step meant that he had officially stepped into the martial combat cultivation of the second limit. From this moment on, if the mutated tissue in the body is stimulated from the outside, most of the focus will be on the mutation of the internal organs. As for the mutated tissue in the muscles and bones, it will not stop there. It will even be strengthened in turn after the internal organs gradually become stronger, thus producing a higher upper limit. He carefully tried to launch the internal energy. Even if there was no obvious reference for the time being, he could clearly feel that the quality of all aspects of his body had been greatly improved. And this was just the beginning. As the results were consolidated and the internal organs continued to mutate, more changes would occur, and the combat power would continue to rise. Just like when he first entered Merge. The breakthrough of limit brought sincere joy. Based on past experience, he felt second self was growing at Merge state. He estimated with his watch and found that he did not disappoint. This time, it increased by more than 40 minutes. This meant that the overall merge time was about to reach 3 hours. This was undoubtedly good news for him, who was about to apply for the unlimited self-defense permit, which meant that his survivability was improved again. He sat for a while, stood up, poured a cup of tea, sat down again, and picked up a notebook and opened it. This was sent by Cheng Zitong before. The content inside was written by He Xiaoxing about entering second limit. Although the Zhou Yuan strength method contains this part, it is too crude. The records on how the martial artist in the second limit were extremely simplified. He Xiaoxing once told him that once he reached the higher stage, he will then be able to modify the Zhou Yuan strength method. Other martial combat departments also have previous records and references on this aspect, but he has nothing here, so he can only rely on experienced people to give guidance and explore on his own. However, the key points of the records of other departments can also be read, but this aspect is not so easy. Because when he reaches a higher level, he has to face various situations in the unlimited self-defense permit, which can only be based on actual combat. If he submits a report, the academy will definitely not hesitate to give it, but he doesn't want to expose his progress yet. He Xiaoxing used to be not only a teacher at the academy but also had in-depth exchanges with various martial artists. His level was also high enough, so he could get some suitable guidance from him. The advice given to him in the notes was not to think about too complicated things for the time being. At this stage, it was enough to use strength and speed. Having these 2 points was enough to cope with most battles. It also listed how to use them and some key tips without involving too many skills. Finally, he also reminded him that he didn't need to say some things. When he rises above a higher limit, he will naturally understand. Chen Chuan thought for a while. This suggestion also coincided with his ideas. Now that he has successfully broken through to the second limit, he should be able to cope with most occasions when he merge with second self. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed, and it was mid-May. In the training hall, Chen Chuan, dressed in a Cyan Wei training uniform, sat on a soft cushion, using breathing technique guide mutated tissue, while also adjusting his state of mind. During this time, he had been consolidating his gains here, only returning to school once. The company had been notified in advance, citing self-cultivation and claiming it was a requirement of the guiding teacher. As a Wei Academy student, this was of course. He sat for about 45 minutes before slowly stopping his breathing. He now gradually realized the influence of the secretions stimulated by the mutated internal organs on himself. This was actually one of the sources of a martial artist's strength. If he could make good use of it, he could also gain more powerful strength under certain conditions, so the way to deal with it was not suppression but self-regulation and subjugation. His previous soul-stirring fist was actually somewhat related to this, but at that time he had not yet developed sufficiently strong mutated tissue. Even ordinary people could use this skills, but with strong mutated tissue, the effect it could bring was different. The simplest example, like the mutation Du Ma used that day, was one of the ways to use this self-regulation, but that was a desperate gamble and not worth learning. However, some old times records have particularly rich experience in this area, especially some religious classics, which describe it in great detail. Recently, he has also been reading data in this area. Putting aside those mystical things, just harmonizing the mind and communicating internally and externally is indeed very effective. However, the simplest and most crude method is to use medicine, but once he stops, it may cause various problems, with more reliance on logistics, so it is better to master it himself. After finishing his meditation, he stood up and began to practice each move of Zheng San Shao Dash in a proper manner. Although it looked like the same set of movements, this was only what was shown on the outside. In fact, the movement of the internal mutated tissue was no longer the same as before. With the cooperation of the mutated internal organs, the original mutated fascia and bones could make more subtle adjustments and changes to the internal energy of each move, and the internal energy released was also rich and varied. However, this was only for ordinary practice, for the purpose of stimulating the internal organs and promoting the growth of mutated tissue. When he really entered battle, unless necessary, he would only make the mutated tissue concentrate his strength more and make himself faster, in order to quickly end the enemy in front of him, whether it was one-on-one or one against many. Now, the power contained in the same move is probably several times more than before, mainly because strength and speed have been greatly strengthened, and then there is. If he were to face Du Ma again now, even in the face of the final mutated Du Ma, he would be confident of ending the battle within 2 or 3 moves. After finishing the Zheng San Shao Dash practice, he picked up his Snow Emperor blade and began to use his sword moves, also to allow his own mutated tissue to adapt to the use of the sword moves as soon as possible. After finishing his training that day, he took a shower, returned to the 2nd floor, sat down at the desk, reached out and took the briefcase given to him by the review committee, took out the map inside, and spread the whole thing out on the desk. His gaze first fell on the location of Yangtze City, and then moved all the way up. After passing Zhang Mountain, he saw an endless wilderness, which was also the northernmost end of Deshan territory. Although Yangtze City was formed during the Great Reclamation period, it was not considered the frontier of Deshan, because at the top of the wilderness, at the easternmost point, there was a port city called Hang City. This was not a normal city, but a garrison of an unknown number of army. Usually, it only communicated with the mainland through the railway running through the wilderness and the sea lanes in the Northern Ocean, and had almost no contact with Yangtze City. But he knew that there was a military academy there, where his cousin Nian Qian joined the army and studied in the military academy, so it was particularly difficult to travel back and forth, and news could only be transmitted through telegram. But this wilderness was not without anything. It was filled with a large number of wanted criminals who had fled from the inland, smugglers who had sneaked in from the sea, bandits, resistance organization members, and state fugitives. Some people had even escaped from conglomerates, mastering certain technologies and channels, and some were spies and bounty hunters sent by various overseas countries. There were even many overseas political prisoners. In addition, there were also some unknown secret cult organizations entrenched there. After some organizations formed groups, they also established large and small forces in the wilderness, and gathered an underground intelligence network from all over the world. The bandit gangs in the wilderness of Yangtze City were dwarfed in comparison to these people. If this place was not at least 2,000 kilometers away from Yangtze City, and there was a no-man's land without water and plants in between, and there was the deterrent of the army, the tentacles would probably have extended to Yangtze City. And this time his examination target was on the edge of this wilderness. Not only was the situation very complicated, but it would also take a lot of time to go back and forth. In this kind of place, it was almost impossible to think about checking in the early stages, and there was no one there who could help him. Although the time seemed to be ample now, in fact some of the time was given to student for early and retreat preparations, so he didn't have much time to delay. He thought about it. It was already mid-May. He decided to spend another half a month to consolidate his strength. Then he couldn't wait any longer and needed to go to participate in the examination as soon as possible. After thinking about it, he put the map away, locked the data in the safe, and then came down from the upstairs and rode his bicycle to the school. In less than half an hour, he returned to the school, parked his bicycle, and walked towards the dormitory. However, after stepping on the steps, he saw someone waiting there. Seeing him coming, their eyes lit up and they walked over to say hello, Junior Chen, long time no see. Chen Chuan recognized this as Senior Minlan, who had invited him to dinner last time and wanted to pull him into her commission company, but later he joined Ren Shu's company, and the other party had not contacted him since. He said, Senior, it has been a long time. Minlan smiled and said, Junior, Senior is here to find you specially this time, just to take up a few minutes of your time. I wonder if it is convenient. Chen Chuan was not in such a hurry, and seeing that this person was specially waiting here, and that he had not returned for a while, he must have been looking for him for more than a day or two, so he said, Then Senior, let's talk by the lake. The boys' dormitory was unable to entertain the other party, let alone that this person had already graduated, so he could only find another place. Minlan gladly said yes. The two of them went down the steps, crossed the open space in front of the dormitory building, and came to the edge of Spring-Autumn Lake, walking along the Spring-Autumn Lake trail. Minlan looked at the green willow trees by the lake and the sparkling lake, and said, after being out of the academy for so long, sometimes I still miss the life in the academy. As long as you have enough ability, you can just focus on training, without so many worries. After sighing, she turned her head and said to Chen Chuan, this time I am taking the liberty, but the company where Senior works is currently encountering a problem and is looking for a solution everywhere. Junior is short on time, so I will make a long story short. This problem comes from a larger commission, and several companies are involved. This involves a secret cult, and we need to get something from this cult. Many people have been arranged to go in before, but each time they mysteriously disappear or lose contact. The previous time, our company had already spent a lot of money to co-opt one of the members, but she lost contact that night. The reaction was really too fast, and other companies have not made any progress, so we think this may not be our problem, but that the other party has some means. Thinking that the other party is a cult, they may have something beyond the realm of the ordinary, so we can only ask experts in this area, but so far no one can say any reason. I thought that Chen Jr. often cleans up supernatural entity, and may know about this aspect, so I specially came to ask you for advice. If Junior can help us solve it, that would be the best, and we are willing to offer a reward that is enough to satisfy Junior. Chen Chuan thought for a while and shook his head, saying, supernatural entity is supernatural entity, and cults are cults. The two cannot be confused. Min Ian's eyes lit up, so, Chen classmate knows about cults, right? Chen Chuan said, the flying head monster I dealt with has a flying head sect with a very long history behind it. If you say I know, I do know some, but that's all. But cults are different from each other. Unless I am sure that it is related to supernatural entity, I cannot come to any effective answer. I see. Minlan nodded. She thought for a while, then we need to first determine what kind of nature this cult is. She reached out and shook Chen Chuan's hand. I have disturbed Junior. In any case, thank you for today. After Chen Chuan said goodbye to her, he turned his mind and said that if it came to cults, Bureau Chief Lei of the Secret Cult Investigation Bureau would definitely know about this kind of thing, but he couldn't bother others for this. Moreover, if the news was told, other companies would come to him smelling it, and the most important thing was that he needed to prepare for the examination, and he didn't have time to deal with it now. He could only wish the senior good luck. At this time, he glanced at it. Because this was close to the administrative office building, he simply did not return to the dormitory, but walked here to the office building. He entered the building and arrived at Cheng Zitang's office. He happened to see the door open, and two people were talking to him. He waited outside for a while. After the two people, who were obviously from another school, left, he came in. Cheng Zitang said, you've been waiting for a long time, right? Chen Chuan said, not long, I just arrived. Cheng Zitang shook his head and said, every year, there are these relationship households who come to the door to stuff things into the school. Forget it, let's not talk about them. Little Chuan, do you have something to come over for? Chen Chuan closed the door and came back, solemnly saying, teacher, I plan to leave at the end of this month. So fast. Cheng Zitang's expression became serious. He looked at him, it seems you have thought about it. Do you need anything? Teacher can prepare it for you. Chen Chuan said, the examination content stipulates that there are restrictions on weapons and carry-on items, and how to deal with opponents, so I can only bring some necessary supplies and items to the wilderness. He understood this very well, because in that area, many things could be obtained. If there were no restrictions, the student would definitely have all kinds of unimaginable operations. He even thought that there might be examination officials watching in secret. Cheng Zitang thought for a while and said, I'll prepare it for you. He opened the drawer and gave him a list. This is the travel form. You can sign it by the way. Teacher is not sure when you will be back. What can be done here is to use taking you out for cultivation as an excuse, so I won't be staying at the school during that time. If you want to call this number. Cheng Zitang gave him another phone number, and finally instructed, before you decide to leave, you can show your face at the school again, but during this time, try not to get involved in other things. No matter who calls you, don't pay attention to them. By the end of May, Chen Chuan had prepared everything for going to the examination. He had already informed his little aunt's family in advance, using the excuse that he would be going out for special training with Cheng Zitang recently, and might be wandering around in the wilderness, so it might be difficult to transmit messages. He had already written some letters, which he would ask Cheng Zitang to mail when the time came. This would both reassure his family and create the illusion that he was staying in one place all the time. These letters included not only his family but also people he knew in the company, including classmates he knew from the academy, and even old classmates like Ding Xiao. However, to avoid being too deliberate, these were only for preparation and would not be sent unless necessary. He had to be so cautious. Shen Zheng's experience was right there. Moreover, the latter had already obtained the unlimited self-defense permit at that time. He had not yet obtained it, so naturally, he had to be extra careful. As for those students he was familiar with, he had inadvertently mentioned in his words that he was going to cultivate with his guidance teacher, so the students already had some vague ideas about this. Now, when he brought it up, no one felt anything abrupt. Many people wished him success in this cultivation. On the night of the 30th, at around 11 o'clock, Chen Chuan carried a suitcase and got into Cheng Zitang's car with the Snow Emperor blade packed in a box. The vehicle drove west out of Yangtze City, traveling for more than 6 hours to Shangbu City, located southwest of Yangtze City. This place was at the junction of two prefectures and was also an important hub for water and land transportation. According to the examination process, he needed to make a phone call here, and members of the examination team would come and give him a train ticket, allowing him to take the train to the next designated station. Once he arrived there, he would need to go to the examination location himself. After getting out of the car, he said to Cheng Zitong, "Teacher, please go back. The next part of the journey, the student must walk alone." Cheng Zitong looked at him and said with some emotion, "You, my student, have grown a bit taller than last year. Time really flies." He stepped forward and said, "Focus on the examination. The school and family matters are in the teacher's hands. You don't need to think too much. Also, be careful outside. The teacher will be waiting for your news in Yangtze." Saying that, he heavily patted Chen Chuan's shoulder. Chen Chuan nodded and said, "The student will remember. The teacher will go back now." "Oh right, I left something in the suitcase for you. You might need it. Look at it when you have time." Cheng Zitong waved at him and got back into the car. As the engine started, he drove back the way he came. Chen Chuan watched him leave, adjusted his hat, and turned to walk towards the train station square not far away. He looked at his watch. Although it was not yet 6 o'clock in the morning, the road was already filled with people carrying large and small packages. The sunlight shone from behind him, falling on the square, and most of the thick walls of the train station were also illuminated. He looked around and found a row of roadside telephone booths on the edge of the square. After walking over, he found a place with a shorter line. When the person inside came out, he went in, picked up the phone, and inserted a coin. He dialed the number given by the examination team earlier. After waiting for a while, he was connected. He said, "I have arrived at the designated station." The voice on the other side said, "Wait there." Then he hung up the phone with a click. Chen Chuan came out of the telephone booth and casually bought a newspaper and 2-story magazines at a newsstand on the side of the road. He sat down on a waiting chair in the square to wait. Half an hour later, an ordinary-looking man sat down beside him, naturally handing him a train ticket and saying, "The train ticket is for 7:50 a.m. After arriving at the station, call the number below. Before entering the land of chaos, someone will check the items you are carrying and see if there is any external assistance or followers. Do you have any questions?" Chen Chuan took out a piece of paper from behind the ticket, with a string of numbers written on it. He thought for a moment and said, "If the phone number is wrong, or if I can't contact anyone after arriving at the border, what should I do?" The man replied, "You can call me again, and I will rearrange it for you. The delayed time will not be counted into your examination, but you will have to pay for any additional expenses incurred during the period. The examination team is not responsible." Chen Chuan nodded, "Then I have no questions." The man rolled up the newspaper in his hand, stood up, and walked straight away, soon disappearing into the crowd. Chen Chuan did not leave immediately but read the newspaper for a while before getting up and walking into the station. After entering the waiting hall, he glanced at the schedule of trains and chose a seat by the side to sit down. More than an hour later, the broadcast announced that the train he was taking had entered the station and he could board the train after ticket check. He stood up, lined up, and smoothly passed through the ticket gate. After walking out, a black train was already parked there. He let a snack cart pass and walked up from the narrow entrance. After walking a few carriages, he found his seat, put his suitcase and Snow Emperor blade on the luggage rack above, and sat down. The review committee seemed to have a tight budget. He had to sit on the train for almost a whole day, but the ticket he was given was not a sleeper ticket, but a seat ticket. However, he didn't care about this. As a martial artist with a tough physique, he didn't have high demands in this area. He could rest even while standing. He took out a nutrient paste, tore it open, and ate it, continuing to read the newspaper. This was still him. At this time, a small man came over with a ticket. After checking, he knew he had found the right seat, but his luggage bag seemed a bit heavy. Even after trying several times on tiptoe, it kept sliding down. He said with a bitter face, "Buddy, can you lend a hand?" Chen Chuan looked up, stood up, and with a light lift of his hand, put the suitcase inside. "Thanks, buddy." "I say, buddy, you're really tall. This physique, are you practicing martial arts?" The man looked at Chen Chuan with envy, glanced at the box containing the Snow Emperor blade on the luggage rack, took out a cigarette, and offered it to him. Chen Chuan indicated that he didn't smoke and sat back down. The man didn't mind. However, this person was obviously a natural talker. After sitting down, he inquired about where Chen Chuan was going. Chen Chuan casually answered a few times, and then he was talking by himself, from his family to what kind of business he was going to do this time, and also said that the road was always uneasy and business was not easy to do. He talked endlessly, but his eyes were constantly glancing around. Chen Chuan didn't show any impatience but just read the newspaper on his own. At this time, a few people with unkind eyes came over. Seeing him talking here, they looked at Chen Chuan opposite him a few times, hesitated, said a few words in a low voice, and then left. The man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. After a while, with the sound of several whistles, the train under him finally began to move slowly. The man also fell silent and looked at the scenery outside. However, after only 3 stops, this person seemed to have reached his station. He neatly put on his hat, jumped up, grabbed his luggage bag, and whispered as he left, "Thanks, buddy." Chen Chuan looked up at him and nodded. As the train continued to travel station by station, the passengers opposite him were constantly changing, and the sky outside was changing from bright to dark, and then fell into darkness. Seeing that the time was almost up, Chen Chuan went to the bathroom to simply wash up and returned to his seat to close his eyes and rest. At this moment, he also discovered that after the internal organs were mutated, the two were not simply merged into one. The mutated tissue was like another set of organs of his, which could alternate with the original organs to rest. When one set was sleeping, the other set could continue to remain active. This could be said to be an organizational organ born to adapt to combat. Therefore, as long as there was a slight disturbance around or something incompatible with the environment, his senses would immediately give him a warning and then quickly react. However, perhaps because he looked unapproachable and had the invisible aura of a martial artist, even in a crowded place like the train, he did not encounter anyone with no sense of propriety to provoke him. Some people who were obviously pickpockets consciously avoided him from a distance, obviously with good eyesight. He understood that these people were very likely to have the same destination as him, people who were going to the land of chaos, because to go there, one must first have the martial power to protect oneself. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the train finally arrived at the last stop of his journey this time. The friction between the axles and the rails gradually weakened, the train slowly stopped, the steam valve opened, and with the release of the remaining steam, a long exhalation sound came from the exhaust pipe, and the surrounding sounds became clear. Chen Chuan took his luggage, carried the box containing the Snow Emperor blade on his back, and got off the train. When he walked out of the station, he felt a cold wind blowing in his face. There was residual snow on the ground, and many people around were wrapped in thicker clothes, but he felt very comfortable. However, in order not to be too conspicuous, he also took out a scarf and wrapped it around his neck. The passengers coming and going here were all walking in a hurry, and few gathered together. On both sides of the station were security personnel with guns, each with sharp eyes, scanning the crowds coming and going in the square from time to time. After looking at it a few times, he found a telephone booth on the edge of the square, put a coin in it, dialed the number given by the man, and said after being connected, "I have arrived at the station," and reported the number on a piece of paper. A hoarse female voice came from the other side, "Coming soon." He waited for less than a quarter of an hour before seeing a modified off-road vehicle drive over and stop not far in front of him. The person in the driver's seat flicked her head at him and said, "Get in the car." Chen Chuan saw that this was a woman in her late 20s, wearing a short coat, with wind goggles on her forehead. At first glance, she was quite pretty, but there were many traces of wind and frost on the corners of her eyes, and her eyes were very sharp, making her look unapproachable. He walked over, opened the door, got into the car, and sat down. The person spoke first, "You are Chen, the young man taking the examination this time." Chen Chuan nodded and asked, "May I ask for your surname?" "No need to be polite, my surname is Hu Xian." Chen Chuan said, "So it's Ms. Hu. Thank you for picking me up. Is Ms. Hu also a member of the review committee?" Hu Xian said carelessly, "That's right, I'm the auditor. I'm also responsible for providing you with intelligence, weapons, and logistical support, and of course, including." She glanced at the rearview mirror, "collecting your corpses." When she said this sentence, she stared at Chen Chuan, seemingly wanting to see something from his face, but Chen Chuan's eyes were very calm. She said, "I can see that you are experienced, but every year there are students who are seriously injured or die in the examination here. I hope you don't become one of them, so as not to trouble me again." Chen Chuan asked, "Has Ms. Hu been here for a long time?" "It's just a job. No one else wants to come to this broken place. I have no connections and can't transfer back. Moreover, after I've been here for so long, the superiors change their heads every time, and they all think I'm doing a good job. They look at my file and see, hey, an old employee, never made a mistake. Okay, you just stay here." Hu Xian mocked herself a few times, stepped on the accelerator hard, and the off-road vehicle drove very fast, stopping at an old-fashioned hotel in about 10 minutes. She led Chen Chuan in and asked the pretty woman at the front desk for the key, throwing it to Chen Chuan. "I own this hotel, my private property. The first 3 days are free, and you have to pay after that. If you need anything, talk to Laowan, the big bearded man guarding the door. Don't look at him with his rough face, he's very careful. How should I put it? He's so skillful that he can run horses on his arms and embroider flowers on his fingers. You can entrust anything to him." Chen Chuan followed her to the second floor, entered a room. The living room floor was covered with a thick carpet, with a chandelier hanging above, and a log table in the middle. There was a dartboard hanging on the wall. Hu Xian walked over and pushed open the window. "The view here is okay, and the sun shines in. Of course, if you don't like it, you can change it, but the conditions here are like this. This room is already the best." Chen Chuan looked at it and nodded, "No need to change." He put down his suitcase and indicated, "Do you need to check it? The person who contacted me said there was this procedure." Hu Xian glanced at it and said indifferently, "No need. How much can you bring? And what can't you get in this place? Wait for me." She turned around and went out, returning shortly after and throwing a stack of booklets on his table, saying, "Your examination target." Chen Chuan walked to the desk, picked up the booklet, and Hu Xian took out a cigarette, gesturing to him, "Mind if I smoke?" Chen Chuan shook his head. Hu Xian took out a lighter, clicked it on, took a comfortable drag, and said, "This is a group of wanted criminals who ran from Central City. Don't ask about their background, and don't ask how many injustices they have suffered in the past. In short, they are now robbing, killing, and committing all kinds of evil, not even letting children go. They are just a bunch of scumbags." Chen Chuan flipped through the booklet. Hu Xian said, "This person is nicknamed Quan Shi. No one remembers his real name, call him whatever you want. He is a mixed race of Tayana and Deshan. He is the leader of this group of wanted criminals. He has fought in underground arenas, worked as a mercenary, and done dirty work for big shots. He just likes to double-cross people and doesn't follow the rules, otherwise, no one would come out to help him after this incident." Chen Chuan looked at his thick arms and the strange bulges on his body and asked, "Does this person have implants?" "What a surprise," Hu Xian said. "It would be strange if someone from Central City didn't have implants. I know what you want to ask, how else would he maintain it without drugs?" She held the cigarette in her mouth and pointed her slender fingers out the window. "Look, there's a place selling contraband drugs 20 steps out the door. I told you, you can buy anything in this place." Chen Chuan nodded, "Understood." Hu Xian raised her eyebrows. "Not bad, I thought you would be like other students and ask me why no one cares, and then give me a long lecture." Chen Chuan smiled and said, "Regardless of good or evil, if it exists, there is a reason for its existence." Hu Xian was a little surprised and looked at him a few times. "That doesn't sound like something someone your age would say." Chen Chuan asked, "Do you know what kind of implants Quan Shi has?" "Bioarmor, reinforced skeleton, modified heart and lungs, the same old stuff, all outdated military models. You have to watch out for his complete humus gland transplant. He can spit out extremely corrosive liquid. If he gets you with a mouthful during a fight, your face will melt, and plastic surgery won't save you, unless you get your head replaced." Chen Chuan nodded and flipped back. Hu Xian said, "This person's real name is Songji, he's from Deshan. His skin has been modified to adjust the pigments on the surface of his body to a limited extent, and he can also apply body paint to himself, making him a good assassin. He can blend into the environment very well every time." Chen Chuan glanced at it and flipped to, "This is Ran Xili, nicknamed Bee-Woman. She underwent sensory modification at Bolin Company. Her sense of smell, sight, hearing, and taste have been greatly enhanced. She is the most difficult to deal with. She can usually smell you 100 or 2 meters away, and even further if she's paying special attention. With someone like that on the team, there's basically no way to carry out an assassination." Seeing Chen Chuan flip to, Chen Chuan looked at the picture. It was a tall, thin foreigner with a high nose and deep eyes, pale skin, and all his body hair seemed to be shaved off. He had strange tattoo patterns on his arms, chest, and legs. There were 2 photos, front and back, but he could see the subtle differences between them at a glance. He looked up and said, "These are 2 people." A look of surprise appeared on Hu Xian's face, and she said, "Little brother, you have a keen eye." They are indeed 2 brothers, but the 2 underwent conjoined surgery. One is his front, and the other is his back. These 2 are of one mind and have the same thoughts, so they cooperate very well, and they are very good at firearms and knife coordination. In addition to these 4 main members, there are several others who joined their team halfway through. I haven't gotten their information yet, but anyone who can come to the land of chaos has at least a few tricks up their sleeves. Even if they're not good at fighting, they can at least handle a gun." After Chen Chuan read the data of these people, he gave an evaluation. "They are quite capable." Hu Xian tapped the ash into the ashtray and said, "Right? Each one is hard to deal with. I also think it's a bit much to send a student like you to deal with them, and you're too young, 17 or 18. If you don't think you can handle it, you can give up early, at least it's better than losing your life." Chen Chuan said, "Thank you, Ms. Hu, I don't have that consideration yet. You're pretty brave, never mind I said anything." Hu Xian took another puff of cigarette, crossed her legs, and looked at him a few times, saying, "Little Chen, I think you're quite pleasing to the eye, so I'll give you a piece of information for free. Actually, the most difficult thing is not these people. These guys seem to have gotten their hands on a Tayana combat spider, a biomodified weapon that can kill a small team in a narrow terrain within a minute. Quan Shi came to the land of chaos this time to find a buyer for this thing, but he's also afraid of being double-crossed, so he's been contacting his fellow villagers. These people have been waiting here for more than a month, and I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. If you had come later, this thing might have already been sold, and you wouldn't have to consider it. But then they would definitely try to enter the strongholds in the land of chaos, instead of staying here. If you want to find them, you'll have to enter the land of chaos. People who go in there turn into ghosts. It's considered decent if they die with a whole body. Last time I brought back a student, I was 1 step late and only got back a skull. That's because a pervert likes to use young people's heads as wine vessels." Before Chen Chuan came, he was mentally prepared for the chaos in the land of chaos. This is another gathering place for the depravity of human nature. It is not surprising what happens. He said, "Thank you for the reminder, Ms. Hu. I would also like to ask Ms. Hu, do you know where these people are now?" Hu Xian looked at him again, got up, and went to a cabinet on the side, took out a map from inside, laid it flat on the desk, and drew a circle in a certain place with a red pen. It's this place, and then pointed to a certain place. We are here. Chen Chuan looked at it and compared it to the scale. He found that the straight line distance between these people and where he was now was only 300 or 400 meters. It's pretty close, right? Don't think about going to check it out. Ranzili will remember your scent once she smells it, and if she smells it again in a short period of time. Chen Chuan thought for a moment and said, then if I want to understand the situation of these people, it seems that I can only go through Ms. Hu. Hu Xian has been living here all the time, arrived before that group of people, and also has fixed property and business here, so her comings and goings are not suspicious. Smart, but why should I help you? I've given you all the information I should, and the rest is not within my area of responsibility. Hu Xian stretched out one hand. Chen Chuan said sincerely, I don't know what conditions Ms. Hu has. Hu Xian jumped off the desk and said, I haven't thought about it yet, I'll tell you when I think about it. By the way, if you need any weapons, you can tell me. I can't get high-end ones, and don't even think about protective gear, but it's no problem to get 2 guns and some bullets, but remember, you have to pay for everything. With that, she walked out. She walked to the bottom of the stairs, pushed open a door, and entered a small room. A middle-aged man in a windbreaker and top hat was standing here. Seeing her come in, he said, you said too much just now. Considering that he is just a young student who is still in school, he may not be able to accept it all at once. Hu Xian didn't care. Did he run away? Besides, am I not telling the truth? It's better to know in advance than to find out when you encounter it. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, you have to take it slow. Hu Xian scoffed, outside is the land of chaos, not your office where you can sit by the stove, read the newspaper, drink tea, and chat. Here, you have to keep one eye open even when you're sleeping, and you'll get your kidneys cut out when you go to the bathroom. It's a hellhole where you'll get skinned and boned if you're not careful. The middle-aged man was silent for a while and asked, what do you think he will do? How would I know? Hu Xian was a little irritable and scratched her hair. The people above always throw these promising young people over here and tell me to take care of them. I'm not a nanny. She sighed helplessly, but this little brother seems reliable. He shouldn't move in the next few days. I'll try to give him some hints in a few days, and it's up to him whether he adopts them. In the room upstairs, Chen Chuan first washed up, then returned to the desk and thought about the map. He felt that time should not be delayed, because once this group of people found a buyer, they might leave here. And with the existence of that Ranzili, he couldn't use infiltration methods either. A stranger like him would be detected immediately upon entering the range. It's no wonder those recommended students are unwilling to take the Level B certificate exam. It is indeed difficult. But after thinking about it, besides that Quan Shi, who was suspected of reaching, the more complex the plan, the harder it is to implement. The simplest method that suits him best is to not think so much and go directly to their door and quickly kill these people. To do this, he must first determine whether these people are here or not. If one of them runs away, it will also influence his score, so Hu Xian still needs to help him find out. And he does need to carry some extra weapons, so he should try to save trouble when he can. In the afternoon, Hu Xian came over again and said to him, I took a look for you when I was stocking up. The food these people are eating is the same as the previous few days, and the main personnel are all there, but there are a few fewer underlings. They may have been sent out to contact someone to find a buyer. What are you going to do? Chen Chuan looked at her and said, Ms. Hu, since they are looking for a buyer, what do you think about me being the buyer? Hu Xian raised her eyebrows and said, you want to get close to them? That's an idea, but do you have money? Chen Chuan reached into his pocket and took out a Wansheng Consortium gold note that he hadn't had time to exchange and placed it on the desk, saying, as a deposit to show my sincerity, it should be enough. Oh, a Wansheng gold note, you're quite wealthy, little brother. Hu Xian reached out and took it, patted it twice, but aren't you afraid of losing it all? Quan Shi never follows the rules when he does things. Chen Chuan said calmly, then tell them that I have more gold notes like this, it just depends on whether they have the appetite for it. 1 Shukuzazudea Bixiox. Bixia. Hu Xian stuffed the gold ticket into her pocket. We agreed, this is extra work, whether it succeeds or not, I'll have to collect a referral fee afterward. Chen Chuan said, of course. Hu Xian said, alright, that's why I say I like you, little brother, you know it's not easy for us to make a living. I've arranged this for you? Coming out of the room, she walked downstairs and found the middle-aged man in the room below, told him Chen Chuan's request. The latter asked, did you agree to him? Hu Xian said, he pays, I do the work. This doesn't violate the examination rules. The higher UPS told me to cooperate with examines as much as possible, so aren't I cooperating with him now? The middle-aged man looked upstairs and said, I hope he knows what he's doing. Hu Xian casually said, it's just a bolder investigation. You think he'll make a move just like that? Don't be ridiculous, this little brother looks very cautious, he's not that kind of person. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and agreed. He believed that Chen Chuan should be using this transaction to understand and observe Quan Shi and his team up close. Taking advantage of showing his face once, he can also let the other party have a preconceived notion of his identity, and there must be a follow-up plan afterward. This approach seems very dangerous, especially since Quan Shi is known for not following the rules, but at this moment, there is nothing to worry about. Because Quan Shi is now looking for buyers everywhere. This matter is also related to whether this group can successfully enter the land of chaos and gain a foothold, so it is impossible to kill the buyer now, otherwise, who else would be willing to trade with him? Of course, there are all kinds of people in the land of chaos, and it is not ruled out that there are people who appreciate their behavior, but Quan Shi is the kind of person who just doesn't like to follow the rules himself, which doesn't mean he likes others not following the rules either. The middle-aged man appreciated Chen Chuan's bold but cautious approach, believing that this is the quality that a student applying for the unlimited self-defense permit should have. Considering that this student is only a freshman at WEI, the evaluation should be raised another level. After Hu Xian left, he took out a file bag from the cabinet behind him, which contained the record document of Chen Chuan's examination trip, but most of the content on it was still empty. He took out a fountain pen, uncapped it, and carefully wrote down his thoughts and evaluations. After thinking about it, he added a sentence at the end, believing that such a student is worth paying attention to and increasing training. When it was evening, Chen Chuan carefully wiped the Snow Emperor blade in his room. There was a knock on the door. He put the knife back into its scabbard and said, "Please come in." Hu Xian opened the door and walked in with a cigarette in her mouth, but she didn't light it. She keenly glanced at the Snow Emperor blade on the table, then looked at Chen Chuan and said, "I've contacted them for you. The gold ticket has also been handed over to Quan Shi. They decided to meet you tomorrow." Chen Chuan said, "What time tomorrow?" Hu Xian waved her hand and said, "They didn't say, said to wait for their news, but I think, now that the bone has been thrown in front of them, and the dogs have smelled it, they can actually resist not looking for you tonight. That's not their style." Chen Chuan thought for a moment. Indeed, this group is now clearly in urgent need of cash. Now that they know he has money and is right next to them, it is indeed a bit strange that they are not in a hurry to see him. He said, "Ms. Hu has a wealth of experience. I wonder what the reason for their choice is. You want to ask my opinion?" Hu Xian thought for a moment. "I think they have probably found other buyers, so they are thinking about putting the two groups of buyers together to raise the price." Chen Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "That makes sense." Hu Xian said, "Then what do you say? Are you going tomorrow?" Chen Chuan said in a relaxed tone, "Since the time has been set, let's go and see tomorrow." Hu Xian took the cigarette out of her mouth. "Even if you're just going to take a look, you still have to be prepared. Do you need to bring anything? If you need anything, you can tell me." Chen Chuan thought for a moment and asked, "Ms. Hu, do you have smoke bombs here?" Hu Xian's spirit was lifted, and she said, "Smoke bombs? Yes, what type do you want? Fog screen type or colored smoke type? Do you want the ones with added ingredients? Guaranteed to block Ran Xiali's dog nose." Chen Chuan said, "Just the latter one. How much is it?" Hu Xian said, 50 yuan each, no credit. Chen Chuan considered it and said, "Give me 4. What? Don't you think it's expensive? Don't you even bargain?" Hu Xian looked at him. Chen Chuan said sincerely, "I'm unfamiliar with the place here. I can't buy these things even if I want to. It's already a great help to me that Ms. Hu can provide them to me." Hu Xian waved her hand and said happily, "Okay, for your straightforwardness, buy 2 get 1 free, and I'll give you 2 more. Thank you, Ms. Hu." Hu Xian said, "Do you want firearms? Rifles, pistols, submachine guns? I have them all here. I brought my own." "Okay, you're just going to talk about a deal anyway, and you can't bring big stuff in. If you need anything, just come to me." Hu Xian waved her hand and walked out, closing the door behind her. Chen Chuan waited for her to leave, sat back in his chair, and took out the Snow Emperor blade again, continuing to oil and maintain it. Now when he holds the hilt, he can feel the slight breathing-like tremor and rhythm within it. As he entered, at this time, he looked at the window and found that white snowflakes were falling. "It's snowing." He looked back at the Snow Emperor blade, and his figure was reflected in the bright blade, cold and stern. "It should be very cold tomorrow." After Hu Xian came from upstairs, she met with the middle-aged man again. After the latter clearly understood that Chen Chuan only needed smoke bombs, he confirmed his previous judgment. This time Chen Chuan should just be going to scout, and smoke bombs are indeed convenient for running away. It's just that as an assessor, no matter what the student does, he has to try to observe when choosing to contact the examination target, so as to make a good scoring record. In a 4-story house more than 300 meters away from them, team leader Quan Shi Katu was listening to a report from one of his lackeys. He has a strong physique. The thick chest and back muscles support the tight vest. The exposed muscle blocks are distinct, with a very solid feel, as if they are filled with pieces of rock. The hair behind his head is combed into small braids, which appear wild and savage as they sway. "Boss, there's no mistake. Mr. Bluebird of the Land of Chaos always keeps his promises. If he says he'll come to see the goods tomorrow, then he will definitely come." The two-bodied man Twaki sat on a square stool, looking like two people back to back. The person in the back was boredly playing cards, while the person in the front stared at the lackey and said dissatisfied, "Didn't he give you any deposit or anything?" The lackey said awkwardly, "No. He was just a errand runner. Where would he get the guts to ask a boss from the Land of Chaos for money? It's already good enough that he came back in one piece." B-woman Ranzili leaned on the sofa on the side. she said. Boss, looking at it this way, the business introduced by Hu Xian is still more sincere. Quan Shi remained non-committal. He said to the lackey, you did a good job, go get the money. Although he has always broken the rules, he is very generous to those who work for him, because he knows that these brothers are the foundation of his life. With these brothers, he can trample on those annoying rules. Thank you, boss. The lackey left happily. Quan Shi looked at Ran Zili. Did the person introduced by Hu Xian say he's coming tomorrow? I just replied, saying that he will be there tomorrow. Then let them meet and see who is more sincere. A malicious look appeared on Quan Shi's face. He said, I don't know where this person came from. If his strength is not enough, we might as well eat him. We happen to be missing a business here. I think Hu Xian's territory is very good. That Hu Xian is quite good looking. Several lackeys said a few words, and the others laughed lewdly. Ran Zili reminded, to be able to open a store here, Hu Xian's background is not simple. Tuaki said disdainfully, isn't it just that she has an old relationship with Big Horse of the Land of Chaos? I've already found out clearly that Big Horse is too busy to take care of himself recently, and his hand can't reach here. When the boss contacts that person, who will be looking at whose face is not certain. Quan Shi then reminded Ran Zili, where are the goods? Adjust them to the awakened state, we may need them tomorrow. Boss, they're placed by the window. Ran Zili pointed to a box placed on a corner table. Quan Shi said, keep an eye on them. Don't worry, boss, I'm watching. As a sudden voice came out, a piece of the wall actually separated from there. It was not until it came out a little that everyone realized it was a person, but the color of his body was almost integrated with the wall. None of the people present could see it just now. Ran Zili was very upset. Damn it, Songji, you pervert, don't do this again. Don't let me see you where I shouldn't see you. Those lackeys seemed to have thought of something and started chuckling. Laugh at your mothers. Ran Zili looked around. A fierce look appeared on her pretty face, and her eyes suddenly became narrow, as if there were many pupils flickering inside, making people's scalps tingle. The lackeys immediately dared not say anything. Ran Zili glanced at Quan Shi, who had a deep look in his eyes. If it had been before, she would have blown up a few people's heads on the spot, but Quan Shi took good care of his subordinates and did not allow them to be killed casually, so she could only endure it for now, thinking about finding a place to vent after this business was over. Quan Shi then took the medicated drink on the table and drank it in one gulp. With a light grip, he crushed the metal cup in his hand, and said, tomorrow's business is important, go back, don't toss around tonight, don't give me one by one without spirit then. Yes, boss. The lackeys hurried away. He opened the box and took out a small box of medicine from it. This is what Cheng Zitong said, some prepared marching powder. This is not for ordinary people, but for martial combat experts in the army who perform special tasks, which can supplement missing nutrition and rapidly improve combat effectiveness in a short period of time, because it is a mature product, so the side effects are not significant. There is also a phone number on the medicine box, which says that you can contact this person if you have any questions. He is not going to use these now, but he put them away and prepared to carry them with him, and then sat there, slowly guiding his breathing, adjusting his state while waiting for the notification from Hu Xian. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, Hu Xian knocked on the door and walked in. She saw Chen Chuan was sitting at the desk. He was wearing an ochre scarf and a light brown trench coat. The longsword was placed on the side. The bright sunlight outside the window came in at this time, shining on him, revealing a deep and quiet yet sharp spirit. Her eyes lit up. Tisk tisk, little brother Chen, you look really spirited in this outfit. Chen Chuan looked up, is it time? Hu Xian nodded, it's time, I'm just here to tell you, if you're ready, we'll leave now. Chen Chuan stood up and took the Snow Emperor blade in his hand, and said, let's go. Although it was only 300 or 400 meters from the hostel to where Quan Shi and his group were staying, anything could happen, so Hu Xian and the others decided to drive there. Chen Chuan sat in the car, and he saw another car following them from a distance behind them, but he couldn't see the people inside. They weren't making any effort to hide, so they should be their own people. Hu Xian held the steering wheel, slowly driving the car forward, her eyes watching the surroundings. She said, let me tell you something. Although the examination group won't interfere with how examination students do things specifically, and can't actively provide help, things can be flexible. If there's any danger, you can ask us for help. Chen Chuan said from the back seat, doing that would be the same as voluntarily giving up the exam. That's right, but you should weigh which is more important, that or your life. Chen Chuan nodded and said, thank you, Sister Hu. Hu Xian said, all right, little brother Chen. Since you're calling me Sister Hu, I'll definitely take care of you if there's danger. This time, I'm having Laowan go with you. You're the buyer, and it won't look good if no one's with you. Quan Shi and those dogs who look down on people might not take you seriously. Chen Chuan said, okay. He picked up the water bottle he had with him and took a sip. Hu Xian saw that he had been drinking water non-stop since he got in the car, and thought he was nervous, finding it a bit amusing. I say, little brother, don't drink so much water when you're going to negotiate. Chen Chuan didn't respond, but continued to take a few more sips. The car stopped about 50 meters away from where Quan Shi and the others were staying. Hu Xian said, it's as far as we go, it won't be good to go any further. Hey, do you want me to go in with you? No need, thank you, Sister Hu. Chen Chuan opened the door, got out of the car, and after saying goodbye to Hu Xian, He slung the Snow Emperor blade on his back and walked into the 4-story building in front of him. Lao Wan also got out of the car, nodded to Hu Xian, and then silently followed. Hu Xian watched their figures walk towards there. At this moment, she glanced at the water bottle thrown on the back seat. It didn't seem to weigh much, so it should be empty. She was a little surprised, and then smiled to herself. He drank so much water, wasn't he afraid of? Wait, she frowned, as if she realized something, and looked ahead. This little brother Chen, wasn't he planning to do something? Chen Chuan had already arrived at the door. This time, he only brought a martial halberd spear that he carried with him, and the Snow Emperor blade, which was displayed openly. The two gatekeepers looked at him and then stepped aside, saying, "Please come in, Mr. Chen." The two didn't ask him to take off his weapons. This was the land of chaos, even if it was just the edge. If you didn't allow others to bring weapons when they came to your territory to talk business, it would be like telling them to come and die. No one would agree to that. Bee-woman Ranzili came up to greet him. She had changed into a red, high-slit dress and wore bright red lipstick. As the only woman present, she was responsible for welcoming guests. This was also to give the buyer some face, so as not to appear too aggressive. After seeing Chen Chuan, she touched her lips with her painted nails and gave him a charming look. "Mr. Chen, this way, please." Chen Chuan followed her in. The building was quite large. The first floor was now arranged as a reception room. Under the chandelier, several large sofas were arranged around the center, leaving a large open space in the middle, which looked like it was to make it convenient to demonstrate something later. He saw a burly black-skinned man with many small braids sitting on the opposite sofa, and 4 lackeys standing on each side. Bee-woman Ranzili then walked directly to his side, whispered a few words to him, and then stood facing them. This burly man should be Quan Shi. He could feel that this person's breathing rhythm was very in rhythm. He had indeed practiced martial combat, and his level was not low. Moreover, his muscles were in a state of tension, ready to burst out at any time. His heavy body made the sofa sink down, which showed how much he weighed. From the exposed muscles, he couldn't see bioarmor, but from the tough feeling, it should be subcutaneous. This technology was much more advanced than the bioarmor of Scarface and Fang Dai's group. Lao Wan behind Chen Chuan became vigilant at this time, his hand on the position where he could draw his gun at any time. Although Quan Shi looked very normal and relaxed at the moment, there was a hidden madness in his eyes, giving people a feeling that he would suddenly burst out and devour people. When Quan Shi saw the two of them coming in, he looked Chen Chuan up and down a few times, grinned, and said, "I guess you are the buyer that Hu Xian introduced. What's your name?" Chen Chuan's eyes naturally swept around before answering, "My surname is Chen. Mr. Chen, nice to meet you. Please sit down." Quan Shi politely asked him to sit down, but he didn't stand up himself. He didn't underestimate Chen Chuan because he was young. Young people who can come up with a large sum of money have quite a lot of energy behind them. Not to mention anything else, he was on the run this time because he had provoked such a young man. But if he didn't show a bit of strength, it would only make the other party think that he was anxious to sell the goods, and it would be difficult to negotiate the price. Besides, there wasn't only one buyer today. The other party had also taken the initiative to come to him, so he didn't need to lower his stance. At this time, 2 lackeys moved their positions and stood behind Chen Chuan and the others, and the people on both sides also dispersed and came to their left and right positions. Everyone was holding a gun in their hands, and their postures were ready to fire at any time. Chen Chuan looked at the corner of the wall again. The number 4 figure, Tuaki, was standing there sideways, like 2 people back to back. One person was holding 2 knives, and the other was holding a gun. His dangerous eyes were constantly aiming at their whole bodies. Following Quan Shi's gesture, he came to the sofa a little to the left of the person opposite him, handed the Snow Emperor blade to Lao Wan next to him, sat down on it, and looked at the empty sofa opposite him. He said, "What, are there other guests today?" Quan Shi spread out his hands and said, "It's really unfortunate, Mr. Chen. When you asked me to buy goods, I happened to be talking business with another buyer. In business, we always have to pay attention to who came first, right? But we also have to give Hu Xian face, so we invited Mr. Chen over anyway." "It's my fault," Bee-woman said softly. "I've been in a hurry these past 2 days to complete Elder Cheng's instructions and sell the goods as soon as possible. If I had known there was a buyer like Mr. Chen, why would we have gone so far to find someone else?" Chen Chuan leaned on the back of the sofa and said, "There's no need to talk nonsense. Since Mr. Quan Shi knows what I'm here for, can I see the goods first?" Quan Shi grinned and said, "Wouldn't that be bad? How about we wait until everyone is here before we take a look? That would be fairer to both of you. When you're in the underworld, you have to pay attention to honesty." Chen Chuan didn't speak. Lao Wan said beside him, "How much longer do we have to wait? Young Master Chen's time is very precious. He doesn't have that much time to waste here." Quan Shi looked at Bee-woman, "Go and see why they haven't arrived yet." The time he set was about this time. Chen Chuan had arrived, but the other one hadn't arrived yet, which made him a little unhappy, thinking that the other party was deliberately hanging him out to dry. Bee-woman walked out. Quan Shi looked at the people around him and cursed, "Don't you have any eyesight? Pour tea for Mr. Chen." "No need," Chen Chuan said. "I only drink the tea I brought myself." He waved to Lao Wan. When the latter bent down, he instructed, "Go and get my tea leaves." Lawan took a deep look at him, put the Snow Emperor blade in his hand on the back of the sofa, nodded, and turned to leave. Quan Shi only grinned at his behavior. Rich kids were all like this. But as long as he could make money, he could tolerate it. Besides, he was just being polite. Where would he get any good tea here? B-woman quickly walked back, whispered a few words to Quan Shi, and then smiled at Chen Chuan and said, Mr. Chen, the other guest is already on their way here. They should arrive in about 5 minutes. Please wait a little longer. Chen Chuan nodded and said, 5 minutes, that's enough. What's enough? What are you talking about, Mr. Chen? B-woman kept smiling, feeling a little baffled. Quan Shi instinctively felt a bit of unease, but he didn't know where the problem was. His body subconsciously straightened up a bit. When Chen Chuan finished saying this, he calmly raised his hand, held the handle of the Snow Emperor blade behind him, and then leaned forward. He suddenly leaped forward, and the blade was brushed out of its sheath, slashing directly at Quan Shi 5 meters away. At this moment, time seemed to slow down in Chen Chuan's eyes. His strong, mutated heart pumped, sending blood rich in oxygen and energy to every part of his body. Under the control of his will, strands and layers of mutated tissue in every tiny corner were fully mobilized, and finally merged into a powerful strength. This strength was transmitted to the Snow Emperor blade, and the blade vibrated. A round, crescent-shaped snow-bright blade flash suddenly lit up in the hall, forcibly rushing into the minds of everyone present. Quan Shi's pupils suddenly dilated, and his nostrils flared. At this moment, his thoughts were spinning wildly, trying to mobilize his body to dodge and resist, but his body felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't move for a long time. He could only watch as the beautiful blade flash got closer and closer to him, until it slashed down. The sharp tip of the blade pierced in from the top of his head, extending all the way down along his face, neck, and torso, smoothly like cutting through a piece of paper. Finally, the tip of the knife stopped steadily only 1 finger away from the ground. Chen Chuan maintained his slashing posture. He stepped forward with 1 foot, placed the other hand on his back, held the knife hand to his ankle, the narrow blade almost level with the ground, and stared intently ahead. Quan Shi sat there stiffly, seemingly unharmed. He was still holding up his hand to block, but then, a straight, bright red line appeared in the middle of his face and body. Blood spread and seeped out from it, and the body that had been cut in half slowly slid open to both sides. As the two sides separated, you could see that the internal organs and various implants were separated in a completely equal manner, just like the cross-sectional specimens presented in a glass cabinet. Tissue fluid mixed with blood and unknown liquid flowed down together. The expression on his face was still stuck at that moment, giving the illusion that he could still try to piece it back together. The crowd in the living room watched this scene in shock. It all happened so fast that they couldn't react at all. Quan Shi's own implant that could withstand bullets, the glands that could corrode flesh, and the martial power that deterred everyone did not play any role in this process. Because Chen Chuan's speed exceeded his reaction limit at that moment. Although it seemed to be only a line faster, that line was the distance between life and death. He killed the boss. The many lackeys finally came back to their senses. In a roar of shock and anger, these people angrily picked up their guns and prepared to shoot at Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan's attention was highly concentrated at this moment, and his eyes were anomaly calm. When he made this move, cracks slowly appeared on the bricks under his feet, and wisps of white steam rose from his body. This was because a large amount of heat in his body was being released with moisture. He turned his wrist, turned the blade outward, and kicked his back foot. Strength suddenly exploded. As the ground bricks shattered, he spun around in a whirling slash. The 1.6 meter long blade, combined with his arm span, almost covered most of the people on one side. The 4 lackeys on this side were instantly cut in half, and broken body parts fell to the ground like rain. Suddenly, there was a sound behind him. It was Twaki in the corner of the wall who kicked with all 4 feet at the same time, slashing at him wildly with a knife in his hand. But in his opinion, it was too slow. He only stepped forward out of inertia, not only avoiding the bullets shot from the other side, but also causing the latter's knife to miss. At this time, he saw out of the corner of his eye that B-woman was running towards the window. It seemed that she wanted to escape, but he saw that there was something covered with cloth there. He immediately realized what she wanted to do. She was going to release the bioweapon? He turned around and brushed past Twaki. When the 2 bodies were slashing at him with a knife, the other one pulled out a pistol and aimed it at his head. However, his speed was too fast. He almost passed by him in the blink of an eye, and the bullets fired by pulling the trigger all hit the opposite wall. At the same time, both heads felt a dizziness, and when they flew in the air, their eyes looked at each other in shock. However, at the moment when they passed each other, they were both cut off by the Snow Emperor blade. Just as Chen Chuan rushed towards B-woman, the seemingly empty wall next to him suddenly moved. A person who was almost integrated with the environment rushed from the side, and 2 short knives were inserted into his ribs. Chen Chuan didn't seem surprised at all. He didn't dodge or dodge, and his speed didn't even weaken. However, the mutated tissue inside his body was bulging layer by layer. The next moment, the 2 people collided, but as a series of sounds of broken bones rang out, that person flew out directly and crashed into the wall he came from. With a puff, the broken flesh was firmly attached to it. At this time, B-woman's finger had already reached the box covered with cloth. The Tayana combat spider underneath was only in a short period of hibernation. As long as the holder used a specific external stimulus, it could be awakened immediately, and then kill all target around that had not been blood tested. Chen Chuan stared intently at it. After being blocked by the previous attack, although he was not injured, his speed slowed down slightly. He might not be able to make it in time. At this time, he inhaled rapidly, bulged his chest, and then suddenly let out a violent roar towards it. With a buzzing sound, it seemed that a circle of air waves exploded from him. The windows on the first to fourth floors all shook violently, and then burst open one after another. The lackeys holding guns around him became top-heavy and staggered like they were drunk. B-woman let out a shrill scream and covered her ears. Visible blood seeped out from between her fingers. Her extraordinary senses made her suffer even greater stimulation. Her eyes went black, her eyes rolled back, and her body fell softly to the ground. On the street outside, Lao Wan had already walked to Hu Xian's car. The latter frowned and asked, "Why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to follow little brother Chen?" Lao Wan said in a deep voice, "I think he has his own ideas. He wants to take action, but he's afraid of implicating me, so he drove me out. You have to know that according to the rules, I can't disturb the examination student's examination. I have to respect their choices." When Hu Xian heard this, she was shocked. She punched the steering wheel in front of her and cursed angrily, "What the hell is going on?" She didn't understand why Chen Chuan, who looked like a calm and cautious person, would suddenly choose to make such an impulsive decision. She hoped that she wasn't really here to clean up his body this time. She said in a condensed voice, "Lao Wan, get the gun ready." Lao Wan nodded. Hu Xian looked solemnly ahead. If the situation was not right, she would rush in to save people. As for the rules, screw the rules. She couldn't stand by and watch a young man ruin himself in front of her. However, at this moment, they heard a violent roar. The sound was so loud that it seemed like a thunderclap rang out across the entire street. They saw that the windows of the building in front were all broken. Hu Xian's face changed. "The situation is not right, follow me." She pushed the door open and got out of the car. The two of them rushed to the building in one breath, kicked the door open, and after waiting for a while, they covered each other and rushed in. However, when they arrived in the living room, they couldn't help but stop after seeing the scene. Chen Chuan was standing in the wide hall with his back to them, holding a long sword. Wisps of white steam rose from his body. Because the windows were broken, the cold wind poured in, and the ochre-red long scarf was fluttering in the wind. Around him were corpses lying all over the ground.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.